As a Martian researcher, Biden encountered an unexpected attack from a mysterious spider while receiving a soil sample from Mars. Subsequently, he found himself in the realm of Spider-Man, into the Spider-Verse, where he fought alongside 6 other Spider-Men from different universes. Chapter 1. The Cosmic Wonders After the Spider Bite. In the Dragon Summer Country, at a Mars observation and research base that preferred to remain unnamed, Bide lay on his dormitory bed, his left hand swollen and wrapped in white gauze. That he was a researcher in Dragon Summer Country, currently an intern at this observation base, with only half a year of practice under his belt. This place, deceptively named the Astronomical Observation Base, was part of a significant project focused on the exploration of Mars, Earth's neighboring planet, as a preparation for potential future missions. Bide's injury was rather vexing. He had been assisting his mentor, Dr. Liao Xian, in receiving this batch of samples. Everything was proceeding smoothly until, while handling a Martian soil sample, a spider unexpectedly emerged and bit him. Logically, such creatures should not exist in the research facility, leading the researchers to believe that Bide had inadvertently brought the spider in from the Gobi Desert, blaming him for the incident. Furthermore, his mishap resulted in the destruction of that precious soil sample, prompting Dr. Liao to erupt in fury and confine him for a full 2 weeks. Let's watch Spider-Man. Into the Spider-Verse, he decided, perhaps influenced by the recent spider bite. He double-clicked to open a video. Crack. The screen flickered suddenly. Bide reached out to tap the computer screen, puzzled. This laptop was relatively new. It shouldn't be malfunctioning so soon. Perhaps the universal tap method had worked, for the screen returned to normal, displaying the film's opening scene. Crack. Once more, the screen flickered, this time more violently, with colorful spots appearing all over. Panic crossed his face. It seemed that the distortion was not limited to the screen, but rather engulfed the entire computer, as if the very fabric of space had unraveled. Faced with this bizarre scene, Bide quickly rose to distance himself from it. However, an immense force surged from the chaotic spatial black hole, pulling him forward. No! He screamed in terror as he was drawn into the vortex. Where am I? Bide rubbed his groggy head and slowly rose from the ground. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was not in the observation base. The architecture resembled that of New York, where he had studied as an exchange student during his junior year. Yet, something felt distinctly off. Having not traveled abroad since then, he couldn't quite pinpoint what was amiss. However, the current situation was already extraordinarily unusual. In the blink of an eye, I've gone from Dragon Summer Country to the United States? What an absurd international joke. Is this the quantum collapse technology of the quantum universe? Have I experienced a cosmic wonder? As a scientific researcher, despite his limited experience, Bide was never short of leaps in thought and imagination. After a brief moment of disarray, he began to regain his composure and scrutinize his surroundings. As for being detained, that was unfathomable. While their observation base served as a forward outpost for Mars research, progress was hampered by technological limitations. In essence, they were merely burning through funding. According to higher-ups, they were likely preparing for future generations rather than making immediate advancements. Moreover, as an intern, he had limited access to deeper secrets. In other words, while he held some value, it was not significant. Thus, his situation was precarious but not dangerous. Rather than concern himself with trivial matters, Bide was far more intrigued by the seemingly existing quantum collapse phenomenon. That IT is a well-known principle that if a physical quantity cannot be divided continuously into smaller units, it is said to be quantized, with the smallest unit referred to as a quantum. The fundamental concept is that all tangible properties might be quantized. Quantization indicates that the numerical values of physical quantities are discrete rather than arbitrary. In other words, quanta themselves are fundamental units in a microscopic physical world, theoretically indivisible. Yet now, he had encountered a phenomenon that completely subverted previous understandings of physics. If he could unravel its mysteries, perhaps he could achieve greatness akin to Einstein or Planck. Excited by this prospect, Bide eagerly began to search around him. Suddenly, buzzed out a peculiar voice resonated in Bide's mind, sending chills down his spine. Danger! A string in his mind was taut to its limit. Hey buddy, I think you might be experiencing the same thing as me? A voice emerged from above. Bide looked up, puzzled, to see a figure almost entirely cloaked in darkness, hanging upside down from the high eaves, gazing at him. How did he manage that? Bide blinked in astonishment at the sight. Who are you? Bide called out. Buddy, I don't think you need to be so anxious. You have spider sense too, don't you? I believe we are kindred spirits, the figure replied with a light chuckle, then performed a breathtaking act by leaping down from the rooftop several meters high. Chapter 2. The Shadow Spider-Man Goodness. Are you human or a ghost? Peter's eyes widened in astonishment. His surprise stemmed not only from the peculiar and almost inhuman manner of the figure's entrance, but also from the sight before him. The individual now stood directly in front of Peter, illuminated by the glow of a street lamp, revealing a figure adorned in shades of black, white, and gray. Draped in a long gray trench coat, he wore a form-fitting black suit beneath it, topped with a hat and a pair of vintage pilot goggles. His presence felt utterly out of place in this world. "Hey, buddy, your style seems quite different from mine," the figure remarked, astonished. Peter, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought to himself that such a statement should have originated from him. "Your lines are rather soft. You don't strike me as a warrior, but rather as an academic." The figure continued, scrutinizing Peter. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he added, "Well, now, I'm more convinced we are kindred spirits, as you speak just as much as I do." "Nice to meet you," the figure introduced himself. "I am Peter Parker, though they commonly refer to me as the Shadow Spider-Man." "Spider-Man? You are Spider-Man?" Peter's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite his instincts urging him to doubt, memories of the Shadow Spider-Man's previous actions flooded his mind, hanging effortlessly from rooftops without any external aid, leaping from great heights unscathed, all while maintaining an aura of eccentricity. "Indeed, are you not?" the Shadow Spider-Man remarked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. "Me? Certainly not. I'm merely an ordinary person," Peter exclaimed, though he secretly yearned to embody the essence of Spider-Man. Yet, he had not undergone any transformation. Wait, hadn't he just been bitten by a spider? With that thought, Peter instinctively raised his left hand, revealing fingers wrapped in white bandages. Surely that cannot be the case. Many have been bitten by spiders. Yet if being bitten could grant powers, wouldn't those bitten by ants become laborers? He pondered, while his hand obediently began to unwrap the bandages, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. The Shadow Spider-Man remained silent, arms crossed, seemingly awaiting the unfolding of Peter's revelation. As the bandages fell away, Peter was bewildered to discover that the injury, which had been swollen just the day before, now appeared smooth and unblemished. "Did you just get bitten?" The Shadow Spider-Man finally spoke. With a keen intellect characteristic of Spider-Man, and as a seasoned hero battling against oppressive forces, the Shadow Spider-Man pieced together the scenario upon observing Peter's actions. Peter nodded instinctively. "Well, I suppose I am beginning to believe what you were saying." The Shadow Spider-Man smiled faintly, casually draping an arm over Peter's shoulder as if he saw a reflection of his former self in him. "Fear not. I too have traversed a similar phase. Soon you shall acclimate. However, before that, I propose we indulge in a drink, shall we?" "Very well," Peter acquiesced. In an unfamiliar environment, with his mind in disarray, a sip of something soothing was indeed a splendid choice. Thus, the two of them began their leisurely stroll toward the alley's exit. Yet, they soon halted once more. Before them loomed a colossal screen, upon which a vivid image was being displayed. There, clad in a blue and white spider suit, was Spider-Man. This was Peter Parker. Peter gaped at the screen, convinced that this was not merely a promotional clip, for he had seen generations of Spider-Man adaptations, and this scene was unfamiliar to him. His memory was sharp, and he could assert this with certainty. The screen bore a message: "We interrupt this broadcast for a special announcement, a somber revelation. Our hero, Spider-Man, has departed from us today. His demise is linked to a mysterious earthquake that occurred in Brooklyn." Confirmatory reports stated that Peter Parker, a 26-year-old graduate student and part-time photographer, had donned the mantle of Spider-Man for over a decade. Accompanying the announcement were images of Spider-Man and Peter Parker. There existed a Spider-Man in this world, and he was dead. Both Peter and the Shadow Spider-Man stared in disbelief at the screen. Suddenly, Peter realized he recognized this world. He had not consumed every Spider-Man-related anime, but had watched those adapted into films. Yet, he had also recently acquired a PS5 and purchased the game Spider-Man, Miles Morales. This was an 18-rated spin-off of Marvel's Spider-Man, featuring Miles Morales, a biracial youth, who was the second Spider-Man in the Marvel Ultimate Universe. Also known as the Little Black Spider, his abilities mirrored those of the original Spider-Man, stemming from a bite by a spider engineered by Norman Osborn in an attempt to replicate Spider-Man's powers. However, unlike other Spider-Men, he possessed the powers of bioelectricity and invisibility. In the game's narrative, the original Spider-Man did not perish. Rather, he had ventured to Europe with his girlfriend to confront the Mysterio. After completing the game and earning the Platinum Trophy, Peter sought to deepen his understanding of this character, leading him to research the background of the Little Black Spider. In doing so, he uncovered the tragic news of the original Spider-Man, Peter Parker's demise. 2 months prior to his death, after the Green Goblin's identity was revealed, Norman Osborn was apprehended, and Osborn Industries fell into ruins. During a burglary, a thief inadvertently allowed a spider to slip into his bag. Miles Morales was a young boy from Brooklyn who defied his parents' wishes to visit his uncle, a former criminal known as the Prowler. In his uncle's home, he was bitten by a spider from Osborn Industries, subsequently discovering he had acquired extraordinary abilities surpassing that of an ordinary human, including superhuman strength, camouflage, and the ability to incapacitate others through bioelectricity. Initially, he reacted with considerable reluctance, intending to conceal his powers and lead an ordinary life. He attributed Peter's demise to himself and resolved to embrace Peter's belief that with great power comes great responsibility, thus becoming the second Spider-Man. In fact, his existence was subtly referenced in Spider-Man: Homecoming, to uncover the whereabouts of the Vulture and prove his capabilities. The young Spider utilized the artificial intelligence within his suit to locate Aaron Davis, who mentioned having a nephew residing in Brooklyn, this nephew being the young Black Spider, Miles. Through a comparison of information in his mind, Peter swiftly deduced that this must be the Ultimate Universe, Earth 1610. Chapter 3. Finding Aunt May. However, had there been instances of Spider-Men from other universes intruding into the Ultimate Universe? Peter cast a glance at the shadow Spider-Man standing beside him, seemingly in a daze. Feeling somewhat perplexed, nevertheless, he quickly gathered his thoughts and shared the information he possessed with the shadow Spider-Man. At this critical juncture concerning life and death, the sharing of information was paramount. He was confident that Spider-Man would not falter due to such reasons, as Marvel inherently embraces the concept of parallel universes. Yet, in his case, this parallel universe had taken on a rather unique nature. Indeed, the shadow Spider-Man was astonished. Are you suggesting that in your universe there are films and games featuring Spider-Men from this world and others? Peter nodded in affirmation. This is beyond belief. What about me? The shadow Spider-Man asked with anticipation. Well, the shadow Spider-Man sighed, appearing somewhat dejected. It seems I lack any notoriety. Hey, buddy, don't be like that. Perhaps we should focus on resolving our immediate concerns. Peter comforted, wrapping his arm around the shadow Spider-Man's shoulder. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of camaraderie with the shadow Spider-Man, as if they were always meant to be together. Peter shook his head. Miles might prove challenging to find. After all, that name is rather commonplace. I was thinking, why not seek out Aunt May? Aunt May? Yes. Even though we come from different worlds, you are still Peter, and you should know where Aunt May resides, right? Peter suggested. After pondering for a moment, the shadow Spider-Man nodded. That is true, but the environment in my era differs vastly from this one. We only have this one lead, don't we? Peter shrugged. All right, you make a valid point, the shadow Spider-Man conceded. Thus, the two continued onward, traversing the street into the distance. Meanwhile, the screen nearby continued to broadcast reports on the death of Spider-Man, Peter Parker. My husband, Peter Parker. He was once an ordinary man. He always said anyone could become the person behind a mask. He was merely unfortunate enough to be bitten by a spider. Both Peter and the shadow Spider-Man felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Soon, they arrived at a quaint, standalone house with a yard in Queens. It became evident that even in different realms, Peter Parker remained undeniably Peter Parker, forever possessing certain commonalities. If all goes as anticipated, this should be the place. Shadow Spider-Man Reimagined. Peter surveyed the surroundings and nodded affirmatively, declaring, this is undoubtedly the right place. Look, there are even condolence gifts sent by fans over there. On the fence of the small yard hung various gifts and a bouquet of flowers, accompanied by notes that read tributes, such as to our beloved Spider-Man, our eternal good neighbor Spider-Man, dear Spider-Man Peter, and so forth. All right, this is definitely it, Shadow Spider-Man shrugged. The mood of both men sank once more. You should ring the doorbell. No, you go ahead. You are Peter. You're also Peter. You should do it. But I am Bide. Bide, Peter. What difference does it make? According to Longxia, my surname is Bide, and yours is Parker. Given your level of nonsense, we must be kindred spirits. As they were playfully shoving each other, debating who should ring the bell, suddenly, both of their bodies experienced a violent distortion. Bide found himself collapsing to the ground, a sharp pain coursing through him, evoking a sensation akin to being torn apart. It felt as though he were being struck by a heavy stone on his chest. But instead of the blow landing on stone, it struck his most sensitive area. This state arose swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Moments later. They both exhaled deeply and stood once more. What has happened to us? Shadow Spider-Man inquired, still shaken. Bide pondered for a moment before responding. We are aware that for some reason, we have traversed from our own world to this parallel realm. Therefore, we have essentially undergone a passive quantum collapse. The quantum particles we carry from our respective worlds evidently do not align with the quantum state of this world. Stop, Shadow Spider-Man interjected, raising his hand to halt Bide's train of thought. Just tell me what will happen. Shadow Spider-Man shivered. In a flash, he appeared at the doorbell, pressing it multiple times. Aunt May, who is it? It's late at night. I'm not accepting any fan visits. The lights inside the house quickly illuminated, and a somewhat weary voice rang out. The door opened to reveal the silhouette of an elderly woman holding a baseball bat. Under the light, her face bore the marks of sorrow. After all, it was her beloved nephew, akin to a son, who had passed away. How could she not grieve? Bide glanced at Aunt May, then at Shadow Spider-Man, and decisively stepped forward, removing his hat. "What are you doing?" Shadow Spider-Man asked, puzzled. "Can you bear to see her in pain? Furthermore, how can we enter without showing some form of respect?" Bide explained. "I understand now," Shadow Spider-Man said, grasping the situation. And then he, too, removed his mask. Beneath the mask lies a rugged visage of a middle-aged man, his features chiseled as if by a sculptor's hand. In stark contrast to the youthful Peter Parker seen on the screen moments ago, he bears the weight of time and experience. However, even the most casual observer would recognize the striking resemblance between the two. Aunt May, clearly not oblivious to faces, is no exception. With a clatter, a baseball bat clatters to the ground, rolling down the steps, but at that moment, no one pays heed to the unfortunate implement. Aunt May trembles with excitement, exclaiming, "Peter!" The shadowy Spider-Man, though not particularly skilled at smiling, manages to muster a faint grin and responds, "Hi, Aunt May. I am Peter, but not the Peter of this world." Aunt May approaches him, scrutinizing him closely as she speaks. "I know, you are Peter from another dimension." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, both Peter and the shadowy Spider-Man are invited by Aunt May into the house. Upon entering, a peculiar sensation washes over them, as if a switch had been flipped in their minds. Peter's gaze roams the room before settling on three peculiar figures: a young girl in a plaid skirt, a four-legged red robot, and a pig. "Hello, I'm Penny Parker." The girl waves cheerfully, while the red robot behind her mimics the gesture. The pig then springs to its feet, trotting up to them with an upturned snout, extending a hoof and introducing itself. "Greetings, I am Peter Parker." Peter stares wide-eyed at the trio. "Wait, you can't possibly be." Buzzing with realization, he quickly dismisses his thoughts with a wave of his hand. The pig's senses, evidently heightened, respond with an instinctive reaction, confirming that these beings, sharing names with Peter Parker, are indeed all Spider-Men from various universes. My heavens, what has transpired in this universe to birth so many Spider-Men? Peter sinks into the couch, a look of despondency etched on his face. Drawing from his extensive viewing of Spider-Man and other superhero narratives, he concludes that if one Spider-Man corresponds to a certain level of danger, 2 would equate to 3, 3 to 9, and 4 would escalate exponentially. Thus, when a multitude of Spider-Men congregate, the potential for a catastrophic event that could reverberate across the multiverse becomes alarmingly probable. Having grown familiar through their journey, the shadowy Spider-Man sits beside Peter and gives his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Hey, take it easy, buddy. We are Spider-Man." "You are Spider-Man." "I'm merely an ordinary person who has just been bitten by a spider," Peter retorts with a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, you were just bitten by a spider?" Penny hops over to Peter, her curiosity piqued. "Yes," Peter nods in affirmation. "Children, would you like something to drink?" Aunt May inquires, her gentle smile illuminating the room. Although these little Spider-Men are not her Peter, they nonetheless provide a potent balm for her sorrowful heart. "I would like a glass of egg cream." The shadowy Spider-Man raises his hand. "I do not desire any beverages. Rather, I would like a hot dog, if that is permissible." Peter Parker, the Spider-Ham, raised his hand to express his wish. "I would like a glass of milk, for it will help me grow taller," giggled the young girl, Penny Parker. Observing the camaraderie, Bide chimed in. "Then I shall also have a glass of milk." You wish to grow taller as well?" Penny queried, looking at Bide with curiosity. Bide playfully flicked his long leg, exclaiming, "Nay, I simply wish to enjoy some milk." Laughter resonated throughout the room, filling it with joy. Aunt May, unfazed by the lively chaos, beamed at the cheerful little spiders before turning to the kitchen to begin her preparations. Meanwhile, in the living room, Bide engaged in conversation with the others. Penny Parker was a 14-year-old girl, and her companion SBDR, a red spider mech, was her formidable arachnid armor. Unlike the other Spider-Men, she was not transformed by a mutation virus, but instead connected with her spider mech through resonance. As for Spider-Ham, his true form was a humanoid spider. And in his world, Aunt May Parker was an anthropomorphic pig and a scientist. While experimenting with a nuclear-powered hairdryer, an adverse effect caused her to become irritable, leading her to bite Peter. Consequently, influenced by radiation, Peter transformed from a humanoid spider into a pig-nosed humanoid spider, retaining his spider abilities. The Shadow Spider-Man hailed from the era of the Great Depression. He was once an idealistic youth lacking experience and strength. His Uncle Ben and Aunt May frequently delivered leftist speeches on the streets, but one fateful day, Uncle Ben was brutally murdered. Peter took up his uncle's mantle, continuing the street speeches. Later, while investigating a smuggling case, Peter was bitten by a spider that escaped from the cargo, granting him superpowers. He adapted his uncle's World War I pilot uniform into his own Spider-Man costume, embarking on a quest to combat the illegal activities of monopolistic capitalists. As for Bite's journey, it was far simpler. For the past 2 decades, he had merely been an ordinary student, excelling academically and gaining admission to a prestigious university, where he chose the relatively obscure field of astronomy. After graduation, he opted for graduate studies and was guided by his mentor to a Martian research base, becoming an intern researcher. Subsequently, he was bitten by a spider that appeared from nowhere, inexplicably transporting him to this world, lacking Spider-Man's abilities or any legendary tales of heroism. Even Penny's experiences far surpassed his. Spider-Ham nudged his pig nose and patted Bite's thigh with his tiny hands, reassuringly stating, "Do not fret. We have all traversed similar paths." Penny, producing candy from an unknown source, unwrapped it and offered it to Bite, saying, "Here, it's quite delicious." "Thank you," Bite replied, accepting the candy with a smile. Truly, they were a united and amicable spider family. The Shadow Spider-Man proposed, "If you desire, perhaps we could train you." "Train me?" Bite exclaimed in astonishment. In his world, he had fought alone for many years. Despite his camaraderie with Peter, he was, in reality, at least a decade older than him. "All right, let us have something to eat first." Aunt May emerged from the kitchen with a plate, which not only bore food, but also beverages. Penny sweetly expressed her gratitude, yet her hand stealthily retrieved some candy from her pocket. The Shadow Spider-Man stood up and gently admonished her, "Moderate your sugar intake. Be wary of cavities." Penny cradled her small head and dutifully stowed away the sweets. Peter also rose to assist in tidying up the table, while Spider-Ham sprang into the kitchen. Soon, through their collective efforts, a simple yet heartwarming dinner was laid out. Chapter 5. The Particle Collider of Kingpin. However, we must first clarify how we found ourselves in this predicament. Peter picked up a sandwich from the table, spreading jam as he spoke. Having studied abroad in his world, he had grown accustomed to such dinners. "Aunt May, your hot dogs are absolutely delightful," exclaimed Spider-Ham, shoving a hot dog, nearly the size of his head, into his mouth, raising concerns about whether his head might burst. Yet, it quickly became evident that their worries were unfounded. Truly, mutated by a pig, aside from spider traits, he seemed to possess the voracious appetite of a pig. "Slow down, there is plenty more," Aunt May said kindly, offering him some milk. Seizing the opportunity, while Shadow Spider-Man was distracted, Penny swiftly pulled out a piece of candy and popped it into her mouth. Upon hearing Peter's inquiry, she patted her robot companion, charging behind her, "Show them what we found." Spider Robot SBDR. Oh, its large head displayed a screen that projected a virtual display into the air before them. Peter and the others turned their attention to the virtual screen, where several news snippets appeared alongside what seemed to be information obtained from special sources. Recently, Brooklyn experienced 2 mysterious earthquakes in rapid succession. The specific causes are under investigation, but experts speculate the tremors originated from deep beneath Brooklyn, posing no significant threat to daily life. Residents are advised not to panic. Reports indicate another mysterious incident occurred last night. According to sources close to Spider-Man, he is currently investigating this matter. Kingpin is experimenting with something called a particle collider. If he activates this collider, it could potentially unleash immeasurable disaster upon Brooklyn and the entirety of New York. I must stop him. If the earlier entries were mere conjectures, the final video captured by Spider-Man himself left no room for doubt. Kingpin. This man was a formidable supervillain within the Marvel Universe. He single-handedly established a vast criminal empire, with influence spanning the globe, and it was said that nearly 40 of all criminal activities in the nation originated from Kingpin. Moreover, his abilities are remarkably formidable. In addition to possessing a meticulous mind and an exceptionally brilliant intellect, his physical strength is astonishing, with over 90% of his physique comprised of muscle. He can effortlessly punch through a wall and is a world-class martial artist, embodying the pinnacle of human combat prowess. His adversaries include renowned figures such as Night Demon, Punisher, Spider-Man, and even encounters with the Fantastic Four and the X-Men. Surviving such a barrage of superhuman confrontations speaks volumes of his prowess. He is undeniably a fearsome individual. However, it is evident that not every Spider-Man exists in a world with Kingpin. Perhaps they have yet to cross paths. The Shadow Spider-Man, Spider-Ham, and Spider-Mech Warrior, Penny Parker, remain oblivious to Kingpin's menace and the gravity of the situation. Consequently, Peter felt compelled to reiterate the information he possessed. Spider-Mech Cinema? Whoa. This guy is terrifying. I hope he doesn't have a penchant for pork chops. Penny pouted, pondering. So, there's indeed a direct connection? Particle Collider. The group chimed in unison. Clearly, as Spider-Men hailing from various timelines, although their experiences, appearances, and ages differ, they all share an extraordinary intellect, swiftly pinpointing the crux of the issue from the scant details available. Wait a moment. What is a particle collider? Spider-Ham inquired, licking the sauce from his fingers. The Shadow Spider-Man shook his head, stating, I'm not sure. My world is still entrenched in the Great Depression around 1933, a time when theories regarding particle colliders had yet to emerge. Moreover, the Shadow Spider-Man is not a scientist but rather a private detective, with expertise that does not align with scientific pursuits. It is evident that their understanding of this concept is limited. SPDR is a combat robot, not a research entity. Although we currently lack knowledge on this matter, I could attempt to infiltrate Kingpin's system database. After all, it is his domain, and we should be able to uncover something, Paney suggested. The Shadow Spider-Man nodded. Then this task shall be entrusted to you. What about me? What is my role? Spider-Ham eagerly inquired. The Shadow Spider-Man regarded him thoughtfully, hesitating before responding. Perhaps you should train Peter alongside me. Peter was touched to realize that the Shadow Spider-Man had been mindful of this matter all along. The Shadow Spider-Man interjected to prevent him from continuing. You are part of our team, and your contribution will be vital. Thus, training you will also enhance our collective strength. Very well, Peter conceded, feeling a tinge of disappointment for having held them back, yet he was more excited about the prospect of developing his own abilities. Indeed, while each Spider-Man's powers are intricately linked to Spider's, there exist subtle distinctions among them. For instance, Paney's spider abilities are linked to her Spider-Mech, while the prowess of Spider-Ham originates from within himself. The Shadow Spider-Man's abilities are bestowed by the Spider-God and the upcoming protagonist of this universe, the second-generation Spider-Man. Little Black Spider primarily possesses skills related to camouflage and paralysis. Bide is eager to discover the specific nature of his own spider abilities. Currently, the only change he perceives in his body is the occasional spider sense that arises when he is in the company of other Spider-Men. According to the experiences shared by Shadow Spider-Man and others, superpowers typically manifest gradually within a day to a week following the spider bite. As night fell, Aunt May arranged for them to find their respective accommodations. Due to her youth, Paney received special treatment and was permitted to sleep in the small room of this world's Peter Parker along with her Spider-Mech companion. Meanwhile, Bide, Shadow Spider-Man, and Spider-Ham each took a blanket and settled down on the living room sofa. Chapter 6. A Day with Two Spider-Men. Must I truly jump from here? Bide stood on a beam several meters above the ground in an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs of Brooklyn, gazing down and swallowing nervously. He was clad in a classic, spider-themed, skin-tight battle suit that Aunt May had provided before their departure. It was said that this world's Peter Parker possessed over a dozen suits tailored to various eras. Knowing Bide's circumstances, Aunt May lent him the most iconic one, the red and blue suit that Peter first donned upon becoming Spider-Man. Bide and this world's Peter Parker were of similar age and stature, and given that the suit was inherently form-fitting and quite elastic, it fit him well. Of course, Shadow Spider-Man remarked, standing beside him. Every Spider-Man begins this way. Sounds as if you know many Spider-Man tales, Bide muttered quietly. Shadow Spider-Man shot him a dangerous glance. Raising his hand. Wait, Bide quickly interjected. What is the matter? Bide replied, I believe this testing method has a flaw. Oh, how so? Spider-Ham chimed in. Bide explained. You must understand that not every Spider-Man possesses the ability to produce webbing. What if I happen to be the type that cannot spin webs? What if I jump down and thud, crash to the ground? That is indeed a concern, Shadow Spider-Man conceded, momentarily at a loss. He recalled how he had awakened his abilities. It was as if he had been bitten by the spider that emerged from the idol and directly encountered the Spider-God, gaining his legacy in an instant without a gradual acclimatization to his powers. Spider-Ham commented, considering our physical resilience, falling from this height shouldn't be too perilous, right? Bide? What are you even saying? Shadow Spider-Man. You make a valid point. Wait. Bide found himself compelled to seek remedies once more. What could possibly have transpired? Spider-Ham was eager to assist, seemingly prepared to lend Bide a hand. Yet, it had only been a day since I was bitten by the spider. What if my abilities have yet to manifest? Bide exclaimed hastily. The Shadow Spider-Man, with a hint of resignation, replied, Very well then, what do you propose we do? Bide suggested, why not commence with the basics, such as combat techniques and wall crawling? After a moment's contemplation, the Shadow Spider-Man agreed, realizing he might have been too hasty. Although the presence of two Spider-Men ensured Bide's safety, misdirected training could significantly diminish its efficacy. In contrast, focusing on combat skills seemed far more pragmatic. Thus, the Shadow Spider-Man seized Bide, releasing a strand of webbing that allowed them to swing down from the beam, with Spider-Ham following closely behind. The trio reached the ground and embarked on the journey of mastering combat techniques. The Shadow Spider-Man's approach bore resemblance to a Marvel version of Batman, distinct from other Spider-Men. He was not averse to lethal force. Therefore, his combat techniques were not rooted in formal martial arts, but comprised straightforward, effective practical skills, while seemingly devoid of flamboyance. These techniques proved to be highly effective and particularly suited for a Spider-Man endowed with agility, high damage output, and formidable resilience. Although Biden had yet to exhibit any physical enhancements, it was evident that the Shadow Spider-Man's skill set aligned well with his potential. Additionally, the Shadow Spider-Man was adept with firearms, wielding a compact revolver. However, considering the context of Biden's homeland, he opted to conceal his weaponry and prioritize mastering combat skills first. In comparison, Spider-Ham had less to impart to Biden. Yet, this was not due to any deficiency in his abilities. On the contrary, he was remarkably powerful. Biden even suspected that Spider-Ham's combat prowess could rival that of the most formidable Spider-Men across all parallel universes, given that he was a character from a comedic narrative. He could effortlessly produce a hammer the same size as himself from his pocket, only to retract it just as easily. This hammer was not inflatable. Rather, it was a genuine wooden mallet with extraordinary properties of indestructibility and the ability to resize at will. Such absurdity was beyond reason. Thus, under the tutelage of the two Spider-Men, Biden embarked on the journey of unlocking his innate abilities. Meanwhile, Penny and her Spider-Mech were utilizing the high-tech equipment in the basement of this world Spider-Man to search for information regarding the particle collider associated with Kingpin. However, Kingpin evidently placed great importance on this apparatus, implementing stringent security measures. Penny's progress was far from optimistic. Despite the dedicated instruction from the Shadow Spider-Man and Spider-Ham throughout the day, it remained uncertain whether Biden's lack of progress stemmed from a deficiency in understanding or if his superpowers had yet to awaken. In any case, the results were minimal. The shadowy Spider-Men exchanged no words, instead offering consolation. It is entirely normal for those who have yet to embrace their roles as Spider-Men to lack proficiency in combat. There was an unspoken truth lingering in the air. Experience in battle serves as the finest instructor. In their nascent stages, they too were novices in the art of combat, and what little experience they possessed was garnered through repeated encounters in battle. However, they understood that such matters cannot be rushed. Moreover, for reasons unknown aside from his spider sense, other abilities in Peter had yet to manifest. Perhaps they had already emerged, but remained unnoticed by all. Soon, they learned that Penny's progress was nearly non-existent. Aunt May reassured everyone, suggesting they first enjoy dinner and ponder their circumstances afterward. It was then that the atmosphere shifted, as three unexpected guests arrived at the gathering place of the spiders. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, causing a ripple of tension among the group as they glanced toward the entrance. Aunt May rose, remarking, "Perhaps another fan has come to visit. Please, stay seated. I shall see who it is." With that, she made her way to the door, casually picking up a baseball bat along the way. Why does she handle that with such ease? Peter mused. The bat clattered to the ground, capturing everyone's attention. Aunt May stood in the doorway, her back to them, her expression hidden, yet her slightly trembling form conveyed her shock. Peter, Chapter 7, The Arrival of the Spider Lair. So, you're also Spider-Man? Penny exclaimed, astonished, as her Spider-Mech companion displayed a matching expression on its screen. The living room was now filled to capacity. As just moments ago, 3 more Spider-Men had arrived. Among them were the slender Spider-Woman Gwen Stacy, clad in a black, white, and red uniform. The middle-aged Spider-Man Peter Parker, dressed in a classic spider suit above and cozy leggings below, sporting a rather pronounced belly, and the second-generation Spider-Man of this world, Miles Morales. I never expected to find so many kindred spirits, the older Peter remarked, somewhat taken aback. Meanwhile, Peter observed the newcomers with quiet intrigue. To be honest, he was quite surprised by their presence. Miles, of course, was the next protagonist in this world, the inheritor of the Spider-Man legacy, and he had previously played a game featuring another version of Miles. As for the middle-aged Peter, he hailed from the 616 universe, the primary Marvel universe. However, he had reached middle age and, having endured a series of setbacks, appeared rather disheveled and lethargic, embodying the essence of a weary middle-aged man. It was worth noting that the notion of a main universe was somewhat dubious. Peter was well aware that there were 3 cinematic iterations of Spider-Man: Toby, Andrew, and Holland. Theoretically, all 3 of these individuals are Spider-Man from the main universe. However, the middle-aged Peter before them bears little resemblance to the others, leaving Biden uncertain of his true identity. Lastly, there is Spider-Gwen, hailing from Earth 65, a world that has developed quite differently from others. In most realities, Peter Parker becomes Spider-Man after being bitten by a spider, but in this case, it was Gwen who received the bite. Yet, instead of immediately embracing her superhero destiny, she continued her life as a drummer in her band. It wasn't until her classmate, Peter Parker, who had long endured bullying, concocted a serum to transform himself into the lizard that her journey took a fateful turn. Gwen ultimately intervened to stop Lizard Peter, but tragically, he perished in her arms due to the serum's flaws. It was after this harrowing experience that she embraced the profound realization that with great power comes great responsibility, thus becoming Spider-Woman. As the adage goes, two Spider-Men can lead to a multitude of adventures. Imagining the poignant scene of 7 spider people gathered together is simply beyond comprehension. Fortunately, not all of these Spider-Men are Peter Parker. Among the 2 Peters, Shadow Spider-Man, while fond of banter, remains surprisingly taciturn. Meanwhile, middle-aged Peter, eager to showcase his second superpower beyond his arachnid abilities, finds himself constrained by the presence of a young child, little black spider Miles, as he strives to maintain his adult facade. Subsequently, after an initial intense discussion, the living room fell into a serene silence once again. During this interlude, each individual engaged in a brief self-introduction, facilitating their preliminary acquaintance. Due to their unique identities, the newly arrived trio swiftly integrated into this familial circle. At this juncture, Biden entertained a peculiar thought. 7 spiders gathered together. Wasn't he that akin to a den of silk spinners? The arrival of the 3 not only augmented the population of this spider family, but also brought forth promising news. They had acquired information regarding the particle collider. This was the fruit of their diligent efforts throughout the day. For the beleaguered group, this was undoubtedly monumental news. Furthermore, Little Black Spider possessed a key, dubbed a trinket by Aunt May, obtained from the late Peter Parker of this world, intended to deactivate the particle collider. Alas, this key was damaged. Consequently, the subsequent tasks became significantly more straightforward. First and foremost, they needed to examine the collider data stored in the computer's mainframe to either repair this key or forge a new one. Then, armed with this key, they would venture to Kim's laboratory to locate the particle collider. Thus, the entirety of their mission was laid out before them. However, opinions diverged regarding who should remain behind to deactivate the collider. Theoretically, the most suitable candidate would naturally be Little Black Spider, Miles, as he is a native of this world. Yet, Miles is still merely a 14-year-old child, and his spider-biting experience is only a few days old. Akin to Biden's situation, slightly better than Peter, the abilities of the young Black Spider have been activated, and his combat experience could be deemed equivalent to 1, should today's venture into theft and subsequent pursuit count as experience. However, it was evident that assigning such a newly empowered child to remain as the last line of defense, especially against Kingpin and his numerous henchmen, was a task that none present dared to undertake. In the next moment, as if by unanimous decision, everyone collectively exclaimed, "Let me take this on." Making such a choice required immense courage, for it signified that the individual would be forever trapped in a foreign world that did not belong to him. No, due to the phenomenon of quantum collapse, he would meet his demise utterly and irrevocably within a realm that could not even be classified as a foreign land. Just then, all present experienced the distortion associated with quantum collapse, collapsing to the ground in a chorus of anguished cries. Gradually, they began to regain their composure, yet a profound silence enveloped them. Clearly, despite their silence, they harbored doubts regarding the capabilities of the young Black Spider. He continued, "Listen, I made a promise to him, and I must see it through." Everyone was aware of whom he referred to, as the young Black Spider had previously mentioned his bond with the Spider-Man of this world. Middle-aged Peter chimed in, "Yes, this kid is actually quite impressive. He can even become invisible." "Show them, Miles." Eagerly, the young Black Spider prepared to demonstrate his power. However, after a considerable pause, nothing transpired. "I can't just vanish at will," he admitted, frustration evident in his tone. Chapter 8, The Underground Vault of Spider-Man. Middle-aged Peter awkwardly clarified, "Although he can't just disappear at will, he is still quite cool." "Show them an electric shock, Miles." The young Black Spider, upon hearing this, extended his hands before him, mimicking an electric discharge. Yet again, after another attempt, nothing occurred. The atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable, and doubt crept into the expressions of the onlookers. "I can't just conjure my powers at will," the young Black Spider lamented. "Did you hear that? He can't just summon his abilities, but he possesses other skills." Middle-aged Peter remarked, looking at the young Black Spider. "For instance, what else can you do?" Scratching his head, the young Black Spider mumbled, "Only these two." Middle-aged Peter found himself at a loss. Despite being touted as Marvel's most loquacious superhero, to which Deadpool would surely object, engaging in awkward banter was not his forte. "Oh dear," he muttered, as the Shadow Spider-Man, Spider-Ham, and Penny all shook their heads in disapproval. "All right, young man," the Shadow Spider-Man stepped forward, addressing the young Black Spider. "Kingpin will dispatch many formidable foes to hunt you down, each one a daunting challenge. Do you possess the confidence to confront them all at once?" The young Black Spider mimicked the fighting stance of the Shadow Spider-Man, exuding a facade of confidence, yet his voice betrayed a lack of conviction. "Actually, I've never fought anyone before." The crowd erupted in disbelief. Just then, the Shadow Spider-Man, unexpectedly, took a step forward and feigned a punch. However, as the young Black Spider braced to block, he swiftly executed a sweeping kick. The young Black Spider collapsed. The shadowy figure of the little Black Spider immediately recoiled, nearly colliding with the wall. Fortunately, Biden, standing nearby, swiftly intervened to pull him back. "Can you reassemble the mainframe while engaged in combat?" Penny queried, producing a gaming console from an unknown source and tossing it to the little Black Spider. "Huh," he responded, bewildered. Gwen, hands on her hips, added, "Can you dance gracefully in the air like a ballerina?" The little Black Spider remained perplexed. Biden remarked, "Weren't you just defending him? Your shift in stance is rather abrupt." The shadowy Spider-Man asked, "Can you sever your humanity and not feel remorse for your violent actions?" The little Black Spider was left speechless. "Aunt May," he said, "could you assist your aunt in registering on a dating site, so she might occasionally go out on a date?" The little Black Spider was utterly flabbergasted. The Spider-Pig floated up, inquiring, "When you catch a whiff of delicious food, can you float in bliss?" The little Black Spider exclaimed, "How could a normal person defy gravity and float? Even Newton's coffin can't hold that down." Bide pondered thoughtfully. If he didn't participate now, would he appear out of place? Are you strong enough? Heartless enough? Disciplined enough? Just as the little Black Spider was at a loss amidst the crowd's jabs, Bide stepped forward. "Everyone, listen to me. I believe I understand Miles' abilities." The group turned their attention to Bide. The shadowy Spider-Man tilted his head, suddenly enlightened. He recalled that when they first met, Bide had mentioned that his world contained many stories related to Spider-Man, including one about Miles. Bide had stated that different worlds featured different Spider-Men, suggesting that there must also be different versions of Miles across those worlds. Thus, it was not surprising that Bide was aware of Miles' abilities. With this in mind, the shadowy Spider-Man spoke, "I trust Bide, for he truly knows a great deal, including about us." The others inquired, "What does that mean?" Bide replied earnestly, "However, before we proceed, I believe our immediate priority should be to repair that little gadget. Without it, everything else is moot." "You have a point. So, do we have such a place?" The group turned to Aunt May. She beamed a smile, responding, "Of course. Follow me, children." They all rose and made their way to the backyard. In the rear garden stood an unassuming little shed that many homes possessed, primarily used for storing odds and ends. From the outside, it appeared to be just an ordinary wooden cottage. Upon seeing it, middle-aged Peter smiled and said, "I have a place like that too. A storage shed for my gear." Bide shot him a glance. "Are you certain this is the same as yours?" Clearly, it could not merely be a shed. "What do you mean?" Middle-aged Peter queried, but the next moment his eyes widened in astonishment, and he was left speechless, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness." Aunt May produced a key and turned it in the seemingly ordinary lock. As a complex verification process activated in the background, the key emitted a faint red glow. Immediately, the ordinary wooden door transformed into a high-tech gateway, vanishing into a brilliant white light to reveal the elevator behind it. Peter, with a chuckle, patted the shoulder of the middle-aged Peter and followed the shadowy Spider-Man into the cabin. The others also entered in succession. The middle-aged Peter grimaced slightly, remarking on the ostentatiousness of the place, yet his feet obediently followed suit. From within, the interior bore no resemblance to the modest exterior. What appeared to be an unremarkable cabin from the outside was, in fact, a technologically advanced anti-gravity elevator, its walls adorned with sleek metallic surfaces, evidently offering superior protection. Surprisingly, the elevator had ample space. Even with 8 individuals and a set of spider armor inside, it felt far from cramped. As the elevator descended, Peter's gaze involuntarily shifted downward, watching as lights sequentially illuminated with each passing floor, revealing suspended platforms secured by webs below. Each platform bore various items. Some held modified cars and motorcycles, others housed computers, and some even resembled small aircraft. It was reminiscent of the Batcave belonging to the neighbor next door. Looking down, it indeed appeared as a vast spider lair. "Wow." Since entering, Miles, the young spider, had been exclaiming in awe. The others, however, offered no ridicule, as they shared expressions of astonishment, save for Penny, who had previously visited. Chapter 9. Educating the Spider-Man about Spider-Man. It must be said, the Spider-Man of the Ultimate Universe is truly remarkable, possessing unparalleled dexterity. Unlike Batman, Spider-Man relies solely on his superhuman abilities rather than financial resources. His materials and resources cannot be acquired through wealth. Thus, this world Spider-Man has amassed his impressive arsenal through sheer determination. Is it the same where you are? Miles inquired respectfully of the middle-aged Peter, believing him to be a similarly esteemed figure. The middle-aged Peter, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Well, it's somewhat similar, just without the Jeep and planes. It's like a miniature version of this place." His voice dwindled, losing confidence with each word. At that moment, the anti-gravity elevator smoothly landed on the ground, precisely at the center of a spider emblem. The surrounding lights flickered on, revealing a wall lined with cabinets, showcasing an array of battlesuits. Counting them, there were as many as 12. As a devoted fan of Spider-Man, Peter could only recognize about half. For instance, one suit bore resemblance to Captain America's combat attire, known as the insulated suit, designed by Spider-Man to combat Electro. Another featured a red and blue color scheme with a large white spider on the chest, referred to as the Advanced Suit, a popular design from the game Marvel Spider-Man, which Peter had cherished during his gameplay. Another striking red and gold ensemble is the remarkable steel spider suit, crafted entirely from nanometal, featuring 4 iron spider limbs at the back, designed by Iron Man specifically for the young Spider-Man. Additionally, there exists the Spider Armor Mark I and Mark II. The former is rather cumbersome, while the latter is comparatively lightweight, both intended to combat heavy weaponry and exhibiting substantial bulletproof capabilities. However, Spider-Man has always been an agile warrior. Thus, such suits or armors are generally not to his liking and seldom employed. Upon observing these, Peter instinctively touched his own attire. In fact, he possessed a suit of his own, the classic red and blue variant, which is the quintessential choice for nearly all Spider-Men named Peter Parker. Therefore, counting his own, this world, as Peter Parker, astonishingly possesses 13 spider suits. One wonders where he acquired them. Could it be that he traversed through various alternate universes? The middle-aged Peter, however, was not particularly moved by these suits. He stood before a table, holding a picture frame containing a photograph of Mary Jane from this world. In his own universe, due to certain circumstances, he and Mary Jane had long since parted ways. The sight evoked a sense of melancholy within middle-aged Peter. At that moment, Miles Morales approached a cabinet, pointing at a spider suit adorned with a cape, and remarked to middle-aged Peter, "Peter, look, I sent you this a cape." Peter and the others appeared puzzled. Aside from the two of them, the others were unaware of the significance of that statement. Previously, during their escapade to steal particle collider data from the lab, Miles had donned a suit with a cape, which had led to middle-aged Peter's teasing, asserting that no Spider-Man would wear a cape due to its impracticality. Little did he expect to be proven wrong here. Nevertheless, Miles' lighthearted jest alleviated middle-aged Peter's sorrow. Then, Peter approached another cabinet showcasing advanced suits. "I heard you were just bitten by a spider?" When it seemingly appeared at his side. "Why does everyone keep asking me this?" Peter wondered, glancing at the blonde girl and nodding without uttering a word. Gwen, with her sparkling eyes, curiously inquired, "You mentioned you're a Mars researcher. Has your world already achieved Mars landings?" Peter shot her a perplexed look, bemused by her sudden attempt at conversation, albeit rather awkwardly. "It's nothing. I'm just genuinely curious." Gwen replied with a bright smile. Peter remained unfazed by her demeanor. It's worth noting that Gwen was merely 15 years old, despite her early development, which bestowed upon her a curvaceous and mature appearance. To Peter, she was merely a young girl. He certainly did not harbor any proclivities towards such youth. "Surely, what you wish to convey is something more substantial," Peter remarked. Gwen displayed a look of embarrassment on her face. "Well, I must admit, I am curious about what you mentioned earlier regarding Miles. You claim to know about his abilities. Is that true? Yet, you are not with us this afternoon." Peter smiled. "Indeed, it is true. Although it may not be the Miles from this world, I am familiar with his abilities. Have you encountered other versions of Miles? Have you traversed different worlds? Are you, perchance, a Spider-Man capable of navigating through dimensions? A time-traveling Spider-Man?" Gwen's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Peter chuckled and shook his head. "Of course not. I merely, played games featuring Miles as the protagonist." Gwen, Little Black Spider. It turned out that Little Black Spider had also arrived beside them, coincidentally overhearing Peter's words. Moreover, others began to gather around, all of whom were Spider-Men endowed with superpowers. Since Peter had not masked his voice, they too had heard his statement. Consequently, they paused their activities and approached. "A game featuring me as the protagonist?" Little Black Spider's eyes widened. "Are you serious?" Does your world also have a version of me? A version as renowned as Spider-Man? In this world, after the rise of Spider-Man, numerous merchandise related to him emerged, including various games. Thus, Little Black Spider instinctively assumed that Peter had learned about him through such means. Not quite. In our world, there is no Spider-Man. However, there are many films and games centered around Spider-Man. Therefore, I am acquainted with numerous tales of Spider-Man from various worlds, including you and Miles, Peter explained, glancing at Little Black Spider. A profound silence enveloped the vast spider lair, only to be shattered in an instant. Chapter 10. Analysis of Little Black Spider. Miles, my goodness. Is what you say true? No way. That is utterly incredible. Is there a version of me? Have you seen me? Within a heartbeat, the scattered group converged around Peter, leaving him feeling as though a cacophony of 1,000 ducks quacked incessantly in his ears, his head buzzing. Stop, stop, stop. Peter hastily raised both hands and shouted, "Are you all attempting to magically eliminate me?" His voice abruptly faltered, and the Spider-Men wore expressions of embarrassment. The most mature and composed, Shadow Spider-Man, stepped forward to restore order. He raised his hands, signaling for silence. Everyone calm down, one at a time, please. I'll go first. Little Black Spider squeezed in from under middle-aged Peter's arm, gazing at Peter curiously. Is it true that your world does not have me? I mean, the Spider-Man version of me? Sadly, no. Then does your world possess individuals capable of transcending time and space, enabling them to know so much about all the different versions of us? Upon hearing this, Peter hesitated. Initially, he intended to refute the notion outright. However, considering the bizarre experiences he had undergone himself, he pondered, what if others had encountered similar phenomena? Probably not, right? On the surface, our world appears relatively harmonious, despite the existence of war-torn regions. However, tales of superheroes and supervillains remain unheard of. Peter pondered his choice of words. It seems your world differs quite significantly from ours, he remarked, a hint of envy evident in his tone. Perhaps my ordinariness in the past prevented me from encountering such phenomena, Peter replied with a shrug. Who knows? Well then, might you share with us the stories you are familiar with? Middle-aged Peter inquired. Nodding in agreement, Peter recounted the narratives he had seen regarding Spider-Man. He primarily spoke of the original Toby Maguire's Spider-Man trilogy, followed by Andrew Garfield's The Amazing Spider-Man duology, and the more recent Tom Holland's trilogy, Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home. He even interspersed some plot lines from the Avengers films. Strange, middle-aged Peter mused. The story of that Toby Spider-Man bears a remarkable resemblance to my own experiences, albeit from over a decade ago. Peter understood. He had speculated about middle-aged Peter's background, believing him to be closer to the first generation, and it seemed his conjecture was correct. The first and second generations had independent storylines, unconnected to the Avengers, and thus lacked a mentor like Iron Man. The first generation emphasized mutation, with webbing produced organically from his own body, a significant distinction from the second and third generations. The second, the Amazing Spider-Man, was adept at invention, having created his own web shooters, reminiscent of the late Spider-Man from their current world. Middle-aged Peter's appearance clearly aligned more with the first generation, a realization solidified by his own words. Wow, the Tom Holland version of Spider-Man must be incredibly fortunate. He inherited such a vast legacy. Does that mean I could buy as many gaming consoles as I desire and indulge in any candy I fancy? Penny exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with envy. Yes, indeed. I can't wait to visit his world. I must have him treat me to hot dogs, super deluxe, double the extravagance. Spider-Pig squeaked, with an air of confidence that he had secured this lavish feast. Are you perhaps missing the point? Peter interjected. It appears your world is truly unique, remarked Spider-Man Noir. I would love to see it one day. Peter chuckled. Perhaps that is best avoided. If my world encounters such perilous events, I would surely be distraught. Laughter erupted among the group. Now, returning to the matter at hand, Peter said, adopting a serious tone, let me share my insights regarding Miles. He turned to the young Black Spider-Man, who immediately straightened up, eager for instruction. First and foremost, let us discuss the spider that bit you. It was created by Norman Osborn in an attempt to replicate Spider-Man's abilities. Consequently, the powers you acquired are largely comparable to those of Spider-Man. For instance, your extraordinary physical abilities, which encompass the latent power within your body. Since the spider that bit you is likely of the same variety as Peter's, exhibiting similar properties, your strength should approximate his, estimated to be between 15 to 20 tons. Furthermore, superhuman capabilities manifest in endurance, agility, and other aspects. Your physique is sufficiently robust to withstand forces that would incapacitate an average individual multiple times over, while your sensitivity and balance are of exceptional caliber among humans. Next, consider your reaction speed. All Spider-Men possess reflexes that are 20 times faster than those of an ordinary person, if not more. Coupled with your spider sense, you can evade the majority of attacks, including bullets. Additionally, your ability to adhere to surfaces akin to the principles of static electricity enables you to traverse walls. These attributes constitute the conventional powers, which I trust everyone is well aware of. Miles, you undoubtedly possess them as well, Peter affirmed. Miles nodded vigorously. Although the others were already familiar with these capabilities, they listened in silence, refraining from interrupting Peter. He continued, "What I wish to discuss next are the abilities that are uniquely yours, Miles." The young hero straightened his posture. Peter raised a finger. The first ability is known as Venom Strike, which you referred to as an electric shock. When your hands make contact with an adversary, you can channel the energy within your body into them. With minimal energy, you can merely incapacitate your foe. With a greater surge, you could potentially deliver a lethal blow. This technique is particularly effective against genetically modified enemies. Miles widened his eyes, raising his hands. Does my body truly harbor such formidable power? Why can I feel it all? Peter nodded affirmatively, saying, I am certain that your body indeed contains a tremendous force. Your explosive power is even greater than theirs. The Shadow Spider-Man cradled his head. Oh dear, buddy, that's rather hurtful. Meanwhile, middle-aged Peter cautiously poked at Miles' raised hand. Let me see. It seems you don't feel anything? Gwen, Penny, and Spider-Ham displayed skepticism, clearly doubting that Miles' explosive strength surpassed theirs. Chapter 11. Is Miles frightened by himself? Peter disregarded their reactions and extended a second finger. The second ability is camouflage, which you refer to as invisibility. Miles, you can blend your body along with your attire into the surrounding environment, achieving a visual invisibility effect. At a certain level, your invisibility can even evade infrared detection. Wow, that is incredibly cool, exclaimed the Shadow Spider-Man. Is this little guy really that impressive? Miles felt a twinge of bashfulness as he scratched his head. Middle-aged Peter raised his hand. I can attest to that. He can indeed become invisible, as I witnessed this afternoon. However, the ability to evade infrared detection is quite remarkable. Can you do that? He turned his gaze towards Miles as he uttered the last sentence. Miles hesitated. Can I? Peter affirmed. You can. All right. Upon hearing Peter's words, the little black spider seemed to be invigorated, exclaiming, I can do it. At that moment, Peter extended his third finger. The third ability? What? There's a third one? The Shadow Spider-Man exclaimed in astonishment. The two abilities Peter had just mentioned were already beyond the capabilities of their kind, leaving them somewhat envious. To their surprise, it appeared there was yet more to come. Well, I'm not entirely certain about this one, Peter admitted. It would be best for you, Miles, to seek verification yourself later. The little black spider nodded eagerly. Please tell me what it is, so I can investigate it myself. Peter replied, the third ability is immortality. Immortality? Indeed, Peter affirmed. Immortality is one of the side effects of the OZ factor, which exists within your genes, so you should possess this ability as well. However, I cannot specify how it manifests. You will have to discover that for yourself. The little black spider nodded vigorously, taking note of Peter's words. There is also one final ability, Energy Burst. Under immense pressure, you can unleash all your physical and mental energy in one go, creating a powerful energy shockwave capable of obliterating this entire underground base. Peter concluded in one breath. This revelation left even the middle-aged Peter, who had always supported the little black spider, momentarily speechless. Miles, did you hear that? You possess such incredible power. The little black spider replied, bewildered. Everything Peter had said far exceeded his comprehension. How vast was this underground base? Just the visible area was conservatively estimated to cover 5,000 or 6,000 square meters, nearly half the size of a football field. The depth extended for dozens of meters. The thought that he could unleash enough power to destroy such a massive space filled him with a mix of awe and fear. He was terrified of the latent power within him. He was not ready. The expressions of others grew increasingly peculiar. If Peter's words were indeed true, then Miles's potential was indeed immense. Yet, at the same time, he would become an anomaly among Spider-Men, more akin to a sorcerer than a warrior. Whether viewed with goodwill or malice, anomalies invariably attract additional attention. After a prolonged silence, the group began to digest this shocking revelation and resumed their activities. The middle-aged Peter patted the little black spider on the shoulder. In that case, let me train you and help you unleash your power. Why do you seem troubled? The middle-aged Peter inquired, puzzled. He understood the fervent desire this child had for strength, eager to grow more powerful in order to assist others and prove himself. This was a passionate child, and he saw in him a reflection of his own past. Thus, despite his outward disdain, he genuinely cared for Miles. Perhaps this was the bond shared among Spider-Man. The little black spider hesitated, but I'm afraid? The middle-aged Peter was even more perplexed. Meanwhile, Gwen observed the situation with keen insight, sensing the underlying tension. She clasped her hands across her chest and inquired, "Are you afraid that your power might spiral out of control and harm others?" The little black spider nodded, expressing, "Within me lies such tremendous strength. If I were to inadvertently unleash it, I would regret it for a lifetime." Upon hearing the little black spider's words, Peter was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that his analysis of the spider's abilities would instill such reverence for its own power, causing it to shrink back in trepidation. What was this? Had he overdone it? Shouldn't a normal person feel elated upon realizing their vast potential? Then, an even more astonishing occurrence unfolded. After a heartfelt persuasion from middle-aged Peter, the little black spider inexplicably boarded the elevator and departed. Why'd he leave? Penny inquired with curiosity. Peter pondered. Could it be that he isn't mentally prepared for such formidable strength? Gwen chimed in. Perhaps he isn't ready to become a ticking time bomb? Middle-aged Peter shrugged. He said he needed some time alone. The spider pig, intrigued, asked, alone? Who is alone? How should I know who alone is? Middle-aged Peter's expression was one of exasperation, clearly at a loss for words regarding the little black spider's abrupt withdrawal. All right, folks, let him seek alone for now. We have matters to attend to, Peter interjected. He then turned to Penny. Penny, with the information from the computer, can we attempt to fix the gadget? Penny and her mech companion approached a table where Aunt May had already connected the computer tower they brought to the display. Penny extended her small hand to operate it, beginning to sift through the data. As Peter broached this serious topic, everyone ceased their critique of the little black spider and gathered behind Penny to observe. This super particle collider, developed by Kingpin, was a device built upon a high-energy synchrotron accelerator. Its primary function was to accumulate and accelerate two beams of particles injected by preceding accelerators, allowing them to collide at a certain intensity and energy to generate sufficient reaction energy. Thus, despite being termed a collider, it essentially served as a super apparatus that amalgamated both a particle accelerator and collider. The entire particle collider spanned an astonishing length of approximately 30 kilometers, nearly encompassing the entirety of Brooklyn's underground. This was precisely why the previous Spider-Man had vehemently sought to prevent its activation, for should it malfunction, it could potentially elevate all of Brooklyn into the sky. This posed a grave threat to the safety and property of nearly 2.6 million people. Chapter 12. Training again. Good heavens, has this fellow lost his mind? How could he place such a perilous device beneath Brooklyn? Middle-aged Peter exclaimed. The Shadow Spider-Man retorted with a cold laugh. Such is the nature of capitalists. They only care for their own interests, showing little regard for the safety of others. Perhaps they even anticipate a disaster, hoping to profit from it. Profit? How so? The Spider Pig wondered. The Shadow Spider-Man remarked, these capitalists possess not just a single enterprise. Perhaps among them lie ventures related to food, pharmaceuticals, and construction. These sectors are indeed profiting tremendously amidst catastrophe. Gwen gazed at the Shadow Spider-Man. It appears you frequently engage with them. The Shadow Spider-Man shrugged. To be precise, I only interact with them. Please be quiet. Penny turned her head with a hint of dissatisfaction. Apologies. Both the Shadow Spider-Man and the middle-aged Peter hastily responded. Meanwhile, Peter B. was engrossed in the data, intrigued by the particle accelerator. After all, it was a piece of advanced technology capable of breaking the barriers between parallel universes. Naturally, he had no intention of replicating it. As a researcher, his curiosity about such cutting-edge technology was merely instinctual. This particle collider comprises a 30-kilometer long superconducting magnet ring and thousands of magnets of various types and models. The former serves to confine high-energy particle beams, while the latter facilitates the acceleration of particles along designated paths. For instance, the 15-meter-long 1232 dipole magnets are employed to bend the particle beams, while the 5 to 7-meter-long 392 quadrupole magnets are used to focus the particle flow. Once the collider is activated, two beams of high-energy particles emerge, each traveling through distinct beam pipes in opposite directions at velocities approaching the speed of light. However, these particles are exceedingly small. Colliding them is akin to attempting to make two needles, launched from a distance of 10 kilometers apart, intersect. Merely contemplating this reveals the immense difficulty involved. The seemingly trivial device created by Spider-Man, Peter Parker, specifically targets one of the processes initiated by this particle collider, cooling. Accelerating two beams of high-energy particles to near-light speed demands extremely stringent conditions. Firstly, the environment within the beam pipes must attain an ultra-high vacuum state to minimize particle loss. Secondly, the strong magnetic fields required to confine the particle flow necessitate a considerable number of superconducting electromagnets. These superconducting electromagnets are crafted from specialized cables, operating in a superconductive state to effectively conduct electricity without resistive losses or energy wastage. Achieving this outcome requires cooling the magnets to a temperature of minus 271 degrees Celsius, even lower than that of outer space. For this reason, most accelerators are connected to a liquid helium distribution system and other equipment, which serve to cool the magnets. Spider-Man's device acts as a Trojan program designed to sever the connection between the accelerator and the liquid helium distribution system. When the liquid helium distribution ceases its cooling operations for the accelerator, the temperature of the superconducting electromagnets will continue to rise, thereby losing their ability to restrain the high-energy particle flow. Subsequently, the high-energy particle stream will descend into a state of chaos, rendering any further collisions impossible. Simultaneously, due to the excessively high temperatures, these powerful magnets may even become demagnetized, and the specialized cables within could be incinerated by temperatures exceeding their rated limits, thereby rendering the entire particle collider ineffective. Consequently, even if Peter possesses numerous materials, he would be unable to restore the collider in a short span of time. This, indeed, is the original Spider-Man's plan. Moreover, it also serves as the subsequent strategy for Peter and his companions. To this end, Peter and Penny dedicated an entire morning to analysis. Subsequently, led by Penny and her mech, and with Peter contributing his valuable insights, the two swiftly finalized the plan, receiving unanimous approval from others. Naturally, they concurred, for their expertise did not align with the matter at hand, rendering them without a voice in the discussion. However, moving forward, it would no longer concern Peter. He could analyze the situation using his logical abilities and engage in spirited discussions, but when it came to practical execution, his expertise was also irrelevant. Thus, the task of repairing the intricate device was entrusted to Penny. As for Peter, he returned to the abandoned factory once more. However, this time, there were more individuals present. In addition to the Shadow, Spider-Man, and Spider-Ham, who had accompanied him previously, middle-aged Peter and Gwen also joined the group. "Why are you two here?" Peter inquired, standing atop a high beam and glancing at Gwen, who stood with her arms crossed, and middle-aged Peter, who leaned against the wall in his autumn pants, sporting a protruding belly. Middle-aged Peter shrugged, "I'm quite bored." Gwen raised an eyebrow. "I'm just here for the spectacle." Peter replied. The Shadow Spider-Man approached him from behind. "Hey, are you ready? Are you really going to jump?" Peter instinctively swallowed hard. He did not have acrophobia, but any rational person, standing on this narrow beam barely 10 centimeters wide and over 10 meters above the ground, would feel their legs tremble, right? Moreover, he had to leap down. Of course. Jumping is the most direct approach, the Shadow Spider-Man remarked. Spider-Ham pulled out half a leftover hot dog from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. "What are you afraid of? There are 4 Spider-Men here. Nothing will happen to you." "Fine, I'll look down," Peter admitted, still feeling apprehensive. Gwen interjected. "Why do you seem more timid than Miles? Are you up to the task? You're actually questioning my capabilities?" Peter gritted his teeth. A man cannot admit to being incapable. He checked the web shooter on his wrist, a gadget belonging to this world's Spider-Man, gifted to him by Aunt May, confirming that he too could not produce webbing organically. The web shooter was indeed essential. Taking a deep breath, the words of Mary Jane unconsciously echoed in his mind. "My husband, Peter Parker. He was once an ordinary man. He always said anyone could be the person behind the mask. He was merely fortunate enough to be bitten by a spider. I am just an ordinary individual, fortuitously bitten by a spider, yet transported to this world. Is this a blessing or a curse? Regardless, I shall await the unfolding events with bated breath." Subsequently, Peter ceased to hesitate and leapt into the air, plunging downwards. Chapter 13. Rapid Progress. The question arises, what is the gravitational acceleration at a latitude of 40 degrees north? From a height of 15 meters, how many seconds does it take to reach the ground? The answer reveals that from the equation hgt, thg, with g approximated at 9.8 ms, the result is approximately 1.75 seconds. Indeed, 1.75 seconds is hardly enough time for a normal breath cycle. However, the exhilaration from such a high jump naturally quickens the heartbeat and induces breathlessness, accompanied by a swift release of adrenaline. Peter found himself in precisely that state, if not something even more extraordinary. Those 1.75 seconds felt interminable to him. He distinctly perceived the blink of his eyes and observed the dust that had accumulated on the ground due to the absence of visitors. He noticed industrious ants laboriously transporting the lifeless body of a small spider beneath a plank. Remarkably, Peter even managed to rotate in mid-air. He beheld a row of heads peering out from a beam, Shadow Spider-Man, whose features remained obscured beneath his mask. Spider-Ham, with a hot dog in his mouth, peered downwards, his gaze transcending his porcine snout. Middle-aged Peter extended his right hand in a gesture of readiness to assist, while Gwen, with a serene expression, pressed her finger against her web shooter, urging, "Fire now." The voice of Shadow Spider-Man jolted Peter from his wondrous state. Instinctively, he pressed the button on his web shooter. Whoosh! A stream of white webbing shot from his wrist and adhered firmly to the ceiling. Thud! In that fleeting moment, before contact with the ground, Peter's descent abruptly halted. Yet, this transition from extreme motion to stillness merely caused him a slight discomfort, without imposing significant strain on his body. However, he was oblivious to this fact. At that moment, propelled by the momentum of the web, his body soared upwards. Bang! Peter's figure collided heavily with the ceiling, his limbs instinctively stretching out. Thus, he found himself steadily suspended there. His powers had finally been activated. A wondrous perspective, a novel world. Peter had expected to feel overwhelming excitement. Yet as he hung in an unearthly manner from the ceiling, he discovered an unexpected tranquility within himself. It was as if this world was inherently his own. This was the manifestation he was meant to embody. Whoosh! A silhouette appeared beside Peter. It was Shadow Spider-Man. Through the mask, a voice tinged with satisfaction emerged. Excellent. You did it. Indeed. Thank you. Peter replied earnestly, grateful for Shadow Spider-Man's encouragement. Without it, he wondered how long it would have taken him to take this leap. And what about me? Spider-Ham suddenly zipped over. Of course, I must thank you as well, Peter chuckled. And what about me? Gwen, for reasons unknown, joined the lively scene. Peter remarked, well, I appreciate your presence too. Suddenly, the middle-aged Peter arrived near him. Peter quickly extended his hand, saying, no need for words. I am equally grateful. Laughter erupted among the crowd. At that moment, it seemed that Peter's bioelectricity had unexpectedly faltered, causing him to lose his grip. Oh no, he exclaimed, hastily launching another web strand. It appears you still need to practice, when observed earnestly. Peter felt a pang of envy, for at that moment, he could only feel secure when both his hands and feet were firmly adhered to the ceiling. Otherwise, he risked falling as he had just done. He pressed himself against the ceiling, glancing back to gauge the distance to the beam. Then, with a leap reminiscent of a spider propelled into action, he swiftly descended towards the beam. With a thud, his hand struck the beam, and he gasped. His excessive force had caused him to overshoot. Instinctively, he reached for the beam, resulting in a jarring impact. In that moment, he instinctively released his grip. Just then, a gentle hand emerged, grasping his wrist. Looking up, he saw it was Gwen. With a slight pull, she assisted him onto the beam. Thank you, Peter said as he regained his balance. Gwen smiled softly. No need for thanks. You should continue practicing. Once our little contraption is complete, we shall embark on a quest to confront the formidable boss, Kingpin. Peter nodded vigorously. With the initial success of launching web strands and climbing, subsequent attempts followed swiftly. Drawing from his previous experiences with Spider-Man, he quickly regained his rhythm and began to revel in the newfound exhilaration. Flight. It has always been humanity's aspiration. In the East, there are tales of soaring on swords. In the West, witches ride broomsticks into the skies. Now, he too could glide through the air with his web. Even without anything else, this singular ability was invaluable. While Peter joyfully practiced alone, Shadow Spider-Man and the middle-aged Peter observed him. The latter commented, this fellow has quite the aptitude. He is already showing promise. Spider-Pig added, I think his movements are rather cool. Look at that aerial twist, my word. Gwen agreed, saying his movements resemble those of a dancer, though not yet particularly graceful. The potential is undeniable. I think I'm starting to like him. Shadow Spider-Man shook his head. It seems promising, but there are too many flashy moves. For a novice, he's barely adequate. Hey, cut him some slack. Yes, just starting out, the middle-aged Peter interjected. Shadow Spider-Man shrugged. All right, I suppose he is not bad. However, I must correct his actions. They are perilous and unnecessarily ostentatious. After becoming somewhat acquainted with the intricacies of web-slinging and body coordination for approximately half an hour, the Shadow Spider-Man called a halt to his practice. Hey, Peter, if you continue like this, the entire room will be covered in webbing, making it uninhabitable. Shadow Spider-Man exclaimed loudly. Chapter 14. The Teachings of Shadow Spider-Man. With a swift motion, Peter utilized the web to swing up to the ceiling. executing an agile 180-degree turn mid-air, shifting from head up to head down. He then gently pushed off the ceiling with both feet, descending rapidly. As he passed by the beam where the Shadow Spider-Man and others stood, Peter extended his hands, lightly pressing against the beam, and performed another turn, landing gracefully atop it. Applause erupted from Spider-Ham, Gwen, and middle-aged Peter. That was quite the performance. Gwen praised. Peter chuckled shyly, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He sensed that his progress had accelerated dramatically over those 30 minutes, with his physical potential continuously being unearthed. His agility, balance, and overall coordination had seen significant enhancement. He was perplexed as to why he had not realized this potential before. It was as if a dam that had long been closed had finally opened, unleashing a torrent of water. Just as Peter began to feel a sense of pride, Shadow Spider-Man approached him. Although they were of similar height, Peter felt dwarfed by the intensity emanating from the eyes concealed behind the goggles. It was a disparity of presence. "Are you quite pleased with your performance?" Shadow Spider-Man inquired in a low voice. Peter, puzzled, responded, "Is there something I did inadequately? I feel incredibly capable and in excellent shape." "Huh?" Shadow Spider-Man scoffed, unexpectedly launching a punch into Peter's chest. Taken aback by the sudden attack, Peter was knocked off the narrow beam. However, in a flash, Shadow Spider-Man extended his hand. A stream of webbing shot from his hand, striking Peter's wrist-mounted web shooter, effectively immobilizing it. Alarmed, Peter instinctively reached for his left wrist, where another web shooter resided. Yet, another strand of webbing ensnared that wrist as well, leaving him utterly defenseless. With a thud, Peter completed his free fall, crashing onto the floor and stirring up a cloud of dust. Unmasked, he inadvertently inhaled some of the dust. Coughing, he stood up, spitting out the dirt from his mouth, and rubbed his backside, which had taken the brunt of the fall. "What are you doing?" After completing these tasks, he finally had the leisure to lift his gaze and question the Shadow Spider-Man. Whoosh. Bang. Bide was once again sent flying by a powerful kick. This blow struck his chest with tremendous force, mere centimeters from his heart, leaving him breathless. The Shadow Spider-Man stepped forward, standing before Bide, and coldly remarked, "With such inadequate strength, you will merely be a burden to us. What pride can you possibly take in yourself?" With that, he shot a web towards the ceiling and soared away. Bide watched the receding figure of the Shadow Spider-Man, opening his mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. He had been awakened from his delusions. The arrogance he felt upon acquiring newfound strength, believing he had the world at his feet, was utterly shattered by the punches and kicks of the Shadow Spider-Man. At that moment, he even felt a twinge of shame. "Oh, he appears genuinely angry," remarked Spider-Pig as he leapt down from a beam and landed beside Bide. "I have a hot dog here, specially made for me by Aunt May. Would you like half of it to apologize? Though it's cold now, it still tastes delightful." "Thank you, but no, I will apologize on my own," Bide replied sullenly. Gwen and middle-aged Peter also descended. Middle-aged Peter offered reassurance, saying, "Do not fret. You have performed admirably. However, when confronting enemies, we must remain vigilant and not succumb to arrogance, lest we harm ourselves and others." Though aware that Bide might not appreciate being lectured at this moment, middle-aged Peter felt compelled to express his concern. He certainly did not wish for Bide to meet his demise for such reasons. Bide nodded earnestly, responding sincerely, "I understand, and I know you're all looking out for me. I will take your words to heart." Middle-aged Peter smiled warmly and extended his hand. Bide grasped it and was pulled up. At that moment, Gwen approached him. However, unlike the admonishments from the two Peters, she spoke to Bide, saying, "Many of your movements are quite practical. It's just that some are excessively flamboyant. You might consider streamlining those superfluous elements." Bide nodded in agreement. These movements were indeed functional. The games he had played, although aided by special effects and robotics, contained many actions that were thoughtfully designed for practicality, and thus held some reference value. Yet, this was limited to mere reference. In the eyes of a true Spider-Man, these motions appeared overly extravagant, especially for a utilitarian like the Shadow Spider-Man. Bide's actions seemed almost comical, and he had taken pride in them. This was the very reason for the Shadow Spider-Man's ire. However, some of your movements resemble those of dance, like that aerial spiral, which is reminiscent of ballet, Gwen noted. "Have you perhaps studied ballet?" Bide felt a flush of embarrassment. That particular maneuver was employed in the game to charge energy. Executing such intricate aerial rotations allowed players to accumulate energy for skill releases. Typically, seasoned gamers would gather their energy while on the move, allowing for greater ease during battles. However, in reality, such energy does not exist, rendering that action rather flamboyant and devoid of practical utility. No, I meant to say that it resembles Taekwondo. Do you believe that? Ah, it does seem somewhat akin. Gwen pondered thoughtfully. Subsequently, the group departed from the abandoned warehouse, making their way to Aunt May's residence. Just before entering, they heard the slightly fearful voice of Little Black Spider. "Listen to me. I have uncovered a great secret. My Uncle Aaron, is actually a wraith." Chapter 15. Unwelcome guest. Last night, Little Black Spider was shaken by a conversation with Peter, leaving him bewildered and in a state of panic, leading him to decide to temporarily leave and seek solitude. Thus, he departed from Aunt May's house and headed towards Brooklyn. Unfortunately, his uncle was not home. Consequently, he penned a note for his dearest uncle, who was always willing to indulge in his antics. Just as he was about to leave, the wraith suddenly arrived at his uncle's house. Moreover, through the open window, the wraith sensed the possibility of someone being inside. Fortunately, in that moment of peril, Little Black Spider activated his invisibility ability. The wraith's glasses were equipped with infrared sensors capable of detecting heat. However, as Peter had mentioned, when Little Black Spider entered his stealth mode, he could even evade infrared detection. Thus, at first, the wraith failed to notice him, even when Little Black Spider was sitting just a few centimeters away. At that moment, his boss's phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Fisk," the wraith answered. "I have obtained video footage from the tunnel. As long as he remains here, I will find him. You know me, sir, I never give up." After hanging up, the wraith dismissed his earlier concerns, removed his mask, and prepared to pour himself a drink. Upon removing the mask, the face revealed was none other than that of Little Black Spider's beloved uncle, Aaron Davis. Little Black Spider's pupils dilated. But recalling the time he was hunted by the wraith after the demise of Spider-Man in this world, the oppressive aura of the wraith compelled him to cover his mouth and hold his breath, terrified of revealing himself. The wraith turned and approached the liquor cabinet, retrieving a bottle. Seizing this opportunity, Little Black Spider hurriedly leaped out of the window. However, in his haste, he accidentally brushed against a plant positioned on the windowsill. The wraith, having just picked up his glass, immediately sensed something amiss. He set down the glass and swiftly pursued. The heat generated by Little Black Spider's movements betrayed his presence. Even while invisible, he remained unmistakably visible to the wraith. Thus, a chase ensued through the streets, culminating in the moment when Peter and the others arrived. Hearing the commotion, Little Black Spider, panting and breathless, wore an expression of fear and confusion. Middle-aged Peter approached him from behind and gently patted his back. "Hey, kid, take your time." Upon seeing him, the Little Black Spider felt a semblance of calm wash over him and remarked, "My uncle is a wanderer. He works for Kingpin and seeks to kill me." Is the plot not exceedingly simplistic and brutal? The shadowy Spider-Man, seated on the sofa, cast a glance in their direction. "Hey," Penny exclaimed, irked, as she playfully smacked him. "The poor creature is already overwhelmed with sorrow and shock, and you still utter such words." Middle-aged Peter enveloped the Little Black Spider in a warm embrace, gently patting his back in a comforting gesture. It's all right. We will figure this out." Yet at that moment, in the yard, both Bide and Gwen, along with Spider-Ham, were taken aback. The spider sense tingled. Thud! A figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the concrete at Aunt May's doorstep, fracturing the surface. It was a woman clad in a teal and green steel uniform, her voluminous hair tied back, and sporting goggles that obscured her eyes. Most alarmingly, several menacing, claw-like tentacles writhed behind her. Dr. Octopus, Olivia Octavius. However, no one dared to underestimate her. She was a mad scientist endowed with high technology and intellect. With a cruel smile gracing her face, she surveyed Bide, Gwen, Spider-Ham, middle-aged Peter, and the Little Black Spider. "I believe I'm being followed." The Little Black Spider lifted his head from Peter's embrace. "It's Liv. Miles, get inside." Middle-aged Peter pulled the Little Black Spider behind him, assuming a combat stance. "Guys, I think we are in deep trouble," Bide shouted, looking skyward. Whoosh! Above, a helicopter hovered ominously. At that moment, another figure appeared in the doorway of the cabin. It was a man in a black suit, his skin a steel-gray hue. His name was Lonnie Thompson, one of New York's most notorious mob bosses. A man of African descent, he had been ridiculed throughout his life due to albinism, which forged a cold and ruthless demeanor. After encountering Diox 3, he acquired the ability to be impervious to harm. Naturally, he was more famously known by a notorious moniker, Tombstone. Thud! Tombstone leaped from the helicopter, suspended 30 feet above, shattering the concrete beneath him. "Look at these poor little spiders," a voice echoed from the helicopter. Subsequently, a third figure descended from the sky. Clad in a mechanical scorpion suit, he possessed 4 mechanical legs reminiscent of a scorpion and a mechanical tail that stood erect behind him. His name was McDonald Gargan, a former private investigator hired to uncover Spider-Man's true identity. based on the principle that the spider's nemesis is the scorpion. His employer crafted a high-tech scorpion battlesuit for him. However, a flaw existed. It corroded the human brain, transforming its wearer into a creature driven solely by destruction. Thus, McDonald became a mere puppet of this scorpion battlesuit, earning the title Scorpion King. In the distance, a motorcycle roared into view, screeching to a halt and leaving behind a long trail of skid marks. A peculiar figure clad in a high-tech purple combat suit emerged before the crowd. It was none other than Aaron Davis, the enigmatic uncle of the little black spider. Thus, the four formidable warriors under Kingpin had gathered. Chapter 16, 6 versus 4, The Advantage Lies With Us. Is this the hellish difficulty we are facing right from the start? Peter quipped. Shouldn't a typical Spider-Man begin by apprehending bicycle thieves on the streets or assisting elderly ladies across the road for a pancake reward, embodying the essence of a good neighbor? How is it that we are thrust into battling a boss right away? Even if it were just one of them, it would take considerable time to defeat, let alone facing four at once. However, the silver lining was that there were plenty of allies on their side. A total of 6 Spider-Men stood ready. The Shadow Spider-Man counted as one, the middle-aged Peter Parker as another, Spider-Ham as yet another, Gwen Spider-Man as well, and of course, Penny, the mechanized spider, made the count. Peter and Little Black Spider could each be considered half a Spider-Man. 6 versus 4. The advantage was undeniably theirs. Peter felt a surge of confidence. Just then, idiot, what are you daydreaming about in the midst of battle? Gwen seized Peter's hand and abruptly flung him away. Thanks to the recent training in the abandoned warehouse, Peter was becoming accustomed to his current physique. However, at that moment, he was overlooked. Meanwhile, Spider-Ham approached the gravestone with a conflicted expression. This guy looks both foul and tough. I really don't want to fight him. The Scorpion King attempted to bypass the two and charge into the house to eliminate Little Black Spider. At that moment, middle-aged Peter charged forward. Hey, buddy, you're a scorpion. I'm a spider. We're distant relatives, so I believe we can avoid a full-blown confrontation. You're quite the enthusiast. Middle-aged Peter dodged the Scorpion King's tail strike, delivering a kick to his side. Ouch, this guy is really tough. Let me handle this. Penny, having merged with her mech partner, burst forth from the house, piloting the spider mech. The mech's left hand transformed into a sharp disc, spinning rapidly. The disc sliced through the Scorpion King's body, igniting a flurry of sparks. The Scorpion King roared in pain, retaliating with his metallic tail, which struck the spider mech, sending it crashing away. The Shadow Spider-Man leaped from the house, shooting webs to bind the Scorpion King's legs, then launched another web at his head, using all his strength to hurl him away. Miles, the enemies are outside. Surely no one will bother him? The Shadow Spider-Man and Penny surrounded the Scorpion King, engaging in conversation. But I handed him that little gadget before coming outside, Penny remarked. The Shadow Spider-Man replied, Why didn't you mention such an important matter earlier? I thought you would remain indoors like a reliable uncle. Uncle? The Shadow Spider-Man shot a puzzled glance her way. A sharp sound of shattering glass echoed, accompanied by a deep mechanical rumble, as a purple figure darted into the house, targeting the bewildered Little Black Spider. Although Little Black Spider had little experience in combat, evasion was a skill he could manage. With the aid of his spider sense, he deftly executed a backflip, narrowly evading the impending strike. Crash! However, the sofa behind him lacked such agility. Oh dear, how dare you intrude upon another's home and vandalize their belongings? Aunt May, filled with fury, approached wielding a baseball bat, ready to strike the intruder. Although the blow landed, the assailant, encased in armor, remained unfazed. Yet, the absence of injury did not equate to indifference. He cast a sidelong glance at Aunt May, raising his hand, prepared to teach this insolent woman a lesson. Hey, what kind of scoundrel would dare to assault children and the elderly? From behind, the shadowy figure of Spider-Man arrived, his presence felt before he was seen. The intruder's gaze sharpened. He understood that if any Spider-Man were to detain him, his mission to eliminate the young spider before him would be jeopardized. To avert such an unforeseen calamity, he decisively abandoned the idea of punishing Aunt May and lunged once more at the small spider. However, thanks to Aunt May's selfless intervention, the small spider had already reacted. Instinctively, he activated his cloaking ability and darted through the shattered window. Though diminutive, he was far from foolish. He recognized that the target of his uncle's wrath was himself, and as long as he remained within the confines of the house, Aunt May would remain in peril. Thus, he chose to flee, hoping to lure the threat away. Buzz! A dull, yet sharp mechanical roar reverberated ominously. He dared not linger, nor seek help from others. Perhaps, deep down, he wished to avoid pitting his uncle against Spider-Man. Kid, hand over that thing now. The intruder's voice echoed from behind. Yet, he had made a grave miscalculation. Such a straightforward trajectory was as conspicuous as a naive beast in the eyes of a seasoned hunter like him. Too easy to catch. With a sudden burst of power, the intruder surged forward, multiplying his speed several times, and in an instant he was upon the small spider, delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground. The small spider tumbled heavily, rolling several times, and as he attempted to rise, he found himself pinned down by the ever-watchful intruder. Cold, metallic claws gripped his neck, cutting off his oxygen supply. The small spider began to struggle for breath. Gazing at the unyielding mask before him, he thought of the familiar face hidden beneath it, and with great effort, he lifted his hand to pull his mask aside. Uncle Aaron. The intruder's claws hesitated in midair. Chapter 17. Turning the intruder Miles? The intruder stared incredulously at his nephew. His own nephew was, in fact, a Spider-Man, and the very one that his boss had ordered him to eliminate. What are you waiting for? Finish him. The voice of his boss, Kingpin, crackled in his earpiece. A visible hesitation crossed Aaron's face. After all, this was his beloved nephew. He had no children of his own, nor even a girlfriend. Thus, he had always regarded Miles as his own son. Even his choice to become a wanderer stemmed, in part, from a desire to be perceived as a superhero in the eyes of children. Unfortunately, driven by the pressures of life, he became a notorious criminal instead, failing to tread the path he had once envisioned. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Aaron's mind. Ultimately, he reached out to adjust the tattered polyester mask of the little black spider, ensuring his protection. Bang! Bang! The two sounds erupted almost simultaneously. The wanderer, who had not even finished his sentence, was abruptly sent flying by a powerful kick. Peter appeared beside the little black spider, offering no elaborate explanations, but instead enveloping him in a protective embrace before rolling on the ground. The kick had indeed originated from him. It was not intended as an assault on the wanderer. In truth, upon witnessing the little black spider remove his mask and recognize the wanderer from a distance, he had felt assured that the little black spider was safe. However, he soon spotted a massive figure, as imposing as a wall, approaching them. Kingpin. Kingpin brandished a technologically advanced handgun, aiming it at the wanderer and the little black spider. Peter was uncertain whom Kingpin intended to eliminate. Suddenly, a peculiar curse came to mind. Every Spider-Man is said to begin their journey with the loss of an uncle. Thus, almost instinctively, upon seeing Kingpin raise his weapon, he propelled himself forward with immense force, executing a flying kick that sent the wanderer sprawling. Simultaneously, to ensure their safety, he performed a rather ungraceful roll with the little black spider. Although it lacked elegance, its effectiveness was undeniable. The second bang was the sound of Kingpin's gun. Clearly, he had missed. Subsequently, an irate Kingpin raised his weapon once more. Peter swiftly intervened, disrupting Kingpin's actions. Kingpin, undeterred, engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with the Shadow Spider-Man. His combat style was ferocious, a testament to his physique composed of 90 muscle. One of his punches could easily shatter a concrete barrier by the roadside. Moreover, his combat prowess was remarkably high. Despite being a skilled fighter, the Shadow Spider-Man felt an unmistakable sense of being overpowered in Kingpin's presence. Perhaps this was also due to his lack of experience in battling such a nimble opponent. Uncle. The little black spider broke free from Peter's grasp and dashed towards the wanderer. However, the wanderer had already regained his footing. He extended his hand, seemingly wishing to touch the little black spider's head, yet hesitated, held back by an unseen restraint. He then turned his gaze to Peter, remaining silent, but leaving behind a complex expression before turning to depart. Hey! Peter called after him. The wanderer paused, though he did not turn around. His body came to a complete standstill. He understood that Peter was right. But I have no choice, the wanderer replied. If I leave without permission, it will affect others. The others he referred to were his brother and sister-in-law, the parents of the little black spider, as well as Miles, the little black spider himself. No, you do have a choice. Peter insisted. The wanderer suddenly turned around. Yet, a mask obscured his face, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Peter clenched his fists and resolutely declared, "Join us in vanquishing Kingpin, and he shall no longer pose a threat to you." The wanderer appeared visibly intrigued. Peter felt a surge of hope and continued to employ his persuasive skills, stating, "We now have 7 Spider-Men from different universes. This is the prime moment to eliminate Kingpin. Should you let this opportunity slip away, you will forever remain ensnared in his grasp. Moreover, Miles and your brother will also live perpetually under Kingpin's shadow." The wanderer remained silent, evidently pondering something. Peter sensed the moment was not quite ripe yet. He quickly decided to intensify his argument. As someone close to Kingpin, You must have witnessed the catastrophic impact his collider has had on the entirety of Brooklyn. He intends to activate it once, twice, even countless times more. If this continues, Brooklyn will inevitably face destruction. At that point, millions of lives will be lost. Is this the future you wish to see? Did you don this outfit to become such a person? Upon finishing his plea, Peter felt a twinge of anxiety. He had previously read about the Wanderer, a classic antagonist among Spider-Man. He had 9 siblings and was the youngest. Their father abandoned them when he was but an infant. Consequently, they grew up with a mother who had a penchant for alcohol. Such circumstances left little room for education. Nevertheless, despite the lack of formal schooling, he achieved numerous accomplishments in design and invention. However, due to his identity and lack of credentials, no one was willing to listen to his ideas, and he could not find an opportunity to showcase his talents. He was forced to take a job as a window washer to make ends meet. Then, by a stroke of fate, he became embroiled in a battle between superheroes and supervillains. Witnessing firsthand the capabilities of an ordinary individual who transformed into a supervillain through advanced technology. Thus, he resigned from his job and designed a versatile combat suit for himself, featuring wrist and ankle bracelets that contained special liquids, sharp steel claws, and specialized boots for climbing. Subsequently, he adopted his new identity as the Wanderer. Yet, different worlds may harbor similar personalities, just as Spider-Men often feel an instant connection. Therefore, Peter resolved to take a chance. Under Peter's anxious gaze, the Wanderer nodded. "You make a valid point. I shall join." Upon hearing this, Peter beamed with joy. His gamble had paid off. Chapter 18. A strategic rescue. This battle arrived unexpectedly and concluded just as abruptly. After the distant sound of police sirens echoed through the streets, Kingpin and his top lieutenants swiftly made their escape. The Spider-Men had little desire to detain them, as they preferred to avoid unnecessary entanglements with the police. Most law enforcement officers harbor certain reservations towards Spider-Man, a sentiment echoed by many around the globe. The assembly reconvened at Aunt May's residence, only to disperse swiftly thereafter. Her home served as the epicenter of the conflict, and although the skirmish was brief, its repercussions rippled throughout the entire street. Consequently, Aunt May emerged as both a principal victim and witness, necessitating her presence for police inquiries. Regrettably, in an effort to evade the authorities, Peter and his companions felt compelled to abandon their dilapidated home and Aunt May, albeit temporarily. After considerable deliberation, they resolved to gather at the abandoned warehouse they frequented of late. To maintain discretion, they departed one by one. Peter donned his civilian attire over his spider suit, blending into the crowd. Though he bore an Asian visage, such features were not uncommon in Eagle Country, rendering him relatively inconspicuous. Soon enough, they reconvened at the warehouse. But in addition to their own group of spider people, an unexpected guest had arrived, the Prowler. Upon witnessing his presence, Gwen and the others instinctively assumed defensive stances, presuming that Kingpin was still intent on confronting them anew. However, the young black spider hurriedly emerged, having come alongside his uncle, who had shared much with him on their way there. Most importantly, the Prowler had been swayed by Peter's words and resolved to turn over a new leaf. "Hey, everyone, listen, this is my uncle. He no longer works for Kingpin." Peter, arriving slightly after the others, quickly intervened as tensions rose. He stepped between the two factions and proclaimed, "Miles' uncle has chosen to abandon his former allegiances and is here to aid us against Kingpin. Therefore, I believe there is no need for animosity towards him." "Wow, how did you manage that?" Middle-aged Peter marveled, having pondered on his journey how to assist Miles in reconciling with his uncle. To his astonishment, Peter had quietly resolved the matter. Furthermore, based on his observations, the Prowler's combat capabilities were formidable. This development not only weakened the enemy's ranks, but also bolstered their own strength significantly. Peter did not divulge that his assessment of the Prowler's character was informed by experiences with counterparts from other universes. Instead, he reiterated the essence of his conversation with Aaron Davis, hearing that the Prowler had chosen to align with them for the sake of family. The Spider People collectively exhaled in relief. While they might doubt the sincerity of a villain's sudden transformation, they could certainly believe that an individual would choose to oppose the world for the safety of their family. A saying encapsulates this sentiment perfectly. Family is both a vulnerability and the strongest armor. They were skeptical of a villain's capacity for redemption, but believed in one's willingness to stand against all odds to protect their loved ones. Having garnered the initial trust of the group, the Prowler did not disappoint. He shared all pertinent information he possessed regarding Kingpin, the particle collider, and the facility housing the collider with the Spider People. There is little need for extensive discourse on Kingpin himself. The knowledge that the Wanderer possesses is scarcely different from what Bitten is aware of, perhaps even less so. This is primarily because the Wanderer, in strict terms, serves merely as an enforcer and has not penetrated the core of Kingpin's underground empire. Thus, his understanding of Kingpin is chiefly derived from daily activities. Kingpin, a notably cunning and vigilant individual, does not indiscriminately flaunt his might unless absolutely necessary. Despite his imposing stature and exceptional combat skills, he is, in truth, a person of considerable intellect. As for the particle collider, its considerable size implies that constructing such a vast project independently would entail exorbitant costs, necessitating extensive connections and substantial time and effort. Fortunately, Brooklyn had previously undergone urban planning that resulted in the rerouting of subway lines, leaving several abandoned tracks and a disused subway station beneath. Hence, Kingpin leveraged his influence to acquire this space, establishing the collider below Brooklyn. The accelerator portion of the particle collider rests upon entirely decommissioned subway tunnels, while the main impact site for the particles, along with the cooling apparatus, is situated within the abandoned subway station. At this juncture, the little black spider interjected, recounting how he had inadvertently stumbled upon that location and witnessed an intense battle between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, where he had also witnessed Spider-Man's demise. The Wanderer fell silent at this revelation. Strictly speaking, he bore some responsibility for Spider-Man's death. Wait, the Green Goblin? Are you referring to Norman Osborn? Middle-aged Peter inquired. The Wanderer nodded affirmatively. Is Norman also working for Kingpin? Middle-aged Peter asked, puzzled. After a moment's contemplation, the Wanderer replied, they appear to be in a cooperative arrangement. As far as I know, Osborn's corporation has a hand in Kingpin's particle collider as well. The pressing concern is that if the Green Goblin were to become further involved, the opposing force would be significantly strengthened, which caused middle-aged Peter some distress. This is not encouraging news. I believe I should take my leave, the Wanderer stated as he prepared to depart after relaying the information. The Shadow Spider-Man, exhibiting caution, inquired, I mean no offense, but may I ask what you intend to do? The Wanderer met his gaze steadily, exuding an aura of calmness, devoid of any deceitful demeanor. Kingpin must surely be aware of my defection by now. I need to find my brother to ensure his safety. Upon hearing this, the little black spider sprang up eagerly. Uncle Aaron, take me with you. I want to help save Dad. The Wanderer looked down at him and gently patted his head. No, Miles, you'll be safer here. However, the little black spider was reluctant. The thought of Kingpin, a notorious villain, potentially threatening his parents, was unacceptable to him. Miles, listen to me. The Wanderer's tone grew stern. Yet, upon gazing into the little black spider's eyes, his heart softened. Listen, Miles, your father is a police officer. Although Kingpin wields considerable power, he would not dare to assault an officer lightly, so they may not be in immediate danger. In the past, I merely sought to ascertain the situation. Bide stepped forward, gazing at the uncle and nephew, and remarked, perhaps this is unnecessary. What do you mean? Inquired the Wanderer. Bide replied, in our Eastern culture, there exists a proverb, surround way to rescue Zhao. Chapter 19. The battle commences within the forsaken underground tunnel. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. A desolate silence prevailed, punctuated only by the occasional scurrying of a foraging mouse, which brought a fleeting semblance of life to the eerie stillness. Suddenly, several figures appeared unexpectedly. They clung to the ceiling and walls of the tunnel, defying the laws of gravity, moving as if treading upon solid ground. Among them were Bide, the little black spider, Gwen, and Penny. They comprised the 2nd Tactical Unit for this infiltration mission. As for the absent members, Shadow Spider-Man, Spider-Pig, Middle-aged Peter, and the newly joined Wanderer, they constituted the 1st Tactical Unit. The strategy was thus: the 1st unit, possessing formidable combat prowess, would make a conspicuous frontal assault near the particle collider. This would effectively divert the majority of Gold and his associates' attention, ensuring the safety of the little black spider's parents and creating an opportunity for the 2nd unit to infiltrate. However, the 2nd unit was relatively weaker due to the presence of Bide and the inexperienced little black spider. Even with Bide's insights, the little black spider understood the general direction of his abilities' development, yet the time constraints rendered mere knowledge insufficient. Nevertheless, given the little black spider's prior experience in infiltration, he was appointed as the guide. Their mission was to breach the vicinity of the particle collider and, upon finding the opportunity, insert a small device into the collider's core to annihilate it. The task appeared straightforward, and with a stroke of luck, combat might not even be necessary. This was precisely why middle-aged Peter and the others felt secure allowing the little black spider to accompany them. Otherwise, he would have been barred from joining, as they could utilize the collider to escape this world, rendering Gold's knowledge inconsequential. The little black spider, however, was a denizen of this world, incapable of departing alongside them. His presence signified a complete severance of relations with gold. Of course, there was also an alternative plan to eliminate gold directly. Yet this proposition did not gain unanimous approval, as most Spider-Man across various dimensions adhered to a non-lethal code. Only Shadow Spider-Man, Biden, and the Wanderer endorsed this approach. Even the little black spider, the very individual at stake, grappled with the moral dilemma of whether to kill gold if defeated. This line of reasoning left Biden somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, as this was the little black spider's world, the ultimate decision rested with him. The opinions of others served merely as suggestions. Biden, I must express my gratitude for the design of this suit you crafted for me. It's truly splendid, exclaimed the little black spider as he swiftly traversed ahead, turning to offer his thanks to Biden beside him. The current iteration of the Black Spider is truly the embodiment of his character, at least in terms of appearance. He has shed the cheap, commemorative Spider-Man costume purchased from a local store and donned a genuine battlesuit crafted from high-tech nanofiber materials. The suit is predominantly black, accented with red on the shoulders and hands, creating a strikingly cool aesthetic. In the words of the Black Spider, this is his dream attire. Upon hearing this, Peter couldn't help but chuckle internally. After all, this is the original design of his battlesuit, so it is only natural that he would be fond of it. No need to thank me, Miles, Peter remarked. By the way, have you devised a plan to confront Kingpin? If we are to unite our strengths to take him down, now is the opportune moment. Gwen shot Peter a disapproving glare. How can you incite him to commit murder? Peter shrugged. I speak the truth. If Kingpin is not eliminated, Miles and his family will forever dwell in his shadow. From the moment Aaron chose to betray Kingpin, he placed himself on Kingpin's death list. Gwen fell silent at this. For her upbringing, influenced by her father's role as a police officer, instilled in her the principle of obeying the law, especially regarding the sanctity of life. Yet, Peter's argument held merit. If they could not eliminate Kingpin, Miles's family would never find peace. The choices were stark. Either Miles's uncle would perish, extinguishing any threat to his family from Kingpin, or they would have to eradicate Kingpin himself, thereby resolving the issue at its source. However, the Black Spider's mindset was akin to Gwen's. His father was also a police officer, and he had been raised to respect the law. After a moment's hesitation, he suggested, perhaps we could defeat him and demonstrate our strength, convincing him to abandon his pursuit of us. Peter was taken aback, finding this notion rather naive. Even Penny, the young girl among them, could not contain her disdain. She mocked, Kingpin is the head of the most formidable crime syndicate. Do you really think he was intimidated into submission? The Black Spider faltered momentarily. Then, after we defeat him, we can make him sign a guarantee that he won't harm my family again. Gwen retorted, do you think this is a game? What should we do then? The Black Spider asked, a hint of distress in his tone. He was reluctant to take a life. Yet the weight of Peter's words compelled him to consider the gravity of the situation. The thought of his parents meeting their demise because of him was unbearable. Not only would he never forgive himself, he might even contemplate ending his own life. Enough. Gwen raised her hand, silencing the group as they pressed onward. Peter and the others exchanged solemn glances. They had arrived, through the gaps in the pile of abandoned iron frames at the tunnel's entrance. A faint glimmer of light could be seen ahead. That was the location of the particle collider. Yet, the four did not rush in recklessly. Instead, they patiently awaited the right moment. They needed to allow the first action team to achieve some level of success before they could commence their own operation. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, four figures were either hanging or standing atop a towering crane. They are the four members of the first action group. Middle-aged Peter gazed at the brilliantly illuminated skyscraper ahead, along with the bustling vehicles below, and exclaimed, how can it be so lively here? The Shadow Spider-Man replied, clearly, this is not a welcome for us. The voice of the Wanderer was calm, evoking the ominous tranquility that precedes a storm. Kingpin is hosting a charity gala here in memory of Spider-Man. What? How intriguing, Peter said with a sardonic smile. The Spider-Man of this world was killed by Kingpin, and yet he is holding a memorial service for him? The Shadow Spider-Man chuckled. I wonder how much he stands to gain from this. The Spider-Pig, filled with fury, declared, is this the true face of capitalism? Just watch me turn him into a pig's head. Aren't you a pig yourself? Chapter 20. The Collider activation. The opulent hotel lobby was now filled to capacity with guests. The tables were laden with delectable dishes, and the male attendees were impeccably suited, while the females adorned themselves in splendid attire. A large figure stood at the podium, microphone in hand, delivering a speech. Thank you. It is an honor to commemorate Spider-Man with all of you tonight. We were very close friends, just like what? Listen to the drivel he is spouting. What a fool, remarked the Shadow Spider-Man. The spider pig instinctively nodded in agreement, only to realize, hey, I can hear you. The shadow Spider-Man chuckled and pointed downwards. Look at those waiters. The four turned their gaze downward to see numerous servers wearing Spider-Man masks weaving between the tables. The Wanderer gestured toward a corner of the lobby. There's Kingpin's private elevator, which leads directly to the underground control room for the particle collider. The tombstone we previously encountered is also down there. Once he spots us, we will be quickly discovered. Middle-aged Peter scanned the crowd for a moment, and his heart raced. He spotted a figure he had longed for, Mary Jane. Perhaps we could just walk in, he suggested, feeling a surge of hope. The shadow Spider-Man coldly pierced through his thoughts. You're just looking to get closer to Mary Jane, aren't you? Wake up, buddy. She's not your MJ. Middle-aged Peter fell silent, realizing the truth in the shadow Spider-Man's words. However, the shadow Spider-Man then shifted his tone. You're right. We should go in directly. Huh? The other three looked at him, puzzled by his meaning. The shadow Spider-Man continued. Let us not forget the purpose of our team. We are here to let Kingpin know that we have arrived. Middle-aged Peter suddenly understood. I see now. Let us hurry. With that, he eagerly prepared to enter. His expression shifted several times before he finally exhaled deeply. I understand. I won T. Subsequently, the four swiftly located the hotel's changing room, infiltrating it to complete their transformation. In truth, there was little to change. Only the shadow Spider-Man and middle-aged Peter donned bow ties, and they casually grabbed a small cart filled with food. The Wanderer donned a waiter's coat over his gear and placed a Spider-Man mask upon his head. As for the peculiar spider hog, due to its rather unusual appearance, it was relegated to hide beneath the catering cart for the time being. The trio pushed the cart out of the kitchen and into the grand hall. At that moment, Kingpin had concluded his speech and exited the reception area, taking his private elevator down to the control room of the collider situated underground. Even the gravestone had vanished. Observing this, the three visibly exhaled in relief. They must have anticipated our arrival, yet deliberately chose to vacate, seemingly reluctant to engage in confrontation before others. The shadow Spider-Man remarked. Indeed, Kingpin and his henchmen appeared to be the epitome of successful individuals, concealing their darker sides from the world. Middle-aged Peter spoke while his gaze unwittingly drifted to the side. MJ sat there, adorned in a black off-shoulder gown, her wine-red hair cascading over her shoulders, her expression somber. Eyes slightly puffy, exuding a captivating allure. Despite Shadow Spider-Man's repeated assertions that this was not his own MJ, the resemblance was so striking that middle-aged Peter found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Don't forget the task at hand, Shadow Spider-Man subtly nudged him. Taking a deep breath, middle-aged Peter closed his eyes, striving to dispel distracting thoughts. The group smoothly traversed the lounge and arrived at the entrance to the private elevator. Two well-built suit-clad bodyguards stood at the door, easily dispatched by the four. The elevator had descended, but it posed no challenge to them. Shadow Spider-Man stepped forward, pulling the doors apart with a swift motion. The four leapt directly into the elevator shaft. Meanwhile, in the control room, Kingpin received a report from his subordinates. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. The little spiders are here, along with Aaron, that traitor. I will crush his bones one by one. Kingpin instructed his assistant, standing nearby. The audience is in place. Initiate the program. Yes. Upload the genetic sequences of Vanessa Fisk and Richard Fisk. Commence spatial matching. With a multitasking mindset, she swiftly prepared the data for ignition of the collider. Initializing primary ignition sequence. The particle accelerator began to hum with energy. Two streams of particles, brimming with immense energy, shot forth from coils at a great distance, propelled forward under the constraints of surrounding strong magnets, ultimately converging at the collider. Secondary ignition countdown initiated. 5, 4, 3. As the countdown reached its conclusion, two brilliant streams of particles burst forth from the accelerators, colliding spectacularly. The entire Brooklyn trembled. On the streets, streetlights, buildings, skyscrapers, and bridges all contorted under the force. The four had reached the collider, but could only watch as the particle collision transpired. Let us proceed. Draw them out. Shadow Spider-Man dies eifrig commandit. Their time was running short. The particle collider would attract entities from parallel universes to this world, potentially wreaking havoc across all of Brooklyn. Thus, they must depart from this world before the situation escalates further, allowing Miles and the Wraith to deactivate the collider. Regardless of whether they ultimately decide to eliminate Kingpin or merely defeat him, that is of no concern to them. Their sole responsibility lies in assisting in his downfall. Suddenly, a multitude of armed thugs emerged from all directions, their weapons aimed squarely at the location of Shadow Spider-Man and his companions. In the next moment, a metallic storm descended upon them. Shadow Spider-Man leapt from the air, coordinating with Spider-Ham as they plunged into the throng. One from the left and the other from the right. Utilizing their spider sense and remarkable agility, they effortlessly evaded all bullets, leaving chaos in their wake. The only distinction was that those felled by Spider-Ham were mostly still clinging to life, while those struck down by Shadow Spider-Man met their demise in a single blow. Middle-aged Peter and the Wraith were also poised to charge in a different direction. However, at that moment, a lid suddenly fell from above, and two long tentacles lunged towards them from either side. Chapter 21. Fierce Battle. Hey, Liv. Middle-aged Peter waved, as if greeting an old friend, while swiftly dodging to the side. The Wraith, without uttering a word, displayed remarkable speed, narrowly avoiding the strike. I certainly do not wish to be blasted into the sky while sleeping or unexpectedly transported to another universe, the Wraith remarked coldly. The Wraith momentarily faltered, nearly caught by the tentacle. It seems my guess was correct. That little spider's height is approximately between 170 and 175 centimeters. I recall you have a nephew named Miles, correct? This afternoon, I retrieved a record from his school, noting his height as 173 centimeters. Might that be your nephew? Curse be it. The Wraith's fury ignited in an instant. Miles was indeed his Achilles heel. In truth, this had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. The reason she was aware of Miles' information was that after the Wraith's betrayal, Kingpin intended to make him pay, thus deciding to capture the Wraith-S brothers' family as leverage against her. Consequently, they had sought to investigate the details of the Wraith-S family. As for linking Spider-Man and Miles, it was inferred from the Wraith's previous reaction. Yet, the effect was nothing short of exceptional. This was not merely a tale of fervor. It resulted in him being struck by tentacles more often than he would have liked. With each successive blow, even clad in armor, he found himself struggling to endure. Were it not for the assistance of middle-aged Peter, he might have been overwhelmed. Middle-aged Peter caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. It was a tombstone. He immediately sensed the grave danger. With a weakened ally by his side and being encircled by two bosses, he pondered anxiously what to do. Help urgently needed. On the other side, upon hearing the faint sounds of gunfire echoing from the tunnel, Peter and the others stiffened. It has begun. We must hurry, Gwen urged. Let us go. Penny, confident in the resilience of her mech, took the lead, forcefully breaking through the obstruction that sealed the abandoned tunnel and leaping forth. By Gwen! And Little Black Spider leaped out in succession. Without any hindrance, the sound of gunfire immediately intensified. Their position was approximately 100 meters away from the collider where the Shadow Spider-Man and others engaged in battle. If the collider served as the central axis. The location of the confrontation was situated in the upper right corner, while Bide and his companions emerged from the central left. However, on the same cross-section, a dazzling stream of colliding particles acted as a veil between both parties. According to Little Black Spider, the insertion point was likely positioned in the upper left. Thus, their emergence at this spot was quite timely. All right, Miles, take that little gadget and locate the insertion point. Then utilize your cloaking ability to conceal yourself there. Once we resolve everything on our end, you will promptly insert the gadget and obliterate the collider. Bide reiterated the forthcoming plan. Understood. Little Black Spider touched the small device hanging on his chest and solemnly vowed, I guarantee success. I believe in you, Bide said, extending his hand for a brief shake. Go for it. Gwen and Penny also offered their encouragement. Little Black Spider, initially somewhat anxious, calmed himself at that moment. He gave the trio a thumbs up, then with a swift motion, vanished before their eyes. Bide smiled knowingly. It seemed the impromptu training he had provided to Little Black Spider before their departure had indeed borne fruit. Although his combat skills were still nearly non-existent, he could at least actively engage and disengage his invisibility. Before they could utter a word, Bide's spider sense activated instinctively. The three of them leaped to the side in unison. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as a towering figure descended from the heavens. It was a colossal creature, standing 13 or 14 meters tall, its entire form composed of green, block-like muscles, adorned with a pair of immense wings. Clearly, it possessed not only immense strength, but also the ability to fly. It was one of Spider-Man's classic adversaries, the Green Goblin. Just a few days prior, the Green Goblin had battled the Spider-Man of this universe, and in a bid to eliminate him, he had hurled Spider-Man into the collider. This act ultimately triggered a cataclysmic explosion, gravely injuring Spider-Man, leading to his downfall. Yet, the Goblin himself had also suffered severe injuries from the blast, nearly meeting his end. However, he proved resilient, clinging to life. It was unclear what he had done, but within mere days, he reappeared, seemingly more robust and larger than before. Bide's eyes widened in disbelief, What the heck? Is this the Green Goblin? I thought he was a man in armor who fought after being injected with some serum. His recollection of the Green Goblin was of the portrayal in live-action films, and he could hardly fathom that the terrifying beast before him was the same entity. Indeed, it was an alarming sight. Even the bubblegum bubble Penny had blown burst in shock. Gwen, however, charged forward without hesitation. No time to waste. Let's take him down. All right. Penny quickly reacted in kind. As Gwen dashed to the left, she sprinted to the right. Bite observed the two young girls advancing from either side. After a moment's hesitation, he found a point of leverage above and swung on his web towards the head of the Green Goblin. The creature before him was clearly no longer human. It unleashed a roar more ferocious than that of any beast and charged at Bide and his companions. Instantly, the trio and the monster were embroiled in an intense battle. Chapter 22. Confrontation with the enhanced Green Goblin after going invisible. The little black spider ascended swiftly and soon reached the entry point. However, his movements came to an abrupt halt. There, at the entrance, hung a formidable silhouette. With 4 mechanical legs and a long, scorpion-like tail, it was the Scorpion King. So you finally decided to show up. The Scorpion King sneered, fixing his gaze on the invisible little black spider. Startled, the little black spider recalled his uncle's words. His invisibility could sometimes evade infrared detection, although movement would emit heat that could be detected. Slowing down should minimize this thermal signature to a negligible level. Theoretically, he should remain undetected. Yet, he had no time to dwell on this thought. The Scorpion King suddenly thrust his tail towards him. The little black spider, frightened, retreated hastily, lacking confidence in his ability to defeat the Scorpion King. He sought to escape his line of sight and look for an opportunity from another angle. However, the Scorpion King would not let him slip away so easily. This young one was on the boss's hit list. With powerful strides, the Scorpion King lunged at the little black spider. Sensing danger, the little black spider's ability to cling momentarily faltered, causing him to plummet due to gravity. Fortunately, in midair, he recalled the function of his web shooter and quickly found a point of support to launch a web and soar away. The Scorpion King, recognizing the spider's inexperience, pursued him with a sinister grin. Thus, the chase unfolded, with the two darting through the buildings. Although the little black spider never engaged in direct combat, his arachnid genetics endowed him with formidable strength and spider sense, allowing him to evade the Scorpion King's attacks without being easily captured. The Scorpion King was infuriated, yet powerless. Those scorpions were natural enemies of spiders. If the spider kept darting through the air, the scorpion would ultimately be thwarted. Unbeknownst to the scorpion, the diminutive spider it pursued possessed immense potential, which was gradually being unleashed under pressure. Boom! Bide, caught off guard, was struck fiercely by the Green Goblin's claw and sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily against a metallic wall. Coughing, he clutched the wall with one hand to anchor himself while rubbing his chest vigorously with the other. This Green Goblin was nothing short of a monstrous anomaly. Immense strength, rapid speed, high defense, and, most crucially, the ability to fly. It far surpassed any previous iteration of the Green Goblin clad in human-like armor. In the distance, Gwen and Penny continued their struggle against the Green Goblin. However, the threads they emitted had little effect on the Green Goblin. They attempted to ensnare its wings with several strands of silk, trying to eliminate its ability to fly. Yet, with a mere flick of its hand, the Green Goblin tore through the silk, ascending once more into the air. These threads, which were approximately 135 times stronger than human bones and 25 times stronger than high-strength alloy steel, could only delay it for a few seconds. What weaknesses does this creature possess? As Peter observed the Green Goblin's maneuvers, his mind raced for solutions. Just then, a blood-curdling scream erupted from Gwen as the Green Goblin's enormous hand captured her. Its hand was colossal, perfectly encompassing Gwen's body, and it exerted an immense force, seemingly intent on crushing her. Penny, in a state of panic, piloted her spider mech onto the Green Goblin's shoulder, launching a flurry of punches at its face. However, the creature's intelligence was formidable, being the mad persona of the deranged scientist Norman Osborn. It merely used its other hand to block some of Penny's significant attacks, while focusing most of its strength on Gwen. The intention was clear: eliminate one target first. Realizing the urgency, Peter could no longer afford to merely observe. He extended both hands, shooting strands of silk to each of the Green Goblin's shoulders. "Norman, look over here," Peter shouted, leveraging the silk and the explosive power of his legs to propel himself toward the Green Goblin's head in an instant. The creature sensed the threat from Peter's silk projectile and rapidly flapped its wings, disrupting the trajectory of his attack. This maneuver was indeed effective. As the Green Goblin moved, The silk's anchor shifted, causing the center of balance to become chaotic. Yet, this was precisely what Peter wished to see. Strike where it matters. His true target was Gwen, ensnared in the Green Goblin's grasp. With a powerful kick aimed at the creature's wrist, bolstered by various forces, Peter's strike was immensely powerful, forcing the Green Goblin's hand to tilt sideways. When a normal person's wrist is squeezed forcefully, their hand temporarily loses strength. Though Peter's hand lacked the size to grasp the Green Goblin's wrist, the effect of his kick was similarly impactful. The Green Goblin's grip instinctively loosened. Gwen's petite form slipped through the gaps of its fingers. Peter quickly released the previous strands of silk, leaping from the Green Goblin's hand, catching Gwen in midair, and then swinging onto another platform, gently placing her down. Gwen, having been squeezed by the Green Goblin, struggled to catch her breath, her consciousness fading. Peter hastily pinched her philtrum, but to no avail. Observing Gwen's barely rising chest, Peter gritted his teeth, lifted her mask, and took a deep breath before exhaling the air into her lips. After a flurry of activity, Gwen's awareness began to return. As she gazed into Peter's face, mere inches away, a blush crept across her cheeks. She felt no anger. Although her consciousness was somewhat hazy moments ago, she still possessed a basic awareness of her surroundings. She understood that Peter was rescuing her. When her gaze met Gwen's clear eyes, Peter felt a flush creep across his weathered face. "Ahem, are you all right?" he inquired. Gwen nodded in response. Despite the lingering pain in her bones, the spider genes endowed her with remarkable recuperative abilities, and she was already feeling much better. Furthermore, her body was rapidly recovering. Peter acknowledged her with a nod and rose to his feet. "I must hasten to assist Penny. You should rest here," he advised, turning abruptly and dashing towards the Green Goblin. This statement was not unfounded, for without Gwen's adept control and interference, Penny was left to confront the Green Goblin alone. In a mere few seconds, she found herself in perilous circumstances. Yet, the absence of Gwen, a seasoned warrior, left both Peter and Penny in a precarious position. "Hey folks, it seems you could use a little assistance." A steady voice, laced with a hint of mischief, resonated. Peter's spirit soared. Chapter 23. The Secret Techniques of Spider-Man. The figure that had materialized was none other than the Shadow Spider-Man. After delivering a brief introduction, he swiftly entered the fray. With the addition of this formidable ally, the pressure on Penny and Peter was significantly alleviated. True to his lineage, the Shadow Spider-Man possessed a mastery of banter. Through his dialogue, Peter and the others grasped the unfolding events elsewhere. Though the Shadow Spider-Man and Spider-Ham faced off against dozens of heavily armed thugs, they lacked a true boss-level adversary to contend with. Under their extraordinary prowess, they quickly subdued or eliminated their foes. Subsequently, they conferred and decided to split their forces. Spider-Ham would assist the middle-aged Peter, who was ensnared in danger, while the Shadow Spider-Man would come to aid Peter and his companions. "What about Gwen?" the Shadow Spider-Man queried. Deftly maneuvering between the Green Goblin's swinging hands, his curiosity piqued. Roaring in frustration, the Green Goblin was incensed by the sudden appearance of this new opponent. Most irritating was the fact that this adversary bore a striking resemblance to his most detested foe, Peter. The similarities in their voices and banter were almost uncanny. The verbal onslaught, even more frequent than his physical attacks, left the Green Goblin disoriented, causing several of his strikes to miss their mark. While Dr. Octopus required meticulous observation and analysis to provoke the Prowler's fury, it took merely a few words from Peter Parker to incite the Green Goblin's wrath. This was the true essence of Spider-Man's formidable prowess, terrifyingly effective. Peter watched in awe from the sidelines, marveling at the utility of Spider-Man's incessant chatter, which he had previously dismissed as trivial. With a furious roar, the Green Goblin flapped his wings violently, unleashing a powerful gust directed at the Shadow Spider-Man. The Shadow Spider-Man nimbly evaded the enraged strike. Compared to Peter, his movements were indeed far more crisp and decisive, a testament to his extensive combat experience. Compared to the novice Peter and the little black spider, as well as the somewhat experienced Gwen and Penny, the combat experience of the Shadow Spider-Man is remarkably extensive. The Green Goblin, whom Peter and his companions can barely handle together, finds himself completely outmaneuvered by the Shadow Spider-Man. Suddenly, with a swift swing, the Shadow Spider-Man ascends into the heights, drawing the Green Goblin along in his wake. At that moment, the Shadow Spider-Man performs a sharp turn, unleashing a barrage of webbing that strikes the Goblin's eyes, ears, and various parts of his body. Simultaneously, he propels himself off the wall behind him, rapidly altering his trajectory to land atop the Green Goblin's head. Meanwhile, the Goblin, disoriented by the loss of his senses, frantically tears at the webbing ensnaring his face. Out of nowhere, the Shadow Spider-Man produces a revolver and thrusts it into the goblin's ear. Bang! A muffled explosion erupts, and flames burst forth from the goblin's head. His form halts mid-air before plummeting downward like a wounded eagle. The sudden onslaught was nothing short of spectacular. The Green Goblin transitioned from vibrant life to demise in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the prowess of the Shadow Spider-Man, Peter profoundly realizes the chasm that separates him from his formidable ally. It is no wonder that the Shadow Spider-Man was irked by Peter's earlier self-satisfaction. With a thud, the Shadow Spider-Man lands before Peter and Penny, exclaiming, "What do you think? Was I not magnificent? Indeed, you were impressive." Peter responds with a thumbs up. Penny generously praises, "Uncle, you are absolutely incredible." The Shadow Spider-Man raises an eyebrow in disbelief. The Spider-Mech displays a puzzled expression, mirroring Penny's current demeanor. "Hey, I'm only 14 this year. Aren't you the uncle?" The Shadow Spider-Man retorts, "This is precisely why I dislike children," turning to Peter. Peter chuckles heartily. After a moment of jest, the Shadow Spider-Man adopts a serious tone. "Where's Gwen? We need to regroup and assist them. Then together we shall take down Green Goblin. There should be only about 1 minute and 50 seconds left until the particle collider's safe operating time." Upon hearing this, Peter immediately glances towards Gwen's direction. Suddenly, his spider sense tingles ominously. A scream pierces the air from below. "Oh no, it's Gwen." Peter's expression shifts, and he leaps downward. Without hesitation, the Shadow Spider-Man and Penny follow suit. As they traverse the imagined steel beams above, the scene below unfolds before the trio. To their astonishment, the Green Goblin, previously presumed dead, is now advancing menacingly towards Gwen. Yet, having been gravely injured by the Goblin, Gwen, despite her spider-enhanced healing abilities, has not recovered swiftly enough. She struggles to rise, retreating slowly, but her pace is woefully inadequate as the Goblin's hand nears her. How is this possible? Shot through a fragile ear canal and yet still alive? The Shadow Spider-Man is taken aback. Although striking the ear may not be as lethal as targeting the temple, the decision to aim for the ear was made due to the Green Goblin's exceedingly tough skin, which could compromise the bullet's effectiveness. Furthermore, the ear region connects directly to the frontal lobe, making it a critical target. Based on the kinetic energy of the revolver's bullet, he was confident that a well-placed shot would penetrate. Yet, astonishingly, the Green Goblin appeared to be as lively as ever. How could this be? Penny pointed at the Green Goblin's ear and exclaimed, "Look, it's bleeding." Indeed, blood was oozing from the Green Goblin's ear at a rapid pace, mixed with some white substance. This indicated that the creature had sustained an injury to its head, but it was not fatal. "Damn monster!" cursed the Shadow Spider-Man as he swiftly dove down. Yet, there was another who was even faster. Peter, upon witnessing Gwen being pursued by the Green Goblin, a sudden surge of fire ignited within Peter, compelling him to unleash a special power within his body. In the next instant, a remarkable scene unfolded. Peter's figure vanished before the Shadow Spider-Man and Gwen, only to reappear directly above the Green Goblin's head, having traversed several dozen meters in an instant. Bang! Before Peter could even comprehend what had transpired, his body collided violently with the Green Goblin. Chapter 24. A marvelous discovery in the particle stream. The Green Goblin's body was astonishingly hard, akin to steel. Peter felt as if he had miscalculated the height while diving, crashing face first from a considerable height onto concrete. It was as if, during a 100-meter sprint, a wall had unexpectedly appeared, leaving no time to break before crashing into it. The entire point of contact, his very body, throbbed with fiery pain. His nose felt foreign, and his eyes were disoriented, numb. However, the Green Goblin's condition was equally peculiar. Just a moment ago, it had been fervently pursuing Gwen, but after Peter's impact, it resembled a camel crushed under a heavy load, staggering and plummeting from the platform. Peter, still dazed, followed the Green Goblin in its descent. Gwen stepped forward with all her might, reaching out for him. Yet, due to her injuries, her movements were a beat too slow. By the time her hand grasped Peter, his figure had already fallen. Even more frustrating was that, whether intentional or not, one of the Green Goblin's large hands seized Peter's leg, further accelerating his descent. Gwen was consequently yanked down as well. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed from somewhere. Peter jolted awake from his daze, rapidly assessing his predicament. His position appeared somewhat comical. One foot held by the Green Goblin, descending, while one hand was grasped by Gwen, ascending. Gazing down, he saw the dazzling particle stream, where collisions were incessantly occurring. They were on the brink of falling into it. Although this was their original plan, now is not the time. They still need to assist the Black Spider in defeating Green Goblin. Bite's foot shook vigorously as he attempted to free himself from the grip of the Green Goblin. At that moment, the Green Goblin seemed devoid of vitality, yet his hand remained in the position of clutching Bite's foot, which was quite absurd. "Gwen, it appears we must bid farewell here." Realizing his efforts to escape were in vain, Bite glanced up at the girl. Gwen reached up to remove the white spider mask from her face, drawing closer to Bite, utilizing their grasping hands, and whispered in a tone audible only to them, "You kissed me, and I shall hold you accountable for that." Bide was taken aback. "I was merely trying to save you." "Oomph. We both possess robust physiques and do not require artificial respiration. A brief rest will suffice for my recovery," Gwen retorted playfully. "I know that. You are aware I'm merely a novice," Bite stammered. Gwen flashed a cunning smile. "All this talk is futile. Just smile." She seemingly produced a phone from nowhere, despite Spider-Man's suit lacking pockets. Bite instinctively smiled. Thus, a photo emerged featuring Gwen at the forefront, followed by Bide, and lastly, the formidable Green Goblin looming behind them. "This is unfair. I wasn't in the shot," Bite exclaimed. Boom! In a matter of moments, Bide felt a release in his hands and feet. Evidently, Gwen and the Green Goblin had vanished. In his ears lingered the soft whisper of the girl. "Regardless, I shall remember you. You took my first kiss." For a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of loss. Wait, what about him? He thought, perplexed. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the dazzling stream of particles. Vivid colors shimmered and danced around him. The microparticles coalesced into a flow, colliding and annihilating continuously. Yet what truly astonished Bide was the vivid images unfolding before him. There was Toby Spider, muscular in a red and blue suit, Andrew Spider, tall and clad in an extraordinary spider costume, and Holland Spider, youthful and vibrant, wearing a jacket as makeshift armor. Each image seemed to represent a world where Spider-Man existed. Bide was utterly confounded. Meanwhile, in the control room of the Collider, chaos erupted. "Not good, boss." Just now, the energy requirements of the Collider surged, escalating to 10 times the previous demand. A technician exclaimed urgently. "What? How could this happen?" Green Goblin fumed. "Find out the cause immediately." "Yes. Have my family been located?" Green Goblin inquired once more. "And not yet," replied another technician responsible for matching genes. As soon as the words left his lips, he sensed the murderous intent emanating from Gene Bing and hastily clarified. "Initially, I anticipated that it would take about half a minute to successfully establish the match. However, given the current energy depletion, the Collider may only maintain functionality for less than 20 seconds. So, damn it, what are we waiting for? Activate the backup power immediately." Gene Bing roared, shattering the table before him with a single punch. He was willing to obliterate all of Brooklyn in his quest to research this particle collider, driven by the desire to find his wife and son, lost in this world from the parallel universe. If he were to fail, what meaning would there be in all his efforts? Yes, the technicians shuddered, swiftly commencing operations to connect the prepared energy units to the accelerator. Such actions, however, were fraught with considerable risk. The Collider's cooling system was heavily taxed, with each energy unit's consumption closely matching that of the cooling apparatus. Recklessly adding units now would merely extend the cooling system's operational time. Should this duration exceed its lifespan, the technicians dared not contemplate the consequences. Yet, they felt powerless to voice their concerns. After all, an enraged Gene Bing was truly capable of reducing a person to mere pulp with a single blow. Within the particle stream of the Collider, Peter's sensations were profoundly intricate. He raised his hand, experiencing yet another quantum decay reaction akin to the previous one. However, this time was fleeting, almost instantaneous, restoring him to his former state. Then, an overwhelming sensation surged within him. He felt as if his body had transformed into a voracious maw, ravenously consuming a unique energy from the particle stream. Simultaneously, his physique began to strengthen incrementally with each absorption. His power, agility, speed, constitution, and even mental acuity were all enhanced across the board. Peter felt an unprecedented vigor coursing through him. Even the injuries he sustained during his earlier battle with the Green Goblin had completely healed. Chapter 25. The Temporal Spider-Man. Clenching his fists, Peter felt the immense power pulsing within. If his previous awakening had been minimal, now it was at least moderate, perhaps even higher. He was uncertain of the extent of his newfound strength, but was undoubtedly several times greater than before. Furthermore, Peter's eyes pierced through the chaotic, dazzling particle stream, fixating on a myriad of different worlds. He had a peculiar sensation, as if with a mere thought he could traverse through time. The cost, however, would be a small portion of energy from within his body. After a moment's hesitation, Peter refrained from taking that leap. Instead, he extended his hand, encoding the variables representing these worlds into his genetic code. With these variables, he could harness the mysterious power within his genetic makeup to quantumize himself and traverse through time. Was this the extraordinary ability of the super gene hidden within my being? Peter mused. Simultaneously, he involuntarily recalled Gwen's earlier words. Have you visited other worlds? Could it be that you are a Spider-Man with the ability to traverse different realms? A temporal Spider-Man? To his astonishment, Gwen's words had indeed come true. Based on the power he currently sensed within his genes, he possessed the ability to traverse into other realms. A glimmer of understanding dawned upon him. His journey was undoubtedly an accident. Among the myriad variables representing different worlds within this particle stream, none belonged to him. Clearly, it was his very genetics that had brought him here. Henceforth, I shall be the Spider-Man of time and space. Peter clenched his fists. The surrounding particle flow continued to surge and collide, with some particles annihilating while others entered an entangled state with the quantum of parallel worlds. With a thought, Peter maneuvered his way through. It was not that he wished to cease absorbing. He could sense his body's insistence that he was still hungry. Hey, Peter, are you all right? A voice resonated from above. Soon after, the Shadow Spider-Man and Penny descended from the sky, each grasping one of Peter's hands, uniting their strength to bring him to a platform. Penny looked at Peter and inquired, "Where's Gwen?" "That's good." Both the Shadow Spider-Man and Penny sighed in relief. Although their time together had been brief, it felt as though they had already formed a familial bond. Aunt May was the eldest matriarch of this family, while the mature Shadow Spider-Man and middle-aged Peter served as the pillars of strength. Spider-Ham, Gwen, Peter, Spider-Gwen, and Penny naturally represented the new generation. Thus, they were all deeply concerned for the safety of Peter and Gwen. Penny was also puzzled. "All right, let us proceed." The Shadow Spider-Man's voice carried a hint of reassurance. Having witnessed Peter's sense of responsibility and growth, Peter shook his head, extending his hand to halt their actions. "You should leave," he declared. The Shadow Spider-Man retorted. "Are you joking? I also made a promise to Miles." Peter nodded. "That is precisely my true power." However, the Shadow Spider-Man and Penny were evidently skeptical. At that moment, Peter reached out toward the Shadow Spider-Man. The Shadow Spider-Man raised his hand in a defensive stance. "You little rascal, I taught you those moves. They want to work on me." Before he could finish his sentence, Peter's figure wavered and vanished. Subsequently, a silhouette emerged from behind the Shadow Spider-Man. As there was no malice intended, the spider reflexes did not activate. The palm gently pressed against the Shadow Spider-Man's back. It was only then that the Shadow Spider-Man reacted, swiftly turning around. "How did you do that?" Peter replied, "My power is time and space. What I can currently achieve is to quantumize myself in an instant and then rematerialize in another location, simulating the effect of teleportation. I call it quantum blink." "Cool." The Shadow Spider-Man gave a thumbs up. He then grasped Peter's hand, pulling him into an embrace. "Since that is the case, I leave this to you. Assist Miles." "I will, I promise." Peter returned the embrace firmly. The two did not revisit the earlier awkwardness. Subsequently, he gave him a gentle push. The Shadow Spider-Man approached the edge of the platform and said, "I shall take my leave now. Please bid farewell to Miles and Aunt May for me." "Farewell." Peter waved his hand. The Shadow Spider-Man stepped forward, his body plummeting into the particle stream of the collider. Peter could see his form rapidly quantumizing, drawn towards a variable and traversing the path constructed by it. With a click, the lid of the spider-mech opened, and Penny leaped out, landing directly into Peter's embrace, offering a warm bear hug. "Peter, I believe you will become a remarkably dependable man," Penny encouraged. Peter smiled and replied, "Thank you. Let us hurry along. Farewell." Penny gave Peter another gentle embrace with the spider-mech, marking the goodbye between him and her mechanical companion. In truth, the battle on this front was nearing its conclusion. Yet, he was not truly oblivious. After a brief pause, the Prowler regained his composure, just in time for the arrival of Spider-Ham. Chapter 26. Elimination of the minor boss. Though Spider-Ham often exhibited a whimsical demeanor, his combat prowess was among the highest of this brood of little spiders. His presence swiftly tilted the scales of victory in favor of Spider-Man. The tombstone was instantly defeated, plummeting, its fate uncertain. One of Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles was flattened by Spider-Ham's mighty blow, transforming the three-dimensional into two-dimensional, astonishing all onlookers. By the time Peter arrived to resolve the conflict, the middle-aged Peter, Spider-Ham, and the Prowler were preparing to join them. Were they? Spider-Ham inexplicably produced a hot dog from his pocket, claiming it was to replenish his strength. One could only wonder how many hot dogs Aunt May had packed for him. The middle-aged Peter's reaction mirrored that of the Shadow Spider-Man. perhaps even surpassing it, as his rapport with the little black spider was stronger than that with the Shadow Spider-Man. With no other options, Peter resorted to the persuasive words he had used to convince the Shadow Spider-Man and Penny, demonstrating his temporal abilities. Only then did the two middle-aged Peters feel reassured. "Very well. If that is the case, we shall leave the remainder in your capable hands," Peter, Spider-Ham declared. With a flourish, he produced a large wooden mallet from his pocket. It was indeed substantial, roughly the size of a human head. Peter accepted the mallet. It was surprisingly lightweight, perhaps just over a pound, seemingly made of ordinary wood without any high-tech enhancements. Emulating Spider-Ham, he placed the mallet into his pocket, and it instantly shrank to the size of his palm. One might think his pocket was akin to a fourth-dimensional space. It was utterly remarkable. Peter expressed his gratitude to Spider-Ham. The middle-aged Peter embraced him, saying, "I entrust Miles to you. You are indeed reliable, my brother." "Ah, well then, the stage is now ours," Peter said, turning to the Prowler and extending his hand. "I hope I can be of assistance to you." The Prowler gazed deeply at him and replied, "Thank you. Miles and I are good friends." Peter smiled. His spider sense began to tingle. It was Miles. He suddenly sprang forward, with the Wanderer immediately in pursuit. The two swiftly approached the insertion point at the apex of the collider. A cacophony of sounds erupted, bangs and clicks, as the violent stream of particles surged forth, causing nearby space to fracture and distort. The ground around them transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, a vivid display of quantum collapse and rebirth. "We must find Miles and shut down the collider immediately," Peter shouted. "Otherwise, Brooklyn will be torn apart and scattered across different parallel universes." The Wanderer nodded gravely. At that moment, even the most oblivious observer could sense that events were spiraling out of control. Everything occurring near the particle collider represented the very future of Brooklyn. Unbeknownst to them, the Brooklyn neighborhood below was undergoing tremendous upheaval. First came the earthquakes, waves of tremors relentlessly hammering the ground, leaving many buildings teetering on the brink of collapse. Simultaneously, quantum particles from other universes began to spill into their own, throwing all of Brooklyn into chaos. Fear gripped the populace, yet they remained unaware of the cause. The streets echoed with the blaring of police sirens, but even the officers were left bewildered, unable to discern the source of the turmoil. Suddenly, the sound of bodies colliding resonated through the air. Peter and the Wanderer rushed over to witness the Black Spider and Scorpion King locked in a fierce battle. After being relentlessly pursued by Scorpion King, the Black Spider finally mustered the courage to retaliate, drawing upon the impromptu training provided by Peter and others. The Black Spider exchanged blows with Scorpion King, putting up a commendable fight. Alas, he still struggled to unleash the full potential of his venom sting ability. If he could, there were several moments during the skirmish when he could have decisively taken down Scorpion King. It was well known that venom sting was particularly effective against bioengineered adversaries like Scorpion King. "Hey, Scorpion King," Peter shouted from a distance. "Have you ever seen a fist the size of a sandbag?" Scorpion King instinctively turned to look. Bang! Peter delivered a powerful kick to Scorpion King's head, grinning. "The fist may not be as large, but my foot is quite comparable." Enraged, Scorpion King retorted, "What kind of unprincipled Spider-Man resorts to trickery and sneak attacks?" The Black Spider, upon seeing Peter and the Wanderer, felt a surge of excitement. The three encircled Scorpion King. "Go shut down the collider first. We're running out of time," Peter urged. "We'll handle things here." With a swift motion, Peter seized Scorpion King's stinger. Yet, the immense force transmitted through the stinger was enough to prevent him from even swaying. All right then, the Black Spider hesitated, but ultimately chose to trust Peter. Having witnessed many incredible feats from him, he disengaged from the fight and swiftly crawled toward the insertion point above. Meanwhile, Peter tightened his grip on the stinger and launched a fierce upward kick, striking Scorpion King's jaw with all his might. The chin is one of the human body's vulnerabilities, as the Shadow Spider-Man has imparted. When struck here by gravity, an ordinary individual might momentarily lose consciousness. Although the Scorpion King is a cyborg, he has yet to mutate to the extent of the Green Goblin, still adhering to the fundamental principles of human anatomy. The Scorpion King collapsed. However, after defeating the final minor boss, Peter did not allow himself to relax, for a formidable major boss awaited them. Kingpin. Chapter 27. Little Black Spider versus Kingpin Heavens. What has transpired here? The entrance? Upon reaching the entrance that once resided at the apex of the space, Little Black Spider was taken aback. The entrance still existed, and even the small gadget he had inserted during his battle with the Scorpion King remained perched atop it. Yet the green button, which should have been nearby to deactivate the collider, had vanished. The frenzied particle stream had spiraled completely out of control, transforming the surroundings into a realm filled with dazzling and bizarre colors. As he surveyed the area, only the small section of the structure housing the entrance floated amidst the chaos. This left Little Black Spider momentarily at a loss. However, he soon discerned that within this peculiar space, numerous strange edifices were drifting about. There were skyscrapers laid horizontally, several houses intertwined like branching trees, and even a subway train gliding through the air in the distance. Understand now. Little Black Spider realized with sudden clarity that the collider's particle stream had temporarily bridged this world with others, placing him amidst the interstices of multiple parallel universes. Hence, objects native to this world should still exist. I can find the green button. Without hesitation, Little Black Spider sprang into action, leaping from one bizarre building to another, scanning his surroundings in search of the elusive green button. Damn it, what have you done to my machine? Just as he landed on a building, a booming voice resonated. Little Black Spider turned to see a towering giant, at least 2 meters tall and incredibly robust, standing before him. Kingpin. He was taken aback. Having not seen Kingpin until now, he had assumed the latter had evacuated with his subordinates. After all, it was evident that the current situation was perilous. According to Uncle, while Kingpin was formidable, he was merely an ordinary man. However, Little Black Spider had underestimated Kingpin's resolve and audacity. This was his determination. As for his audacity, Kingpin, as a near-absolute ruler of the underworld in Eagle Country, possessed an abundance of it. Little Black Spider was still a bit too young. Boom! Kingpin seized a massive stone block, comparable to his own size, and hurled it at Little Black Spider with great force. Little Black Spider deftly dodged the projectile, evading what was merely a feint. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed. With a powerful push from his feet, Kingpin launched himself forward like a cannonball shot from a barrel, charging directly at Little Black Spider. When the Black Widow finally comprehended the true intentions of Kingpin, it was already somewhat too late. Kingpin weighed an astonishing 450 pounds, equivalent to 204 kilograms. At his current velocity, colliding with him would be akin to being struck by a speeding freight truck. A mere mortal would likely be left in a gruesome state. Fortunately, the Black Widow's physique had undergone enhancements. Although he was forcefully slammed by Kingpin, it was not fatal. However, the ordeal was far from over. Kingpin, with swift reflexes, unleashed his massive hand and seized the Black Widow by the throat, using the momentum of his charge to slightly crouch and pin him to the ground. The floor was gouged with a long, deep scratch. Had it not been for the battle suit constructed from high-strength polymer nanofibers, surpassing even standard alloy steel, his back would surely have been ground down. Despite this, the Black Widow was indeed suffering. His internal organs felt as if they were in turmoil, his limbs ached intensely, and he even sensed several ribs had been fractured. Kingpin's grip on his throat restricted the flow of fresh oxygen to his lungs, gradually diminishing his strength. The taste of solitary battle is unpleasant. I assent it, little brat. Kingpin growled. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed the figures of his wife and son through the collider's operation. They were on the verge of crossing over from the parallel world, but they were thwarted at the last moment. The Black Widow had inserted that little gadget into the collider. Originally, the collider was designed to search for matching genetic codes from parallel worlds based on the input from this side, then transport the targets over. This was why, during the battle between Spider-Man and Green Goblin, Spider-Man was thrust into the particle stream, bringing forth various Spider-Men from different universes, including the Shadow Spider-Man and Gwen Spider-Man. However, just now it was akin to Kingpin losing his family once again. How could he possibly endure this? At this moment, his murderous intent towards the Black Widow had reached its zenith. With one hand firmly gripping the Black Widow's neck, pinning him down, Kingpin raised his other hand high. He intended to use the very fist that had slain the first Spider-Man to extinguish the life of the second. All these detestable spiders deserved to perish. What was that sizzling sound? At that instant, Kingpin heard a faint crackle of electricity. In the next moment, the Black Widow raised both hands and pressed them against Kingpin's left arm. A torrent of violent blue electricity surged from the Black Widow's body, violently coursing into Kingpin. Kingpin let out a scream as his body was propelled away by the force. Thud! He was flung several meters, crashing heavily onto the ground, causing the floor to tremble. Kingpin. The Black Widow executed a swift maneuver, rising to his feet, fists clenched, and roared. He quickly advanced toward Kingpin. Although the previous strike had unleashed the power of the venom sting, it had been too hasty. He knew Kingpin would not be easily vanquished. Thus, he now sought to deliver the finishing blow. Spider-Brat. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Jean Bing swiftly regained his composure, buoyed by his remarkable physical prowess. He sprang to his feet, clenched his fists, and struck at the little black spider. Sensing the impending blow, the spider realized he could not withstand such force at this moment. Extending his hand, he harnessed bioelectricity almost as if hitching a ride, and his body sped away like a subway train. Chapter 28, Conclusion. Damn it, don't run. Jean Bing wiped the blood streaming from his nose and shouted in fury as he gave chase. But how could an ordinary person match the subway's speed? Watching the train vanish behind a crooked building, Jean Bing paused for a moment, yet refused to relent. His mind raced with fervent thoughts. The world perceived Jean Bing as a brute due to his imposing stature, yet few recognized that his most formidable weapon lay within his intellect. Eureka! In the next instant, Jean Bing's eyes sparkled with inspiration. He dashed forward, leaping over several contorted houses. When faced with obstacles he could not circumvent, he smashed through them with his fists. In his fury, he paid no heed to the blood that streamed from his hands, battered from repeated impacts against the walls. His reckless pursuit, however, proved effective. Inside the train car, the little black spider reclined in his seat, resembling an exhausted sloth. He pressed his hand against his chest, drawing a sharp breath. Ugh. It's truly broken. That hurts. The force of Jean Bing's punch had been overwhelming. Just then, a thunderous crash erupted as the side door of the subway car was violently flung open, and a figure more massive than a bear barreled in. Little spider, he gasped, his eyes widening in shock. How did you catch up? With little time to tend to his injuries, the little black spider rolled sideways, tumbling from his seat. Boom! Jean Bing crashed into the very spot where the little black spider had just been seated, distorting the metal seat and leaving a dent in the car itself. This moment vividly illustrated the sheer might of Jean Bing's relentless charge. Yet, he was not just a powerhouse. He was also an agile giant. In a sudden twist, Jean Bing leaned back, executed a backflip, and came crashing down towards the little black spider. Unprepared for such rapid adjustment, the spider was kicked once more. What followed was a relentless barrage of punches, each one landing with tremendous force upon the little black spider. Some blows he barely managed to deflect or evade, yet a few struck him squarely. The little black spider felt akin to a fragile vessel tossed about in a storm, enduring helplessly and praying for the tempest to pass. He attempted to activate his venomous stinger ability once again, but to no avail. The more he concentrated, the more elusive the power became. Crack! At one moment, after receiving 2 consecutive punches, the little black spider found himself once again grasped by Jean Bing. The latter held him by the neck, lifting him high until his head nearly touched the ceiling of the car. You shall pay for your deeds. Jean Bing roared, raising his hand. Fisk, no. What are you doing? A startled voice cried out, halting Jean Bing's impending action. He trembled slightly as he turned his head. 2 elusive figures materialized at the far end of the compartment. It was his wife and son. At that moment, his wife held her son with one hand while covering her mouth with the other, both gazing in disbelief and terror at the Spider-Man that Jean Bing clutched, along with his raised fist. His wife could hardly fathom that her beloved husband, a successful entrepreneur, could commit such an act, even to the point of threatening Spider-Man. Meanwhile, their son could not comprehend that the violent man before him was indeed his father. In this instant, Jean Bing's true nature was laid bare before his closest family, inciting their panic. Just as his original wife and son had reacted when witnessing his battle against the first-generation Spider-Man, so too did the wives and sons from parallel worlds respond similarly upon seeing him wielding the second-generation Spider-Man, Little Black Spider. After a moment of stunned silence, his wife grabbed their son and dashed for the door. He is not your father. Richard, we must leave. No. Jean Bing quickly released Little Black Spider, allowing his body to crash onto the debris-strewn floor of the compartment. He mockingly looked at Jean Bing. But why didn't you pursue them just now? Was it because the door was too narrow for you to squeeze through? The door connecting the 2 compartments was merely about 1.5 meters wide, while Jean Bing, with his muscular frame, stood nearly 2 meters tall, making it indeed impossible for him to escape in a straight manner. So, Bitten's observation was not without merit. Huh, how surprising that one foolish enough to remain behind still lingers. Jean Bing's eyes blazed red, like a beast, glaring fiercely at Bid. So, are you prepared to die here? Die here? No, no, no. Bid shook his head vigorously. I recall a line from a favorite American drama of mine. What should one say in the face of death? Jean Bing regarded him coldly, showing no inclination to respond. Bid, undeterred, continued, not today. In the next instant, they both moved in unison. Bid's hands gripped the edge of the compartment's roof, his body swinging like a pendulum, creating a 270-degree arc in the air, resembling a battle axe aimed at Jean Bing. Meanwhile, Jean Bing clenched his fist and swung it with all his might. Boom! Their fists and feet collided with a thunderous roar. Jean Bing staggered back several steps, his face pale. The disparity was evident. Despite Jean Bing's ferocity, he remained merely an ordinary man. Lacking enhanced genes or advanced technological support, his combat prowess was limited, especially with Bid empowered by the temporal forces of the particle stream. Now at full capacity, Jean Bing's predicament grew dire. Subsequently, even as Jean Bing exerted every ounce of strength, he was swiftly overpowered by Bid, who possessed greater speed and strength. Throughout this ordeal, Little Black Spider sat to the side, in agony and unable to rise. It was only when Bid subdued Jean Bing, tossing his massive body before Little Black Spider, that he declared, "Well, my task is complete. Now, how do you intend to deal with him?" Little Black Spider gazed at the unconscious Jean Bing, once again engulfed in hesitation. From the earlier encounter between Jean Bing and Bitten, it was evident that Jean Bing resembled a cornered beast, devoid of attachments and driven to madness. He seemed intent on annihilating everything in his path. "Well, it appears you are unable to make a decision for now. Let us proceed to dismantle the collider," Bitten shrugged, effortlessly lifting Jean Bing with a single hand. The Little Black Spider cast a grateful glance at him and nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 29. The Lament of Jean Bing. The two exited the compartment and were poised to leap when Bitten halted the Little Black Spider. He then raised his wrist, revealing the communicator above. With a gentle tap, the holographic projection of the Wanderer emerged. It was a clever little device recently discovered affixed to his battlesuit. Due to the nearby spatial turbulence, the Wanderer's image flickered erratically, and his voice was intermittent, yet the meaning of his words was discernible. "I have located the green button. Shall I press it now?" The Wanderer inquired. Bitten glanced at the Little Black Spider, who nodded affirmatively. "Uncle, please press it quickly." Bitten raised an eyebrow, bemused. "Though Jean Bing is unconscious, you are rather reckless, aren't you? It's as if you are broadcasting your true identity across your face." He shook his head in disbelief, while the Little Black Spider remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Upon receiving the nod from the Little Black Spider, the Wanderer firmly pressed the nearby green button. In the next instant, the liquid helium diversion system severed its connection with the particle collider and accelerator. The collider, already on the brink of collapse due to overexertion, was instantly destroyed by the surge of high temperatures. A torrent of particles erupted outward, creating a reverse flow that began to draw everything inward, manifesting as a powerful gust of wind. The disordered structures suspended in this space began to vanish one after another. Caught in the tempest, Bitten and the Little Black Spider were nearly swept into the collider. Fortunately, both reacted swiftly, shooting webs from their hands to anchor themselves to the walls. Barely resisting the fierce winds, as the gust gradually subsided, the interior of the collider lay in utter ruin, unrecognizable from its former state. The Little Black Spider exhaled deeply, exhilarated by the unexpected turn of events. "That was exhilarating. I had no idea destroying the collider would lead to such chaos." Bitten nodded in agreement. "Indeed, had we not reacted in time, we would have been pulled in." However, the Little Black Spider suddenly noticed a pressing issue. He looked at Bitten, whose hands and feet were affixed to the metallic wall. "But where is Jean Bing?" he queried, recalling how Bitten had previously secured Jean Bing's limbs with webs before carrying him. Bitten also glanced down at his hands, perplexed. "Where is Jean Bing?" In unison, they turned their gazes towards the nearby particle outlet of the accelerator. "What the pang de fa?" The strong wind had caused a moment of panic, prompting instinctively outstretched hands to steady themselves against an available surface. At that moment, he was holding a gold pendant. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, gold pendant should now be. The Little Black Spider stared blankly at the particle accelerator's port, speechless, lost in contemplation. Perhaps he felt relief. He was finally liberated from the dilemma of having to choose between eliminating gold pendant to protect his family and adhering to the law by allowing him to live. Regardless, a faint sense of gratitude welled up within the Little Black Spider. Beside him, Peter quickly regained his composure. Logically, one would expect him to feel some anxiety after taking a life for the first time. Strangely, he did not. Perhaps influenced by the Shadow Spider-Man, he regarded Gold Pendant as a quintessential villain, and thus felt no pangs of guilt for ending his life. It could also be that Gold Pendant did not perish directly at his hands. In a sense, one might argue that Gold Pendant had succumbed to his own demise, as it was the particle accelerator that ultimately claimed him. Clearing his throat, Peter suggested, "We should leave. I suspect another explosion is imminent." Although the particle accelerator had entered a high-temperature state due to the strong magnets, losing its ability to contain the particle flow, it was still operational. It simply lacked the means to continue producing anything. Not only did it cease production, but it had also ingested a considerable amount of chaotic matter. The more advanced the technology, the more intricate it becomes. The particle accelerator's consumption of such disordered elements would inevitably inflict irreparable damage on its internal structure. Thus, an explosion was nearly assured. The little black spider, however, was not burdened by Peter's thoughts, as he had not paid much attention to the research materials during Payne's studies. Yet, after a series of events, he had come to hold Peter in the highest regard. With the obstruction of spatial turbulence eliminated, they swiftly located the little black spider's uncle, Aaron Davis, who was wandering nearby. Upon seeing the two empty-handed, Aaron's expression fell. He had assumed they had failed to capture Gold Pendant. He began to mentally calculate Gold Pendant's other hideouts, preparing to risk everything, knowing that whether he lived or died, at least his brother's family would be safe. Fortunately, Peter noticed Aaron's subtle movements and grasped his intentions. He pointed toward the distant accelerator particle port and said, "When we shut down the collider, Gold Pendant was drawn into the accelerator. It seems you need not worry about his retaliation any longer." Aaron Davis paused momentarily. Then a look of surprise and delight visibly spread across his face. "Is this true? How wonderful!" He instinctively cheered, only to quickly realize that expressing such joy over another's demise in front of his nephew might not be the best example to set. He coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment. "Ahem, what a pity. I had intended to defeat him and hand him over to the authorities." Peter rolled his eyes. Who would believe your words? Even the little black spider face-bombed at his uncle's clumsy performance. Subsequently, the three quickly moved past this brief interlude. Although he had distanced himself from Gene Bin's underground organization, he had indeed once worked for him. While Gene Bin was alive, that might have sufficed. Now that he has passed away, it is plausible that others might uncover traces leading back to him. Many within the Gene Bin group are aware of his true identity. After Aaron Davis departed, Bide and the black spider stealthily emerged from the underground, under the cover of night. Chapter 30, Miles. You and T wish to be adversaries with your father, would you? Boom. The two arrived at the edge of a high-rise rooftop adjacent to the street. Beep, beep, beep. As Bide had anticipated, just as they emerged from the underground, a massive explosion erupted at the particle collider. Subsequently, police cars, which had been scurrying about like headless flies, converged at the scene. In the center of the street, two enormous craters had formed, corresponding to the particle ports on either side, the very site of the explosion. The silver lining was that there were no buildings above this location, just an open space. It stands to reason. The taller the building, the deeper the foundation required. Constructing an underground base beneath a high-rise may indeed make it less detectable, yet it poses considerable safety risks. After all, the collision area of the particle collider is hollow. Unlike the main control room, where a basement would suffice. Given Gene Bin's resources, acquiring land under the pretense of development to secretly install a collider underground would have been rather simple. However, this was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The absence of tall structures nearby prevented further devastation from the recent explosion. Bide gestured toward a towering figure just disembarking from a police vehicle below, gently nudging the black spider. "Miles, aren't you going to give your father a call?" The black spider's expression was one of inner turmoil. A profound generational gap existed between him and his father, a common plight between middle-aged fathers and their rebellious adolescent children. He resented some of the things his father insisted he do, while his father remained resolute in his determination to mold him into an exemplary individual. Consequently, their relationship had recently become somewhat strained. Bide leaned closer and whispered, "Miles, let me share a little secret with you. While you were battling Gene Bin, your father was in a nearby building." What? What did you say? Is that true?" The black spider exclaimed, astonished. "Absolutely true," Bide replied with a smile. He was cheering you on. He had indeed seen the black spider's father. He had been in a building that was caught in the chaotic particle flow and transported into that tumultuous spatial crevice. Thus, he had nearly witnessed the entire confrontation between the black spider and Gene Bin, as well as the determination with which the black spider thwarted Gene Bin's nefarious actions. Upon hearing Bide's detailed account and analysis, the black spider finally resolved to act. He took out his phone, located his father's contact, hesitated for a moment, and then pressed the call button. The glowing screen of his phone illuminated the apprehension etched on the black spider's face. On the street below, Jefferson Davis picked up his phone and, upon seeing the name displayed, quickly answered, Miles, are you all right?" Little black spider had been skipping school for several days due to various reasons and had not been in contact with his family. As a concerned father, Jefferson was deeply troubled, fearing that something unfortunate had befallen Miles. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Miles replied, feeling a sense of calm wash over him upon hearing his father's anxious voice. "You seem quite busy." No, I'm free. I have all the time in the world." Jefferson Davis quickly interjected. I understand that I have not always interacted with you in the way you desire. But I see the brilliance within you, which is truly remarkable. That is why I push you, but this is your life. And no matter how you choose to navigate it, you are exceptional. We could even find a wall to paint, one that is privately owned. I think the one at the police station would be splendid. My colleagues wouldn't mind you leaving your masterpiece there. Jefferson expressed all the thoughts he had bottled up over the past few days in one breath. Truthfully, he was quite anxious. All right, Dad, little black spider said, feeling a lump form in his throat as a tear rolled down his cheek. This was the first time he had heard such heartfelt words from his strict father, and he was deeply moved. He had so much to say in return, but the words caught in his throat. Behind him, Peter gently patted his back. Why not speak to him in person? Peter suggested, gesturing downwards to convey his meaning. Little black spider's eyes brightened at the idea, but he shook his head, rejecting the alluring proposal. After a long moment of hesitation, he said, Dad, tomorrow, I would like to invite a friend over. Is that all right? Of course, absolutely. Jefferson replied without hesitation, then asked, Is it a girl? Little black spider felt a tinge of annoyance rising. Dad, I'm only 14. Of course it's a boy. Oh, Jefferson responded, that is fine, Miles. At 14, you're practically a young adult. It's perfectly normal to invite girls over for dates or parties. He spoke with an understanding tone, as if he had suddenly grasped what Miles had been up to these past few days. Perhaps he had been getting close to a girl. Dad, are you becoming a bit too liberal all of a sudden? Little black spider remarked, while Peter looked equally perplexed. Had his father conjured up some bizarre notions? After reiterating that his friend was indeed a boy, Jefferson still wore a skeptical expression, prompting little black spider to reluctantly end the call. Why do you want me to come over to your house? Peter inquired, puzzled. All right, he finally nodded, acknowledging the reason. But are you sure you don't want to go and say hello to your dad? Should I? Little black spider hesitated. Is it really necessary? Absolutely, Peter replied earnestly. Think about it. You are destined to inherit the mantle of Spider-Man and become the new generation of Spider-Man. Given your father's profession, it is inevitable that you two will develop a relationship in the future. It would be wise to establish a rapport now, as it will facilitate matters greatly later on. Miles, you surely do not wish to find yourself at odds with your father, do you? Indeed, you present a compelling argument. The little black spider found something peculiar about Bite's words, though he could not quite discern what was amiss. Nevertheless, he rose to his feet and took a step forward. Shall I take my leave then? Yes, go ahead, Bite waved his hand dismissively. The little black spider promptly leaped from the rooftop, becoming invisible mid-air, and swiftly approached his father. Bide, unperturbed by the tender reunion between the little black spider and his father, turned his gaze towards the shadows behind him and spoke softly. Dear lady, are you planning to reveal yourself, or shall I assist you in that endeavor? Oh no. I shall emerge on my own. Thank you very much. A graceful figure stepped out from the darkness, coming to a halt a short distance from Bide. Chapter 31. Lady Octopus. Can you take me away? Clad in a teal steel uniform and sporting a wild hairstyle held back by a headband, her familiar appearance made her identity unmistakable. Lady Octopus cast a flirtatious glance at Bide. Call me Liv, my friends do. Bide, puzzled, inquired, do we consider ourselves friends? He observed her performance in silence. Even if there was a connection, his current strength would surely prevent her from ensnaring him. In fact, a counterattack was quite within the realm of possibility. He casually gave a thumbs up, indicating the direction diagonally behind him. It seemed she preferred to avoid an encounter with the little black spider, or perhaps wished to keep her meeting with Bite a secret from him. Yet, her tone was laced with undeniable fervor, and her eyes, fixated on Bide, seemed as though they longed to devour him whole. Lady Octopus remarked, After concluding my battle with you, I initially intended to depart from that place. However, I made a detour to the database, intending to take all the experimental data with me. You won't believe what I discovered. Oh, what was it? Bide feigned curiosity, playing the role of the straight man. Lady Octopus was pleased with Bite's response, and continued, I found that there were merely 5 parallel world signals connected to the collider. Yet astonishingly, 6 different versions of the little spider have appeared. And you, my dear, are the spider who was not linked to the collider, but somehow arrived in this world. Am I correct? Furthermore, through the comparison of experimental data, I uncovered a significant flaw in this experiment. While it can utilize genetic codes to locate counterparts in parallel universes, those counterparts from other realms cannot adapt to this universe's environment. In as little as a day, or as long as 5 days, these counterparts will succumb to the pressure of this universe, ultimately perishing in annihilation. Bite's eyes widened in surprise. Truly, she was a supervillain renowned for her high intelligence. Observing Bite's reaction, Lady Octopus interpreted it as tacit agreement and became immediately animated, exclaiming, So, You possess a capability to traverse freely between parallel universes, do you? Biden shrugged. And if I do, what of it? Am I obliged to share this with you? It's all rather fantastical. Madame Octopus declared, I am willing to follow you. I merely wish to explore other parallel universes and delve into the unknown. As she spoke, her gaze radiated fervor, a boundless pursuit of the discipline known as parallel time and space. To be candid, Peter felt a stir of excitement. But who exactly is Dr. Octopus? He is an eminent nuclear physicist specializing in atomic energy. He invented mechanical tentacles, each capable of lifting 8 tons. The operation is straightforward, entirely radiation-resistant, imbued with immense power and remarkable precision, allowing him to conduct astonishing experiments, pen numerous groundbreaking theories, and achieve global renown. However, during one experiment, a ruptured pipeline caused a radiation leak, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Otto, though fortunate to survive, found his 4 tentacles fused with his body. Influenced by the mechanical intelligence within the tentacles, his thoughts deviated, rendering him extreme and arrogant, transforming him into a supervillain. In his debut confrontation, he left Spider-Man questioning his very existence, to the point of contemplating abandoning his role as the web-slinger. Moreover, in Ultimate Spider-Man, he developed a machine capable of transferring consciousness, successfully shifting his mind into Spider-Man's body and becoming the Ultimate Spider-Man, even founding Parker Industries. In The Ultimate Spider-Man, he is portrayed as a doctor focused on genetic mutation research, with Spider-Man, Green Goblin, and Dr. Lizard emerging from his concocted genetic serums. He subsequently created the Scarlet Spider, Ben Reilly, the second Green Goblin, Harry Osborn, and the Spider Slayer, even exerting control over the Avengers of that universe, establishing himself as a formidable supervillain. In a certain world, he fought alongside nefarious leaders such as Red Skull, Dr. Doom, and Alistair against Spider-Man, Captain America, the Fantastic Four, Iron Man, Black Cat, Professor Lizard, and Storm among the X-Men. All of this underscores his limitless potential, yet simultaneously highlights his perilous nature. Peter's mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Her talent, gifts, and potential are unparalleled, but her ambition and danger are equally formidable. Until he possesses sufficient capability to manage her, it would be unwise to engage with her excessively, let alone accept her allegiance. What if this individual is akin to the one from the Ultimate Spider-Man universe and can create a consciousness-swapping machine? He certainly does not wish to undergo such a transformation. Chapter 32, The Second Superpower. His words were not entirely intended to mislead her. However, this does not imply he could apply this method to others. After all, others do not possess his unique quantum-encoded supergene. Perhaps upon traveling back, she would face the same fate as those Spider-Men who arrived in this world, confronting the risk of quantum collapse and annihilation. The potential for demise is too great. Thus, before bringing along those he wishes to, Peter ought to experiment with a few less significant villains first. Although Madame Octopus is a villain, she possesses utility and cannot be subjected to such experiments. In that fleeting moment, Peter's spider sense tingled, causing every muscle in his body to tense instantaneously. Indeed, it was the hallmark of a villainous demeanor, without a hint of negotiation. The intention was to strike. Madame Octopus remarked, Fear not, for I shall prepare in this realm. I only hope that one day you may return and take me away. Trust me, I can be of great assistance to you. As she spoke, seemingly anxious for Peter to believe her, she tossed an object toward him. Peter caught it with outstretched hands and discovered it to be a transparent test tube, approximately 30 centimeters in length and as thick as a palm. Through the light, he could discern metallic particles floating within, though they were exceedingly minute. As she spoke, for mechanical arms slowly extended from behind her, one of which had been diminished to a mere sheet by Spider-Ham's dimensional strike, yet remained unrepaired. This served as the finest testament to her claims. A multi-meter-long mechanical appendage could not possibly be concealed upon her back without the aid of such unique nanoparticles. This was indeed a valuable item. However, Peter did not immediately place his trust in her words. One could never be too cautious, especially when dealing with a character steeped in dubious intentions. Nevertheless, he feigned confidence outwardly. Very well, Peter nodded solemnly. I promise. His words were grand, yet there was no stipulated time frame. One day. Who could say when that might be? Until he had absolute certainty, Peter would refrain from returning. Take, for instance, the regenerative metallic nanoparticles. They would not only significantly enhance the protective capabilities of his suit, but also greatly improve its portability and stealth. He had previously been troubled over whether to wear his suit like Peter Parker as a form of thermal undergarment, or to remove it and conceal it. Now, with this assurance, he could resolve that dilemma at once. Off we go. At that moment, Both noticed that the young spider had concluded his conversation with his father and was bidding farewell. Clearly, the dialogue between the second-generation Spider-Man and the sheriff had been fruitful. Madame Octopus began to retreat into the shadows behind her, stating, "I shall reconstruct a research facility, awaiting your arrival. Please believe in my resolve." Peter waved a hand. The young spider leapt up from below, landing gracefully beside him. "Oh, were you saying goodbye to someone?" the young spider inquired, puzzled. Peter smiled, "Indeed. I was just about to bid you farewell." "Huh?" the young spider replied. "Did you not promise to visit my home tomorrow?" Reminded by Peter, the young spider grew anxious, imagining how worried his mother must be at that very moment. Embarrassed, he fidgeted with his hands. Peter chuckled softly. "Let's be off. I must depart as well." "Yes, you must come tomorrow," the young spider exclaimed, embracing Peter briefly. Peter reciprocated the gesture gently. They parted ways, each releasing a web, one headed towards his own home, the other towards Aunt May's abode. Without further mention of the young spider, let us focus on Peter's side of the narrative. From Brooklyn to Queens, the distance is not particularly great, separated only by a river. Peter was in no hurry, leisurely drifting along. However, this drew considerable attention. "Oh my goodness, it's Spider-Man. Mom, look at Spider-Man. He has returned. The hero has resurrected." Those who spotted Peter greeted and cheered for him, illuminating the extent of Peter Parker's popularity in this world. Yet, his acclaim was not a mere happenstance. It was earned through a decade of unwavering dedication to safeguarding lives, culminating in the ultimate sacrifice of his own. This recognition was well-deserved. Peter began to realize that alongside this gift came a weighty responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility, a mantra often associated with Spider-Man. Yet, Peter perceived it as the driving force that propels Spider-Man to rise from adversity and seek hope amidst despair. This was not a curse, but rather a second superpower that existed within Spider-Man, beyond his extraordinary genes. Though he had never met this world's Peter Parker, at that moment, he felt as if he had become a disciple, guided toward the path uniquely his own. Peter's movements became more agile, embodying the true essence of Spider-Man. Chapter 33. The nanometal suit. Peter arrived at Aunt May's house in Queens. Her surprise at his return was palpable, mingled with a hint of confusion. Naturally, Peter shared a brief account of the events he had experienced, feeling there was nothing to conceal. Furthermore, Aunt May was known for her discretion. Otherwise, Peter's identity would have been exposed long ago. His visit served a dual purpose: to express gratitude on behalf of Gwen and the others who had departed, and to utilize the underground base belonging to this world's Peter Parker. Within this base lay an array of high-tech devices, including those capable of detection. After clarifying his intentions, Aunt May handed him the key, allowing him to descend on his own. She then inquired about his preference for a late-night snack before heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal. This gentle warmth enveloped Peter like a soothing embrace, dissipating the lingering tension from his recent battles. A smile crept onto his lips as he whistled his way to the underground base. Having spent several days there, he had already grasped the basic functions and techniques of the various machines, likely due to the spider gene endowing him with exceptional memory and cognitive abilities. He soon approached a particular machine, designed for crafting suits. One end resembled a sewing machine, while the other connected to a computer. The determination of the battlesuit style is conducted through a computer, which subsequently fills the corresponding materials into the sewing machine. The sewing machine then crafts the battle suit according to the blueprint. The choice of materials for the suit can also be finalized at this juncture. Furthermore, this sewing machine is equipped with analytical and self-diagnostic devices, primarily designed to ascertain whether the current materials meet the specifications of the blueprint. For instance, the insulated suit specifically created by Spider-Man to confront Electro is constructed without any conductive substances to ensure optimal insulation. Once the self-diagnostic program is configured, the computer indicates that the detection results will be available in half an hour. Foreigners typically do not indulge in late-night snacks. However, Aunt May, considering that Peter has just endured a fierce battle, thought it prudent to offer him some food to soothe his nerves. By the time Peter ascends, Aunt May has already laid out an assortment of cookies, pastries, and milk on the table. From this vantage point, one can still observe a substantial hole in the living room window. Despite their utmost efforts to prevent it, Aunt May's home has sustained some damage. Witnessing this, Peter feels a pang of guilt. Had it not been for their presence, Norman Osborn and his 4 horsemen would not have come knocking, and Aunt May's home would have remained unscathed. Upon hearing Peter's footsteps, Aunt May calls out, "Come here, dear. These are Peter's favorite cookies and pastries." "Coming," Peter replies loudly, hastening to the living room. The cookies possess a delightful flavor, likely baked by Aunt May herself. They are crisp and delectable, imbued with a rich buttery aroma. No wonder this world's Peter enjoys them as well. While indulging in the treats, Peter inquires about the state of the house, expressing concern over the gaping hole. Fortunately, Aunt May reassures him that the insurance company has already assessed the situation, classifying it as accidental damage. They will cover the costs, and soon someone will arrive to conduct the repairs at no charge. Relieved by this news, Peter finishes his meal and helps Aunt May clear the dishes. After calculating the time, he descends once more into the underground base. Before long, he receives the results from the computer diagnostic. No issues, Peter exclaims with delight. He picks up the tube containing the metallic nanoparticles. In the next moment, a wondrous scene unfolds. The nanoparticles begin to flow out of the tube, as if animated, seamlessly extending along the spider suit, quickly enveloping Peter's arm, then his torso, and soon covering his entire body. Once the nanometallic layer of the suit is complete, Peter stands before the mirror, scrutinizing his appearance with satisfaction. In just a few minutes, while he appears outwardly unchanged, a closer inspection reveals that his suit now possesses a metallic sheen, reflecting light with a subtle mirror-like quality. The only unfortunate aspect is that, for ease of breathing, the mask over his head could not be incorporated into the new design. Thus it remains the original polymer fiber material. After all, he merely transformed the suit into a metallic form, unlike the remarkable iron spider suit of Holland's Spider-Man, which is equipped with cutting-edge artificial intelligence. If the mask were to be similarly metallized, then upon donning the suit, the mask would automatically reappear, rendering it impossible to remove it while wearing the suit. Have you not noticed that every Spider-Man-esque mask is distinct from the other parts of the suit? Nonetheless, this is not a significant issue. The head is naturally the least vulnerable area, and for someone with spider sense, it is also the least prone to injury. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from behind Peter. Aunt May had somehow descended into the underground base, but Peter was so engrossed in observing the changes in his suit that he failed to notice her presence. Upon turning around and seeing Peter's face, which was entirely different from the Peter she knew, Aunt May could not help but stifle a sob. Peter hurried over and gently embraced her. In truth, the elderly woman was also suffering deeply. First, she lost her husband, and now she had to endure the heart-wrenching loss of her nephew, who she had raised as her own son. For an elderly person, this is perhaps the most profound tragedy one could face. After crying for quite some time, Aunt May regained her composure and apologetically said, "I'm so sorry, dear. I was just reminded of Peter, and I lost control for a moment." "Aunt May, you needn't feel this way. Peter wouldn't want to see you so sorrowful," Peter offered, though he was uncertain how to comfort her, managing only to piece together a few words. "I will visit you again when I have the chance." "Are you leaving too?" Peter pondered momentarily. "I depart tomorrow. Then you should rest. Peter's room is the second on the left after you go through that door." Chapter 34. Return early the next morning. Peter bid farewell to Aunt May, clutching the few dollars she had given him along with a bag of cookies and pastries. As he boarded a bus heading to Brooklyn, the coins were for the fare, while the baked goods were Aunt May's thoughtful gift, prepared early in anticipation of his visit to the Black Widow family. Before departing, Peter had contacted the Black Widow through the communication device on his web shooter. The Black Widow was delighted to hear from him. However, after experiencing a significant event, she had matured considerably, gaining a deeper understanding of her parents' struggles and concerns. This, too, could be considered a pleasant surprise. Perhaps it was a matter of becoming accustomed to it. Despite the tumultuous events of the previous night, of dimensional chaos, earthquakes, and explosions, Brooklyn's streets were bustling with life today. Commuters hurried by, clutching breakfast purchased from street vendors, likely propelled by the pressures of loan repayments. To be honest, ever since his internship began at the Martian observation base located in the Gobi Desert, Peter had not felt the warmth of human activity for quite some time. At the observation base, meals were taken in a communal cafeteria. Yet, with so few personnel at the base, even during meal times, the atmosphere felt sparse and disheartening. Overall, the entire base exuded a cold, sterile ambience. "Hey, Peter." Upon alighting from the vehicle, Peter did not linger by the roadside for long before being spotted by the eager little black spider, who was waiting patiently. He waved enthusiastically, jumping high in an effort to ensure Peter noticed him. Of course, his leaps were merely impressive in comparison to an ordinary person. Otherwise, he could vault several stories high. This creature's leaping prowess surpassed that of other Spider-Men, likely due to having been bitten by a particularly agile spider. The little fellow had also learned the art of concealment, which brought Peter a sense of satisfaction. "Here, this is a delightful assortment of cookies and cakes made by Aunt May," Peter offered, handing the bag to the little black spider. The young one gleefully accepted, exclaiming, "Uncle Aaron is coming today. Did you invite him?" Peter inquired. "Yes. Although my mother isn't particularly fond of Uncle Aaron, my father is always happy to see him. Besides, Uncle Aaron no longer works for Kingpin, right? The little black spider beamed with joy. Peter nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, he also met the little black spider's mother. As for his own father, being the sheriff and occupied with the aftermath of yesterday's incident, he was unable to join them. Peter spent the morning playing video games in the little black spider's room, and it was not until around noon that they encountered the tardy wanderer, Aaron Davis. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, Peter expressed his intention to take his leave. Understanding that he was preparing to depart from this world, the little black spider insisted on accompanying him. The wanderer decided to follow suit. The trio ventured to a narrow alleyway. Before departing, Peter took a moment to counsel the wanderer. It seemed inevitable that the little black spider would inherit the mantle of Spider-Man. Perhaps he could also utilize his advanced suit to carve out a new path for himself. The wanderer nodded in acknowledgement. Unlike Spider-Man and the little black spider, he lacked their inherently altruistic nature, having endured numerous hardships as an adult. His level of awareness was even beneath that of Peter, who had been raised under the Red Banner as an exemplary team member with a sound moral compass. Furthermore, upon emerging from the ivory tower of academia, Peter had entered a research facility that could be deemed isolated from the world, where the notion of being untainted by worldly affairs would not be an exaggeration. Thus, his perspectives remained somewhat naive. In response to Peter's proposition, the wanderer merely stated he would consider it. However, Peter sensed that he would likely acquiesce, not for any particular reason, but simply because the little black spider was his nephew. Peter was filled with anticipation. For Spider-Man, the loss of an uncle seemed a rite of passage for every Spider-Man. Yet, the little black spider's uncle had not perished and possessed considerable abilities to aid him. It was intriguing to ponder how far the little black spider could develop under the wanderer's guidance. Finally, Peter turned to the little black spider, extending his fist. "Miles, you will undoubtedly become a great neighbor to all." The little black spider smiled knowingly, embodying the most widely recognized image of Spider-Man. "I will, and you will become an even more remarkable Spider-Man." Their fists gently met in a gesture of camaraderie. In the next moment, Peter activated his abilities. His vision abruptly lost focus, and the figures of the little black spider, the wanderer, and the alley began to recede and diminish before him. Before him appeared a myriad of luminous points. However, these entities did not truly manifest before him, but rather represented a phantasmagorical form. Each of these glowing orbs symbolized a parallel universe, akin to stars embellishing the vast expanse of Bide's consciousness. A few among them resonated with Bide, seemingly beckoning him towards the past. Yet, Bide chose to disregard their calls. Utilizing himself as a variable, he activated his powers. From the perspective of the little black spider and the wanderer, Bide's figure appeared to blur after a fist bump with the little black spider, transforming into what resembled sand or perhaps the crystalline particles of a liquid crystal display. In the next instant, he vanished completely beneath the sunlight. He departed, leaving the little black spider feeling somewhat despondent, as he had already come to regard Bide as a dear friend. The little black spider nodded affirmatively. The uncle and nephew exited the narrow alley. On the other side, Bide felt as though he had entered an extraordinary tunnel reminiscent of a kaleidoscope. In the subsequent moment, a grounded sensation coursed through his body. He shook his head, and the objects before him swiftly grew vivid. It was his room, his quarters within the Martian observation base. Bide leapt to his feet, but, having exerted himself too forcefully, he shot upwards and collided with the ceiling, transforming into a figure of iron and causing the ceiling to emit a mournful groan. Rubbing his head, the stark pain confirmed the authenticity of his surroundings. Clenching his fists, he savored the strength coursing through him. Drawing a deep breath, he managed to temper his exhilaration. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sound echoed from his door. Bide, it's mealtime. Shall we dine together? Mealtime? Something feels amiss. Chapter 35. The disarray of time when he traversed into the world of the little black spider. It was around 9 in the morning here. At that time, as he crossed over, it was evening there, and he felt no sense of peculiarity. After all, the Eagle Country across the ocean and his own Dragon Summer Country lay on nearly the same latitude, with a time difference of approximately 12 hours. Hence, he initially assumed he had merely arrived on the opposite shore rather than in an entirely different realm. Subsequently, he encountered the Shadow Spider-Man and visited Aunt May's home. The next day, he commenced training. On the following evening, Gwen, the little black spider, and middle-aged Peter Parker came calling. On the third day, the little black spider revealed his whereabouts, prompting Gold and his 4 formidable subordinates to pursue him. This indicated that he had spent nearly 4 days in that world. He had prepared himself for an interrogation, even concocting an elaborate explanation to justify his 4-day seclusion in his room. He intended to assert that he had been in deep contemplation and self-reflection during that time, which might suffice to placate any inquiries. At worst, he could hastily compose a lengthy letter of contrition. Fortunately, he possessed the attributes of a hamster, often stockpiling snacks in his room. Upon his return, he could simply consume all the snacks, leading others to believe he had survived solely on those provisions. Little did he expect that none of this would be necessary. Peter quickly leaned over his desk. His laptop lay before him, the screen displaying a clear and smooth image without any stuttering. It was the very film he had intended to watch before his journey, Spider-Man, into the Spider-Verse. 1 hour and 50 minutes. After glancing at the progress bar, Peter felt a mix of astonishment and delight. Although he had spent nearly 4 days in that other world, only 1 hour and 50 minutes had elapsed here. It was now 10:43 in the morning, still far from 11. The time flow between the two realms differed so drastically. But why was it precisely the duration of this particular film? Was it mere coincidence, or was there some deeper connection at play? Peter furrowed his brow. "Peter, dear." Outside the door, someone called out, unaware of Peter's reaction, and began to knock insistently. "You can't be locked up for a mere grounding. Surely you're not skipping meals? You can't be feeling despondent, can you?" Peter. Peter pressed the spacebar, halting the film instantly. He then closed the laptop and glanced at his hands. He was still clad in his nanometal suit, with web shooters adorning his wrists. The web shooters were palm-sized, and, after removing them, he tucked them into his pockets, where they were hardly noticeable. He then pressed a button on a controller that accompanied the nanomaterials. With a swift motion, the nanometal flowed back from his limbs and ultimately into the chest controller. After donning a shirt and an outer jacket, he appeared unremarkable at first glance. "Enough of that racket," he muttered as he hurriedly completed his preparations and approached the door. Opening it, he found a rather handsome young man standing there, roughly the same age as Peter. His name was Lu Lin, Peter's steadfast friend. They had met in high school and subsequently enrolled in the same university. However, their fields of study diverged. Peter had chosen astrophysics within the astronomy major, while Lu Lin specialized in soil science, focusing on soil chemistry. For reasons unknown, Lu Lin had somehow joined Peter at this research institute as an intern. According to Lu Lin, since Mars was predominantly composed of soil, they required a soil science expert like him. Nonetheless, Peter found it hard to believe that explanation. But as long as Lu Lin didn't elaborate, there was no need for Peter to probe further. Friends were scarce for him, and having a good companion nearby was a blessing. "Ah, you're finally out," Lu Lin teased, draping an arm over Peter's shoulder, leaning in to scrutinize him. "You look different, stronger, perhaps. Had you been working out?" Peter's eyelids flickered. He thought to himself that Lu Lin's observational skills were astonishingly sharp. The effects of the spider gene have indeed rendered his physique remarkably more robust. In the past, although he engaged in activities such as jumping rope, his physical fitness could only be described as average. However, following the enhancement from the spider gene, every muscle in his body became prominent, transforming him into a figure of considerable strength, even boasting a set of well-defined abdominal muscles. "I see. You belong to the pig zodiac, cooped up in a room all day, gaining weight. What kind of feed do you consume? Allow me a taste." Lu Lin continued to jest with a playful grin. "Get lost. I was feeling a bit guilty, but now I realize I've been played by this brat. Do you really eat pig feed? Then I shall take you to the cafeteria." "All right, you dare to say the cafeteria serves pig feed? I'll report you to Lao Yao," Dao retorted, closing the door behind them as they made their way towards the cafeteria. To reach the residential area housing the cafeteria, they first had to exit the dormitory zone. Upon leaving the dormitory, both immediately lost their playful banter. Despite having been here for 6 months, witnessing this scene daily, each encounter still stirred an inexplicable sensation within. This Martian research base is situated in a desolate desert in the northwestern region of Longxia, characterized by its unique Yodin landform, which bears a striking resemblance to the terrain of Mars, one of the reasons for establishing the research base here. It spans nearly 200 acres and is primarily divided into 3 sections: the Research Institute, the residential area, and the living quarters. The residential section contains a total of 100 sleeping pod-style accommodations, although there are only over 30 researchers, alongside more than 20 logistical personnel, with the remainder being security staff. Most researchers spend their time at the institute on the opposite side of the base, while security personnel are primarily stationed around the perimeter for safety. Logistical staff, meanwhile, occupy their designated posts in the living area. Consequently, during the day, the place tends to be rather quiet. This base exemplifies a typical dichotomy of strict external protocols paired with internal leniency. Aside from a series of formalities required to enter or exit the premises, there are virtually no restrictions on 1S movements within. Chapter 36, Spiders from Mars? Upon exiting the dormitory area, equipped with a central climate control system, one is immediately greeted by the distinctive winds of the northwestern region. The howling cold wind carries with it grains of sand lifted from the Gobi Desert, striking the face like a blade. Bitten and Lu Lin, in perfect synchrony, don their hoods, attempting to shield their faces from the biting gusts. Fortunately, the winds of the northwest, much like its people, are straightforward. A well-wrapped coat suffices to keep them at bay, unlike the humid winds of Jiangnan that drench you with moisture, voraciously siphoning away your warmth. After walking silently against the wind for a while, they arrived at another enclosed building. Extracting his researcher ID card, Bitten swiped it at the door, causing it to swing open. They hastily rushed inside and quickly shut the door behind them. Phew, what malevolent force is at work here, stirring up this relentless wind day and night? Lu Lin exclaimed, pointing towards the direction from which the wind blew. Bitten replied, exasperated, if you're so brave, go stand outside and curse it. Let us see if it fills your mouth with sand. You go, then I shall go, Lu Lin declared defiantly. I certainly won't go. I lack the capability to subdue that anomaly, Bitten replied, shaking off the sand clinging to his body and patting Lu Lin's shoulder in jest. Did you not claim to be the rising star of soil science, the future academician? The task of conquering that stretch of desolate sand is best left to you. Lu Lin pounded his chest, proclaiming, it must be me. Watch as I transform every desert on this planet into habitable oases. What shall we call you then? The green demon or the sand demon? Be the Chakil. Oh, spare me. That sounds dreadful. Lulin pushed be the Blafili, having shaken off the remaining sand. The two made their way through the corridor towards the living quarters. This area resembled a simulated town marketplace, featuring a few small shops selling food and clothing, offering a glimpse of the warmth of everyday life. However, truth be told, its utility was rather limited. Among the researchers, aside from the likes of Bitten and Lu Lin, who were in their early 20s and had just joined, the rest were over 30 and had been working here for some time. They were all workaholics, spending their days at the Research Institute, either maneuvering Mars rovers across the Martian surface or studying the planet's topography through space telescopes, seldom venturing into this area. At the heart of the living quarters lay the cafeteria. The two navigated the menu with ease, swiping their cards, which were funded by the base's monthly living allowance, allowing for unlimited meals in the cafeteria. Despite Bitten's enhanced physique, his appetite strangely remained unchanged. Perhaps this rudimentary method of energy intake did not truly satisfy his genetic needs, merely providing a sense of physiological fullness. As he savored the nutritious and palatable dishes, Bitten found the food devoid of flavor. At that moment, he began to reminisce about the particle collider at Gene Bing's facility. The energy from the particle streams was genuinely delightful. The sensation derived from consuming that energy made every cell and genetic code within him rejoice. Oddly, he had not experienced such feelings while there. Bitten pondered, recalling the delicious cookies and pastries at Meiyi's home and the delightful lunch at Xiao Heizhu's. A flurry of thoughts surged through his mind. Was it due to not being hungry? This was his first hypothesis. Indeed, it had only been about 2 hours since he had dined at Xiao Heizhu's home, and he had merely come out to appease his friend's invitation. Yet, even without hunger, he should not have lost his fundamental appreciation for food. Thus, it must be due to other reasons. Bitten silently dismissed this conjecture. What was the most significant difference between being there and here? An idea surfaced in his mind. It was energy, the energy within him. He traversed parallel universes, relying on the mysterious power stored within his genes, or rather, the power of time and space. Bitten felt he had grasped the crux of the matter. Looking at the meal before him, he could not help but smile wryly. So, does this mean I have inadvertently developed a form of anorexia? What is the matter with you? Lu Lin observed that Bitten had barely touched his meal and inquired with curiosity, are you feeling unwell? Bitten neither nodded nor shook his head. Lu Lin sighed and offered some consolation, saying, I understand your feelings of guilt. But who could have foreseen the presence of a spider in the laboratory? It was merely an unfortunate accident. Dr. Liao has already stated that this incident was unforeseen, and the primary responsibility does not rest with you. In due time, you will resume your work. Spider? Yes, indeed, a spider. Lu Lin's words failed to provide comfort, for Bitten had long deciphered Dr. Liao's intentions. Nevertheless, his remarks illuminated a path for Bitten. That very spider that had bitten him. This spider had bestowed upon him the extraordinary abilities akin to those of Spider-Man, granting him not only these powers, but also dominion over time and space. What manner of spider was this? He was certain that they were situated in a research institute focused solely on Mars, devoid of any clandestine operations or underground laboratories for biological experimentation. Why was he so convinced? The explanation was straightforward. This Martian research base was situated hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest town and approximately 170 to 180 kilometers from the closest airport. The logistics of transporting supplies were transparent to any discerning observer. There was no room for concealment. Furthermore, among the 30-odd researchers at the base, while Bitten could not claim to know them all, he was familiar with a significant number. Most were astronomers like himself, with only a small fraction engaged in other disciplines akin to Lu Lin. However, there were absolutely no biologists. It was a given. What life forms could possibly exist on Mars? What purpose would biologists serve in such an environment? This was a consensus shared by humanity at large. Yet now, an idea began to germinate in Bitten's mind, growing like an insidious weed that gradually consumed his entire thought process. Was it possible that the spider that had bitten him had not inadvertently entered the well-sealed laboratory due to the negligence of a janitor or researcher, but rather that it had been there all along? When the soil sample was extracted by Bitten, preparing for observation at the research station, had awakened. Chapter 37. The mysterious stone tablet. Bitten pondered the implications of that spider, remaining silent. Lu Lin, misinterpreting his silence as disbelief, grew anxious and leaned closer, whispering, "I assure you, I possess insider information. Is that so?" Bitten intrigued. According to his understanding, the events of that day, in the context of this world, transpired just yesterday. These items that had arrived from Mars were not transmitted directly. They first originated from the Martian rover, making an initial stop at the Phobos space station, which orbits Mars. Subsequently, the collected materials were launched towards Earth from the Phobos station via spacecraft. Through meticulous calculations, the spacecraft was captured in low Earth orbit by the Tiangong 5 space station. The reason Bitten possesses such profound knowledge of the situation is that he arrived precisely at the inception of this project 6 months ago. It is said that the initiation of this plan prompted the temporary decision to recruit a cohort of graduate students from various esteemed universities. During the subsequent 6 months, nearly 180 days, Bitten spent most of his time shadowing his mentor, Dr. Liao Shuren, attentively monitoring the trajectory of the return rocket. The items had a brief sojourn aboard the Tiangong V space station. The base received these items the night before last. By the time Bitten and his colleagues encountered them, they had already undergone a preliminary classification. Due to his exceptional academic performance and commendable conduct at the base, Bitten earned the favor of Dr. Liao, subsequently becoming one of his closest assistants. Yesterday afternoon, Dr. Liao prepared to take them on their inaugural soil observation and analysis expedition, instructing Bitten to retrieve a sample of Martian soil marked with the coordinates of a valley's depths from the storage compartment. According to the label, this sample was meticulously excavated from the depths of a Martian valley, potentially formed by a meteorite impact or natural processes, using instruments mounted on a rover. The primary aim was to investigate the potential presence of water resources beneath the Martian soil, along with its various components. Lu Lin shook his head, stating that theoretically, this soil was indeed invaluable, as it had required the relentless efforts of several seasoned researchers, who worked in shifts around the clock to obtain even this minuscule amount. Furthermore, it held significant implications for Martian research. Bitten harbored no doubts regarding Lu Lin's assertions. Despite his somewhat erratic demeanor, Lu Lin's academic prowess was undeniable. Otherwise, he would not have been specially recruited for this initiative. Although Bitten often suspected that he had leveraged certain connections to arrive here, his own formidable capabilities were undoubtedly a crucial factor. Moreover, Lu Lin's mentor was the renowned soil scientist, Professor Lin Yijiang, a true authority in the field of soil studies in the country. His research had substantially contributed to increasing agricultural yields, indirectly saving countless lives. However, Lu Lin shifted the conversation with a twist, asking, "Guess what?" Bitten felt an urge to punch him, thinking, "Just get to the point." The ensuing developments won't involve anything like the resurgence of spiritual energy or cosmic disturbances, will they? Bitten exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Lin retorted, "Have you been indulging in too many online novels? Do you think we are in a fantasy tale?" Bitten countered, "And what about you? Aren't you in a position to criticize?" However, he inquired, "But is what you said about the process stone tablet true?" Lu Lin nodded nonchalantly, affirming its authenticity, yet added, "It's merely a conjecture. It could also be the result of natural erosion. Who knows?" Bitten nodded slightly, ostensibly conceding to Lu Lin's words. Setting aside how Lu Lin acquired such classified information, surely he harbored some secret, perhaps being the illegitimate child of a prominent figure, if what Lu Lin claimed was indeed true, and such a stone tablet existed, then all discussions regarding Martian soil would be rendered entirely irrelevant. For once the authenticity of the stone tablet is confirmed as a product of human craftsmanship, it would unequivocally demonstrate that civilization once thrived on Mars. Alternatively, It could suggest that extraterrestrial beings visited in epochs long past. Merely this possibility is sufficient to send ripples through the entire astronomical community. For whether it is the former or the latter, it substantiates the notion that humanity is not the sole bearer of life within the cosmos. If it is indeed the former, it would at least confirm that life once existed on Mars in the distant past. Perhaps humanity is merely the descendant of Martians. If it is the latter, it implies that somewhere in the vast, uncharted depths of the universe, a civilization may be quietly observing Earth. A chilling thought indeed, sending shivers down one's spine. However, aside from these two commonly contemplated theories, Bitten has another intriguing notion: parallel universes. If he possesses the ability to traverse into other parallel realms, why then could not beings from those universes traverse into his own? It is even conceivable that the spider which bit him hailed from a parallel universe. After all, if he can manipulate time and space, surely that spider could as well? The complexity of these possibilities leaves Bitten's mind in a state of turmoil. There is a dearth of evidence, rendering it impossible to dismiss certain conclusions, compelling him to engage in vigorous brainstorming. Lin, is there any way for you to approach that stone tablet? Bitten turned to Lu Lin, who was engrossed in his meal, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Lu Lin was taken aback by Bitten's audacious proposal. Are you out of your mind? This is classified information. If it weren't for the circumstances, that stone tablet is currently the highest secret within the base, guarded around the clock by at least a squad of elite warriors. It is undoubtedly inaccessible at this moment. A squad? Bitten queried, puzzled. With the security department occupied with the tablet, what about the exterior? The security force at this base resembles an enhanced platoon, comprising about 50 personnel. They operate in shifts, with roughly 30 individuals per shift. If an entire squad has been reassigned to guard the tablet, it would evidently leave the entrance inadequately manned, which seems illogical. Lu Lin shot him an exasperated glance. Have you lost your senses? Of course, it's personnel dispatched from higher up overnight, not Team Ling and the others. Ah, I see, Bitten nodded deep in thought. Infiltration is indeed the hallmark of a Spider-Man. While he may not be an exceptionally qualified Spider-Man yet, he has at least undergone training from Shadow Spider-Man and Spider-Ham. He has garnered some insights on how to stealthily penetrate tightly guarded locations amidst numerous adversaries. Nevertheless, he hesitated over whether to genuinely infiltrate and investigate the situation. If he were to be discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant scandal. While it might not stir public uproar, it would certainly garner high-level scrutiny internally. At that point, with the might of the national apparatus, his true identity would inevitably be exposed in due time. Alas, how he wished he possessed the cloaking ability of Black Widow, which can nullify heat signatures. At this moment, Bitten found himself enviously contemplating Black Widow as talents. By the way, Lin, you have your connections. Could you please inquire about when I might resume work? Bitten inquired. Should all avenues prove fruitless, we may be compelled to venture towards that dubious stone tablet. Lu Lin shook his head, stating, I truly cannot assist you in this matter. While the tablet is of utmost importance, on the surface, Martian soil is deemed the most precious commodity, particularly that which has been excavated from beneath the surface. The fact that you dropped it, resulting in a portion of the samples becoming contaminated, is a miracle you weren't dismissed outright. Dr. Liao, too, has endured considerable pressure just to retain you. Is there truly no alternative? Bitten inquired, a frown creasing his brow. None whatsoever, Lu Lin replied, spreading his hands in resignation. Why are you so enamored with your work? Was it about Martian soil that captivates you? Unable to divulge the truth to him, Bitten sighed and responded, this has been my project since the very first day at the Research Institute. That still leaves us with no options. At least 7 days of confinement are unavoidable, Lu Lin remarked, gesturing upwards, for this matter was under the scrutiny of more than just those within our confines. With that, he finished his meal, setting down his chopsticks. You should remain compliant. Why not enjoy a film or a novel in your room? After their meal, Bitten and Lu Lin parted ways at the entrance of the living quarters. Over these past few days, Lu Lin had been quite occupied. There were few researchers in the field of soil science, and had he not feared for his dear friend's morale, he might have resolved his lunch at the institute. During his confinement, he was prohibited from accompanying the supply convoy outside the base or visiting the research institute, limited instead to moving between the dormitory and communal areas. Securing his door and locking it, Bitten turned his gaze to his laptop. Simultaneously, the question that had occupied his thoughts when Lu Lin sought him out resurfaced. Was it mere coincidence, or was there some enigmatic connection at play? With these musings, Bitten lifted the lid of his laptop, revealing the paused frame of the film. He grasped the mouse and dragged the progress bar to the beginning, deciding to rewatch the film from the start, eager to discern the original narrative devoid of his involvement. 2 hours later, Bitten found himself deep in contemplation. The good news was that he had not been recorded into the film as a result of his transposition, even though it was a downloaded movie for offline viewing. This indicated that the film and the laptop were not conduits, having no direct correlation to his journey. This was unlike the scenario depicted in a novel he had previously read. He had indeed traversed into the realm of the Black Spider, rather than merely into the narrative of this film. The bad news was that this development rendered the issue of time disparity between the two worlds incapable of effective verification. He could not even ascertain the rate of time flow between them. Moreover, the fact that the Black Spider's uncle, the Prowler, remained alive made the Black Spider one of the rare Uncle Spiders among the many Spider-Men. This was ostensibly a positive twist. Yet, the Black Spider's identity had also been compromised. Those with ulterior motives could likely uncover the true identity behind the Black Spider's mask through the Prowler. Bitten was uncertain whether the Black Spider's future would undergo significant alterations. Additionally, in the original narrative, Kingpin had not perished. Rather, he had been apprehended by the police after being defeated by the Black Spider. Afterward, Kim will continue to stir up trouble. His interference led to Jin's demise, leaving him utterly shattered and obliterating any possibility of further chaos. This incident will also have repercussions for the Little Black Spider's development, as it has lost a formidable early game boss. Moreover, the bond between Little Black Spider and Gwen has been severed. In the film, a mutual affection blossomed between them due to various circumstances. However, in reality, Gwen harbors no romantic feelings for Little Black Spider, resulting instead in a different kind of connection. Have I inadvertently usurped Little Black Spider's romantic fate? Bitten's expression turned peculiar. No, that cannot be, for Little Black Spider and Gwen were never meant to be, as neither possesses the ability to traverse time and space. I, on the other hand, have found a suitable excuse for myself. After concluding his research, the film's credits coincidentally rolled to an end. Bitten clicked the cross and closed the movie. Then, he turned his gaze to the folder displayed on the screen, hesitating momentarily as his mouse hovered above it. Within the folder, aside from the previously deleted Spider-Man 1, there were several other films, including the first-generation Toby Spider-Man 2 and 3, the second-generation Andrew Spider's The Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2, along with the Dutch versions Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home. In fact, there existed another method of validation, Chapter 39, Leave of Absence. That is to traverse once more. He briefly sensed the temporal power coursing through his body. Although it appeared to be in a state of saturation based on the feedback from his meal, it was still far from reaching a state of hunger. Thus, traversing once was entirely feasible. However, it could not occur here, as he could not ascertain the flow of time between the two worlds. The most prudent approach would be to temporarily vacate this base. Conveniently, he had been confined due to an incident, although theoretically, he was required to remain at the base, unable to venture outside or visit the research facility. Perhaps a thorough discussion with his mentor, Dr. Liao, could secure an extended leave. Of course, some might argue that resigning outright would be a better option. The answer, of course, is that it would not be. Setting aside that Dr. Liao is his graduate advisor, this research position is directly tied to his degree, and he cannot detach himself from the matters that pertain to him. The spider that bit him, along with the stone tablet showing signs of artificial modification, are all housed within this base. If he departed from here, he would lose the chance to engage with them, potentially forfeiting any opportunity to uncover the secrets within himself. Upon reflection, he took action. Bitten retrieved his notebook and pen, neatly inscribing an application. I, Bitten, intern researcher, due to improper operation resulting in severe sample contamination, hereby request a temporary leave from the base for a duration of 1 month. I kindly seek your approval. Bitten felt a 70% confidence that his request would be granted. Within this base, aside from a few specific devices, all other equipment is incapable of connecting to the internet. His thoughts had markedly become more agile than before. At such a remarkable pace, simultaneous translation has become a reality, rendering subtitles unnecessary. In a single afternoon, Bitten completed watching Toby Spider 2 and 3, along with Extraordinary Spider 1. Dr. Liao's room is situated diagonally across from Bitten's. Despite Dr. Liao's esteemed reputation as a venerable figure in the domestic astronomical community, the older generation is notoriously known for their diligence and resilience. His living conditions are hardly superior to those of Bitten, the intern researcher, with only slight enhancements for comfort due to the local climate. However, Bitten's wait extended for several hours. This time, there must be a significant discovery, proclaimed a middle-aged researcher. Indeed, it was astonishing to find that the soil composition of Mars bears such a striking resemblance to that of Earth. Perhaps there truly existed another researcher speculating on this possibility. Yet, upon seeing Bitten standing at the doorway, they all fell silent. Upon entering Dr. Liao's room and closing the door, Bide presented his application and leave request. Doctor. Liao took it, glanced through it, and then slammed it down on the table, his voice aged yet resonant. Are you sulking? Bide's words felt inadequate, further convincing Dr. Liao that his highly regarded disciple was indeed upset. Due to Bide's exceptional performance and ambition, Dr. Liao had always held him in high esteem. For instance, it is uncommon for a prominent figure like Dr. Liao to accept graduate students. Among his students, Bide is the only one in his 20s. The others are all in their 30s, each holding a doctoral degree. The relationship between a mentor and a student resembles that of an employer and an employee in the professional world. The mentor wields the power of life and death over the student's graduation prospects, which is why one might occasionally hear of mentors asking their students to perform menial tasks such as walking dogs or tending to cats. Conversely, if a student proves exceptionally capable, the mentor naturally favors them. From a pragmatic standpoint, if you possess value and can generate sufficient benefits, no one would turn away from such interests. Emotionally speaking, which would you prefer, a capable subordinate or an average one? Furthermore, in a high-tech enterprise, if an employee lacks the requisite knowledge, what purpose do they serve? Bide is precisely that capable subordinate, regarded by Dr. Liao as a promising candidate for succession. His regard for Bide surpasses that of those he has mentored for many years, now fully independent. Hence, he has been especially lenient. Even when Bide inadvertently damaged a precious Martian soil sample, Dr. Liao managed to suppress the incident. A 2-week confinement, in light of the situation's impact, was quite negligible. Yet, Bide chose to evade. Dr. Liao's chest surged with emotion. Bide, quick-witted and agile, promptly assisted him to a seated position at the edge of the bed. Teacher, please have some water. Dr. Liao accepted the cup and drained it in one go. Observing Bide's obedient demeanor, he expressed his frustration, saying, Is it possible that such a minor setback could defeat you? In my time, I endured far worse, being dismissed from my post and sent to the countryside to tend to cattle for over a decade. Bide remained silent. Aren't you curious as to why my left hand is like this? Dr. Liao raised his left hand, revealing that both his ring finger and thumb were partially severed, lost to a cow's bite during that tumultuous period. Bide gazed at Dr. Liao's mangled hand, yet remained mute. Dr. Liao's tone softened, his words imbued with gravitas. As researchers, we must not only possess a spirit of truth and inquiry towards science, but we must also be resilient. Only then can we traverse the arduous path of research. Do you understand? Chapter 40. Spider-Man pulls a train the student comprehended, and with sincerity, Bide replied, However, I truly have no intention of giving up. My dream is to unveil the mysteries of Mars within my lifetime, enabling humanity to set foot on the Red Planet and possibly transform it into our second home. This statement was not mere rhetoric. It encapsulated his greatest aspiration prior to becoming Spider-Man. He had shared this dream with Dr. Liao before, and by bringing it up again, he conveyed that he had not relinquished his ambitions. Was it merely a stroll to clear your mind? Dr. Liao scrutinized Bide. He nodded earnestly. Indeed, it was just a chance to refresh my thoughts. Very well. Dr. Liao nodded in acknowledgement, took a pen from the table, and signed his name on Bide's leave application. It's not easy to step out. I shall grant you a month off. In the coming years, we may find ourselves here for an extended period. Thank you, teacher. Bide expressed his gratitude. Dr. Liao then opened a drawer and handed Bide a bank card, stating, You must be low on funds. Take this card. The password is. He insisted, just take it. If it comes to it, you can repay me later when you receive bonuses from your projects. Reluctantly, Bide accepted the card, placing it carefully in his pocket. He indeed lacked sufficient funds. As a graduate student, he received a mere 600 yuan monthly stipend directly from the institution. This paltry sum barely sufficed for his expenses at the base. Thus, his account balance was only a little over 1,000 yuan. It was evident that Dr. Liao, though not vocal about it, harbored considerable concern for him. Bide felt a warmth in his heart. However, it was no simple feat to obtain leave from the base. Even with Dr. Liao's endorsement, the approval process took 2 days. It was not until the 3rd day that Bide's leave request was finally sanctioned. Coincidentally, there was a flight to the provincial capital nearby scheduled for noon on that very day. On the 3rd day, 2 security personnel from the base drove Bide in a sandy off-road vehicle to the airport, located 180 kilometers away. The journey was silent. The world remained as tranquil and serene as before, undisturbed by Bide's extraordinary circumstances, devoid of any chaotic or malevolent creatures. As Bide disembarked from the aircraft, night had already fallen. He carried only a backpack, which contained a discreet change of clothes and a web shooter, leaving behind even his laptop. He intended to find a suitable location for a direct traversal. The laptop was cumbersome, and he was uncertain if it could be transported. In comparison, A mobile phone proved far more convenient. Since Gwen and the others were able to take their phones, there was no reason he couldn't do the same. Upon exiting the airport, Biden located a nearby hotel and spent the night there. The following day, he checked out and used his phone to search for a well-known local attraction, feigning a mountain hike as he ventured into the woods. Amidst the towering skyscrapers, a train sped along the tracks. Strangely, despite having passed its terminal station, it showed no signs of stopping, maintaining an alarming velocity. Ahead lay a bridge under construction, with no path remaining. On the locomotive, a young man clad in a red suit stood, deep in thought regarding his next move. His name was Peter Parker, the Spider-Man of this world. He understood that, true to Spider-Man-esque nature, he could not stand idly by while the innocents aboard the train faced peril. This was the hero's vulnerability. In the next moment, Peter made a remarkable decision. With both hands, he unleashed a flurry of webs towards the buildings flanking the tracks, gripping the other ends tightly. He audaciously attempted to halt the train by sheer force of will. The tension from the webs on either side and the kinetic energy from the rapidly advancing train battered his body, eliciting cries that were a blend of anguish and fury. The immense strain shattered the glass of the metal front, causing significant deformation of the carriages. Yet Peter remained steadfast, a conspiratorial smile playing on his lips as he awaited the moment Spider-Man would exhaust himself, ready to reveal himself and effortlessly capture him. Although endowed with formidable strength, he was far more adept at employing his superior intellect to confront his adversaries. Suddenly, a head emerged from the rooftop. Following the sound, it turned to observe Peter Parker, who was straining to pull the train. Expecting to traverse to the beginning, he was surprised to find himself in the midst of the action. Dr. Octopus furrowed his brow slightly, his mechanical tentacles propelling him to the rooftop in a matter of moments. Standing not far from Bide, he scrutinized the young man's Asian features and inquired, "Who are you?" Bide responded with a smile, "You may not know me, but I certainly know you, and I happen to be acquainted with your female counterpart as well." Chapter 41. The initial encounter with male Dr. Octopus, though he had just expended considerable energy in his recent traversal, it did not significantly hinder his combat prowess. If the total temporal energy he could harness were set at 100, after absorbing part of the energy from the collider, his temporal power stood at 90. However, in recent days, he has noticed a gradual increase in the power of time and space. Each day, he seems to recover approximately 12 units. This revelation is quite delightful, for it implies that he does not need to actively seek out a collider or similar apparatus. He merely requires sufficient time to restore his energy. Furthermore, the energy expended during this latest traversal was not as substantial as he had initially anticipated, amounting to roughly 2025, which is about half of what he had expected. Through this journey, he has come to understand a crucial truth. His true power likely awakened on the second day after being bitten, precisely when he traversed into the realm of the little black spider. It was this awakening that enabled him to capture the temporal fluctuations generated by the collider's activation, thus facilitating his passage into the past. However, at that time, he had only just awakened, and the energy within him was barely sufficient for the journey, resulting in a significant diminishment of his powers upon arrival, leaving him with merely a spider sense, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Yet, based on his previous experience with Miles, he knows that as long as he retains over 10 units of temporal power within his body, he can adequately express his abilities. Should this energy reach a higher threshold, akin to when it was nearly at full capacity, he would be able to unleash even greater strength. As for whether surpassing this threshold would yield even more power, he dares not contemplate. The risk of demise may accompany such experimentation, or perhaps it could lead to enlightenment. Moreover, even if he were to attempt it, he lacks the requisite temporal energy to absorb. Not every world is endowed with gold, nor is every gold rich in colliders. Dr. Octopus is not an easy adversary. Though he prides himself on his intellect being his greatest gift, he is now merged with mechanical tentacles, and his thought processes have been influenced to a considerable extent by their mechanical nature, rendering him more volatile. "I shall not kill you. I will capture you and extract what I desire," he proclaims. A smirk graces his lips as he presses his hand against his chest, while the other hand retrieves a mask from his pocket. With a swift motion, a stream of energy emanates from his chest, coursing rapidly through his limbs. In less than a second, his body, along with his attire, is enveloped entirely by a nanometal battlesuit. Simultaneously, he performs a backflip, deftly evading the assault of 2 mechanical tentacles. At that moment, he successfully dons the mask upon his head. Dr. Octopus pauses, momentarily taken aback. "You're Spider-Man? Then who is that person below?" At this juncture, he remains unaware that Spider-Man is none other than his friend S student, Peter Parker. with whom he had previously engaged in pleasant conversation. True to his reputation as a mad scientist, Dr. Octopus has already concocted a myriad of theories based solely on the recent display of abilities by the protagonist. This leaves him in a state of incredulity. Yet he cannot help but harbor a modicum of respect for the Doctor. If compelled to choose between the two, he would undoubtedly favor this male version, for the female counterpart is inherently deranged beyond remedy. The male, on the other hand, is merely exhibiting a degree of obsession due to the chip controlling the mechanical tentacles on his back being damaged by an electric shock. From a moment he was struck by electricity, he experienced a profound epiphany, ultimately choosing to sink into the depths of the sea alongside his mistakes, revealing that he is not beyond redemption. This indicates that his nature is not inherently malevolent. He merely succumbed to madness in pursuit of his goals. Upon discovering that Peter was not the Spider-Man he sought, Dr. Octopus lost interest in him. His animosity towards Spider-Man was non-existent. His true desire lay in obtaining tritium from Harry Osborn to provide core materials for his artificial sun experiment. However, Peter would not allow him to achieve this easily. Even though their core combat relied on the artificial intelligence of mechanical tentacles, such intelligence requires learning and improvement. Consequently, the original version before him possessed lower combat prowess than its female counterpart. This direct assault rendered Peter capable of bypassing even Spider-Man's reflexes. With a mere strand of webbing, he ensnared the mechanical tentacle. Chapter 42. An encounter with Toby Spider. At this moment, another mechanical tentacle reacted, hastily pursuing Peter. However, Peter refused to engage it directly. Though the tentacle was lengthy, it could not withstand such tactics. Dr. Octopus was compelled to direct the mechanical tentacle to continue its chase while simultaneously rotating his own body to avoid being ensnared. To enhance his combat capability, he even deployed one of the two tentacles used for anchoring to the ground to assist in the pursuit of Peter. While the tentacle held firmly in Peter's grasp trembled violently. Each mechanical tentacle possessed 8 tons of strength, but against Peter's grip exceeding 20 tons, it was futile. Had he not retained one mechanical tentacle for assistance, he would have already succumbed to the ground under such pressure. Are you anxious? Is this all you can muster? Peter finally relished the thrill of overpowering his adversary, momentarily intoxicated by the experience. As he prepared to flee, he unleashed a barrage of Spider-Man's signature taunting quips. A dark line appeared above Dr. Octopus's head. With his free right hand, he expelled a strand of webbing to seize the approaching mechanical tentacle, yanking it and twisting in midair, causing the two mechanical tentacles to become ensnared together. Yet this was not the end. Drawing from the teachings of Shadow Spider-Man, Peter adhered to the philosophy of exploiting any weakness to his advantage. Grasping the web that bound the two mechanical tentacles with one hand, he leaped into the air, finding an optimal angle. With his left hand extended, he unleashed a series of web bullets. Upon striking the mechanical arm, these web bullets detonated, transforming into numerous tiny webs. Countless webs overlapped, swiftly ensnaring the two mechanical tentacles tightly. Even with their combined 8 tons of strength, they found themselves unable to break free. He commanded the remaining mechanical tentacle, typically used for self-defense, to engage. The two remaining mechanical tentacles launched another assault against Peter, attempting to thwart his efforts against the other two. Yet at this moment, Peter had already achieved his objective. When he lost the protection of his mechanical tentacles, the outcome of Spider-Man, this mutated warrior, charging towards him was all too predictable. Thud! Dr. Octopus rolled his eyes and promptly fainted. Remarkably, this was the result of him holding back considerably. Had he unleashed his full strength, he could have practically shattered Doc Ock's head with a single punch. Sizzle! A mechanical tentacle lunged once more at Peter. He was taken aback, not expecting these creatures to act independently. Peter nimbly leapt back, evading the strike. The intelligence displayed was quite impressive, he mused, raising an eyebrow. He had no intention of pursuing it. Rather, he allowed it to scurry away. The immediate priority was to seek out this world's Spider-Man. Specifically, the first iteration, the Toby version of the bully Spider-Man. Exerting extraordinary strength, Toby Spider was now nearly depleted. Be gentle, slowly, the group worked in unison to lay Toby Spider on the floor of the vehicle. Is he still alive? A woman holding a child whispered. A middle-aged man gazed incredulously at the youthful face beneath Toby's mask, exclaiming, "Yes, just a child, barely older than my son." Others also stared at Toby's visage, unable to comprehend. At that moment, Toby stirred awake, startled to see the crowd around him. His mask had been discarded during the fiery battle, exposing his identity. Toby felt a wave of confusion and panic as he sat up. A black man approached him gently, assuring, "It's all right now." He beckoned 2 children over. They had found Toby's discarded mask, slightly charred and deformed, but the flames had been extinguished. "We won't tell anyone," one child said solemnly. After expressing his gratitude, Toby took the mask and put it back on. Thud! Just as Toby stood, preparing to speak, a faint sound emanated from the ceiling of the vehicle. Simultaneously, his brow furrowed. His spider sense tingled. Was there danger? No, it felt different. Toby was perplexed, experiencing this unusual reaction for the first time. Typically, his spider sense signaled impending peril. But this time, whoosh, a figure suddenly descended from the side of the vehicle. Almost immediately, a head adorned with a Spider-Man mask appeared at the window, lightly tapping twice. Hey! Toby's eyes widened in shock. What was happening? The people inside the vehicle were equally astonished. Another Spider-Man had appeared. Why were there two Spider-Men? Toby hurriedly moved to the door, leaping onto the roof of the vehicle, gritting his teeth at the pain coursing through him. Who are you? I'm also Spider-Man. Chapter 43. The Bully Maguire, really? But how could this be possible? Toby's immediate reaction was disbelief. Peter tilted his head slightly. Are you going up? Can you still move now? Of course I can. Do you think I'm someone else? Toby Spider retorted bravely. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward the nearby building. With a swift motion, a strand of web shot forth, but perhaps due to his severe injuries and unhealed state, his reaction was a beat too slow, and the web slipped from his grasp. Peter watched with amusement. This youthful Spider-Man before him was a stark contrast to the middle-aged version he was accustomed to, exuding the vigor and indomitable spirit of youth. I certainly know who you are, the Bully Maguire, Peter chuckled as he approached him. Bully Maguire? Toby Spider turned with a puzzled expression. Who is that? Sounds intriguing, but I don't know him. You must have mistaken me for someone else. All right, Peter, let us go, Peter said, shaking his head in exasperation. Choosing not to tease him further, he placed a hand on Toby's shoulder, releasing a strand of web from his right hand, and soared with him towards the rooftop. Toby Spider had initially contemplated resisting. The strength exerted by Peter was minimal, and he could easily break free. However, upon witnessing the web Peter produced and hearing him accurately call out his name, he opted for compliance, allowing himself to be whisked away. You truly are Spider-Man. This is incredible. I thought I was the only one. Toby Spider began to babble as they flew through the air. Peter remained silent. Upon landing on the rooftop, Peter released Toby and casually removed his mask, pressing a button on his chest to shed his nanotech suit. Wow. Toby Spider's attention immediately shifted, his eyes gleaming with amazement. Buddy, that's just too cool. He glanced down at his tattered suit, then at Peter's pristine attire revealed beneath the discarded suit. Instantly enveloped in envy. Just look at his suit. It can be retracted in an instant. And mine? Every wash causes it to fade. And if it accidentally mingles with other garments in the laundry, it's utterly ruined. After it fades, I must repaint it. Otherwise, it tarnishes my image as Spider-Man. Moreover, although he hadn't examined it closely, he could discern that this individual's suit seemed to possess superior protective qualities in every aspect compared to his own. Damn, he thought, feeling an even deeper sense of envy wash over him. The envy was nearly overwhelming. Cool, right? I think so too, Peter smiled. Why don't you get a suit like this? Toby Spider clearly felt tempted, but soon his spirit waned as he replied, I have no money. Indeed, Toby Spider was quite impoverished. In Peter's world, this version of Toby was regarded as the quintessential Spider-Man film, with many subsequent iterations paying homage to it through iconic scenes such as the upside-down kiss and pulling a train, all of which featured modified versions of those moments. However, Toby Spider remained the most relatable Spider-Man of all. Once out his costume, he was just an ordinary, even mundane person. He is not like Andrew, endowed with extraordinary manufacturing capabilities, nor is he akin to Dutch, who boasts a wealthy benefactor. On the contrary, he struggles financially, making a living by delivering food and occasionally staging photographs of himself clad in a spider suit to sell to newspapers for a meager sum. At times, he even finds it challenging to pay his rent. Peter once thought he was the most unfortunate superhero. He patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, It's all right, I am broke too. Toby looked skeptical. Peter's attire appeared rather decent, and with such an extraordinary spider suit, he hardly seemed like someone devoid of funds. However, Peter truly was financially strained. His clothing was procured from the base, an internal design considered a perk, hence not expensive. Additionally, he existed in a time period later than that of Toby by over a decade, when public technology had advanced, making his appearance seem somewhat more upscale. In reality, his outfit was worth little more than $100. As for the spider suit, it was entirely acquired for free. Yet, how he could explain this to Toby was beyond him. Well, Peter, why don't you change your clothes first? He suggested, pointing at Toby's attire. Are you really Spider-Man? Why have I never seen you before? Did you come from another city? Toby inquired, as they walked along the rooftop, curiosity still evident in his tone. Another city? One could say that, Peter replied, nodding slightly. Wow, cool. Toby exclaimed, then suddenly wore a look of realization. I know. You come from that mysterious eastern land across the ocean, right? Bruce Lee. Huh. He then struck a few poses reminiscent of martial arts. Are you this amusing? M.A. knows? Peter quipped, pointing above. Actually, I hail from another world. Another world? Toby paused, turning to Peter, his eyes wide with astonishment. What do you mean by another world? Yes, Peter nodded in affirmation of his thought. You are actually a ghost. Toby exclaimed, retreating in surprise. Peter? Just kidding. Toby laughed heartily, revealing his bright smile. He leaned closer to Peter, excitement bubbling within him. So, the countless worlds Democritus spoke of truly exist? Atoms moving chaotically, rapidly, colliding, shattering, and merging into various forms, conspired together to create worlds and the entities within them, each collision, shattering, and merging yielding infinite possibilities, thus producing countless worlds. Wow, that's amazing. Truly amazing. Peter was somewhat taken aback. He had presumed Toby might not grasp such concepts, considering he was merely a high school student. Yet, he was surprised by Toby's unexpectedly extensive knowledge. Some of the ideas he articulated were entirely unfamiliar to Peter. It seemed that genius is indeed genius. Even within the same public school, while juggling part-time work for living expenses, one could still cultivate a wealth of knowledge through mere exposure amidst the hustle. The multiverse. Oh, what a fascinating concept. What might such an existence entail? Is your world akin to ours? Toby Spider inquired with curiosity. Peter shook his head. While some multiverses are indeed parallel to one another, each universe possesses subtle differences. For instance, I once ventured into another universe and encountered 7 distinct Spider-Men. Chapter 44. It's your turn, Harry. Goodness, that is truly remarkable. Toby Spider was exceedingly excited, momentarily at a loss for words to express the emotions surging within him. Of course, in this vast world, there exists an abundance of wonders, Peter remarked. There are female Spider-Men as well. Wow. Toby Spider transformed into a bundle of curiosity. Thus, Peter took a seat. The two of them perched on the edge of a towering skyscraper, gazing at the sky while discussing Peter's experiences in the ultimate universe. What a pity. Such an extraordinary adventure. Why didn't the particle accelerator transport me there? After hearing Peter's account, Toby Spider felt a mix of aspiration and regret. Although he was Spider-Man, he was still merely a 17-year-old youth. The yearning for wondrous adventures is a natural inclination at that age. There will be opportunities ahead. Peter reassured as he patted Toby Spider on the shoulder. He had witnessed No Way Home, in which Toby Spider was brought to the world of Holland Spider, embarking on a marvelous journey. In truth, meeting Toby Spider and Andrew Spider would be quickest by directly traveling there. However, the complexity of that world, entangled with numerous factors, made Peter hesitant to delve into it just yet. Toby Spider, unaware of Peter's true meaning, brightened. Could you take me there? Peter did not anticipate Toby Spider's misunderstanding and responded vaguely. Not at the moment, but perhaps in the future. That would still be splendid. Toby Spider smiled. So, how are you feeling? Peter asked, although they were engaging in casual conversation. Peter had noticed the severe injuries Toby Spider sustained from the train incident and wanted him to rest a bit longer. Toby Spider sprang to his feet with agility, his muscles tensing as he clenched his fists. I feel completely restored. Peter nodded, donning the nanometal suit once more. Let us be on our way then. Lead the way. The two jumped down from the skyscraper, one after the other. However, he did not resort to harming Mary Jane. Dr. Octopus was unaware that Peter Parker was Spider-Man, as Harry Osborn had merely informed him that Peter Parker and Spider-Man were friends due to Peter always taking photographs of Spider-Man. Thus, Mary Jane was held hostage. Only with her in his grasp could Peter Parker compel Spider-Man to rescue her, thereby providing him the opportunity to capture Spider-Man. One could say it was an accidental stroke of genius. He was certain that the Spider-Man who had defeated him was not the same as the one who frequently appeared before the public, for not only were their equipment different, but their fighting styles were entirely dissimilar. He often found himself flustered in the presence of his 4 mechanical tentacles. However, the newly emerged entity possesses a strength and speed that surpassed that of the previous Spider-Man. Most importantly, his strikes are merciless, aimed directly at vital points with a simplicity that is both effective and terrifying. Hey, if you don't let me go soon, beware of Spider-Man flattening you. Mary Jane persisted, her voice echoing defiantly. The ground seemed to tremble slightly. Suddenly, Mary Jane fell silent, realizing she must not provoke him further. It dawned on her that her employer, Harry Osborn, appeared to have some entanglement with the girl before him. What is your relation to Harry Osborn? A mechanical tentacle loomed threateningly before Mary Jane, its cold metallic presence piercing her vision. Pale with fear, she stammered, We're just friends. In an instant, the tentacle extended, freeing her from the iron chains and capturing her instead. A hostage, perhaps, is a commendable choice. In the opulent mansion of the Osborn family, Harry Osborn sat in silence by the window, a glass of red wine at his side, though he had no desire to drink. He was uncertain whether his actions were right or wrong. This course of action would also place his dear friend Peter in jeopardy. Caught between familial vengeance and friendship, Harry's heart was heavy with anguish and turmoil. Yet, with events having unfolded thus, he could only continue down this path. With a sharp crack, the door swung open unexpectedly. Who? Harry rose, seizing a nearby dagger, and cautiously approached the door. A gust of wind swept in through the window, rustling the furnishings within the room. The sound echoed in Harry's mind, transforming into a cacophony of maniacal laughter. Who? Show yourself. With a cry, he drew the dagger and turned. To his astonishment, he beheld not his own reflection, but the visage of his deceased father, Norman Osborn. Son, it is I, the figure in the mirror spoke. Dad? Harry was taken aback. I thought you had. No, I have always lived within your heart, Harry, the apparition declared. Now, it is time for you to make your entrance. Chapter 45. Harry Osborn seeks vengeance. A flicker of confusion crossed Harry's eyes. Can I truly exact revenge? But that wretched bug is exceptionally formidable. Coward. The figure in the mirror erupted in fury. You are a coward. With that, he hurled the unsheathed dagger at the mirror with great force. With a resounding crash, the full-length mirror shattered, its fragments cascading to the floor. In Harry's astonished gaze, the broken mirror revealed a hidden chamber behind it. Long neglected, the secret room was cloaked in cobwebs and dust. At the far end of the chamber, a solitary door waited. After a moment's hesitation, Harry cautiously stepped through the shattered mirror, treading along the path towards the door. Step, step, step. The crisp sound of his footsteps resonated through the chamber. As Harry drew nearer to the door, his heart began to race involuntarily. At last, he halted before the entrance, extending his hand towards the dust-laden doorknob. An intense sensation washed over him. He was convinced that something was beckoning him from beyond that threshold. With a creaking groan, the long unopened wooden door shed a thick layer of accumulated dust, soiling Harry's meticulously arranged hair and expensive attire, reducing the privileged young gentleman to the likeness of a street urchin. Yet, in that moment, Harry paid no heed to such trivialities. His gaze was fixated on an object resting on a shelf beside the door, a verdant metal mask, adorned with menacing fangs, resembling a demon. He recognized it instantly. 2 years prior, a supervillain clad in green armor had wreaked havoc in New York, wielding high-tech weaponry, including explosive grenades and a manned glider that had caused chaos in the city center. Remarkably, he had vanished without a trace thereafter. Some speculated that he had reformed after being defeated by Spider-Man, while others suggested he had fled to another city. However, Harry now understood that they were all mistaken. The reason for his absence was that he was dead. His father was the Green Goblin. At that moment, the lights behind him flickered to life. Turning, Harry beheld a series of shelves embedded in the wall, each meticulously lined with spherical objects the size of fists, resembling pumpkins. These were the Green Goblin's infamous pumpkin bombs. This discovery further solidified his father's identity. With both the armor and the pumpkin bombs present, Harry pressed onward. Soon a workbench came into view, upon which lay an unfinished glider. Approaching the table, he gently placed his hand on the glider. Though still young, as the son of a tech conglomerate's president, his knowledge was considerable. This glider, along with the rows of pumpkin bombs, represented the power of his vengeance, the true legacy bequeathed to him by his father. Turning around, he noticed an open compartment nearby, containing a glass vial. Grasping the vial, he observed a luminescent green liquid flowing quietly as he tilted it. The icy sensation coursed through his palm, chilling his heart. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the space, followed by a subtle tremor in the building. Such a disturbance would have gone unnoticed by an ordinary person, but the design of this secret chamber was remarkably astute. The prevailing silence heightened his awareness, and most crucially, he recognized this familiar sensation from his past. Subsequently, he approached the shelves, picking up a pumpkin bomb, and upon testing it, discovered it fit comfortably in his hand, allowing him to hold it with confidence. After completing all of this, Harry closed the door to the chamber and made his way down the corridor from which he had come. To his astonishment, there was Mary Jane. MJ? Harry hurried forward. Otto, what do you intend to do with her? Release her at once. It seemed his instinctive choice had not been in vain. There was indeed a secret connection between this young woman and the fair-skinned young man. However, Wasn't this young woman Peter's girlfriend? He recalled seeing the two of them in a cafe not long ago, wrapped in each other's affection. But soon, he lost the desire to delve further into this matter. What did the romantic entanglements of a youth have to do with him? He, Otto Octavius, was destined to become the greatest scientist in the world, for he would harness the energy of the sun, possessing boundless power. He lifted Mary Jane into the air, provoking a terrified scream from her. Now give me the tritium, otherwise I shall let her perish before your very eyes. No, this is not what we agreed upon, Harry retorted angrily. Mary Jane emitted a series of continuous, anguished cries, her bones creaking under the pressure. Stop, please stop, you bastard. Harry was alarmed. Gritting his teeth, he dashed to the wall, pushed aside a mural, revealing a safe hidden behind it. With lightning speed, he input the password and opened the safe. Inside lay a meticulously crafted high-pressure container. He carelessly tossed Mary Jane onto a nearby sofa, and a mechanical tentacle pushed him away. Simultaneously, his body was irresistibly drawn towards the tritium in the safe. Just then, die, you bastard. Chapter 46. Awakening Harry's attack was nothing if not sudden. This assault had been meticulously planned, to the extent that he had not even steadied himself. As he hurled the pumpkin grenade, he found himself landing heavily on the ground. Dr. Octopus was indeed caught off guard, being an ordinary man. Yet, there was no need for him to react. The mechanical tentacle remarked, "It matters not. I shall intervene." Due to Harry's inexperience with the pumpkin grenade, he was unaware that it had a few seconds of delayed detonation, leading to the ensuing chaos. Whoosh! A brilliant light erupted. Boom! The pumpkin grenade detonated. Although the grenade appeared small, it was packed with a considerable amount of explosives, its destructive power surpassing that of military-grade grenades. At that moment, Harry's posture was perfectly aligned with the table. His upper body was engulfed by the explosion. Ah! Harry cried out in a mournful wail. Mary Jane was taken aback, yet hesitated to approach the site of the explosion. However, the full force of the blast struck Harry squarely. The meticulously styled hair was singed away, and much of the skin on his face, from his forehead down, was charred, presenting a ghastly sight. Dr. Octopus lifted him up backwards, casting a cold laugh upon witnessing his miserable state. With another mechanical tentacle, he tossed a container filled with tritium, declaring, "Transaction complete, a pleasure to collaborate." With that, he carelessly discarded Harry onto the ground. It was only after this demonic figure departed that Mary Jane, trembling, managed to stand and approached Harry. Harry, how are you?" Harry had been severely injured by the pumpkin bomb's explosion at close range, suffering far more than mere disfigurement. His head felt heavy and foggy. "I have always lived in your heart, Harry. Now, it is your time to shine. Avenge me, avenge." Harry. With great effort, Harry opened his eyes, his eyelids burning painfully from the proximity of the blast. Through the hazy light, he saw Mary Jane crouching beside him, anxiously gazing at him. "Harry, you're finally awake. How do you feel?" she asked with concern. "Should I call for emergency help?" Harry attempted to respond, but found his throat as tormented as his eyes, burning with discomfort. Mary Jane quickly fetched a cup from the table, discarded the remaining red wine, and poured some warm water for him. Harry accepted it gratefully and took a sip, feeling a slight relief in his throat. "Are you really okay?" Mary Jane was deeply worried about his condition. Harry merely shook his head. Were it not for Mary Jane being his goddess and ex-girlfriend, he would not have uttered even those few words. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. Reluctantly, Mary Jane had to leave at Harry's insistence. Once she departed, Harry, dragging his weary body, made his way step by step to the secret chamber. He then opened the hidden compartment and retrieved a vial of luminescent green liquid. Your abode is indeed unconventional. After observing the cramped, chaotic room, Peter struggled to articulate his thoughts. Although he had caught glimpses of Toby's disheveled life through films, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Toby's face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Initially unfazed, he now felt self-conscious under Peter's scrutiny, another Spider-Man. After all, his situation was rather awkward. "Oh well." Toby scratched his head, fumbling for words. "MJ." The mention of her name instantly dispelled his shyness. He nodded earnestly and stepped into his tiny bathroom, swiftly shedding his tattered clothes. "Moments latte." He emerged and sat down on a chair, beginning to mend his suit. This was Peter's first time witnessing Spider-Man personally craft his suit, and he found it immensely fascinating. Toby, lacking the advanced technology possessed by the other Peter Parker, presented a scene that opened Peter's eyes. He took a glass cup, placing his hand at the rim, and white strands of web fluid began to ooze from his hand. "Is this your web?" Peter, already suspecting the answer, could not help but inquire. Toby nodded in affirmation. Perhaps it was the concern for Mary Jane's safety that stirred him. He now appeared exceedingly earnest, his gaze fixed intently upon the glass, watching the viscous white substance gradually accumulate within. After squeezing out a substantial portion, he let out a slight sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and picked up a stick from the table. As he stirred, he remarked, "The silk produced within our bodies possesses an astonishing tensile strength of up to 210 to the 10th power Pa, which is 240 times that of human bone and 45 times that of high-strength alloy steel. Furthermore, it boasts remarkable elasticity, toughness, high absorbency, and lightweight properties, making it perfectly suited for crafting battle suits." With that, Toby the spider leaned closer to the cup, stirring and closely observing, seemingly examining its condition. The only unfortunate aspect was its biodegradable nature. Like the webs and silk we typically emit, it would naturally decompose and vanish into the air after a few hours. Thus, to construct a battle suit and prolong its degradation time, certain Peter-like processing would be required. At this point, Toby brimmed with pride. This was an achievement he had meticulously devised himself. He firmly believed that a Spider-Man like Peter, who utilized high-tech battle suits, would never possess a technique that combined both economic viability and practicality, as this did. Chapter 47. Counsel to Toby the Spider. After a considerable time, Toby finally paused. He then took the tattered battle suit and, akin to applying plaster to a wall, used the stirring stick to apply patches of the processed silk goo to the damaged areas. Soon enough, the battle suit was restored. Following this, he dragged out several cans from beneath the bed, discovering them to contain waterproof paints. He meticulously applied different colors, spending another 10 minutes on this task. Ultimately, after about an hour, Toby had successfully restored his battle suit. Gazing at the rejuvenated spider suit, a profound sense of accomplishment filled his face. He turned around, proudly raising the suit to Peter. "What do you think? Doesn't it look splendid again?" Peter gave him a thumbs up. Indeed, it was impressive. One must admit, his craftsmanship surpassed that of many. The silk material was undeniably exceptional. Although its production method was somewhat peculiar, it did not detract from its outstanding performance. Simultaneously, from Toby's narration, Peter gleaned why Spider-Man's seemingly ordinary suit was so resilient. It was due to the quality of the material. As for the occasional wear and tear, it was primarily due to exposure to attacks exceeding its capacity and the aging of the silk over time. You heard correctly, the suit material, crafted from Toby's own bodily silk after a certain processing, would still degrade over time. However, due to the processing, this degradation process was extended to a degree. Unless subjected to significant damage, Toby merely needed to perform occasional maintenance to sustain its requisite toughness. After a brief moment of self-admiration, Toby Spider tucked away his belongings and swiftly donned his suit. "Let us rescue MJ," Toby Spider declared with unwavering resolve. "You know where she is, correct?" Peter shrugged. "As far as I know, Mary Jane has always been rather fickle in matters of the heart." "Harry, what is it that captivates you so about her?" In the original comic, Mary Jane would undoubtedly inspire a hero to devise a plan for her rescue first and foremost. That version of Mary Jane was never merely a decorative accessory to Spider-Man or a mere vehicle for showcasing the romance between hero and heroine. She was strong and courageous. Upon discovering Peter's identity as Spider-Man, she even sought to arm herself with martial arts training. Even when abducted by a deranged fan, she managed to turn the tables and escape. Time and again, she lent her support to Spider-Man. It is no wonder that Spider-Man would be utterly smitten by such an independent and strong-willed woman. This also explains why Peter had previously urged Toby to reconsider visiting Mary Jane before departing from the Little Black Spider. However, this iteration of Mary Jane is different. Without delving into her personality, the most critical aspect is her indecisiveness among several suitors. The iconic upside-down kiss from the first film occurred during her relationship with Harry. Even now, Mary Jane is not Toby Spider's girlfriend, but rather the fiancée of the son of the Daily Bugle's publisher. Later, she even fled her wedding, already donned in her bridal gown, in pursuit of Peter. To a considerable extent, she has even driven a wedge between Peter and Harry, who were once close friends. If one would encapsulate Peter's impression of her in a single word, it would be tramp. Utterly insufferable. While watching the film, Peter felt it was a tremendous loss for Toby Spider to pursue such a woman. There were so many wonderful women who were equally enamored with Toby Spider. Yet, inexplicably, he remained fixated on Mary Jane. Toby Spider bowed his head, seemingly pondering Peter's words. After a moment of silence, Toby Spider abruptly walked outside. Upon reaching the balcony, he leapt vigorously, shooting out webs to swing into the distance. Peter sighed, deciding to step back from the matter. After all, this was Toby Spider's personal affair. He had already done his part by offering a reminder. Delving deeper would be unwelcome. With that, Peter launched his own web and followed closely behind Toby's spider. The two quickly arrived at New York Harbor, locating the abandoned church Peter had mentioned nearby. This church was entirely built upon the water, accessible by a solitary path leading to the main entrance. It had evidently been abandoned for some years, as indicated by the remnants of materials suggesting recent restoration plans. Peter and Toby Spider crouched on either side of the church's dilapidated roof, peering through the shattered windows to observe the scene within. Dr. Octopus had awakened and stood before a newly constructed machine, clutching a transparent tube in his hands. This is bad. He has somehow acquired tritium. Toby Spider whispered in alarm. Such a rare substance. Where could he have obtained it? Who is financing his perilous experiments? Indeed, it is the era that has constrained the genius. Tritium, a radioactive isotope of hydrogen, abbreviated as H, is predominantly formed in nature when high-energy cosmic rays collide with deuterium nuclei, leading to the synthesis of tritium through neutron interaction. Consequently, its natural occurrence is exceedingly rare, amounting to merely 25 pounds, approximately 34 kilograms, in total. In this age where extracting tritium is unfeasible, it is remarkably precious. However, in later years, humanity has mastered the art of artificial tritium synthesis. By utilizing neutrons from reactors and employing lithium fluoride, lithium carbonate, or lithium magnesium alloys as target materials, tritium can be produced in substantial quantities. Its primary applications include thermonuclear weapons, serving as tracer compounds in scientific research, and the production of luminous tritium tubes. In civilian use, tritium's decay emits only high-speed electrons, which do not penetrate the human body. Thus, only substantial inhalation poses a health risk. This has led to its incorporation in items such as tritium gas wristwatches and keychains that glow continuously for 24 hours. Perhaps your luminous wristwatch contains tritium. Chapter 48. The deception of Dr. Octopus. No, he must not be allowed to conduct further experiments. His endeavors could jeopardize the entirety of New York. Toby Spider expressed his urgency. This time, the high-pressure container appeared to hold several times more than during the initial trial. Very well, I shall go thwart him while you seek out Mary Jane, said Peter. Agreed. Toby Spider readily concurred. The two swiftly made their way through the breach. The failure of the first experiment rekindled memories of his previous discussions with Peter. He believed he had learned his lesson. This time, he would undoubtedly succeed. Dr. Octopus abruptly turned, his gaze falling upon Peter, and immediately he became apprehensive. He recognized the Spider-Man as the one who had recently bested him with a few swift moves. Peter clapped his hands together. Indeed, your vision is commendable. I, too, resonate with your ideals. Should thermonuclear fusion succeed, it could provide humanity with the cleanest and inexhaustible energy source. However, your experiment is flawed and your methodology is misguided. If I am not mistaken, you are employing an inertial confinement approach, Peter asserted confidently. Encasing a few milligrams of deuterium and tritium in that small sphere a mere few millimeters in diameter. By directing a uniformly applied laser beam onto the sphere's surface, it absorbs heat and evaporates outward, thus utilizing the resulting reaction force to compress the inner layers. His previously nonchalant demeanor shifted to one of gravity. As a distinguished nuclear physicist, he possessed profound confidence in his expertise, and rightfully so. He had independently constructed the laboratory and derived the experimental results. Thus, all his endeavors relied solely upon himself, for few could match the pace of his thoughts. Am I correct, esteemed Dr. Otto Octavius? For the first time, someone resonated with him intellectually. In the past, even Peter Parker, with whom he had enjoyed engaging conversations, merely offered intriguing perspectives based on existing knowledge. Yet this new Spider-Man before him shared a vision that looked toward the future. He smiled faintly and said, "My name is Bitten." Bitten had chosen the English name Peter for himself, a name he had used during his time studying abroad, reminiscent of Peter Parker. However, due to the peculiarities of his Chinese name, he had grown accustomed to pronouncing P as B, resulting in a slight discrepancy. Biden shook his head gently. As you can see, I am of Eastern descent, thus Bai is my surname. There is indeed a matter to address. Biden continued. You have already conducted your first experiment, which ended in failure, correct? That disastrous trial not only transformed him from a revered nuclear physicist into a notorious criminal, but it also claimed the life of his beloved wife. Dr. Octopus pondered for a moment, the scene of the initial experiment flashing through his mind. Suddenly, he comprehended what Biden was attempting to convey. It was about the gravitational field. If energy is released instantaneously at the moment of generation, it follows the principle of a hydrogen bomb. However, if all of it is confined within this vessel, a singularity of immense energy would be created. Prior to collapse, the gravitational pull would intensify, eventually engulfing everything within its reach. As Dr. Octopus spoke, a look of alarm crossed his face. He had not previously considered this angle. To achieve his objective of controlling nuclear fusion as a core energy source, it was imperative to restrain this energy, preventing it from being released too swiftly. Thus, he had been calculating how to establish a balance between energy constraint and energy production. Regrettably, I possess no solutions, Biden lamented, shaking his head. He had little understanding of nuclear physics. He was merely a graduate student studying astronomy. As for experiments on nuclear fusion, those were pursuits undertaken by every major power in his era. With a click, the mechanical tentacles behind Dr. Octopus stirred. Bite side. Chapter 49. Dr. Octopus has a mental illness. Do you wish to engage in combat with me? Is this your own desire? Or there's... Bide displayed no signs of alarm at the mechanical tentacles movement. If provoked, he could harness a fraction of spatial power to execute the quantum blink technique, effortlessly bypassing the mechanical defenses and delivering a fatal blow. However, spatial power was a form of temporal energy within his body, and its restoration was arduous. He preferred to conserve it until a new source was found. Even though using spatial power consumed less than 0.01% of his temporal energy, it was still an unnecessary expenditure. The latter part of the statement was evidently directed at the artificial intelligence within the mechanical tentacles, which piqued Bide's curiosity. If this were the case, did it not imply that its intelligence was comparable to that of Jarvis, Iron Man's assistant? Yet, such a notion seemed implausible. Setting aside the fact that they belonged to entirely different epochs, their areas of expertise were not aligned. Moreover, in this era of technological explosion, a mere decade could propel advancements several times forward. For instance, over a decade ago, our networks were only 2G or 3G, taking several seconds to download a single image, and requiring hours or even half a day to download a large online game. In this modern age, with the expansive coverage of 4G and 5G networks, downloading a game exceeding 100 gigabytes takes merely a matter of minutes. It seems that in this era, there are no supercomputers capable of supporting high-performance artificial intelligence. After eliminating possible options, one must conclude that this individual is suffering from hysteria. Bitten likely comprehended the situation. Hysteria, also known as dissociative disorder, is a mental illness precipitated by evident psychological factors such as inner conflict, emotional turmoil, and self-suggestion, wherein the afflicted may experience partial or complete loss of identity and past memories. Due to electrical stimulation, a chip that was meant to suppress the influence of mechanical tentacles on his brain was destroyed. Concurrently, the failure of the experiment led to his disgrace and claimed the life of his beloved wife. Under the weight of such external stimuli, his brain would be subjected to intense provocation, resulting in the fabrication of consciousness linked to the mechanical tentacles, even enabling communication with them. In truth, the mechanical tentacles were never designed with a vocal apparatus. Thus, they have never been capable of speech. If Dr. Octopus wished to communicate, he could effortlessly do so through the neurons connecting him to them, without the need for verbal expression. He was merely engaging in soliloquy or self-persuasion. Dr. Octopus is indeed a patient of mental illness. Bitten furrowed his brow. As long as a way could be found to apprehend him and provide him with a new suppressive chip, it would suffice. However, it appears that the fundamental issue lies not with the chip itself. It is merely one of many triggers. The notion of having a mad scientist afflicted with mental illness as a subordinate was somewhat repugnant to Bitten. It seems he must wait for Hero's return before taking action. At that point, he would first seek to remedy the man's affliction before reassessing the situation. Bitten frowned. I have already warned you of impending failure. Do you still intend to restart the experiment? Dr. Octopus laughed heartily. And what a failure. Is there any experiment that succeeds on the first attempt? The greatest inventions in the world are born from the lessons learned through repeated failures. Since I have embarked on this grand journey, I am fully prepared for failure. You are indeed a competent scientist, Bitten remarked, shaking his head slightly, but you are not a commendable human being. He recalled a phrase someone once imparted to a younger colleague. Wisdom is the gift of genius, not a privilege, Bitten said slowly. Yet now, you seek to wield your intellect to create a machine that could annihilate an entire city, disregarding the lives of others. Do you perceive your wisdom as a gift or a privilege? Dr. Octopus was momentarily taken aback. This statement had been a piece of advice he offered to Peter Parker during a recent visit. Peter Parker was a student of his friend, Dr. Connors. During their casual conversations, Dr. Connors had mentioned that Peter Parker was an exceptionally bright young man, albeit somewhat lackadaisical, not dedicating himself to his studies. Whenever this was brought up, he expressed great concern. I suppose so, Bitter shrugged. At that moment, Toby Spider leaped down from the ceiling, landing beside Peter with a sense of urgency. Dr. Otto, where have you taken Mary Jane? Peter glanced at him, perplexed. Haven't you found Mary Jane? Dr. Octopus, unfazed by Toby's arrival, casually remarked, I intended to say I handed her over to Harry Osborn, so these two Spider-Men wouldn't interrupt my experiments. However, he suddenly realized that, true to Spider-Man's nature, if they knew the hostage was safe, they would surely stay to thwart his work. Rather than that, he preferred to exploit this information disparity. What have you done to her? Toby Spider exclaimed, both anxious and furious, dreadfully torn between his fondest person and the entirety of New York. He found himself in a dire predicament. Peter sighed, given the circumstances, I can only buzz. At that moment, his spider sense tingled. Chapter 50. The Green Goblin 2. Before Peter could finish his sentence, he instinctively followed the guidance of his spider sense and leaped sideways, pulling the distracted Toby Spider along with him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several spherical devices shattered the glass and fell to the ground, producing a cacophony of clinks. They were pumpkin bombs. Toby Spider instantly recognized them. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, engulfing the area where the three had been standing in a cloud of smoke. The already dilapidated church ceiling trembled precariously from the shock waves. Peter and Toby quickly repositioned themselves against the wall. Toby's tone turned grave, laced with confusion. Those are the Green Goblin's weapons, but he died 2 years ago. Peter squinted. Was it the second Green Goblin, Harry Osborn? If memory served, this was already the plot of Spider-Man 3. And that storyline was supposed to unfold months after the events of the second film, wasn't it? Had the timeline advanced? Was it a butterfly effect? Toby Spider had been with him all along, unable to become the wind that instigated such a butterfly effect. Moreover, it appeared that their encounter was not destined to be pleasant. Peter's mind raced, analyzing the scant information at hand. Otto, get out here, a voice bellowed from outside, confirming that the newcomer was indeed Harry Osborn. At that moment, he stood upon a more advanced glider than the one used by his father, clad in Green Goblin armor. Yet he opted for a half-mask that concealed only the upper part of his face. His eyes glimmered malevolently beneath the goggles of the mask, exuding an unsettling green glow. Boom! On the floor of the crumbling church, just as the pumpkin bomb detonated, mechanical tentacles had converged to form a protective shield, saving him from certain death. Dr. Octopus looked up through the gaping hole in the roof towards the second Green Goblin in the sky. Harry Osborn, have you come here to meet your demise? Do you wish for me to kill you? Harry? Is that really Harry? Toby Spider gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Peter nodded. Harry has inherited his father's legacy, becoming the second incarnation of the Green Goblin. No, how is this possible? Toby Spider felt a surge of anxiety. Harry was a dear friend of his. Yet the Green Goblin was synonymous with devastation and madness. You must exercise caution, Peter remarked. What do you mean? Toby inquired. Harry has always believed you were responsible for his father's demise. Do you think he will refrain from seeking vengeance now that he possesses the means to do so, Spider-Man? Peter continued. Oh damn, Toby exclaimed, feeling a throbbing headache. I do not wish to be at odds with Harry. What if I share a method with you? Peter offered. This is something the other Spider-Men taught me. What method? Please enlighten me, Toby implored eagerly. Peter raised a fist, declaring physical persuasion. While the two continued their conversation, a confrontation was brewing nearby. The second Green Goblin had come seeking revenge, compelled by a voice in his mind. Harry ventured into the hidden chamber and consumed the vial of green liquid. He lost consciousness for half an hour. Upon awakening, he discovered his body brimming with newfound strength. Boom! The second Green Goblin hurled another pumpkin bomb. However, experience had taught him caution. The Green Goblin had already calculated the timing of the explosion. Fortunately, his mechanical tentacles were constructed from a sufficiently resilient alloy. Otherwise, they would have been rendered useless. On one hand, he feared that the incessant bombardment would damage the experimental apparatus he had painstakingly reconstructed, particularly the laser convergence device, which he had acquired through numerous bank heists. Moreover, tritium was not something easily procured, even with wealth. Only large corporations like Oscorp, which had direct collaborations with the military, could obtain such resources. There was little hope of theft. Thus, he sought to vacate the premises. Even in battle, he could not afford to jeopardize his equipment. Yet, on the other hand, two insufferable Spider-Men lingered nearby. Their intent was to sabotage his experiment. What if he left, and they seized the opportunity to wreak havoc? Newly empowered, he felt invincible, as if he could challenge the heavens themselves. Oh, the second Green Goblin's eyes lit up, a smirk gracing his lips. Spider-Man, where are you? Show yourself. Peter and Toby exchanged bewildered glances. Peter nudged Toby, They're searching for you. Toby retorted, "Hey, you're a Spider-Man too, but you are the Spider-Man of this world. Are you not?" Peter replied. Toby's expression turned pitiful. "I cannot confront them alone. You will assist me, won't you? Call me brother." "What? Call me brother? How dare you?" Toby gritted his teeth. "Will you, or won't you? Brother. Ah, my dear little brother, let us proceed." Chapter 51. Toby Spider. I want to learn how to throw words. Did they truly teach you to resolve issues this way? Toby Spider raised his fist, signaling, his expression somewhat peculiar. However, resolving issues with mere fists always feels rather peculiar. Toby Spider stood beside Peter, gazing down at his own fists. "Do you know, in our Eastern culture, there exists a great educator who once uttered a phrase quite similar to what other Spider-Men have conveyed to me?" Peter continued to scrutinize the Green Goblin too, assessing his equipment and capabilities based on his appearance while speaking. "What did he say?" Toby Spider inquired with growing curiosity. The master proclaimed, "To hear the way in the morning is to be prepared to confront the enemy by evening." Peter elucidated. "What does that mean?" Toby Spider asked. "It signifies that the master taught us to never show mercy to our foes, nor to procrastinate deliberately, for delays may lead to unforeseen changes." Peter stated earnestly. Toby Spider suddenly comprehended. "Ah, so that is the case. This educator, known as the Master, is indeed remarkable." Peter remarked, "If you're interested, you might also wish to explore his works titled The Analects." "The Analects?" Toby Spider pondered, and then said, "I recall having seen a book called The Analects before. Is it related?" "Quite similar. One persuades through reason, while the other persuades through virtue," Peter explained. "Oh." Toby Spider finally grasped the concept and resolved to peruse the Analects when time permitted. He believed Peter's prowess must surely be linked to his frequent readings of the Analects. Unbeknownst to Peter, Toby Spider had been misled by his whimsical fabrication. In reality, he had been evaluating Green Goblin 2 since his emergence. He found it curious why the Green Goblin appeared so vividly green. It was not merely the color of the armor. His eyes were also green, which seemed somewhat unsettling. However, if one could attribute the eye color to some advanced technology in the lenses, the visible bluish-green hue on the lower half of his face, exposed beneath the mask, defied any technological explanation. This was the Green Goblin 2 infused with the serum. Peter was mildly taken aback. The plot was unfolding even more dramatically than he had anticipated. Originally, the Green Goblin 2 was not expected to utilize the serum for months, or perhaps had failed in its application, but inexplicably, it had evolved successfully months prior, becoming the true Green Goblin. Do not underestimate the Green Goblin. He is indeed one of Spider-Man's formidable adversaries. Not only does he possess advanced technology, but he has also been enhanced by the super serum, embodying a perfect amalgamation of inner and outer strength. The Green Goblin 2 from Andrew's universe even caused the demise of Spider-Man's first love. Peter resolved to seek an opportunity to venture there after this encounter, striving to save Gwen and rectify his regrets. "Spider-Man, you wretched Green Goblin 2. Upon spotting Peter emerging first, the Green Goblin 2 immediately unleashed a furious roar. Yet, his shout abruptly ceased mid-sentence as he noticed a second figure. Why are there two Spider-Men? The Green Goblin 2's mind could not fathom this. Boom! Two mechanical tentacles shot forth from beneath, one to the left and one to the right, aiming to ensnare Peter and Toby Spider's feet. He had no intention of engaging in nostalgia conversations with the Green Goblin 2. It was imperative to strike swiftly and draw the battlefield away. That was the true strategy. Under the influence of spider sense, Bide and Toby swiftly leapt aside. The second Green Goblin, witnessing the onset of battle, cast aside all doubts clouding his mind, overwhelmed by a surge of alien emotions. With a swift motion of his hand, a row of arm blades materialized on his forearm, and the glider beneath him accelerated. In mere moments, the speed of the glider surged past 100 meters per second, transforming the second Green Goblin into a fleeting shadow as he lunged towards Bide. Bide found himself at a loss. Was it merely because he had emerged first that he had become the target? While such thoughts traversed his mind, his actions remained unhurried. The second Green Goblin slashed, cleaving a wooden plank in two. However, this was not Bide's primary objective. As the plank shattered, the collision with the rapidly advancing Green Goblin sent splinters flying, and despite the protective lenses he wore, he could not escape the momentary obstruction of his vision. Seizing this opportunity, Bide leapt high into the air and executed a sweeping kick. This maneuver was the product of rapid calculations in his mind, factoring the speed of the second Green Goblin and his own kicking velocity. As Bide had anticipated, when his leg completed its horizontal sweep at a 90-degree angle, the second Green Goblin coincidentally appeared before him. With a resounding crash, the second Green Goblin was sent sprawling off the glider, crashing into the ocean. As Toby dodged the initial attack, a concealed third hand struck, grasping his leg and pulling him back into the church, followed by a relentless barrage of strikes. As Bide temporarily concluded his skirmish, he chanced upon the sight of Toby being flung out of the church. "Hey, buddy, need a hand?" Bide called out boisterously. Observing his robust demeanor, Bide felt reassured that all was well. Toby, extending his hand, adjusted his position with webbing, maneuvering near a utility pole. With a slight wheeze, he gazed at Bide. The chilling ocean water had somewhat calmed him. Through the recent fierce combat, he recognized that his lack of martial training rendered him no match for the Spider-Man before him. Thus, he resolved to exploit his advantages, creating distance for his attacks. With this in mind, the second Green Goblin retrieved several dart grenades. The appearance of these grenades resembled that of pumpkin bombs, yet they contained no explosives, rendering them harmless upon detonation. Instead, they were equipped with tracking devices designed for automatic target acquisition. Upon being thrown, the outer shell would partially rupture, revealing sharp alloy blades that, through rotational acceleration, boasted an extraordinarily keen cutting edge. Moreover, due to their spinning flight, they emitted minimal sound, making them ideal for stealthy assassinations. Chapter 52. The battle concludes. 3 dart grenades flew towards Bide in AV formation, hurtling at high speed. Bide contorted his body in midair at an astonishing angle, allowing the 3 grenades to whiz past him. The whisper of the blades slicing through the air resonated in his ears. Yet, he understood that this was not the end. The dart grenades would pursue him. Once he regained his footing, Bide immediately shot a strand of webbing towards the second Green Goblin. Snap! The spider silk struck the armor of the Green Goblin too, instantly erupting into a small web that ensnared him tightly. "Get down!" With a sudden exertion of strength, Peter yanked the Green Goblin 2 downwards. However, the Green Goblin 2 was reluctant to descend. He adjusted his posture, attempting to leverage his strength against Peter. Yet, despite the rapid efficacy of the Goblin Serum, its potency paled in comparison to Spider-Man's arachnid genes. Most critically, the Green Goblin 2 was still airborne. The force of his pull acted upon the glider, but the glider's maximum weight capacity was less than 200 kilograms. It could not withstand the tremendous force he exerted. The glider immediately faltered, plummeting downwards with the Green Goblin 2. Observing this, Peter exerted himself anew, pulling the Green Goblin 2 and the glider together downwards. Subsequently, he delivered a kick, sending the glider hurtling towards the direction of the grenade darts. A cacophony of clangs ensued, followed by a burst of flames as the glider and 3 grenade darts met their demise in unison. He raised his fist and lowered his gaze. "Are you awake now? Do you require my unique remedy to assist you?" "Godi!" The Green Goblin 2's voice was laced with madness as his bladed arm swung towards Peter's foot. Although he had been Spider-Man for 2.5 years, his encounters had been mostly trivial, dealing with bike thieves and petty robbers, leaving him lacking experience against formidable foes. Nevertheless, Toby was sufficiently astute, possessing a strong capacity for learning. "Let me go. You kill my father. I will kill you to avenge him. I will slay you." The Green Goblin 2's hand was ensnared, yet his mouth continued to rant incessantly, bordering on neurotic. His incessant chatter was exasperating enough to tempt Peter to deliver a punch. The incessant nagging was unbearable. Toby observed his frenzied friend on the ground, the fleeting joy from their victory dissipating entirely. After a moment of hesitation, he removed his mask, his voice dry. "Harry." The previously deranged Green Goblin 2 abruptly halted. The frenzied persona of the Green Goblin 2 swiftly faded, yielding to the identity of Harry Osborn. "Peter?" Peter glanced at him and decided to withdraw. He had no intention of intervening in the matters between his 2 friends, although the unfolding narrative had diverged somewhat from its original course for Peter. As an entity capable of traversing realms, the true significance of being familiar with the plot was not about foreknowledge, but rather about understanding a character's true nature through the narrative. This Green Goblin 2 was not as ruthless or inhumane as the Andrew version, nor did he embody the obsessive madness of his father. After reconciling with Toby, he might even sacrifice himself to save him. They were indeed brothers in arms. However, stripped of his mechanical tentacles, he was merely an ordinary, portly scientist. Even if Peter chose to ignore him, he could not rely on the tentacles for an extended period. Although constructed from lightweight alloys, they still weighed several dozen pounds. Bide gazed at the plump man, squirming in his grasp, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Dr. Otto, I have no interest in your contraptions. There is no need for such theatrics." He continued, "Are you not curious about my origins? I am more than willing to enlighten you." Instantly, Dr. Octopus ceased his struggles, for his curiosity regarding Bide's background was piqued. The extraordinary equipment adorning Bide, along with the profound knowledge he exhibited, only deepened Dr. Octopus's intrigue about his identity. To his knowledge, the technological prowess of the East should not have reached such heights. Bide queried, "You specialize in nuclear physics, do you not, Dr. Otto?" Dr. Octopus nodded in affirmation. "And what of your studies in quantum physics?" Bide inquired further. "Of course," Dr. Otto replied, to which Bide responded with a mysterious smile. "For you see, I hail from another universe." Dr. Octopus's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Another universe? Is the theory of parallel universes truly a reality? Bide merely regarded him with a knowing smile. Chapter 53. Dr. Octopus's request. No enthusiast of quantum physics could remain indifferent to the notion of parallel universes. Nor could anyone resist the allure of personally traversing such realms. This, indeed, was Bide's bargaining chip. Yet, he did not expect Dr. Otto to accept his claims outright. Bide shrugged. "I possess no evidence, but why not take a gamble? Will you trust me, or continue with your research that boasts a staggering 99 failure rate?" Dr. Octopus fell into a contemplative silence as Bide's words struck at his vulnerabilities. To openly acknowledge the shortcomings of his research left him with no grounds for rebuttal, and even robbed him of the ability to feel anger. Whether in his original state or driven to madness by mechanical appendages, he was, at his core, a scientist consumed by the pursuit of knowledge. Bide glanced behind him, but saw no sign of the Green Goblin too. He nodded, indifferent to the whereabouts of Harry Osborn. After all, Toby the Spider was a vestige of his childhood. Dr. Octopus then inquired, "What is it that you wish of me? Additionally, what do I stand to gain from this arrangement?" Bide's heart raced, for he had anticipated this very question. "Let's first discuss what you stand to gain," he replied. Dr. Octopus sank once more into silence, pondering his desires. If parallel universes existed, what was it he truly yearned for? Countless thoughts flitted through his mind. Ultimately, he spoke. "I wish for Rose." Rose was the name of his late wife. Bide nodded slightly. The fact that Dr. Octopus prioritized the memory of his deceased spouse over the technological marvels of other worlds spoke volumes. "This wish can be fulfilled," Bide stated, his tone somewhat peculiar, as if he had become the dragon summoned by the Dragon Balls. He paused before continuing. "In the myriad of parallel universes, there exists a reality where Otto lost Rose, and another where Rose lost Otto. Should the opportunity arise, you may meet her once more." Such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. According to the theories of quantum universes and infinite worlds, parallel universes were birthed from the irregular activities of quantum phenomena. For instance, consider the act of crossing a street. In a conventional world, one would simply traverse from one side of the road to the other. However, at that moment, a sky bridge materializes, allowing individuals to cross above the road. This sky bridge represents the first parallel universe of the road. Similarly, should one excavate an underground tunnel beneath the street, this tunnel could be regarded as the second parallel universe. When pedestrians stand at one end of the road, they are presented with three distinct pathways. If the road were to be infinitely extended, the narratives of these parallel universes would diverge, giving rise to varied realities. For such strikingly similar twin parallel universes, how could the Rose of one universe not be the Rose of another? Naturally, if possible, there exists a simpler method, traversing back to an earlier timeline, rescuing Rose before her demise. Yet, such an act would inevitably give rise to a temporal paradox, or perhaps even spawn a new parallel universe. Manipulating timelines and creating new branches upon them is the dominion of the eternal. Such a deity may not typically concern themselves with the multiverse, but an unexpected proliferation of new parallel universes could very well attract their attention. Adhering to a prudent approach, Bid believes it wise to refrain from excessive audacity until his strength is sufficient. Dr. Octopus understands the urgency of the matter, merely nodding in agreement. Observing his reaction, Bid feels the last remnants of his tension dissipate. This marks his inaugural earnest endeavor to cultivate influence within a parallel universe. Every journey begins with a single step. This can be seen as a promising start. It is through desire that one cultivates ambition, thus remaining steadfast in purpose. Bid declares, in addition, "I shall procure advanced theoretical knowledge from other worlds, along with superior research materials." Upon hearing this, Dr. Octopus is instantly intrigued. Advanced knowledge from parallel universes. This could significantly expedite his progress. Bid continues, "Serve as my scientific advisor. Let us commence by refining the nanometal battle suit." The mention of this novel concept piques Dr. Octopus's interest. Nanometal, a fresh topic of inquiry. He eagerly accepts the assignment, perceiving it as an initiation test from Bid. Regardless of the veracity of Bid's claims, delving into the nanometal battlesuit is certainly worthwhile, particularly as he harbors a keen interest in nanometal technology. Most notably, mastering this technology would liberate him from the necessity of carrying his 4 mechanical tentacles wherever he goes, such as the nature of a scientific enthusiast. Dr. Octopus quickly immerses himself in the work. Chapter 54. Bid's true intentions. The notion of a scientific advisor and the enhancement of equipment are mere facades. The underlying motive is Bid's desire to investigate his own condition and develop his abilities. He possesses an instinct that what he presently exhibits is merely the tip of the iceberg of his true potential. However, he is currently only aware that he possesses the ability to quantum leap into other parallel universes. In a state of extreme emotional turmoil, he has developed the capacity to instantaneously rematerialize himself at a different location, a skill he refers to as quantum teleportation. Yet beyond this, his understanding of himself and his research into further skills have yielded no progress. Thus, he requires the assistance of more physicists, who can help him decipher and impart knowledge in this domain, ultimately aiding him in his self-development. Naturally, these aspirations align with Bite's ultimate goals. However, Bite is reluctant to entrust himself to someone who may be an adversary for research purposes. As for the nanomaterials, they are of little consequence, if necessary. He can always procure more. Throughout this process, Toby has been silently observing from the sidelines, feeling a sense of gratitude. This is something he yearns to do, but has been unable to accomplish. Nevertheless, while he may be reluctant, Bite is determined not to let him off the hook. Turning to Toby, Bite proposed, "Peter, why don't you join in and help? You could even bring Harry along." Toby's interest was somewhat tepid. Bite continued, "You must understand that technological creations can be monetized. You could collaborate with Dr. Otto on some civilian applications, using Harry's Osborn group as an external channel for sales. This would not only generate funding for your research, but also enhance your quality of life." Toby contemplated this notion. Bide felt a twinge of frustration. He had never quite grasped why Toby, despite possessing such an astute mind, chose to subsist on menial jobs like food delivery and stage photography, leading a life of hardship. With his intellect, dedicating a fraction of his time outside of being a superhero to simple research could yield numerous innovative devices, effortlessly improving his circumstances. After all, Spider-Man's brilliance is hardly inferior to that of Iron Man. Just as Stark Industries emerged from Iron Man, a version of Spider-Man in another world could establish Parker Industries. Yet Toby had only managed to create Parker Selfie Enterprises, which seemed rather lackluster. He felt compelled to lend a hand to this childhood idol. After all, he too could call him brother. Imagine if he could develop more devices to enhance people's lives. Wouldn't that fundamentally improve their existence? Is that not a form of heroism? Aunt May is aging, and surely he does not wish for her to toil in her twilight years, fretting over him, does he? It is time to mature, Peter. Bide gazed earnestly at Toby, offering sincere counsel. His words struck a chord with Toby. Toby nodded gravely, as Bide's remarks illuminated a new path for him. While Western culture may not traditionally honor filial piety, human nature remains unaltered. Toby is indeed a dutiful son, as evidenced by his constant remembrance of Uncle Ben's final words, which serve as his motivation to persevere through countless challenges. Upon hearing Bide's sentiments, he experienced an epiphany. He has grown, and Aunt May has aged. He cannot allow her to face her twilight years without support. Bide gently patted his shoulder, saying, "However, you still need to speak with Harry." Toby nodded, confident that Harry would acquiesce. Following Norman Osborn's demise, Harry had inherited the Osborn Group. Yet he lacked experience in managing such a conglomerate and had been living off past successes for the past 2 years. The company's performance had steadily declined, further exacerbating the already poor state of the Osborn Group. Now, with alternative solutions available to revitalize the company, it was inconceivable that he would refuse. Dr. Octopus stood before a table, his hands and mechanical tentacles working in concert to analyze the nanometal suit. Upon seeing Bide approach, he offered no reaction. Bide took the initiative to express his desired outcomes, primarily incorporating the head into the nanometal suit and achieving localized nanomanifestation effects according to his specifications. Dr. Octopus, somewhat impatient, nodded, clearly displeased with Bide's interruption of his research. Nevertheless, after hearing Bide's request, he agreed to assist. The task was not complex. It merely required the installation of a simple device on the central control apparatus. "Do you prefer an intelligent model or a non-intelligent one?" he inquired. "What's the difference?" Bide asked. "Let us go with the non-intelligent model," he replied, feeling somewhat defeated. Where would he find a high-precision lithography machine? However, Dr. Octopus suggested, "You could approach Harry Osborn, The Osborn group possesses the lithography machine I need. Bide paused, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, the Osborn group must have high-precision lithography machines. The idea of asking Harry Osborn for assistance felt refreshingly unique. Subsequently, Bide approached Toby, requesting his help in establishing connections to discuss collaboration with Harry Osborn. Chapter 55. Achieving interdimensional collaboration. This place was in disrepair, already dilapidated and further ravaged by a recent battle. Situated by the sea, it felt chilly. The laboratory was quite shabby. If a partnership with the Osborn group could be forged, it would be imperative to relocate the equipment there. Even if there existed a slight chance of collaboration failing, after the recent conflict, remaining here was untenable. Toby consented to Bide's request and departed to find Harry. Meanwhile, Bide seized the opportunity to discreetly examine the device while assisting in the dismantling process. Even in later eras, nuclear fusion research necessitated an enormous base and the concerted efforts of numerous individuals. Yet the moment it succeeded, it would yield an energy source more lucrative than a money-printing machine. Infinite energy, its applications would be boundless. To illustrate, the annual electricity consumption of a metropolitan area could reach approximately 157.6 billion kilowatt-hours, averaging around 4.3 billion kilowatt-hours daily. Running this device for a mere 7 minutes and 10 seconds could fulfill the entire city's energy needs for a day. How terrifyingly potent is such energy? Furthermore, tritium costs about 30,000 per gram, highlighting the immense potential profits. Its only current limitation lay in addressing the colossal gravitational forces generated when vast amounts of energy were contained. As long as this issue is resolved, it shall serve as the stepping stone for humanity to enter a new era. While this may pose some challenges for others, Peter possesses the ability to traverse multiple worlds. The arc reactor utilized by Iron Man is akin to a cold fusion reactor, is it not? At that juncture, establishing a cordial rapport with the Dutch boy would be prudent, providing an opportunity to borrow the arc reactor for research purposes. Surely, Iron Man would not object, would he? Peter speculates that a portion of this success can be attributed to the contributions of nanometals. As the two were nearing completion of their task, Toby Spider returned with Harry Osborn. However, this time, Harry arrived not in the Green Goblin armor, but rather in a modest automobile. Even Toby had reverted to his casual attire. They also brought along several large trucks. The pair entered first to explain the situation, with Toby joining the discussion. However, considering his concealed identity, and to ensure he could continue his endeavors as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Toby merely assumed the role of a researcher. Ultimately, Peter S.'s situation was more intricate than Toby S., but upon learning of his true origins, Harry appointed him as a scientific advisor to Oscorp. Although Oscorp would not provide him with a salary, they granted him the privilege of sharing in the research outcomes. The four swiftly finalized their collaboration agreement. Peter, Toby, and Harry Osborn subsequently joined the proceedings. Oscorp, though currently in decline due to mismanagement, still boasted an impressive array of advanced equipment. The high-precision lithography machine mentioned by Dr. Octopus soon appeared before them. In no time, they produced a chip the size of a fingernail. This was the so-called smart chip. By integrating the chip with the original control device, a brand new nanometal suit equipped with an intelligent system was born. Its artificial intelligence served only as a supportive tool, capable of executing minor operations based on the operator's intentions, far from the capabilities of Jarvis. Yet, for Peter this sufficed, as he merely required a more effortless means of utilizing the suit. Seizing the opportunity, Peter suggested several innovative civilian devices from the future, such as compact LCD screens, smartphones, and smart home technologies, which would be relatively straightforward for the military tech-savvy Oscorp to develop, boasting significant profit potential. Harry Osborn, perhaps out of desperation due to Oscorp's decline, eagerly took note of Peter's suggestions, intending to analyze their feasibility one by one. That evening, at Harry Osborn's enthusiastic invitation, Peter enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. The following morning, Peter expressed his intent to take his leave. Quantum tunneling. This was a deliberate move on Peter's part, as it would surely allay their concerns. He held no worries for Toby's disposition. As Spider-Man, his inner strength surpassed their external abilities. The scene before him shifted from indistinct to vivid, and then back to obscurity as familiar surroundings materialized before Bide. This was the vision encountered while traversing parallel universes, situated within the realm of the microscopic quantum world. It was precisely the erratic fluctuations of these quantum particles in the infinitesimal domain that constituted the diverse trajectories of distinct parallel universes in the macroscopic realm. Limited by his capabilities, Bide was unable to linger in this state for long. He swiftly identified the variable corresponding to his original world and transformed his body into a quantum stream to transmit himself back. Chapter 56. Return to the main world. Amidst the lush, verdant forest, a flock of birds was suddenly startled into flight. A figure gradually materialized upon the branch of a grand tree. This individual was none other than Bitten. The formidable stability afforded by his powerful physique allowed him to easily balance on the slender branch, scarcely the width of half a foot. After taking a moment to observe his surroundings and noting that they were much the same as when he departed, Bitten leaped gracefully to a higher branch, bending down to retrieve his phone, which had become lodged in the tree fork. Initially intending to bring the device with him through the traversal, he had opted to leave it behind to examine the temporal discrepancies between the two worlds during the crossing. Upon powering on the phone, he gleaned the current time in this world. As for the time in the other realm, Bitten pressed a pendant at his chest, and a device resembling a wristwatch materialized on his left wrist. This was a web slinger equipped with a built-in communication device, adept at resolving the issue of carrying a phone while donning his battle attire. In the world of the little black spider, this communication apparatus could even connect to the police's internal radio, enabling real-time updates on criminal activities. While parameters in other worlds required recalibration, the fundamental timing function remained intact. To his astonishment, upon inspection, he found that both times were identical. This indicated that his recent journey had indeed spanned a full day and night. This was a stark contrast to his first traversal into the little black spider's world, which had taken 4 days and 2 hours. Was the inconsistency due to the inherent disorder of time travel, or perhaps due to the disparities between the two worlds? If it were disorder, it posed a significant dilemma. Not only would the essence of people change, but even the objects themselves might succumb to the ravages of time. Such a scenario would truly embody the transformation of sea into mulberry fields. What significance would this world hold for him then? However, upon deeper reflection, to hastily conclude it was purely disorderly would be overly simplistic. For every astonishing coincidence, there often lies a fixed logic beneath. The astonishingly aligned flow of time between his world and the Toby spider's world suggested a certain correlation between the two realms. Conversely, the vast divergence from the little black spider's world indicated a lower degree of connection. Could it be that the disparity arose from the little black spider's realm being animated? While Toby spider's world was live action, the latter bore a greater resemblance to his own world, while the former's similarity was markedly diminished. Bitten scratched his head in frustration. The intricacies of the multiverse were indeed overwhelmingly complex. This further solidified his resolve to delve into the intricacies of quantum physics. For only through such understanding could he truly explore its mysteries. After tucking his phone into his pocket, Bitten did not immediately venture out of the forest. Instead, he casually selected a branch and perched himself atop a lofty tree, gazing through the gaps in the leaves towards the horizon. He pondered his next destination for traversal. Should he set his sights on the realm of Toby Spider a few months hence? Before departing, he had meticulously memorized the variables of that world, akin to committing its coordinates to memory. The journey there would be straightforward. Furthermore, owing to his knowledge of the original narrative, he could seamlessly integrate subsequent plot parameters based on those known variables, thereby achieving the effects akin to those of Spider-Man 3 a few months later. However, retracing his steps appeared to hold little significance. Moreover, should he visit again without genuine intent, there was no assurance that the creature would remain loyal, especially considering he was still grappling with the remnants of his hysteria. Alternatively, might he traverse to the realm of the little black spider? He had also documented the variables, world anchor, of that world, making it accessible. Yet, the temporal discrepancies between the two worlds filled him with trepidation. Previously, 4 days in that realm translated to merely 2 hours in his. What if the next encounter reversed this, resulting in 2 hours there and 4 days here? Such a scenario would be quite troublesome. Beyond this, he had 2 more choices. The first was the world of the Dutch spider, which offered numerous advantages. This realm boasted technology far more advanced than his own, featuring airborne aircraft carriers and sophisticated laser weaponry. For instance, he could seek out Iron Man. However, this world was fraught with peril. On Earth, there were the Shield, the Avengers, and the Supreme Sorcerer, while beyond lay the likes of the Eternals, the Celestials, and the Living Tribunal. As a visitor from a parallel universe, he could not predict whether he would attract their attention. The most opportune moment to infiltrate that world would be during the events of No Way Home, when the Dutch spider sought Doctor Strange's assistance to erase memories, only for Bitten to inadvertently disrupt the spell, defeating the sorcerer with his magic and summoning both Toby and Andrew spiders from their respective parallel universes. At that juncture, blending in would pose the least risk. Yet, at that time, Iron Man had already perished, presenting yet another dilemma. Of course, there was a second option, the world of Andrew Spider, also known as the Amazing Spider-Man. Although he had never visited this world and lacked its coordinates, his knowledge of the narrative would enable him to locate it among the myriad of parallel universes. He had always harbored a regret regarding Andrew Spider's canonical pairing with Gwen Stacy, who met her tragic end at the hands of the Green Goblin in the second installment, a sorrow shared by many. If given a chance, Biden would certainly endeavor to save her. After careful contemplation, he resolved that his next venture would indeed be to seek out Andrew Spider. Weighing his options, he ultimately decided against pursuing the realm of the Dutch Spider for the time being. The waters are too deep to gamble on. After contemplating his next course of action, Biden did not act immediately. The grim news was that his temporal power had dwindled to approximately 15. However, both the Andrew Spider world and the Toby Spider world were akin to live-action film realms. This suggests that his previous consumption would have been comparable. Based on this recent transdimensional journey, it is estimated that around 2025 energy units were expended. Additionally, he needed to reserve 10 units to prevent himself from entering a state of weakness. Thus, he should ideally possess at least 30 energy units, with a safer threshold being above 35. Given the current rate of restoration of his temporal power, it would likely take around 14 to 15 days to recuperate. By then, he could gradually accumulate energy in that world. Having quietly formulated his plans, Biden leapt down from the tall tree, his steps light as he made his way out of the jungle. Chapter 57. Hero with a plan in mind. Biden temporarily set aside thoughts of traversing worlds. For the past 6 months, he had been confined to a desolate place, emerging only to face either yellow sands or dust storms. Having been engrossed in research and unable to venture out was one thing, but now that he had stepped outside, the beauty of the world felt truly exhilarating. Thus, Biden resolved to seize this opportunity to explore and appreciate the magnificent landscapes of his homeland. Naturally, constrained by financial limitations, he chose primarily open attractions that did not require an entrance fee, such as zoos and aquariums, places he found distasteful for confining animals in cramped quarters for public viewing. Moreover, the ticket prices were exorbitant. This world did not harbor many supervillains, and he lived in one of the most peaceful and stable countries on the planet, where it was unlikely to encounter bank heists or armored car robberies in broad daylight. After enduring several days of intense combat, Biden relished the tranquility of his surroundings. Particularly, that slab of stone was of utmost importance. Consequently, the upper management even temporarily doubled the security forces at the base and summoned numerous experts and professors from various universities and research institutions in related fields. With the collective efforts of everyone involved, after more than 10 days, preliminary research results on the mysterious stone slab were finally obtained. Have the analyses of the other soil samples been completed? The basic analyses are done, and the results have been uploaded. Please proceed with the comparisons. With the concerted efforts of a group of highly qualified professors and researchers, results were soon achieved. However, upon examining the findings, doubts began to surface among the group. One mineralogy professor remarked that the structural composition of this material seemed somewhat distinct from other soils. Its sample structure does not resemble the Martian soil. Rather, it appears to be a product of Earth, another suggested hesitantly. Indeed, it bears resemblance to sedimentary rock. Could this be a stone brought from Earth to Mars? Perhaps there truly are Martians. Who can say? Do not speak foolishly. This is not a matter for jest. The laboratory soon buzzed with activity as everyone expressed their opinions and engaged in fervent discussions. An elderly gentleman, his hair a distinguished white, yet brimming with vitality, stepped forward and declared, "Enough. This is merely a preliminary conclusion. Since we cannot ascertain the truth, we must seek further evidence." The geotechnical team was instructed to conduct more in-depth research and analysis. The observation team dispatched all available rovers to the vicinity of the recently discovered monument for a thorough investigation. Shao Kahn, submit a report to the higher-ups and summon several experts in ancient scripts. I need to ascertain whether the pattern on the monument is a form of writing or something else, and I must know promptly. The elders swiftly allocated the ensuing tasks. The crowd dispersed like startled birds, each engrossed in their respective duties. In a brightly lit room adorned with warm lighting, a desk lay scattered with notebooks. Yet its owner was absent from the chair. On a nearby sofa, a young man reclined with his torso bare, revealing a gruesome wound on his chest, as if inflicted by a sharp object. A golden-haired beauty leaned over him, her hand resting on his body, gazing at his injury with eyes full of concern. Yet, the young man merely chuckled playfully. His whimsical and cheerful demeanor, coupled with his handsome visage, exuded a captivating charm that mingled the essence of sunlight with a steely resolve. In this intimate setting, as their faces drew ever closer, a long, deep kiss ensued. The woman, her cheeks flushed, gently pushed him away, saying, "Relax. Do not be overly excited, my little bug." As she looked down at him, a flicker of worry danced in her eyes. The young man reassured her, "I will be fine, do not worry." However, his words only deepened her unease. For now, she had another person to fret over. Her boyfriend, Peter Parker, a community vigilante. A Spider-Man. Andrew Spider grasped Gwen Stacy's face in his hands, their eyes locking in a luminescent gaze. He solemnly stated, "But I must stop him, for I am the one who created him." Gwen, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Andrew explained, "I provided him with a formula that made everything possible. It was my father's research, hidden away. Now I finally understand why it was concealed. But most importantly, it is my responsibility to stop him. I must intervene." Gwen found herself momentarily speechless, yet she recognized she had been persuaded. She loved this man for his strength and bravery. Just as the couple reveled in their affection, a sudden knock echoed against the window. "Hello, nice to meet you. I hope I'm not interrupting anything." Both were startled and turned in unison towards the window. "Who are you? Leave this place immediately." Andrew leaped up, positioning himself protectively in front of his girlfriend, his gaze fixed intently on the man standing outside. The figure, a man with a distinctly classical Eastern appearance, stood approximately 6 feet tall, clad in a casual long-sleeve outfit. Noticing the man's silence, Andrew pointed toward the fire escape and admonished, "Hey, buddy, the way out is over there. Do not linger here. Such behavior infringes upon others' privacy." "No." The figure shook his head. "I have come specifically to find you. Haha, hero." Oh no, Peter Parker. He had encountered some friction with the New York police while combating crime. But Gwen's father was the sheriff, and this individual hardly resembled a law enforcement officer. Additionally, he had clashed with Dr. Connors, who had transformed into the lizard, yet this person was clearly not Connors. Moreover, why did he refer to himself as Haha Hero? What did it signify? Who exactly are you? Andrew Spider assumed a rather flawed fighting stance. Peter offered a slight smile and stepped forward, allowing himself to be fully illuminated by the light. Subsequently, he executed a graceful leap, propelling himself off the small fire escape platform. "Curious, are you Peter? Then follow me." Chapter 58. Training Haha Hero. Andrew Spider's pupils constricted. He swiftly darted out of the window, reaching the railing of the fire escape platform, only to witness a scene that left him utterly astounded. A figure plummeted from the sky, yet mid-fall, he suddenly shot out a web, halting his descent and transforming it into a swinging motion, soaring forward. Such a classic spectacle was enough to astonish Andrew Spider. That was precisely the maneuver he employed regularly. Who was this person? His confusion deepened. At that moment, Gwen Stacy also emerged from the window, albeit at a slower pace, and by then, Peter's figure had vanished from sight. "Peter?" Andrew Spider turned, gently patting her hand. "Gwen, I must follow him and see. Be careful. Don't worry, I'll be fine." With that, Andrew Spider donned his recently removed suit and leapt down, swiftly heading in the direction where Peter had disappeared. On top of a tall building, Peter sat casually on the rooftop water tower, awaiting Andrew Spider's arrival. This latest traversal had imparted a new understanding. His journeys could not pinpoint an exact moment in time, at least not at present. For instance, to search for Andrew Spider's universe, he needed to input the parameters of Peter Parker, who resembled Andrew, whose girlfriend was Gwen Stacy, and who had derived the decay rate algorithm that inadvertently created Dr. Connors, among other details. Then, utilizing the temporal powers within him, he would search for parallel universes that matched these criteria, transforming himself into the quantum state of that universe to enter it. This time, he aimed to see if he could traverse to the period between Andrew Spider's transformation into Spider-Man. Firstly, he wished to witness the moment Andrew Spider was bitten by the spider. Secondly, he could lend a hand in saving his Uncle Ben. It was said that Uncle Ben's demise was a pivotal moment, but if he could be saved, why not? There are numerous ways for someone to become Spider-Man. It doesn't necessarily entail sacrificing Uncle Ben. Among the myriad parallel universes, perhaps one existed where Uncle Ben survived, and given the opportunity, he would surely explore it. Yet, while imagination is a splendid realm, reality remains starkly unforgiving. When Peter traversed into this realm, he followed the guidance of his spider sense, leading him to Andrew Spider, who was engrossed in an intimate moment with Gwen Stacy. A long scar marred his chest, a sight that stirred memories within Peter. This indicated that Uncle Ben had long since departed from this world, and even Dr. Connors had made his appearance. The die was cast, and Peter resigned himself to this reality. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing upon a rooftop not far from Peter. "Who are you? You may speak now," Andrew Spider inquired loudly. Peter rose to his feet, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Surely, you follow me all this way and still cannot discern who I am?" Andrew Spider, filled with uncertainty, responded, You are also Spider-Man? Could it be that there are many Spider-Men in this world?" He recalled the origins of his own powers. Within the Osborn Corporation's laboratory, there were indeed hundreds of spiders, all used as test subject for research on cross-species gene transfer technology. The spider that bit him was one of them. This line of thought led him to ponder if he was not the only one to gain powers from a spider bite. After concocting a myriad of scenarios in his mind, Andrew Spider found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel astonished or elated. The existence of a kindred spirit was undoubtedly a cause for joy, yet the realization that he was not unique brought a tinge of melancholy. "The duration is rather similar to mine," Peter muttered softly. He had only been Spider-Man for about 20 days, but excluding the time spent resting in his primary world, his experience was indeed comparable to Andrew Spider's. However, the disparity in their combat abilities was substantial, largely attributed to their differing backgrounds. Furthermore, Peter had undergone training with Shadow Spider-Man, Spider-Ham, Spider-Gwen, and the older Peter Parker, particularly benefiting from the extensive knowledge imparted by Shadow Spider-Man. In contrast, Andrew Spider had not been so fortunate. Upon becoming Spider-Man, he initially directed his abilities towards seeking the murderer of Uncle Ben, lacking experience in combat against formidable foes. Otherwise, he would not have struggled against a lesser opponent like Dr. Connors. "What?" Andrew Spider queried. "Nothing," Peter replied, shaking his head. "It appears you are still a budding novice in need of guidance." Peter's interest in this world was rather minimal. His primary objective in arriving here was to save Gwen Stacy, rectifying Andrew Spider's lifelong regret. This also served as a means for him to confront his own regret. Of course, he harbored no romantic intentions toward Gwen Stacy. He would never engage in such treacherous acts. "Guide me? Is that truly possible?" Andrew Spider expressed his surprise. The battle against Dr. Connors that evening had made him acutely aware of his own inadequacies in combat. "Of course," Peter replied with a smile as he leapt down from the water tower, standing before Andrew Spider. "Is this the place? Do you have a better location in mind?" As he spoke, Peter executed a sudden maneuver, crouching low and sweeping Andrew Spider off his feet. This was a skill he had learned from Shadow Spider-Man, who seemed to favor this technique as a way of greeting others, serving as a reminder to remain vigilant at all times. After all, during his era, assassination was a commonplace occurrence. Both Peter and the Little Black Widow had encountered it. However, Andrew was not quite like them. Although he was still a novice, he possessed a modicum of independent combat experience. When faced with Peter's ambush, he leapt into the air. Yet at that moment, Peter propelled himself off the ground with both hands, launching into the air and delivering a kick to Andrew's abdomen, leaving him without a means of support. Andrew was sent flying, but that was not the end of it. In a flurry of confusion, Andrew attempted to defend himself, but could not escape a thorough beating. Chapter 59. The growth of Andrew. Heavy, panting echoed across the deserted rooftop. Andrew lay on the ground, wearing an expression of utter desolation. Peter stood nearby and kicked him lightly. "Is this all you can manage? How can you bear the mantle of Spider-Man like this?" The mention of Spider-Man's mission piqued Andrew's interest. In truth, he was neither truly exhausted nor incapacitated by Peter's blows. Peter had always moderated his strength, striking just hard enough for Andrew to feel the pain without causing real injury. However, Andrew was not a masochist. Enduring a beating was sufficient. He could not withstand a relentless assault. Indeed, every Spider-Man has their own mission, which serves as the driving force behind their actions. "Why do you think you donned this suit?" Peter earnestly advised. His demeanor resembled that of a seasoned mentor. However, Peter's words were not mere platitudes. Andrew's narrative diverged significantly from that of Toby. Toby's story resonated more with everyday life, while Andrew's leaned towards the heroic. In Andrew's tale, his transformation was rather abrupt, and the plot lacked depth, a point of criticism for many. This was evident in Andrew's character, whose insufficient experience led to a wavering belief in his heroism. For instance, initially he had used someone else's identity card to infiltrate Oscorp, resulting in the real individual being apprehended. It was only later, following the deaths of Gwen's father, his friend Harry, and even Gwen herself, that he began to grasp certain truths and gradually mature. Compared to Toby's growth, the cost Andrew paid was far more severe. As a mentor, Peter felt it necessary to awaken him sooner rather than later. One need not rely on suffering as a catalyst for personal growth. What was his purpose in becoming Spider-Man? He had never truly contemplated this before. Initially, it was the sight of Uncle Ben lying in a pool of blood that ignited a fire within him. Driven by rage, he chose to seek out those thugs who brandish guns in the dead of night. Unfortunately, his endeavor ended poorly. He found himself fleeing from pursuers who threatened to avenge their recognition of his face. It was only after this that he devised a plan to create a spider suit to conceal his identity. His methods were crude as he sought out various thugs and criminals, not genuinely in pursuit of justice, but rather solely for the sake of vengeance. Perhaps it was through his own behavioral patterns that Gwen's father discerned this truth, leading him to characterize himself as an outlaw endowed with extraordinary martial prowess and a certain ulterior motive, rather than as a community vigilante wielding such power to uphold justice. Reflecting upon this, it became evident that his actions had indeed instilled fear in many. However, he subsequently experienced a moment of enlightenment. During a series of retaliatory actions, as he witnessed the plight of the oppressed, he was reminded of his own past, when he too had been victimized by the likes of Fleischer. Naturally, this evoked a sense of empathy within him, particularly on the bridge, when he rescued a child from a plummeting vehicle. The father's palpable fear and overwhelming gratitude, along with a myriad of complex emotions, flooded his consciousness and left a profound impact on him. This was the catalyst that shaped the man he had become today. He began to revel in assisting others under the guise of Spider-Man. Countless thoughts danced through Andrew's mind, and gradually, his gaze brightened. Observing his demeanor, Peter bestowed a knowing smile. "It seemed that you have found some understanding." "Thank you, Peter," Andrew earnestly replied. There was a peculiar tone to his voice when he addressed Peter, given that their names bore an uncanny resemblance. While it feels quite natural to call someone else by their name, uttering one's own name often evokes a strange sensation, especially when confronted with another who shares it. "It's Peter," Peter emphasized. "You may also refer to me as Brother Duh." "All right, Brother Duh." Andrew chuckled merrily after acknowledging his newfound camaraderie. His circle of friends was limited, and the addition of one more filled him with joy, especially one who could impart wisdom. In the filthy depths of the city's sewer, following a defeat in battle the previous day, Andrew had fled in disarray, inadvertently leaving behind his camera inscribed with his name. Dr. Kurt Connors, having reverted to his human form as the effects of the serum waned, sat quietly on the steps designated for sewer cleaning. With no one having ventured down for quite some time, the sewer was rife with filth and foul odors, and the steps were coated with an unidentifiable viscous substance. Yet, Kurt Connors remained unfazed. Within his mind, a voice incessantly whispered, manipulating and controlling him. "Peter Parker, Spider-Man, is not the one in need of assistance. Once my goals are achieved, there shall be no more solitude, no more rejection or discrimination. Humanity shall evolve, shedding our corporeal bonds like reptiles, transforming into a superior species. A brand new era awaits, and I shall be the harbinger of this new age." After persuading himself, Kurt Connors seized a nearby vial of green serum and plunged it into his body with fervor. A single injection, and this time, he administered 4 times the dosage. With a blood-curdling scream, Kurt Connors' body began to swell, and his skin morphed into a scaly, lizard-like hide. With a thunderous roar, a long reptilian tail sprouted from his back. "Little dragon." "No." The lizard doctor makes his return. "Peter Parker." The lizard doctor lets out a furious roar and plunges into the murky waters of the sewer, swiftly swimming toward Midtown Science High School. Meanwhile, Midtown Science High School remains blissfully unaware of the impending danger, bustling with youthful energy as it is still morning, and students are just arriving for class. The teachers are organizing their lesson plans, preparing to head to their classrooms. Thud! The unfortunate toilet becomes the first casualty of the lizard doctor's minions. Following the sewage pipes that led him here, the lizard doctor leaps out from below. Andrew Spider has just arrived at school, busy stowing away his personal belongings. Gwen Stacy stands beside him, inquiring about the identity of the person he encountered the previous night and what transpired afterward. Andrew Spider happily informs her that he has gained a big brother. Just then, his spider sense instinctively triggers. Chapter 60, Spider-Man vs. The Lizard Doctor roar. "Ah!" Accompanied by the monster's roar and the student screams, a tide of panic-stricken faces rushes in from the distance. Upon hearing that familiar growl, Andrew Spider's expression darkens. Run. Gwen Stacy is no ordinary damsel from other cinematic works. She quickly deduces that her departure will be the greatest assistance to prevent distracting her boyfriend. Resolutely, she dashes out with the crowd. However, she does not retreat entirely, but instead chooses a relatively safe spot to observe quietly, still somewhat concerned for her little boyfriend. Meanwhile, in the corridor, most students have already fled. Although the lizard doctor's mind has been warped by the cross-genetic serum, he exhibits an unexpected level of rationality. He harbors no intention of harming the fleeing students, perhaps because he has already deemed them future subjects of his reign. For once his plan comes to fruition, all of New York will become a veritable lizard island. In that case, everyone will transform into a new species of lizard people. The only obstacle to realizing this vision is Spider-Man, Peter Parker. When foes meet, they gaze upon each other with sharpened awareness. The lizard doctor and Andrew Spider exchange a glance, each seeing their adversary reflected in the other's eyes. Of course, the sentiment is not one of affection, but rather hostility. Roar! The lizard doctor bellows and lunges at Andrew Spider. Undeterred, Andrew Spider charges toward the lizard doctor in return. A brief separation breeds a new perspective. Spider-Man's learning capacity is formidable. Following Peter's intensive training the previous night, Andrew Spider's combat prowess has significantly improved. As the lizard doctor attacks, Andrew deftly shoots a web at the lizard doctor's foot, simultaneously executing a sliding maneuver to position himself behind the lizard doctor. Although the lizard doctor reacts, extending his long claws in an attempt to strike, his movements are somewhat sluggish, and he fails to connect. At that moment, Andrew Spider flicks his wrist, tossing the web he had in his hand onto a nearby locker, and skillfully adds another strand of webbing. Simultaneously, he extended his left hand, unleashing a thread of webbing that adhered to the other foot of Dr. Lizard, with the opposite end firmly affixed to a nearby locker. In an instant, 2 strands of silk formed a binding shape. Dr. Lizard attempted to turn, but was hindered by the tenacity of the webbing, rendering him momentarily immobile. He sought to advance, yet the strands resolutely restrained his legs. In desperation, he crouched down, using his hands to grasp and tear away the web. This, however, afforded Andrew Spider an opportunity. He leapt high, momentarily touching the ceiling before positioning himself above Dr. Lizard. At the moment when Dr. Lizard lowered his head, 2 strands of silk swiftly adhered to his eyes. Blinded, the loss of sight left Dr. Lizard in a state of disarray. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, and a long, forked tongue flicked out. At that moment, a remarkable sensation emerged. The forked tongue rapidly sampled the scents in the air, enabling him to perceive his surroundings without the need for vision. Andrew Spider was unaware that his attempt to immobilize the enemy had inadvertently unlocked a new ability for Dr. Lizard. Following Peter's teachings and adhering to the philosophy of exploiting an opponent's weakness, he dropped to the ground momentarily before leaping again, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Dr. Lizard's head. However, Dr. Lizard had just detected his position with his tongue. With a swift motion, a sharp claw struck downwards. Startled, Andrew Spider quickly abandoned his attack, shooting a strand of webbing to the side in midair, narrowly evading the assault. Yet, this maneuver revealed an opening for Dr. Lizard to counterattack. He promptly crouched, tearing away the 2 strands of webbing from his foot, and casually removed the strands from his eyes, turning to face Andrew Spider. Warm-up complete. Are you ready, Peter? With a forceful stomp on the ground, his transformed figure, towering over 2 meters, charged at Andrew Spider like a lightweight tank. MV2. This is the kinetic energy formula that every middle school student should know. It signifies that kinetic energy is directly proportional to the mass and velocity of a moving object. Given Dr. Lizard's current mass of 248 kilograms, coupled with his furious speed, the magnitude of his power was unmistakable. Andrew Spider dared not confront him head-on, swiftly dodging to the side. However, the wall behind him was not so fortunate. In an instant, Dr. Lizard crashed through the wall, obliterating it, and barreled into the classroom beyond. Seizing the opportunity, Andrew Spider tore off his clothing and donned a mask from his bag lying nearby. Clad in his battle suit, his strength doubled. Andrew Spider felt rejuvenated and turned to engage in a fierce struggle with Dr. Lizard, who had re-emerged from the classroom. The 2 exchanged blows, their immense strength transforming the environment into a demolition site. The ordinary concrete structures could hardly withstand their onslaught, as walls crumbled under the aftermath of their conflict. It remained uncertain whether the frightened students witnessing this spectacle felt joy or despair. Those who are lost, those who are lonely, require my salvation. I could undoubtedly heal them. Why do you hinder me, Peter? Dr. Lizard roared with indignation while diligently masquerading as the representative of his demolition office. Your thoughts are misguided, Doctor. Andrew Spider nimbly evaded Dr. Lizard's assaults, seldom retaliating, primarily focusing on restraining his actions. Cease this, Doctor, this is not you. Clearly, he was attempting to reason with Dr. Lizard, urging him to regain his sanity. Yet, affected by the repercussions of the lizard genes and cross-gene modification technology, Dr. Lizard had become increasingly paranoid as his transformation persisted. How could he possibly heed Andrew Spider's counsel? Conversely, Andrew Spider's audacious words only incited further fury in him. intensifying the ferocity of his attacks. Boom! With a resounding crash, Andrew Spider emerged from the teaching building, clutching a lengthy, severed lizard tail, landing on the nearby playground. Bang! Another thunderous noise echoed as Dr. Lizard followed, leaping through the breach, his massive form akin to a cannonball, descending heavily towards Andrew Spider. The latter swiftly rolled on the ground to evade, only to be ensnared around the neck by Dr. Lizard's newly grown tail. Witnessing this scene, Bide, who had been observing from a distance, shook his head. Given Andrew Spider's current strength, he indeed possessed the capability to vanquish Dr. Lizard. Even though his regenerative abilities were extraordinarily formidable, he could not withstand the force of Spider-Man's tremendous blows. However, Andrew Spider was too kind-hearted, continually holding back, which kept him at a disadvantage. Chapter 61. You should go to DC, yet Bide had no intention of intervening. Compared to the formidable bosses that other Spider-Men encountered on their growth journeys, Dr. Lizard was relatively weak. At best, he was merely a novice village boss. Such a feeble adversary should be left for Andrew Spider to handle on his own. How could he accumulate experience fighting monsters if he did not engage properly to level up against more formidable foes? For instance, the combined forces of Electro and Green Goblin? Furthermore, despite Andrew Spider being ensnared by Dr. Lizard's tail and subjected to a series of brutal blows reminiscent of Hulk smashing Loki, he could indeed break free if he steadied his mind and exerted his strength. At the very least, he could sever Dr. Lizard's tail. However, at that moment, a tall figure with golden hair dashed out from a nearby building, stealthily approaching the battleground. Gwen Stacy. It turned out she could not resist rushing out to assist her boyfriend in peril. Bide found himself at a loss for words. With a resounding clang, Gwen Stacy wielded a heavy fire axe, swinging it with all her might, bringing it down upon Dr. Lizard. Indeed, it was a smash. The fire axe was simply too weighty for her to control effectively. Consequently, as she swung it, it veered slightly off course, merely striking him with the flat of the axe. Though the blow did not injure Dr. Lizard, the sudden force from behind certainly captured his attention. Dr. Lizard swiftly turned around, his eyes locking onto Gwen Stacy, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Gwen Stacy gasped, the fire axe clattering heavily to the ground. Dr. Lizard took a step forward, extending his right claw towards her. However, his attempt was destined to fail. With a swift whoosh, a strand of webbing shot from a distance, adhering to Gwen Stacy and yanking her forcefully away. Who is it? Dr. Lizard growled in frustration, glancing in the direction from which Gwen was being drawn. There, atop a high rooftop, a figure leapt down, intersecting midair with Gwen Stacy, who was being pulled upwards. Shortly thereafter, another figure clad in a red and blue spider suit landed on the ground. The reluctant hero, Peter, gently set down Gwen Stacy, whom he had cradled in his arms. Gwen Stacy looked at him, puzzled. "Thank you. May I ask who you are?" "You're welcome. I also know a girl named Gwen," Peter replied. He then turned his attention to Dr. Lizard and Andrew Spider, raising his voice. "If you keep this up, your training regimen will be doubled today." "What? Double training?" Andrew Spider's eyes widened in shock. The thought of last night's training, intensified twofold, sent shivers down his spine. He hastily reached out to grasp the lizard's tail coiling around his neck. With a sudden exertion of strength, his arm muscles seemed to swell. In a gruesome turn of events, Dr. Lizard's recently regrown tail was once again severed. Unlike the previous instance of self-amputation, this time it was forcibly ripped away. The two severed pieces of tail thudded heavily to the ground, writhing in agony. Blood gushed from the severed ends, splattering onto the ground and onto Andrew Spider's suit. Seizing the moment, Andrew Spider landed heavily, catching his breath before distancing himself from Dr. Lizard. "Great to see you, Peter. Shall we take him on together? But let us not harm him. Subduing him will suffice." Andrew Spider approached Peter, his tone both excited and hurried. Even now, he was fixated on the notion of not injuring Dr. Lizard. "I believe you should be in DC, not Marvel," Peter remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "DC? Marvel? What does that mean?" Andrew Spider asked, perplexed. "Oh, it refers to a realm called DC, filled with numerous superheroes who never take lives, serving as paragons of lawfulness," Peter stated earnestly. "Superheroes not killing? Isn't that quite normal?" Andrew Spider questioned, puzzled. Beside them, Gwen Stacy blinked, sensing something peculiar in Peter's tone, as if the essence of his words belied a deeper meaning. Alas, the art of sarcasm is a craft mastered by the East, often perplexing to those from the West. Peter Parker remarked, "Yet those supervillains wield a power that poses a grave threat to ordinary citizens. Due to the no-kill principle upheld by DC's heroes, these criminals repeatedly evade capture, committing heinous acts that inflict harm upon the innocent. Do you consider this just?" Andrew Spider found himself at a loss for words. The gravity of Peter's statement left him in a state of confusion. He recalled Uncle Ben's tragic demise on the streets, a crime for which the perpetrator still roamed free. "Peter, do not heed his words," Gwen Stacy interjected, stepping forward to grasp Andrew Spider's hand, exuding a fierce protectiveness akin to a mother tiger guarding her cubs. Her gaze fixed warily upon Peter. Only the law possesses the authority to judge a person's crimes. Such power must not rest in the hands of an individual. Peter shrugged. "I've said all I can. The choice is yours, but do not wait until it is too late to regret your decision. I happen to have something here that may pique your interest." Peter remained rational, refusing to regard Gwen Stacy with any special consideration, simply because she bore a resemblance to Spider-Gwen, with whom he had shared certain ambiguous moments and promises. Different worlds, even sharing the same name, do not equate to the same person, especially given their differing backgrounds. Moreover, the fact that this Gwen Stacy was a character he had cherished in films held little significance. Films are mere fiction, while real life is an entirely different matter. Furthermore, Peter's counsel to Andrew Spider stemmed from the original narrative, where Andrew Spider's reluctance to confront his enemies directly ultimately led to the loss of those close to him. In contrast, Toby Spider exhibited no such hesitance. Although he too would show restraint, he would not hesitate to strike hard, even against Harry, should he pose a threat. His restraint merely ensured his adversaries remained alive. The subtle distinctions between the two generations of Spider-Men arose from their divergent environments and resolute convictions. "Enough chatter. You'd best subdue him swiftly, lest he escape," Peter directed, pointing towards Dr. Lizard, who was already displaying signs of fleeing. In the brief exchange, Dr. Lizard began to make his escape. The emergence of a second Spider-Man was a troublesome predicament, especially with the distant wail of police sirens echoing in the air. He bore a significant mission and had no desire to meet his end here. Nowhere to run. Andrew Spider shouted, lunging towards Dr. Lizard. Chapter 62, The Extraordinary Spider-Man Leave. Dr. Lizard, resolute in his intent to flee, demonstrated no inclination to engage. As he passed a flower bed, he swept his tail, uprooting small trees and hurling them, dirt and all, at Andrew Spider. Andrew Spider deftly dodged each projectile. In a matter of moments, the flower bed lay entirely stripped bare. However, despite the barrage, Dr. Lizard's attempts bore little fruit against Andrew Spider, who remained focused and unharmed, save for a bit of mud on his attire. Dr. Lizard's primary objective was not to injure Andrew Spider, but to escape. His approach bore the hallmarks of a medieval assassin. Peter made no move to impede him. Simultaneously, he prevented Andrew Spider from descending into the sewer to pursue the chase, as he was acutely aware of Dr. Lizard's ultimate objective. "All right, Gwen, you stay here." Andrew Spider readily acquiesced, then addressed Gwen Stacy. "No, Gwen must accompany us," Peter interjected. "Why?" Andrew Spider inquired, perplexed. Peter explained, "Doctor Lizard's aim is to utilize the diffusion device installed atop Oscorp Tower to release a highly concentrated lizard gene serum into the skies of New York, transforming the entire populace into lizards. This constitutes his Lizard Island plan. Indeed, therefore, we shall confront him directly at Oscorp Tower. To prevent him from acting out of desperation, Gwen, we require you to retrieve the serum for the cross-gene antidote from the rear of the building," Peter articulated. Understood, Gwen Stacy, ever astute, immediately grasped Peter's intention. "Let us proceed, then," he declared, striding towards the adjacent educational building. "Are you not heading in the wrong direction, Peter?" Andrew Spider queried. "Not at all," Peter replied, turning his head. "Shouldn't you change your attire first?" Why should I?" Andrew Spider responded, somewhat bewildered. Peter elaborated. "Firstly, the police outside are likely to apprehend you. Even if you are indifferent, they will impede your progress, introducing unnecessary complications. Secondly, the journey to Oscorp Tower is quite lengthy. Won't you tire from traversing it in those clothes?" Scratching his head, Andrew Spider sheepishly conceded, "You have a point." With that, he hastily followed in Peter's wake. Soon, amidst the ruins, Andrew Spider discovered the backpack he had abandoned, along with his discarded clothing. He removed his mask and stuffed it into the bag before beginning to don his clothes. Meanwhile, Peter merely stood by. Peter, aren't you going to change?" Andrew Spider inquired. "By the way, where'd your clothes go?" Peter chuckled softly, pressing a button on his chest where the spider emblem was located. Instantly, the nanometal suit dissipated, revealing his original attire. "Wow." Andrew Spider's eyes widened in astonishment. "Amazing. Peter, what kind of technology is this?" "It's so cool. Nanometal technology. Do you like it?" "I'll give you a set in the future," Peter replied. It was even feasible to incorporate spider legs, miniature spider drones, and detection devices into the nanometal suit, akin to the Iron Spider suit. Really? That would be absolutely fantastic. Andrew Spider beamed, quickly organizing his backpack and clothing, casting an envious glance at Peter. If you cannot wait, you may also experiment with it yourself. I can lend it to you for your research, Peter offered, spreading his hands. His ability to craft web fluid and modify his watch into a web shooter showcased his considerable skills. The cross-universe research company he spearheaded required talents like his. Moreover, Spider-Man's integrity was far superior compared to that of various villains. That's wonderful, Andrew Spider exclaimed joyfully. Who could resist the allure of a nanosuit? Were it not for the urgent need to track down and thwart Dr. Lizard, Andrew would have eagerly devoted himself to the creation of his own nano-metal battle suit. Hurry, let's set forth, he exclaimed, driven by the allure of the suit, displaying a palpable sense of urgency. Gwen Stacy, unaware of the unfolding events, merely believed her boyfriend was impatient to confront Dr. Lizard. Consequently, she suggested leveraging her advantage as the daughter of the sheriff. Her father, George Stacy, was conveniently present, and they could utilize police transport to reach Oscorp Tower. However, Peter declined this proposal, reasoning that their arrival would be too coincidental, potentially exposing Andrew. Instead, he proposed they take the subway, as foreign metros typically lack security checks. They could simply purchase tickets and proceed. Thus, the trio discreetly circumvented the police, who were busy managing the situation and guiding the panicked students, and quietly departed the school, boarding the train to Oscorp Tower. On the subway, Peter retrieved his phone and turned to Andrew, saying, "Let's take a look at something that piques your interest." "What is it?" Andrew promptly ceased his interaction with Gwen. Gwen leaned in as well, both of them having attributed an air of wonder and mystery to Peter, eagerly anticipating what he would reveal. Peter casually opened his photo album, locating a downloaded video, and clicked play. With a burst of white light, the film commenced, culminating in the bold letters appearing on screen. The Amazing Spider-Man. Chapter 63. The future of the film was brief. The original 2 installments totaled just over 4 hours. But after Peter's preliminary edits, removing numerous inconsequential segments, it was reduced to approximately half an hour. The remaining content comprised 3 primary segments. First, a video left by Dr. Lizard detailing his subsequent plans while in the sewers. Second, the climactic battle between Dr. Lizard and Andrew atop Oscorp Tower, culminating in the tragic sacrifice of Gwen's father, George Stacy, who uttered his last words in Andrew's embrace. And third, a poignant scene from the second installment where Gwen was cast from the air by the Green Goblin, and Andrew, despite his desperate efforts, was unable to save her, left weeping over her lifeless form. In truth, he had initially intended to include the origins of the 3 villains, Lizard, Electro, and the Green Goblin, as well as the circumstances surrounding the demise of Andrew's parents. However, upon reflection, he deemed these elements lacking in entertainment value, knowing their origins would merely require a modicum of caution. As for the latter, it seemed excessively intense. Should Andrew succumb to darkness, the repercussions will be dire. Thus, he omitted those segments. Nonetheless, the existing 3 portions of the video were sufficient to leave Andrew and Gwen in a state of shock. "Is this our future?" Gwen Stacy trembled, her voice quaking with disbelief. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of her father in the clutches of the Green Goblin, her heart was undeniably wrenched with anguish. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin was preoccupied with 2 matters of greater concern: the transformation of his long-lost friend, Harry Osborn, into a villain, and the untimely death of Gwen. When he heard Gwen Stacy's inquiry, he turned to look at Peter, his expression fraught with anxiety. He desperately hoped this was a mere illusion. Peter nodded affirmatively, stating, "This was your original future before my arrival." Andrew Spider was momentarily taken aback, but then his demeanor softened. "Peter, with you by my side, we can surely alter the course of the future, can't we?" Although his words were confident, his tone betrayed a profound uncertainty. Peter, however, refrained from offering excessive encouragement, replying, "That ultimately hinges on your own resolve." Andrew Spider hesitated, contemplating the notion of resolve. Ding. Osborn Industrial Complex. Please disembark in an orderly fashion. Ding. Osborn Industrial Complex has arrived. Before Andrew Spider could reach a decision, the subway came to a halt. The trio rose from their seats and exited the train. Upon leaving the subway, they were greeted by the towering Osborn Industrial Complex, a behemoth of a corporation valued at over $200 billion. Responsible for supplying all of New York City's electricity, hence it was no surprise that it boasted a direct subway station. Subsequently, the 3 parted ways. Since neither Peter nor Andrew Spider possessed an identification card for the Osborn group, they could not enter the premises openly. Gwen Stacy, however, being an intern there, could come and go freely. Thus, she entered the building to concoct a serum for the anti-lizard gene treatment. Meanwhile, Peter and Andrew Spider positioned themselves on opposite sides of the Osborn building, quietly awaiting the inevitable capture of Dr. Connors. As they awaited, an hour passed in silence. While Peter idly toyed with his fingers, Andrew Spider, equally bored, quietly approached him. Peter, what brings you here? I wanted to ask you something. What is it? Speak your mind. You know about my parents? I do. Andrew Spider's face was a canvas of turmoil and yearning. Peter decisively stated, if you wish to know, I can tell you, but are you prepared to face what you might lose? After a moment of hesitation, Andrew Spider inquired, is it related to Osborn? Peter raised an eyebrow. It seems you already have some suspicions. Yes, Andrew Spider nodded. My father once worked for the Osborn Group and left behind a formula for zero decay rate, indicating he had made groundbreaking progress in cross-species gene transfer technology. However, judging by Dr. Connor's condition, this technology harbors severe flaws, prompting him to conceal his findings and flee. Ultimately, you are correct, Peter affirmed, validating Andrew Spider's conjecture. Your father, Richard Parker, and mother, Mary Parker, recognized the deficiencies in the cross-species gene transfer technology, which led them to hide the experimental results. They decided to leave, taking the danger away from you. But on the flight, assassins infiltrated, leading to their tragic end. Were the assassins sent by Osborn? Andrew's voice carried a certain dryness. Harry Osborn, the son of Norman Osborn, the master of the Osborn Group, and once a dear friend, now stood on the precipice of becoming the very instrument of his own father's demise, despite having glimpsed his future through previous footage. Witnessing Harry's transformation into a creature referred to as the Green Goblin by Peter, seeking vengeance against him, Andrew found himself momentarily bewildered by the recent revelations. During the past hour, he had ruminated extensively. His visit to Peter was driven by a desire to uncover the root of the discord between himself and Harry, hoping to find a means of reconciliation, thereby eliminating the peril that loomed over Gwen from its source. Yet he now found himself in a state of conflict. Observing his indecision, Peter candidly disclosed the crux of the discord. Harry aspired to utilize the successful cross-species genetic transfer exemplified by Spider-Man to devise a cure for their family's hereditary affliction. Would Andrew be willing to provide a blood sample for his research? This revelation underscored the inevitability of their discord. Peter shrugged. Although the narrative suggested that Andrew's successful genetic modification, which spared him from becoming a monstrous spider creature, stemmed from Richard Parker's use of their family's blood during his research, this rationale felt excessively tenuous. The emergence of Peter Parker as Spider-Man must surely have other underlying causes. With a heavy sigh, Andrew's face contorted in distress. Suddenly, distant gunfire echoed, jolting the two conversants. The lizard had arrived. Chapter 64. The evolved lizard doctor in a narrow alley. The formidable figure of the lizard doctor halted, crouching low, exhibiting a remarkable caution. To this day, he wished to avoid a direct confrontation with Spider-Man, intent instead on quietly executing his plan. With the completion of his scheme, millions of lizard men would inhabit New York, rendering the two Spider-Men inconsequential. The lizard doctor narrowed his eyes, extending his long, forked tongue, tasting the air before drawing it into his Jacobson's organ, a unique olfactory mechanism among reptiles. Through Andrew's inadvertent assistance, the lizard doctor had developed this ability, surpassing even the natural prowess of snakes and lizards. While the abilities of ordinary reptiles were limited to a range of mere tens of meters, he could discern scents from several kilometers away. Curse it! The lizard doctor's expression shifted. His heightened sense of smell detected a multitude of humans nearby. Along with the unmistakable scent of gunpowder, police were laying in wait. He contemplated retreat, yet the proximity of Oscorp Tower filled him with reluctance. Just then the police, who had already established a preliminary ambush nearby, caught wind of the lizard doctor's presence. Several officers, armed with submachine guns, advanced toward the alley where he lurked. The lizard doctor's imposing silhouette was immediately spotted. Without any unnecessary preamble, the officers immediately opened fire. The flames erupted, bullets ricocheting wildly against the body of Dr. Lizard. Though his physique was robust, he remained within the realm of carbon-based life forms, utterly incapable of withstanding the close-range assault of a rifle. Each bullet carved a considerable wound into Dr. Lizard's flesh. However, his regenerative abilities were remarkably potent. Each injury healed at a visibly rapid pace. Enraged, Dr. Lizard found himself hampered by the genetic serums he carried for the execution of his plan, forcing him to retreat while bellowing in fury. Striving to confront his adversaries from the alley's mouth alone, the officers, perplexed yet aware of the need for suppression, continued their barrage while advancing in unison. At that moment, A sudden sound pierced the air. One officer, advancing and firing, stumbled forward before collapsing to the ground. The remaining officers were taken aback, with two hastily ceasing fire to drag the fallen comrade to safety. Upon flipping him over, they were met with the sight of two gaping holes in his forehead, deep enough to penetrate the brain, with warm blood and cerebral matter oozing forth. Alarmed, the two cried out a warning. "Be careful. It seems he possesses a remarkably powerful, sharp weapon." Before the others could react, the weapon was unleashed once more. Another officer fell. A third met the same fate. In a moment of desperation, Dr. Lizard had developed a new lethal ability, utilizing his tongue as a weapon, and with each successful strike, his proficiency increased. He discovered that its power rivaled that of his tail, perhaps even surpassing it in terms of stealth. Retreat. Quickly retreat. After several officers had perished, the remaining personnel were thrown into disarray, hastily fleeing backward. Some reported the situation, while others dashed to retrieve throwing weapons. Meanwhile, Peter, soaring through the air with a strand of webbing, monitored his wrist communicator. He intercepted the police frequency, absorbing the alarming information. A rapid attack, no less potent than gunfire? Does Dr. Lizard possess such an ability? Peter pondered, momentarily perplexed. Peter, there's another little pest. Dr. Lizard spotted two Spider-Men approaching him, one trailing the other. He growled in anger, yet the remnants of his rationality urged him to avoid entanglement. With a mighty leap, he ascended to the rooftops adjacent to the alley, and utilizing his impressive jumping prowess, he began leaping across the rooftops towards Oscorp Tower. He sought to escape, but Andrew Spider was determined not to let him succeed. Peter had previously instructed him that this would be a test. Unless his life was in imminent peril, Peter would refrain from intervening, merely spectating from the sidelines. Yet, resolute in his decision, Andrew Spider felt no fear. With both hands extended, he launched two strands of webbing to the buildings on either side, using their elasticity to propel himself swiftly towards Dr. Lizard. Boom! Two figures intersected in midair, colliding with tremendous force. "Doctor, why are you so obstinately misguided?" Andrew Spider flipped onto the back of Dr. Lizard and delivered a powerful punch to his spine. The force of the blow left a deep indentation in Dr. Lizard's back. "It is you who is obstinate, Peter." Dr. Lizard grunted in pain as his tail lashed out towards Andrew Spider. "I aim to redeem them. Why do you obstruct me?" With a thunderous crash, the two combatants fell heavily to the ground. "Roar!" Dr. Lizard bellowed, striking Andrew Spider with a fist that obliterated a nearby wall. "I could create a better world." Andrew Spider emerged from the rubble, fists clenched in fury. "What better world? The future must be determined by oneself, not by you." With that, he propelled himself forward like lightning, closing the distance to Dr. Lizard and landing a punch on his face. Half of Dr. Lizard's visage was smashed, revealing grotesque, white bone beneath. Everything is controlled by those damned capitalists. They have no right to choose the future. But I can. Dr. Lizard, enraged by Andrew Spider's words, extended his claw and viciously raked it across his own face, tearing off the mangled half of his visage, blood splattering onto the ground. In an instant, flesh began to regrow, restoring him to his former self. This remarkable regenerative ability left the observing Peter in awe. Based on his current performance, Dr. Lizard's recuperative powers were rivaled only by those of Wolverine and Deadpool. One could only wonder if he could regenerate even from a mere head. Below, with tempers flaring, Dr. Lizard and Andrew Spider's battle intensified. They transformed into a demolition crew, razing nearby buildings to the ground. Meanwhile, responding to the distress signal, the police dispatched more vehicles, including a police helicopter, hastening toward the scene. A wave of officers was about to descend upon the battlefield. Chapter 65. Norman Osborn simultaneously. Within a secret laboratory in Osborn Tower, a gaunt man sat at a laboratory table, flanked by a researcher clad in a white coat. "How's it progressing, Dr. Mendel?" the man inquired. Dr. Mendel, peering through thick glasses that resembled the bottoms of beer bottles, leaned closely to a glass test tube. "How much longer?" Norman Osborn coughed violently twice before pressing for an answer. "Approximately another month at the very least. That is the most conservative estimate, as we require at least 4 rounds of testing," Dr. Mendel replied. "A month?" Norman Osborn shook his head. "I cannot wait that long. You are aware of my condition." Dr. Mendel instinctively sought to refuse. Proceeding with human trials without thorough testing was a profoundly irresponsible act. Yet, in the next moment, he found himself frozen in place. Before him, Norman Osborn retrieved a handgun from his wheelchair. "If you do not heed my words, I am indifferent to seeking another." Norman Osborn leisurely toyed with his handgun, declaring, "I am aware of your financial desperation. Upon successful completion, a substantial sum will be bestowed upon you. Dr. Mendel swallowed nervously. Faced with the ominous muzzle of the gun and the allure of wealth, he ultimately chose to acquiesce. So what shall we do? Should we, in the name of caring for a veteran, transport him to the hospital? Dr. Mendel began to propose ideas. Norman Osborn holstered his firearm and shook his head. I cannot wait any longer. Dr. Mendel trembled. Could it be that he wanted me to take action? Yet, Norman Osborn pointed to himself. Administer the injection to me. I shall take it on. What? Dr. Mendel could hardly believe his ears. When did the typically self-serving Norman Osborn cultivate such audacity to risk his own life? Nevertheless, he dared not linger. After all, Norman Osborn still wielded the gun and had promised him a significant reward. Ultimately, any adverse effect from the serum would be Osborn's burden, not his own. With this mindset, Dr. Mendel approached the wheelchair. Norman Osborn discarded the handgun onto the floor. Proceed. Dr. Mendel swallowed again, attempting to ease his mounting anxiety. He then assisted Norman Osborn to stand. Due to hereditary ailments, Osborn's physique was exceedingly frail. Though in his 40s, he appeared emaciated, reminiscent of a man in his 70s or 80s. After removing his clothing and positioning Norman face down on a medical bed, Dr. Mendel secured him with metal clasps to prevent any thrashing from pain. Norman Osborn was firmly restrained. These clasps were robust, capable of withstanding nearly a ton of force. Even a normal adult would be rendered immobile here, let alone the weakened Norman Osborn. Once all was prepared, Dr. Mendel opened a container behind him and retrieved a vial of green liquid. Am I truly to administer this? Dr. Mendel sought confirmation once more. An unusual dream involuntarily resurfaced in his mind. Approximately a month prior, plagued by illness and barely managing to sleep past midnight, Norman Osborn encountered a monstrous figure in his dreams. This creature possessed an enormous frame, its body glistening green, with a pair of wings sprouting from its back, akin to the demons described in biblical texts. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a sense of familiarity with this demon. As he reached out to touch it, a formula flashed in his mind. The OZ formula. It could enhance the human body's overall capabilities, endowing one with superhuman strength, agility, and resilience, while also granting immortality, even the ability to rise from the dead. Subsequently, a series of peculiar fragmented memories emerged in his consciousness, most vividly featuring scenes of combat against a figure clad in a red and blue spandex suit reminiscent of a spider. In those moments, he felt a remarkable sense of towering stature. He gradually came to the realization that he might have acquired a fragment of the demon's memories. Upon awakening from the dream, Norman Osborn was still racked with unbearable pain, yet he retained a vivid recollection of everything that transpired within the dream. Consequently, he secretly established a biological laboratory within the confines of his corporate headquarters and summoned Dr. Mendel, a distinguished biologist from his organization, to assist in the research of this new serum. He named it the Green Goblin Serum. Let's begin. Norman Osborn gritted his teeth. Regardless of whether this was a divine gift bestowed upon him in his despair or merely an impractical fantasy, he accepted it, for he truly had but a few days left to live. Observing the situation, Dr. Mendel no longer offered any words of caution. He inserted the syringe into the marrow of Norman Osborn's back and slowly pushed the plunger down. The green solution within the syringe swiftly integrated into Osborn's body. He trembled in agony, but soon fell into a state of tranquility, lying motionless upon the bed. Outside Osborn Tower, neither Peter, Andrew Spider, nor Dr. Lizard were aware of the events unfolding within. However, they were facing their own troubles. Upon the arrival of law enforcement, although they surrounded Dr. Lizard, they inadvertently encircled both Peter and Andrew Spider as well. Engaged in a ground battle, Andrew Spider and Dr. Lizard found themselves flanked by nearly 20 police vehicles and armed officers numbering close to 100, all closing in on them. Meanwhile, Peter, perched atop the building, was being scrutinized from above by a helicopter. One of the officers aboard wielded a high-powered sniper rifle, clearly harboring intentions towards him. Peter tilted his head back, and with his extraordinary vision, he could see the eye of the sniper through the scope fixed upon him. He raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation, exclaiming, "Hey, we're here helping you take down the bad guys, yet you seem intent on backstabbing us. Doesn't that strike you as somewhat inappropriate?" At that moment, a voice from the helicopter blared through a loudspeaker. "Dr. Lizard, Spider-Man, and another Spider-Man, you are surrounded. Raise your hands and surrender, or we will implement emergency measures." The message was reiterated. "Dr. Lizard, the two Spider-Men, you are surrounded." Chapter 66. Resolution. Oh no, oh no. Peter crouched down, cradling his head, mumbling in a low voice. What is it with the police's intense animosity toward Spider-Man? Is this like a father-in-law's increasing irritation with his son-in-law? Contemplating this, he peered out once more, raising his voice. Hey, can we resolve this quickly? Do you need me to assist? Andrew Spider, having just knocked Dr. Lizard to the ground, heard Peter's words and, though somewhat reluctant, quickly shouted, Yes, yes, please hurry help. While the call for help might have been an exaggeration, he was indeed distressed by their current predicament. Even though the officers outside had not opened fire, his spider sense incessantly alerted him to the hostility emanating from all directions. This animosity even interfered to some extent with the immediate threat posed by Dr. Lizard, leading to several misjudgments on his part. Fortunately, through the guidance of Peter in a previous fierce battle at school, he had gained a deeper understanding of combat, preventing him from falling into the clutches of Dr. Lizard. Upon hearing Andrew's cry for help, Peter made a swift decision and leaped from the rooftop. Spider-Man, cease all actions immediately. The helicopter's warning echoed once more. Simultaneously, a nerve in Peter's mind suddenly tensed. The spider sense detected an imminent danger. He instantly activated his quantum blink, vanishing from midair only to reappear several dozen meters away. Shortly thereafter, a sniper bullet whizzed past the spot he had just occupied, striking the ground below. Damn it, Peter fumed. Although he had witnessed the officers in the original story firing upon Spider-Man, who was clearly there to protect them, he did not anticipate that Andrew would be unharmed while these officers would turn on themselves first. How could he endure this? Quantum blink. Peter activated his ability once more, reappearing inside the helicopter. There were 3 individuals aboard. A pilot, the sheriff sitting in the co-pilot's seat, George Stacy, father of Gwen Stacy, and a police officer in the back seat wielding a sniper rifle. As Peter materialized, he overheard George Stacy questioning the sniper. Did I not instruct you not to fire unless absolutely necessary? Was that not an unnecessary moment? The sniper stared blankly in response. How did you get here? George Stacy exclaimed in shock, turning abruptly to face him. Meanwhile, the sniper beside Peter hurriedly swung his rifle at him. Peter swiftly caught the sniper rifle in his grasp. Do not aim that toy at me. It displeases me, Peter remarked. He then kicked the sniper who had fired upon him out of the helicopter. The sniper let out a terrified scream. After silently estimating the time to be 0.5 seconds, Peter extended his hand outside the cockpit and shot out a web. You killed him, George Stacy shouted, drawing his pistol and aiming it at Peter. Peter gestured towards the web in his hand, casually affixing it to the cabin. No, his life is in your hands, Sheriff Stacy. With that, Peter lightly leaped from the helicopter, which hovered several meters above the ground. George Stacy leaned out of the window, straining to look down. After a moment, he finally spotted the sniper dangling below the helicopter, suspended by the long web. Sheriff? The pilot cautiously requested guidance. George Stacy rubbed his temples and replied, Head towards that building. Let tally down first. Understood. The pilot sighed in relief, promptly following the instructions. Meanwhile, George Stacy's face turned grim as he fell into deep thought. He recognized that Spider-Man's recent actions were a warning to him, indicating that the hero possessed the capability to kill them at any moment. His decision not to take a life signified a reluctance to become their enemy. However, the act of discarding Tally revealed his stance clearly. If they truly sought to oppose him, he would retaliate in kind. George Stacy hesitated for a moment before seizing the radio. Aim your weapons at Dr. Lizard and momentarily disregard Spider-Man's actions. The officers below, upon receiving this directive, swiftly redirected their firearms, feeling a sense of relief. Although they were unaware of the unfolding events, Dr. Lizard, an unmistakable monster, appeared far more menacing than the seemingly more relatable Spider-Man. Most individuals are visually inclined. When faced with the choice between the grotesque and the beautiful, they naturally gravitate towards the latter. With the officers no longer poised to attack, Andrew's spider sense ceased its erratic warnings. As he passively regained his composure, his combat prowess was significantly enhanced. At that moment, Peter leapt down from above, executing a kick reminiscent of Leo's ultra-flying kick. The combination of gravitational potential and his inherent strength rendered this maneuver extraordinarily powerful. Dr. Lizard managed to evade some of the impact, yet he could not escape the fate of having his left hand and a portion of his body crushed by Peter's formidable strike. The immense force propelled him to the ground, rolling several times. Seizing the opportunity, Andrew unleashed a torrent of webbing, rapidly encasing Dr. Lizard in a thick white cocoon, binding him securely to the ground. Roaring in fury, Dr. Lizard struggled to break free. Peter approached, placing a foot firmly on the back of his head. The sudden blow to his cerebellum instantly impaired his muscular control, rendering his previously quivering body motionless. Only his eyes remained, darting wildly as if searching for the assailant who had struck him with such ferocity. Andrew gazed at Peter's fierce and decisive actions, utterly astonished. It dawned on him that Peter had indeed been holding back during their training the night before. What was he to do? Andrew pointed towards Dr. Lizard. Peter shrugged. As you witnessed, he has taken many lives. It is time for him to face justice. Let them handle the aftermath. All right, Andrew nodded. That move you just executed was truly impressive. Would you teach me? It's merely the application of gravitational potential combined with the strength of my legs and hips. Nothing extraordinary. Peter replied. By the way, did you notice where he discarded his backpack? The contents are too dangerous. We must ensure they are destroyed. It should be near the location where the battle began. I have a rough idea of where it is, Andrew stated, leaping ahead. Peter followed, closely behind. The officers exchanged glances, but having received George Stacy's earlier orders, they refrained from intervening and instead moved toward Dr. Lizard. Chapter 67. The arrival of the Green Goblin. A strange, sinister laughter suddenly echoed from above. What is that? One officer exclaimed, looking up in the direction of the sound. They beheld a series of golden orbs, resembling pumpkins, descending from the sky. Due to the darkness of the night, they were initially unable to discern the nature of these objects. It was only when the orbs struck the ground that they erupted in a brilliant display of fire. Boom, boom, boom. Several officers stationed near the impact site of the sphere were violently propelled away by the shockwave, their fates uncertain. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A police officer shouted urgently. All the officers scrambled for cover, aiming their weapons skyward. In the darkness of the night, a figure hurtled through the air. Beneath him was a single-person glider, clad in dark green metallic armor with a fearsome mask adorning his face, emitting a series of jarring and repugnant cackles. What sort of creature is this? An officer inquired, voicing the thoughts of the majority present. Could it be another creation of the Osborn group? Wasn't Dr. Connors a product of theirs as well? An officer, seemingly possessed by prophetic insight, inadvertently guessed the truth with uncanny accuracy. Indeed, the figure descending upon them was none other than Norman Osborn, who had just undergone the serum injection for the Green Goblin transformation. After Dr. Mendel administered the serum, he had slipped into a brief stupor. Yet, merely 10 minutes later, he awoke once more. Upon regaining consciousness, although not as imposing as the demon from his dreams, he could still sense the ferocious power coursing through his veins. Most importantly, alongside the enhancement of his physical form, the curse of the reverse transcription cell hyperplasia, which had plagued the Osborn lineage since their inception, was now utterly eradicated by the serum's might. From this moment forth, their family would no longer endure such torment. As he reveled in the revitalization of his body and the power within, Dr. Mendel, who he had previously dismissed, returned to inform him that numerous officers were engaged in combat with the lizard-like Dr. Connors and Spider-Man near the Osborn building. Dr. Mendel's intent was to urge Norman Osborn to flee, especially since the promised payment had yet to be delivered. However, upon hearing the name Spider-Man, something within Norman Osborn was triggered. His expression shifted dramatically. In a fit of cruelty, he killed Dr. Mendel and made his way to the secret underground chamber beneath the Osborn building, retrieving the unutilized single-soldier combat armor and personal flying machine. After completing his transformation, Norman Osborn fully embraced the persona of the Green Goblin and arrived at the scene. Where is Spider-Man? Despite the multitude of weapons aimed at him from below, the Green Goblin paid them no heed and unleashed the words that had been pinned up since his time in the secret underground chamber. Spider-Man, come out now. Meanwhile, Peter and Andrew finally located the lizard gene serum discarded by Dr. Connors. Just as Andrew sighed in relief, preparing to seek out Gwen Stacy to concoct the serum for its destruction, their spider senses tingled in unison. Did you feel that, Peter? Andrew said, his demeanor darkening. Peter nodded in response. Before either could speak, they heard distant explosions and the frantic cries of the Green Goblin. Andrew was left perplexed by the unfolding chaos. He had not donned the mantle of Spider-Man for long, yet he regarded his greatest adversary as the already defeated lizard. Now, another formidable villain had emerged, boldly calling him out by name. Peter felt a twinge of confusion. In this extraordinary timeline, it seemed logical that Lizard would be the sole supervillain. Could it be that, akin to the occurrences in Toby's universe, his arrival had instigated a butterfly effect? Yet his influence here seemed minimal. Since arriving, he had only exchanged glances with Andrew's Spider-Man and, in an effort to avert further mishaps, had not even sought out Lizard, the antagonist from the first installment. Could a butterfly effect truly arise from this? Peter was skeptical. He promptly declared, "You take the genetic serum to Gwen, and I will investigate." Naturally, Andrew had no objections. He held complete faith in Peter's capabilities. With that, he seized Lizard's backpack and leapt onto the rooftop, heading towards Osborne Tower. Peter, on the other hand, swiftly moved in the direction from whence the voice had emanated. He was eager to uncover which villain had prematurely surfaced. "Quick, inform me. Where has Spider-Man gone?" Or a voice. As Peter approached the scene, he discerned the sounds from several meters away. The first voice felt vaguely familiar, yet he could not place it. However, the second voice caused his expression to shift dramatically. It was Lizard's figure. Damn, could Lizard have been rescued by this new antagonist? Are those officers armed with mere sticks? He leaped onto a building that had been punctured in the recent skirmish, surveying the battlefield where Andrew and Lizard had clashed. The officers lay scattered, casualties rampant. A figure clad in green armor hovered on a glider, suspended 2 to 3 meters above the ground, clutching George Stacy by the collar, interrogating him. "Where's Spider-Man?" Below, Lizard, having narrowly escaped capture, was unleashing a deadly rampage. His claws were extraordinarily sharp, capable of severing steel. How could mere humans withstand such carnage? Even bulletproof vests were easily torn asunder. Bodies clad in protective gear were strewn about, ripped into pieces. Damn it, Peter seethed with rage, despite their differing races and beliefs. At this moment, these were warriors fighting at the forefront to protect civilians from monsters. As a human, no one could turn a blind eye. George Stacy, gazing into the face so near to him, was overwhelmed by a voice that resonated like that of a demon. In this moment, he finally grasped the fundamental difference between Spider-Man and these beasts. Spider-Man was human, and these creatures were unworthy of the title. It was laughable how he had treated Spider-Man in the past. It was all too late now. George clenched his fists and struck the Green Goblin's mask. Yet, this mask was crafted from a special alloy, both breathable and immensely resilient. The punch did not inflict any harm on the Green Goblin. Instead, it left his own hand in pain. However, the damage may have been minimal, yet the humiliation was profound. Once his rationality was entirely consumed by the consciousness in his mind, the Green Goblin's intellect had approached the ultimate form of the Green Goblin from the cosmos. "You seek death," he bellowed, drawing a dagger and lunging at George Stacy. Chapter 68. The Death of Dr. Lizard. A web shot from the side, deftly ensnaring the dagger. With immense force, the dagger was yanked away. Who? Spider-Man. The Green Goblin was momentarily taken aback, then elated. He cast aside George Stacy and propelled himself on his glider towards Peter. "I see you're eager for death." Peter was equally enraged. He extended his arms, shooting webs to both walls, creating a human catapult. Utilizing the elasticity of the slingshot, he launched himself towards the Green Goblin. Boom! Their figures collided in midair, producing a tremendous sound. Peter was not like Andrew or Toby. They might show restraint for various reasons, but Peter harbored no goodwill towards the Green Goblin. The force of that previous strike, combined with the kinetic energy from the slingshot, propelled his power beyond 30 tons. He could have easily sent a light tank flying with a single punch, let alone the Green Goblin, whose armored weight barely exceeded 150 kilograms. The Green Goblin was sent hurtling through the air by Peter's blow, crashing through several buildings before finally coming to a stop. Yet when he did, his body remained motionless, as though he had been struck dead on impact. Below, Dr. Lizard had noticed the returning Spider-Man, as he roared and prepared to charge at Peter. He witnessed this scene. His voice faltered, replaced by a palpable fear. Having battled Andrew multiple times, he believed he understood Spider-Man's power well enough. It was not particularly formidable, and when it struck him, it felt weaker than gunfire. He had always assumed Spider-Man was merely agile, inferior to him in strength. Even when Peter had previously shattered half of his body with a single kick, he attributed it to external effects. However, the devastation caused by Peter's recent strike shattered all his prior perceptions. Spider-Man, no, at least this Spider-Man before him, possessed a strength far beyond his comprehension. In less than half a second of hesitation, Dr. Lizard turned to flee. At that moment, thoughts of revenge and his plan for the rise of the lizard were entirely eclipsed by the instinct for self-preservation. Yet, as he attempted to escape, Peter would not allow it. He had quickly assessed that no fewer than 10 individuals had perished at the hands of Dr. Lizard. Such a creature could not be permitted to escape. A web shot forth. Peter's figure darted toward Dr. Lizard, hearing the rush of wind behind him. Dr. Lizard was filled with horror and hastily dove into a nearby ruined building, seeking refuge. However, Peter remained utterly unconcerned. The protective capabilities of his nanometal suit rendered the decrepit structure of steel and concrete inconsequential. With a thunderous crash, the already dilapidated building was further marred. Peter's figure descended before Dr. Connors. "Dear Dr. Lizard, where do you intend to go?" "Peter, no. This new Spider-Man, I have no desire to oppose you. I shall leave immediately and will never again set foot in New York, Dr. Connors replied, embodying the adaptability of a lizard. Just as a lizard may sever its own tail to survive, he was willing to compromise. Leave? Peter's lips curled into a cold smirk. After taking so many lives, you still wish to escape? Dr. Connors' expression darkened as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from Peter. The new Spider-Man had indeed proven he would not hold back. It appears your regenerative abilities are quite impressive. I wonder just how far they extend, Peter remarked with a chilling smile, vanishing only to reappear before Dr. Connors. Delivering a forceful punch, Dr. Connors narrowly evaded, yet a portion of his scalp was caught by the wind of Peter's fist, tearing away a small section of flesh. He allowed a pained howl and retaliated. Peter, seizing the moment, countered with a sweeping blow that sent Dr. Connors' head to the side, disrupting his attack. In a swift motion, Peter leaped to Dr. Connors' rear, ensnaring his limbs with silken strands of webbing. However, the lizard still possessed a tail. With a quick flick, Dr. Connors swung his tail toward Peter. Unfazed, Peter grasped the tail firmly, pressing down on Dr. Connors with a single foot. With a mighty pull, he tore the tail from Dr. Connors' body. Unfortunately, it was a tail that Dr. Connors had severed of his own accord, thus it bore little consequence. Nevertheless, Peter was determined to discern the extent of this creature's regenerative capabilities and to avenge the fallen officers outside. 1, 2, 3. He yanked off 13 tails in succession, finally observing a noticeable deceleration in Dr. Connors' regeneration. The severed tails were carelessly discarded within the room. Pinned to the ground, Dr. Connors had surrendered all semblance of resistance, his countenance reflecting a profound despair. Were it not for the passive nature of his regenerative abilities, he would have wished to control the growth of his tails. Are you enjoying yourself, Doctor? Peter inquired, eyeing the slowly regenerating tail. Get lost, Dr. Connors bellowed. Just kill me. Kill you? Peter turned to the nearby George Stacy, who had arrived unbeknownst to him. Sheriff Stacy, if I were to dispatch him now, would it be classified as murder or self-defense? George Stacy regarded him with a complex expression before nodding. I will report that, with the assistance of Spider-Man, we successfully eliminated the creature responsible for the deaths of multiple officers. With great force, Bide raised his foot and brought it down, determined to see if your shattered skull could regenerate. The sound of a sickening crunch echoed as Dr. Lizard's head was crushed, blood and brain matter splattering grotesquely. Yet, Bide and George Stacy, present at the scene, felt a sense of vindication at the sight. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin's corpse suddenly twitched and sat upright. He examined his specialized alloy armor, only to find it cracked and damaged from the earlier blow, though his body remained intact. The latent power within his genes rapidly began to heal his broken form. Perhaps it was this very force that quelled the madness in his mind, allowing reason to reclaim dominance, though it was the Green Goblin's reason, not that of Norman Osborn. Shortly thereafter, the Green Goblin summoned his glider, deftly taking to the skies, where he beheld the remains of Dr. Lizard, whose head had been obliterated by a single stomp. Concealed in the shadows, the Green Goblin observed the scene, reflecting upon the inadequacy of mixing the Green Goblin serum with the lizard gene formula, realizing it failed to grant him the Green Goblin's abilities. Chapter 69. The True Manifestation of Immortality. A month prior, inspired by visions of the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn embarked on research into the Green Goblin serum. Given his physical condition, he prepared for multiple outcomes, besides collaborating with Dr. Mendel to directly utilize the OZ formula for serum creation and study. He subtly manipulated Dr. Kurt Connor's research. As a scientist with profound expertise in biological genetics, Norman's motivations were twofold: to cure his hereditary ailment and to amass wealth. A biological gene serum effective on soldiers, it could produce super soldiers with enhanced strength, physique, and speed, a lucrative fortune. This wealth was one he should have obtained over a decade ago. But Richard Parker absconded with the crucial technology just before the successful cross-species genetic modification. All that remained was an incomplete version. However, upon acquiring the OZ formula, he glimpsed renewed hope. Seizing the opportunity, while Dr. Connors was distracted, he discreetly added a portion of the Green Goblin serum, derived from the OZ formula, to the lizard gene serum. His urgency stemmed from a dwindling timeline, as he sought to expedite the development of a cure for himself using this nearly finished product. In hindsight, he was fortunate not to have relied solely on the lizard gene serum, which evidently lacked the potency of the Green Goblin serum. With thoughts racing, the Green Goblin maneuvered his glider swiftly toward Oscorp Tower. In his restored state of reason, he understood the precarious position the Osborn Group would soon find itself in, necessitating the swift relocation of his required assets before the authorities could react. As for the future, he would deal with them in due time. In the ruins below, Peter's spider sense suddenly tingled. He looked up just in time to catch a fleeting glimpse of the Green Goblin before he vanished. A jolt of realization coursed through him as memories flooded back of the enhanced Green Goblin, who had withstood a gunshot to the forehead at the particle collider and still managed to feign death. Could it be that the Green Goblin was truly indestructible? Had he been rendered immortal? The strike he had just executed was fueled by rage, devoid of mercy, yet the Green Goblin had survived. Wasn't the cinematic version merely a subpar combatant, modified by a half-baked serum and bolstered by high-tech armor? Yet, aside from that, the film's portrayal had been lackluster. What was this nonsense about resurrection? Wait, the concept of resurrection linked to the immortality of the OZ gene flickered in Peter's mind, rapidly coalescing into understanding. Thus, the so-called immortality of the OZ gene within the Green Goblin's body manifested in this way. Did this imply that the Black Spider possessed similar abilities? Springing to action once more, Peter pursued the direction of the Green Goblin, heading towards Oscorp Tower. Regardless of whether the Green Goblin was Norman Osborn or Harry Osborn, he was determined to end him today. After all, he had received permission, and today's events would be paid for by Sheriff Stacy. Inside Oscorp Tower, Andrew Spider, burdened with a backpack full of lizard gene serums, found Gwen Stacy in the lab. At that moment, Gwen had just completed formulating the antidote and was preparing to bottle it. After Andrew explained the situation, they decided to destroy the serum on the spot, thus avoiding the bottling process altogether. They placed the vials of lizard gene serum into the serum-making machine, completing the destruction within the apparatus. Just then, Andrew's spider sense detected an imminent threat. He swiftly dashed to the window, catching sight of the Green Goblin soaring towards them on his glider. Unfamiliar with the Green Goblin, Andrew remained silent, but watched cautiously as he approached. However, he had no intention of seeking trouble, yet trouble found him nonetheless. Perhaps this was merely the fate that befalls superheroes. The Green Goblin skimmed past the building, initially showing no sign of stopping. Yet, upon seeing Andrew Spider standing by the window through the transparent glass, a thread snapped in his mind. Spider-Man. The Green Goblin executed an aerial arc with his glider and then veered back towards Andrew's floor with intent. Gwen! Andrew exclaimed in alarm, quickly lunging backward to shield Gwen Stacy, rolling them both to the ground. Boom! Crash! The high-strength glass could not withstand such an impact, shattering instantaneously as the Green Goblin burst into the building. The glider continued to spin through the air, sweeping through the lab like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, dismantling the equipment within. As the Green Goblin soared over Andrew and Gwen, he leaped down, delivering a punch aimed at them. Andrew, cradling Gwen with one arm, thrust his other hand against the ground, propelling them both to the ceiling. The two individuals looked down from their elevated position at the Green Goblin, who was half kneeling on the ground, alongside the skateboard embedded in the wall. Both wore expressions of lingering trepidation. Who are you? Andrew Spider demanded. The Green Goblin lifted his gaze towards Andrew Spider, the light of reason in his eyes swiftly diminishing as his brutal instincts resurfaced. This is bad. Gwen Stacy's voice suddenly became frantic. What is it? Andrew Spider inquired. Gwen Stacy pointed in a direction, saying that thing just destroyed the machine that was preparing the serum. She hesitated to elaborate further, but Andrew Spider grasped her implication. Dr. Connors had concocted a total of 4 vials of lizard gene serum, although time was of the essence. The antidote serum Gwen Stacy had prepared earlier was more than sufficient, as its purpose was merely to neutralize and dismantle certain components within the gene serum. However, now that the machine for preparing the antidote had been damaged, they had not yet had the opportunity to mix all the serums completely. Among the 4 vials of green lizard gene serum, 2 had already turned blue, indicating their ineffectiveness. Yet, 2 vials remained green. On the floor, the Green Goblin, initially fixated on the 2, instinctively followed their gaze. Upon seeing the shimmering green lizard serum in the machine's compartment, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Chapter 70. Lizard Gwen. The Green Goblin lunged towards the machine. Andrew Spider immediately understood his intent. Although he was unsure why the Green Goblin sought the lizard serum, its potential danger was immense, and it must not fall into his hands. Andrew Spider leaned down and warned Gwen Stacy, "Be cautious. I'm going to throw you." What? Gwen Stacy was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, Andrew Spider propelled her to another corner of the room. She let out a startled gasp, but upon landing, she felt her body being restrained. Meanwhile, after ensuring Gwen Stacy was temporarily out of danger, Andrew Spider swiftly darted towards the lizard gene serum. At that moment, the Green Goblin reached for the last pumpkin bomb from his belt and hurled it at Andrew Spider. The spider sense issued another warning. Andrew Spider quickly raised his hands to shield himself, curling his body into a tight ball. Boom! Fortunately, Spider-Man's physical resilience and timely defense meant that, aside from damaging his suit and suffering slight burns on his skin, he incurred no substantial harm. However, this distraction allowed the Green Goblin to seize the lizard gene serum. Without hesitation, he forcefully crushed both vials. With the high pressure release from within the serum containers, the contents rapidly vaporized and spread throughout the room. The Green Goblin inhaled deeply, feeling his body rejuvenate as the previously weakened bodily functions began to restore rapidly. Meanwhile, Andrew Spider's expression shifted dramatically. In that moment, he could no longer ponder the origins of the monstrous figure before him, nor did he consider defeating it. He swiftly turned and dashed towards Gwen Stacy, who was at the far side of the room. Protected by his mask, the noxious green mist posed no threat to him. Yet Gwen had no such defense. She had already retreated to the most secluded corner, where the air was least stagnant, providing a temporary respite from the encroaching fog. Just as Andrew Spider was about to reach Gwen Stacy, a hand suddenly emerged from the mist behind him, seizing his foot and forcefully hurling him aside. Was it Wong Defa? Andrew Spider quickly regained his footing and glanced back. It was the Green Goblin. In the haze, it felt as though he had stepped into the goblin's domain. He removed his mask, inhaling the green mist with fervor. As the vapor continued to enter his system, his skin began to exhibit transformations reminiscent of Dr. Connor's, and his body started to swell. Accompanying this metamorphosis was an enhancement of his strength, speed, and overall physique. Uncle Osborne? Through the fog, Andrew Spider finally recognized the identity of the intruder. Though his features had become grotesque due to the mutation, they were still vaguely familiar. With a roar, the Green Goblin lunged at Andrew Spider once more. Forced to engage, Andrew Spider instinctively held back upon seeing that familiar face. It wasn't he until he heard a faint, pained groan that he turned his head. It was Gwen's voice. What he beheld made his heart shatter. Gwen Stacy lay on the ground, her hands gripping the floor as she writhed in agony. Her exposed veins bulged, and delicate green scales began to sprout at an alarming rate. The fabric she had hastily torn from her clothing to cover her mouth and nose lay discarded nearby. With the removal of that barrier, her transformation accelerated. No, Gwen! Andrew Spider's fury ignited. He clenched his fists and retaliated with a powerful punch against the Green Goblin, forcing him back several steps before rushing to Gwen's side. No, Gwen, no. Andrew Spider cradled Gwen Stacy in his arms, feeling utterly helpless. He glanced at the glass beside him, then kicked it fiercely, shattering it before leaping out with Gwen in his embrace. Roar! Spider! The Green Goblin halted, following Andrew Spider to the window, and leaped after him. As Andrew Spider plummeted with Gwen Stacy in his arms, the Green Goblin quickly closed the distance. The Goblin was in free fall, while Andrew Spider had to continuously shoot webs to control their descent. Damn Spider! The Green Goblin clawed at the wall beside him, then launched himself off it with a powerful push, hurtling toward Andrew Spider. In that moment, he resembled a grotesque fusion of the Green Goblin and Dr. Connors, possessing a massive physique akin to the latter, complete with a long, serpentine tail trailing behind him. However, compared to Dr. Lizard, his form was more vividly green, almost luminescent, and his head was not the oval or round shape typical of a lizard, but rather an elongated, conical shape reminiscent of a goblin. His physique was quite robust, appearing at least 2 sizes larger than before, with an estimated weight increase of at least 100 kilograms. A pair of wings adorned his back, though they were rather diminutive, clearly incapable of supporting him in flight, perhaps even unable to fully extend. Yet, if Peter were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him at once. Was this not the youthful version of the Green Goblin from the world of the Little Black Spider? Curse be it! Andrew Spider swiftly shot a strand of web to propel himself to the side. Nevertheless, the Green Goblin pursued him relentlessly, maintaining a fixed gaze. To exacerbate matters, Gwen Stacy, cradled in Andrew's arms, awakened. She came to consciousness as a lizard person, sensing the imminent danger nearby. Her biological defense instincts activated. Instinctively, she emitted a furious growl and clawed at Andrew's shoulder. He winced in pain but held her tightly, refusing to let go. It was then that Lizard Gwen began to comprehend the situation. Perhaps due to Andrew's timely retreat and the limited exposure to the transformation, her rationality remained intact. It's all right, Andrew murmured, gazing down at his girlfriend, his expression a mixture of concern and complexity. Lizard Gwen's appearance largely retained her previous features, though her ears and cheeks were covered with a dense array of bumpy scales, which was rather unsettling. Andrew Spider felt a pang of anxiety. wondering how she would react upon seeing her current form. Chapter 71. The Death of the Green Goblin Spider. Filthy reptile. The Green Goblin roared as he closed in once more. With Gwen in his arms, Andrew Spider dared not engage, instead opting to flee and evade with all his might. Observing Peter suffer multiple wounds because of him, Gwen Stacy grew frantic. "Peter, drop me," she urged. Andrew glanced down and then at Gwen's condition, hesitating. "Hurry, I'll be fine," Gwen insisted, her tone resolute. Then it grew slightly more complex. "I can sense my current state. I can protect myself now." Andrew felt a flush of shame wash over him. He had realized that Gwen was aware of her condition. How could she not be? She was a student of Kurt Connor's, having actively assisted him in his research on interspecies genetic technology before he transformed into Dr. Lizard. Otherwise, how could she possibly know the formulation of a serum? "Peter." After narrowly dodging yet another attack, Gwen Stacy grew increasingly agitated. Andrew Spider finally made up his mind. "Then I'll set you down. I will eliminate him as swiftly as possible." With that, he released Gwen, simultaneously shooting several strands of web downward at breakneck speed. The webs ingeniously formed intricate nets between the inner glass of the building and the outer wall's framework, allowing Gwen Stacy to land safely on the webbing once again. She cautiously placed her delicate feet upon the surface, her gaze fixed upon the two figures entangled high above, remaining silent. The obsidian glass faintly reflected her current visage. A tempest of fierce emotions surged within her heart, yet she forcibly suppressed them. Suddenly, Peter dashed up the glass from below, spotting Gwen Stacy standing on the web from a distance. Approaching her side, he observed her current state. "What has transpired?" "Ugh." Gwen Stacy turned her head, emitting a low growl in response. Peter's eyelids flickered, nearly prompting him to retaliate with a punch. Fortunately, he discerned her lack of intent to attack just before acting. Halting himself, Gwen exhaled heavily, once more repressing the tumultuous emotions that threatened to overwhelm her. "Quickly, go help Peter. Be careful yourself. If all else fails, think of happier things." Peter could only offer this meager consolation. Gwen closed her eyes. After concluding their brief exchange, he set off once more, swiftly moving toward the battle unfolding on the surface of Oscorp Tower, where the Green Goblin and Andrew Spider were engaged in combat. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that the skirmish was nearing its conclusion. Rather than a fight, it seemed more akin to the Green Goblin enduring a one-sided thrashing. This was due in part to Andrew Spider holding nothing back. He had been immunized by Peter's prior warnings, although he had not made a decisive choice at that moment. The notion had been embedded in his mind, awaiting only a catalyst. Gwen's affliction from the lizard gene serum served as that very catalyst. With concern for Gwen's safety lingering in his heart, he recalled the vision Peter had shown him on the subway, an image of him cradling Gwen's lifeless body. Andrew Spider finally resolved to act. Just how terrifying could a fully unleashed Spider-Man be? The Green Goblin before him was evidently no match. Moreover, the Green Goblin's condition appeared somewhat peculiar. Unlike his initial furious vigor, he now trembled with exertion, his muscles quaking and occasionally spasming, reminiscent of an epileptic fit. In such a high-stakes battle, even a half-second of hesitation could provide the enemy with an opportunity. With each successive blow, the Green Goblin found himself increasingly outmatched. Observing this, Peter decided to halt his advance. Given the current circumstances, his intervention seemed unnecessary. Indeed, after approximately a minute, the Green Goblin was sent crashing down by a blow from Andrew Spider. He had intended to grasp the nearby wall to slow his descent, but a spasm seized him at the moment of reach, causing him to collide with the wall instead. The impact sent him rebounding away, leaving him to helplessly plummet in free fall. This was a height of 30 to 40 meters. Even the formidable Spider-Man would wince from the pain after a fall from 10 meters, doubling that would surely lead to injury, if not worse. Believing he had vanquished the Green Goblin, Andrew Spider leaned against the wall, letting out a sigh of relief. At that moment, he noticed Peter watching him from a short distance away. He raised his hand, giving a thumbs up, his face breaking into a broad smile. Bide gently shook his head and pointed in the direction of Gwen Stacy. "Quickly, take her to find the serum. I shall attend to the Green Goblin's remains." "What is the matter?" Andrew Spider inquired, perplexed. He struggled to comprehend why Bide would deal with the Green Goblin's remains, a task typically reserved for the police. Bide replied, "He may revive. In any case, you should check on Gwen. I sense she is not in good condition." "Understood." Andrew Spider's expression hardened, and after a hasty farewell, he sprinted towards Gwen. Meanwhile, Bide leaped down from his position. Soon, he located the Green Goblin, who lay sprawled on the concrete. Given his current state, he appeared to be deceased. However, considering previous circumstances, it was uncertain whether he would remain so. This was Bite's first comprehensive view of the Green Goblin in this realm. Their earlier confrontation had been alarmingly brief, with the goblin being swiftly dispatched. At that time, he had not looked like this. To Bite's astonishment, the Goblin-esque appearance evoked memories of the highly mutated version from the small black spider universe. He had seen films and encountered the goblin from Toby Spider's world, both of which were characterized by technological advancements rather than mutation. Yet, the creature before him was predominantly mutated, and its identity was not that of Harry Osborn. Could there truly be a connection between them? Bite's expression became grave as he suddenly recalled a question he had long overlooked. Initially, in the small black spider universe, he had fallen into the particle stream alongside Spider-Gwen and the goblin's remains. However, he had presumed that the goblin's body was entirely disintegrated into a quantum state by the high energy within the particle stream. Now it seemed possible that the disintegrated goblin's quantum essence had found a new abode. The most immediate conclusion was that this world's green goblin possessed a similar ability to resurrect as the goblin from that universe. He was uncertain whether all green goblins across the multiverse share the OZ Factor's resurrection capability or if it was limited to certain worlds. Chapter 72. The Infinite Clock Array. Too many coincidences culminate in inevitability. Sherlock Holmes. Regularity and necessity embody the intrinsic nature of phenomena, while coincidence arises from the external conditions affecting discrete interactions. Everything that has transpired was destined to occur. There are no absolute coincidences or probabilities. The universe is both finite and infinite. In the context of a singular universe, regardless of what transpires, it is merely the outcome of internal and inherent evolution, devoid of any arbitrary additions or subtractions. In the realm of parallel universes, by continuously expanding the system represented by the former, accommodating an ever-increasing array of entities until it encompasses countless worlds, what initially appears coincidental transforms into a factor of inherent certainty and inevitable law. This historical determinism bears various names in different contexts. Philosophically, it is termed necessity. In quantum physics, it is referred to as the infinite clock array. Thus, Peter could infer that the emergence of such a green goblin in this world was undoubtedly linked to the disintegration of the green goblin's corpse from that other world. Quantum entanglement. As quantum particles leap randomly through the cosmos, they occasionally intertwine at certain moments. This begs the question, could there be other versions of Norman Osborn from different worlds that have also experienced this phenomenon of quantum entanglement? For a minute then, too, Peter stood beside the green goblin, brainstorming with his rudimentary knowledge of quantum physics while observing the goblin's condition. He sought to confirm whether this resurrection armor was a one-time affair or if it could be used repeatedly. However, after 5 minutes, he had yet to witness any signs of revival. Suddenly, the green goblin's body began to rapidly wither and emanate a putrid odor. It was then that Peter, after a moment of hesitation, realized with a jolt that the genetic chain had collapsed. It seemed he was truly dead. Peter leapt away from the scene. Upon arriving at the location where he had previously encountered Gwen Stacy, he witnessed Andrew Spider-Man continuously dodging attacks from Lizard Gwen. Ah, the bittersweet dance of love and conflict. Peter mused at the sight. While Andrew evaded, he attempted to awaken Lizard Gwen's rationality, but his efforts were in vain. Couldn't you at least ensnare her with your web first? Peter remarked in exasperation. Even if you wish to avoid harming Gwen, you shouldn't be relentlessly pursued and struck like this. Lizard Gwen's mutation was actually not as pronounced as that of Dr. Lizard, externally. Her physique had merely increased 4 or 5 times compared to her original state. She was even less formidable than the unarmed Green Goblin. Subduing her would be a simple matter. Seizing an opportunity, Peter decisively struck, casting 2 strands of webbing that secured Lizard Gwen firmly against the wall behind her. Now, the serum that was prepared earlier. Let us administer it and conclude this, Peter casually remarked. Andrew Spider-Man's face paled instantly. The serum was no longer available. What? Peter blinked in disbelief. Didn't I instruct you to bring the genetic agents for destruction? Surely, you had prepared ample serum in advance. Andrew's voice was dry as he replied. But before it could be entirely destroyed, Norman Osborn appeared, and his peculiar glider wrecked the machinery used for preparing the serum, obliterating the antidote as well. Peter was left speechless. Didn't you ever consider securing the antidote beforehand? Andrew fell silent. Peter was at a loss for words. Initially, he had felt assured, believing that as long as the serum was present, once the battle was concluded, Gwen Stacy would return to normal. He had not anticipated that his teammate would. Peter declared, "We must find a way to separate the genes within her." Just moments ago, the Green Goblin, or rather Norman Osborn's body, experienced a collapse of its genetic chain. I suspect this was due to a flaw in the serum he used. Upon hearing this, Andrew grew visibly anxious. The Green Goblin had absorbed the lizard genetic agent before experiencing the collapse of his genetic chain. If this collapse was a result of the two gene sequences clashing, that would be one thing. However, if it stemmed from a defect in the lizard genetic agent itself, it would mean that Gwen was at risk as well. First, search the building for any other machines. Peter commanded. I will keep an eye on Gwen here. If nothing is found in half an hour, I will have to resort to my method. Do you have another plan, Deg? Andrew's voice was laden with urgency. Peter shook his head. My approach carries significant risk. If possible, it is best avoided. He felt helpless in this situation, having never seen the machine, leaving Andrew as the sole hope for its discovery. However, half an hour later, Gwen's condition had deteriorated. Peter noticed her body beginning to tremble, reminiscent of the symptoms he had observed in the Green Goblin. This was a harbinger of genetic collapse. The collapse could wreak havoc on her body, causing involuntary tremors. Gwen emitted piercing cries of agony. Reluctantly, Peter delivered a swift blow to her neck, physically anesthetizing her to alleviate her pain momentarily. Observing her state, he realized that they had indeed failed to locate the machine. After all, Oscorp's primary focus was on electricity and armaments, with biotechnology being merely a subsidiary endeavor, primarily for Osborn's own longevity. The machinery required to administer the serum did not necessitate 2 units. In fact, many test subjects succumbed before the experiments concluded. Seeing Gwen's perilous state, Andrew quickly understood the gravity of the crisis and implored Peter for assistance. I must try my method. Peter exhaled heavily. Let us take her to the flat surface. They opted to ascend to the penthouse of Oscorp Tower. The aftermath of the battle had drawn a multitude of personnel below, creating a cacophony that was overwhelming. The top floor of Oscorp Tower, soaring several stories above, became a rare sanctuary of tranquility amidst the chaos. Peter removed his combat suit and approached Gwen's side. Andrew had already discarded his mask, his expression fraught with concern for his girlfriend. She might awaken soon. You need to restrain her. This is my first time using this ability, so please avoid interfering, Peter instructed. Understood. Andrew nodded solemnly. Then Peter extended his right hand, gently placing it over Gwen's face. A starry expanse appeared in his eyes. Chapter 73. The quantum scalpel at this moment, by partially quantizing himself, he could discern certain changes occurring within Gwen's body with remarkable clarity. These alterations were the result of her deteriorating genetic chains. Components within the lizard gene serum had caused excessive cellular division during her transformation, replacing many segments of her genetic chain with lizard DNA. However, as the lizard genes began to wane, the absence of an antidote to fill the gaps in her genetic structure led to a rapid decline in her bodily functions, threatening her very existence. What Peter needed to do now was to identify and excise the newly formed cells and the damaged genetic chains from Gwen's body based on the quantum changes occurring within her. For modern medicine, this is akin to an absurd fantasy, much like the bewilderment experienced by many upon first encountering quantum theory, where the idea of a cat existing in both life and death, or particles simultaneously manifesting in 2 locations, seems utterly nonsensical. Yet for Bitten, endowed with the extraordinary ability to quantumize himself, all of this becomes possible. He perceives the true state of quantum existence. With his right hand still poised above Gwen's face, Bitten suddenly raised his left hand. To Andrew's astonished gaze, the 5 fingers of Bitten's left hand began to emit a faint glow, distorting as if transformed into a projected 3D image. The quantum scalpel, a surgical instrument specifically designed for the microscopic realm, endowed with the dual capabilities of cutting and repairing. By sensing the quantum fluctuations within the target's body, it acquires the atomic and nuclear states, subsequently using the scalpel to excise excess microscopic particles while mending those that are decaying. This ability was a flash of inspiration reminiscent of the nanometal suit he wore. The nanoscopic particles, when entering a quantum state, bear similarity to his own body. If nanometal can perform intricate operations post the installation of an artificial intelligence chip, why couldn't he opt to quantumize portions of his body for precise maneuvers? It was proven that he could indeed. With his right hand sensing and his left hand wielding the scalpel, Bitten meticulously commenced his work on Gwen. From Andrew's perspective, Bitten's hand, now resembling a 3D projection, appeared to be directly penetrating Gwen's body. Strangely, no blood or similar substance emerged, though Andrew struggled to comprehend the principles behind Bitten's operations. The miraculous scene filled him with renewed confidence. Bitten's inaugural surgical endeavor lasted over 10 minutes. During the procedure, Gwen did awaken, and the searing pain coursing through her body compelled her to thrash violently, emitting primal roars. Fortunately, Andrew held her firmly, allowing Bide to conclude the operation without incident. Upon completion, Bide noticed that his left hand's fingers felt unusually enlarged. He stood up, stepped aside, and forcefully flicked his hand, casting off the excess material, before a slight tremor restored his hand to its corporeal form. The discarded remnants were, in truth, the surplus cells that had been excised. While individual DNA molecules are minuscule, their collective volume can indeed become substantial. Bide leaned against the wall, yearning for a refreshing drink of milk. "Are you all right, Bide?" Andrew inquired with concern. "Cut the chatter. I know what you're thinking. Rest assured, it appears the surgery was quite successful. Look." He gestured toward the pile of discarded material. "These are all excess DNA and faulty atoms. Everything I could locate has been removed. Her body should be in better condition than before." Andrew chuckled with delight. Indeed, not long after, Gwen Stacy awoke. Upon witnessing two individuals entwined in an embrace, a smile reminiscent of an affectionate aunt graced Peter's face. This moment could be deemed one of the purposes for his arrival in this world. Although he did not rescue Gwen Stacy from the clutches of the Green Goblin. Transformed from Harry Osborn, Norman Osborn's iteration of the Green Goblin proved to be even more formidable. Furthermore, saving Gwen, who was undergoing genetic degeneration, posed a greater challenge. Whether events will unfold as they did in the original narrative remains contingent upon Andrew Spider-Man. However, judging by his recent vigorous confrontation with the Green Goblin, such an eventuality seems unlikely. After all, the cinematic Green Goblin's prowess is not particularly daunting. Spider-Man can easily contend with him when he is earnest in battle. As for the second purpose, Peter approached Andrew and gently patted his shoulder. All right, I understand your excitement and the closeness you share, but must it be so overt? Have you considered the feelings of those who are single?" Gwen Stacy, flushed with embarrassment, nestled into Andrew's arms, only to soon peek out with a soft, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Peter replied with a slight smile. "Before I take my leave, I have a favor to ask of you." Andrew, without hesitation, responded, "Speak freely. I am at your service." "Please assist me in producing some webbing," Peter requested. Prior to his arrival, he had already diminished his supply of webbing obtained from the world of the Black Spider, and after utilizing it here, it had dwindled even further. Coincidentally, Andrew possessed the ability to develop webbing, making this request entirely reasonable. With a playful grin, Andrew replied, "So you cannot make webbing yourself?" "Fortunately, I can teach you." Peter's smile deepened. Acquiring the skill to independently create webbing would alleviate his future concerns regarding this vital resource. His journey to this world would not be in vain. This workshop was situated in a desolate area of Queens, surrounded by dilapidated old houses. After a slight modification, Andrew equipped the space with some apparatus. The two found corners to settle in, fashioning hammocks from webs to endure the night. At dawn the following day, their educational journey commenced. To fabricate spider silk, one must first comprehend its structure. The primary structure consists of hydrogen-bonded chains formed by the close connection of amino acid molecules. These chains interlink through hydrogen bonds to create the secondary structure of spider silk, hydrogen-bonded sheet-like nanocrystals. These nanocrystals are embedded within semi-amorphous turn-peptide chains, forming a helical structure, which represents the tertiary structure of the protein nanocomposite. Upon reaching this stage, the spider silk solution could be considered complete. Andrew stood before the lab table, articulating eloquently, while Peter leaned over the table, scrutinizing the spider silk through a microscope. To be candid, Peter struggled to grasp the scientific terms Andrew employed, such as hydrogen-bonded chains and turn-peptide chains, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his ability to observe the imaging process. This was the first batch of spider silk he had personally crafted under Andrew's guidance, resulting from the careful amalgamation of various chemical substances. It is now the time to assess the fruits of one's labor. As the external agitation allowed the solution in the petri dish to initially form a three-tiered structure. Bide straightened up and gave a thumbs up to Andrew Spider. Leaning in for a closer look, Andrew Spider chuckled, "You really grasp the essence of it, brother duh." This spider silk is considered cultivated. Upon hearing the term subatomic compressor, Bide immediately sensed trouble. Where could he possibly acquire such a device? Had he finally mastered the method of concocting spider silk, only to be thwarted at the final step? It was disheartening. Unbeknownst to Andrew Spider, who was already operating the machine, Bide's mind was racing. Soon, the spider silk solution in the petri dish was transformed into several pieces the size of fingernails. These were compressed spider silk solutions, perfectly sized to fit the chamber of the silk launcher. "With this, we have completed the process," Andrew Spider exclaimed playfully. When we pull the switch on the silk launcher, the the spider silk solution will be ejected, instantly reverting from its subatomic state back to a three-tiered structure. Subsequently, hundreds of three-tiered silk fibers will intertwine, becoming the spider silk we utilize. Delighted by the fact that he could teach Bide in return, Andrew Spider elaborated with great detail, reiterating everything from the formula to the principles involved. Bide listened intently. Even if he couldn't fully comprehend, he made sure to take notes for later digestion. As for the subatomic compressor, upon inquiry, he discovered that it was a creation of Andrew Spider himself, a high school student, who had constructed such a sophisticated piece of machinery. It was astonishing. Noticing Bide's apparent interest in the device, Andrew Spider enthusiastically began to explain his creation. Compared to the Spider Silk Solutions formula, this contraption was far more intricate, involving mechanics and atomic physics. Fortunately for Bide, Andrew Spider's loquacity proved beneficial. From his descriptions, Bide gleaned a rough understanding of the machine's operation. In simple terms, it temporarily disrupts the atomic structure of the target substance using pressure, placing it in a state that is subatomic but not ionic. Subsequently, as the pressure decreases, the substance swiftly reverts to a stable atomic structure. And through the special shooting aperture of the silk launcher, these rapidly solidifying solutions entangle together, forming spider silk. He realized that he might be able to execute this operation using his own abilities. When employing the quantum scalpel, his hand had already entered a quantum state. Quantum is an ideal unit even more microscopic than ions. As long as he magnified his hand appropriately, without hesitation, Bide proceeded to concoct another batch of spider silk solution. Hard work pays off. Under his diligent efforts, the spider silk solution was indeed cut and shaped. However, this process diverged somewhat from Andrew Spider's technique. Andrew Spider's silk technology employs pressure to access the subatomic state, whereas Bide's methodology directly influences the microscopic level. In essence, the silk solution he has crafted remains impervious to external pressure. This signifies that his spider silk can be utilized across a broader spectrum, whether in the depths of the ocean or the vastness of space. The sole drawback is that he must exert a modicum of energy to activate it. However, this energy does not necessitate the manipulation of temporal forces. It merely requires a slight expenditure of physical stamina. Regardless, the ability to develop his own spider silk marks a significant stride for Bide on his path akin to that of Spider-Man. Within the familiar quantum channel, Bide meanders freely, quietly attuned to the quantum fluctuations surrounding him. As his proficiency with his powers deepens, he finds himself capable of maintaining a degree of vitality even in this state. The sensation is utterly enchanting, as if he has merged with the entirety of existence, or perhaps as if the entire world is a manifestation of himself. This so-called world is a confluence of innumerable realms, the sum total of all known and unknown parallel universes. The Bible speaks of an omniscient and omnipotent deity, while certain Taoist texts refer to true immortals possessing such all-encompassing knowledge. At this moment, Bide perceives that he too could instantaneously merge with countless worlds, becoming the very quantum that pervades all parallel universes. True omniscience and omnipotence. He gasps for air, a wave of trepidation washing over him. The experience is indeed extraordinary. Yet he harbors an unsettling premonition. Should he fully integrate into this state, the identity of Bide may cease to exist in this world. It remains uncertain whether he would become a fundamental quantum constituting myriad worlds or attain a state of all-knowing existence. Could traversing time and space harbor such peril? After a brief respite, Bide rises from the ground. He finds himself still amidst a forest, the very location from which he embarked on this journey. What manner of creature bestowed upon him the spider gene? Is this the ability that a true Spider-Man should wield? Bide feels compelled to delve into all works related to Spider-Man, as these creations, for reasons unknown, have manifested in this world. While they may not offer a complete immersion, they certainly serve as valuable references. Upon inspecting his body, he notes a significant depletion of energy, having dipped below the warning threshold, which has somewhat impaired his abilities. Fortunately, his world harbors no immediate dangers. Aside from a slight discomfort, all else seems well. With these thoughts, Bide rises and strides toward the forest's edge. Chapter 75. The mightiest Spider-Man. After more than half a month of exploration, he finds himself no longer in the arid expanse of the Northwest, but rather in his homeland. However, to call it homeland is somewhat misleading, for he seldom resides here. His family home is now devoid of inhabitants. His parents, researchers for a clandestine organization, perished in a tragic accident during his early childhood, leaving his grandfather to raise him. Regrettably, the elderly gentleman passed away during his high school years due to a resurgence of chronic ailments. In accordance with his last wishes, he was interred in the Martyrs' Cemetery, resting alongside his old comrades. The location where Bitten traversed was near this very cemetery. Upon emerging from the thicket, he found himself once more within the hallowed grounds. Locating his grandfather, after a brief moment of repose, he rose to depart. "That must be the lad from the Bitten family," remarked two spirited old men stationed by the small lodge guarding the cemetery as they observed the departing Bitten. "Indeed, this child is also a victim of fate," one began, but the others swiftly curtailed the topic. Unbeknownst to them, Bitten's senses were remarkably acute at that moment. Despite the distance of over 20 meters, he could still overhear their conversation. A slight furrow creased his brow. Could there be more to the story behind his parents' demise? To be candid, his memories of his parents were rather faint. During his early childhood, they were often absent, and by the time he began primary school, their presence was scarcely felt. Subsequently, he received the news of their untimely sacrifice. Amusingly, he found himself devoid of profound sorrow at that time. However, if there were indeed undisclosed truths, he was inclined to investigate thoroughly. After all, they were his biological parents. At this juncture, the discomfort within his body, stemming from an energy deficit, became increasingly pronounced. Bitten decided to recline upon his bed, indulging in a much-needed slumber. Fortunately, he had tidied up a bit beforehand, rendering the abode somewhat habitable. Thus, he succumbed to sleep for the better part of the day. Upon awakening, he found that night had completely fallen. Although he had squandered a significant portion of the day, he felt rejuvenated afterward. With just over 2 days remaining until the holiday concluded, he hastily addressed his dinner and then turned on his computer, embarking on a quest for all things related to Spider-Man. Films, animations, comics, games, and even fanfiction were within his purview. Through this extensive exploration, he gained a deeper understanding of Spider-Man, particularly the most formidable among the various incarnations. At the pinnacle was the Beyond Spider-Man, a figment of imagination. The Beyond entity is a unique construct within Marvel, purportedly hailing from a dimension known as the Beyond Realm, existing above all within the multiverse. The concept of the Beyond Spider-Man refers to a Spider-Man endowed with the powers of the Beyond. However, this notion is clearly the product of fanciful minds and should not be taken literally. In the second rank stands the Ghost Spider. Within the parallel universe designated Earth 11638, where most of the universe was sacrificed, Uncle Ben did not perish. Instead, he survived. Subsequently, he vowed to mentor Peter Parker, entrusting him with the responsibility of combating evil in a world rife with maleficence. Ultimately, this universe's Spider-Man became the most renowned and powerful hero in existence. Yet, unbeknownst to many, the two were secretly engaged in an exceedingly nefarious endeavor: consumption. They capture and eliminate Spider-Man from other parallel universes to absorb their energy and augment their own powers. With great responsibility comes great power. Eventually, under the persuasion of the main universe Spider-Man, who was also captured and on the brink of becoming a sacrifice, the Spider-Man from universe 11638 awakened his conscience. He felt the sorrow of those innocent Spider-Men who had been ruthlessly slain, leading him to release the main universe Spider-Man. In a pivotal moment, the Spider-Man from universe 11638 shielded him from a deadly blow, but this act caused his powers to spiral out of control, plunging him into the depths of despair. Subsequently, he forged a pact with Mephisto in Hell, and upon awakening, he transformed into the Ghost Spider. His abilities encompass the combined powers of multiple parallel universe Spider-Man, augmented by the full capabilities of the Ghost Rider. It is said that in his normal state, he could vanquish entities like Galactus, and, in his ghost form, he becomes even more formidable. However, this individual is perilously dangerous, having slain numerous Spider-Men, and it would be best to avoid any future encounters with him. One can only hope that others have perished. The third in rank is the formidable Aunt May Spider-Man, whose art style is quite unique. Unlike other Spider-Men who merely don armor, this one engages in battle using a mech suit. He commands the most powerful robots, capable of obliterating all with a god-slaying sword, and can enhance his strength with a bracelet, summon a spaceship from Galia that reaches speeds of 15 Mach, and achieve an aerial speed of 4 Mach. With a terrestrial maximum speed of 300 km/h, equipped with small missiles and machine guns. His paper statistics may not surpass those of an ordinary Spider-Man, but his mech abilities directly engage with the fabric of reality, placing him just below the Ghost Spider among the known Spider-Men across various works. Fourth is the Cosmic Captain Spider-Man. The Cosmic Captain is one of the 4 abstract entities of Marvel, a guardian of eternity chosen by the enigmatic Force Unipower. This power amplifies the host's attributes, such as stamina and agility, and also bestows unique abilities like energy blasts, object manipulation, molecular control, and flight. Thus, in this state, Spider-Man's strength can reach a level akin to that of a singular cosmic entity. Below this tier, the Spider-Man's powers converge, generally residing at a planetary surface level. As he delved into the essence of Spider-Man, Peter gained a clearer understanding of various aspects of power within the Marvel framework, aided by the meticulous analyses of his nearly omnipotent online peers. Chapter 76. The Air Family. The first tier is termed the surface level, indicating characters that can only claim a foothold on the planet's surface. In their normal states, Iron Man, Captain America, Black Panther, Winter Soldier, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and the vast majority of parallel universe Spider-Men dwell within this tier. Peter himself is among them. The most tangible manifestation of this tier is that characters' battles generally only affect the scope of a city, and those at the lower end of this tier may struggle to even demolish a building, exemplified by characters like Black Widow, Hawkeye, and the cinematic version of the Invincible Hulk. Upon reflection, Bid's current state is not quite at the lowest tier of power. At the very least, in a fully unleashed state, he is capable of demolishing several towering skyscrapers within a brief span of time. The second tier is planetary level. Characters within this category possess the effortless ability to obliterate an entire city, and they can easily manipulate the very shape of a planet. Notable exemplars include Captain Marvel and Thor. If the Hulk, that embodiment of rage, could maintain his fury, his strength might ascend to this echelon as well. The third tier is divine level, more accurately described as godly level. Within the Marvel Universe, there exists a multitude of deities, particularly in Asgard, where, apart from the common folk, all are gods. Yet, disparities exist even among these divine beings. The so-called lesser gods exhibit strengths akin to planetary level, with formidable figures like Thor merely reaching the planetary tier. To truly attain the third tier, one must stand on par with Odin. These entities wield the power to effortlessly annihilate a planet, with some exceptionally potent individuals even achieving the status of universal level. Characters of this caliber are scarce across various narratives, with the Frost Giant King, defeated by Odin, being a notable example. Additionally, numerous gods from Earth's mythological constructs are placed within this tier, though not with absolute fidelity. The fourth tier is the universal level. The baseline for this tier is still the godly level, as a typical being here can easily destroy a planet. However, the more formidable entities at this level can directly influence the entirety of the universe. For instance, the four Harbingers of Galactus, Stardust, Firelord, Silver Surfer, and Tyrant, belong to this realm. Stardust, the most powerful among them, possesses the capacity to unleash the energy of millions of exploding suns and can create dimensional portals and black holes, while the weakest, Tyrant, shares the same destructive potential as the godly tier, limited to annihilating a terrestrial planet. Additionally, the being who wields the Infinity Gauntlet, often referred to as the Purple Potato, resides at the pinnacle of this tier. The fifth tier is the multiversal level. This tier represents a definitive demarcation from the previous ones, with a staggering disparity in power. According to the theory of parallel universes, no matter how powerful a being may be within a singular universe, their influence is confined to that realm. However, at the multiversal level, one can exist in countless forms across multiple universes. Yet, many multiversal beings are singular in nature. They can effortlessly impact numerous parallel universes. The five primordial deities, Annihilation, Eternity, Infinity, Death, and Galactus, are all classified within this tier. The entity capable of vanquishing Galactus, the malevolent spider, likely also belongs here. Moreover, the enigmatic 400 Annies, who wield the power of the rules, might fit this description as well. The sixth tier represents the omnipotent universal level. Thus far, only one entity has been identified that aligns closely with this classification, the Living Tribunal. It stands as the most formidable being within the Marvel Universe, serving as its grand overseer, rendering even the Infinity Gauntlet trivial in comparison. As for other entities, such as the Beyonder and the One Above All, they are likely mere figments of imagination designed to entertain, rather than being taken seriously. The endeavor to gather and comprehend this information consumed Bid over a day's worth of time. During the intervals between meals and restroom visits, he devoted every other moment to his computer, skillfully maneuvering both the keyboard with one hand and his mobile device with the other, multitasking with remarkable efficiency. It was indeed his robust physical condition and commendable memory that enabled him to achieve such feats. In the midst of unraveling these mysteries, Peter also unearthed a formidable adversary, the arch-nemesis of all Spider-Men, the Inheritors. The Inheritor family is a terrifying clan that survives by hunting totems, led by a formidable figure known as Morlun. Morlun hails from Earth 000, having once participated in the rebellion against the Master Weaver. After vanquishing the Master Weaver, he conquered Earth 001. Subsequently, they harnessed the Master Weaver's powers to traverse time and space, hunting individuals endowed with the powers of the Spider Totem across various parallel worlds, namely Spider-Man. At this revelation, Peter felt a surge of alarm. After all, he too was a Spider-Man. Should these members of the Inheritor family truly possess the ability to traverse parallel worlds as depicted in the comics? It was only a matter of time before they might appear in his own reality. In that instant, a sense of urgency enveloped him. Initially, his extraordinary abilities had inspired him to traverse the multitude of worlds, to satiate his admiration for heroes, and to explore the advanced technologies of these realms. If possible, he aspired to learn superior aerospace techniques from these worlds, with the dream of one day conducting research on Mars or even further celestial bodies. This dream is a shared aspiration among every student of astronomy, to embark upon the wondrous expanse of the cosmos. However, the emergence of the Inheritor family struck him like a thunderbolt. This threat was not solely to his own life, but also to the lives of his cherished friends. His mentor and ally, the Shadow Spider-Man, the amiable Spider-Gwen who seemed to harbor feelings for him, the gluttonous Spider-Ham who devours 3 colossal hot dogs in one sitting, the middle-aged Peter Parker who had succumbed to despair, the vivacious Spider-Man girl, and the young Black Spider who had embarked on the journey of growth alongside him. These were his comrades in arms, sharing both laughter and turmoil. Moreover, there were Toby Spider, Andrew Spider, and even yet-to-be-met Tom Holland Spider, all of whom he admired greatly. After all, he had traversed into their worlds on 2 separate occasions. While his experimental abilities were one facet, the allure of fandom was undeniably a significant reason for his ventures into their realms. How could he remain passive while aware of the imminent danger threatening their lives, particularly that of the Shadow Spider-Man? In the comics, he and another British Spider-Man were destined to become the earliest victims when the Inheritor family made their appearance. Clenching his fists, Peter had never yearned for power more fervently than at this moment. Chapter 77. An astonishing coincidence, of course. There exists another possibility. Perhaps this so-called Inheritor family is merely a fictional construct derived from the imaginations of individuals on his Earth, akin to the omniscient OA. In truth, is this not a reflection of the creators themselves? However, from the recent experiences of Peter's traversals, it is evident that this variable, at least in his case, falls outside the creative scope of these authors. Thus, the so-called OAA is merely a fallacy. Furthermore, with each of his journeys, the original narrative has veered into entirely new directions, which implicitly indicates that the relevant materials found on Earth should serve only as references, not as absolute truths. Peter, of course, harbors a deep-seated hope that such occurrences will not manifest, yet he must prepare himself thoroughly for this eventuality. To resolve this crisis, he must not only enhance his own capabilities, but also seek to ally with as many Spider-Men from other worlds as possible. It seems he must momentarily set aside the matters pertaining to his own world. Rubbing his eyes, which had grown weary from simultaneously gazing at 2 screens for an extended period, Peter stood up, his resolve already crystallizing within him. With a resounding roar, the aircraft's wheels began to engage with the runway, ultimately landing smoothly. Upon disembarking, Peter swiftly spotted his contact waiting for him at the airport entrance. "Brother Wong," Peter waved. "Ah, you lucky fellow, enjoying a whole month of leave," chuckled a young man with a buzz cut, playfully punching Peter's shoulder. His name was Wong Bangyong, 29 years of age, and he served as the captain of the transport team at the base, typically overseeing the logistics of transportation and procurement. In the past, whenever Peter was unable to leave the base, he often relied on Wong to bring him supplies, leading to a natural familiarity between them. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they boarded the vehicle. The convoy had already loaded its cargo and was waiting outside the airport. As soon as Wong Bangliang and Peter arrived, they set off toward the base. Peter, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Has anything significant happened at the base lately?" This question arose from a serious concern that had suddenly crossed his mind. He had observed that every Spider-Man he knew was invariably accompanied by some form of disaster, often involving formidable supervillains. Toby Spider-Man was matched with the Green Goblin, Andrew Spider-Man with Dr. Connors, and Miles Spider-Man with the likes of Kingpin, as if calamity had become synonymous with their existence. Moreover, friends and mentors often assumed the role of initial antagonists in their narratives. For instance, in Toby's world, the 2 Green Goblins, Norman Osborn and Harry Osborn, were respectively his best friend's father and his closest companion. The same could be said for Andrew's Spider-Man. Dr. Connors was a colleague of Andrew's father and had formed a significant bond with him, embodying both mentor and friend. The Osborns, naturally, need no further elaboration. This pattern compelled Peter to reflect deeply, as he too shared several analogous connections. He pondered the inexplicable favoritism shown to him by Dr. Liao, whom he had fortuitously met during his sophomore year. This acquaintance quickly blossomed into a mentorship, leading him to the base for his graduate studies. An intriguing point of similarity lay in the fact that both Dr. Liao and Dr. Connors had suffered disability due to accidents, with both individuals holding the title of doctor, differing only in their fields of expertise. Dr. Lizard specializes in biological genetics, while Dr. Liao focuses on astronomy, alongside Lu Lin. Although Lu Lin has never mentioned his family background, one can discern from his demeanor, attire, and certain behaviors that he undoubtedly hails from a prosperous family, encompassing both financial and influential dimensions. This aligns strikingly with the archetype of Harry Osborn. He recalled his previous conversation with Lu Lin, who has long dreamt of transforming deserts into lush oases, to which he jestingly inquired if he could call him the Green Goblin. At that moment, it was merely a jest, yet after traversing through various worlds and reflecting on the relationships formed alongside his Spider-Man abilities, Peter found himself genuinely concerned. While it may seem disrespectful to harbor such thoughts about his esteemed mentor and beloved companion, the astonishing coincidence compelled him to ponder. Should they ever become adversaries, would he possess the resolve to confront them? Deep down, Peter could only hope that he would remain an exception among the multitude of Spider-Man. Such occurrences were not destined to transpire in his own life. Moreover, there was another matter that weighed heavily on his mind. If Dr. Liao and Lu Lin's situation stemmed solely from his nebulous conjecture, this particular issue was far more tangible, perhaps already in motion. While perusing Spider-Man-related works yesterday, he stumbled upon another character likely to emerge in his world, Silk. Silk, whose real name is Cindy Moon, is an American of Korean descent. In the Spider-Man narrative, the spider that bit Peter Parker inadvertently absorbed a considerable amount of radiation. In its final moments, it attacked a nearby individual, namely Peter Parker, thus giving rise to Spider-Man. However, the story did not conclude there. Moments later, the spider bit another girl, who was none other than Cindy Moon. Like Peter Parker, Cindy began to manifest her abilities shortly after being bitten by the radioactive spider, though she struggled to control them initially. Soon after, Ezekiel approached the Moon family and guided Cindy in harnessing her newfound powers to safeguard her and other spiders from Morlun and his family's successors. Ezekiel confined Cindy within a building until Peter Parker, through the secrets revealed by the Watcher, learned of Cindy Moon's existence and freed her. Given this premise, it seems plausible that there could also be a Silk in his world. After all, the spider that bit him did not perish, but rather disappeared into the unknown after the encounter. Initially, Peter sought to locate that spider solely to unravel the secrets of his own abilities. Now, however, he possessed an additional motive to find that spider, to ascertain whether it had produced Silk. The mere thought of another individual in the real world possessing powers akin to his own left Peter in a state of uncertainty, torn between elation and apprehension. Chapter 78. Is the tablet not for Mars? Due to the arid desert terrain, the vehicles were not traveling at great speed. Have we departed? Peter raised an eyebrow slightly. He still recalled that a month ago, when he departed, Lu Lin had informed him that the stone tablet brought down from Mars was not only classified, but had also garnered significant attention, with additional personnel assigned to its study. How could it be that merely a month had passed before it was withdrawn? Was it meant merely for commemoration? Indeed, Wang Bangliang remarked, giving a thumbs up to Bide. Yet, Bide was taken aback. Just recently, this matter had been shrouded in secrecy, almost deemed a top-level confidential issue. Could it be that the research findings on that object had emerged and were less than favorable? What had happened to it? Feigning ignorance, Bide inquired curiously. It's just a colossal blunder. Wang Bangliang replied. A blunder? Bide echoed. Yes. Wang continued. That object was claimed to have descended from Mars. But upon meticulous examination by Dr. Liao and his team, it was discovered to consist entirely of earthly materials. Bide raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Martians transported terrestrial objects there? Wang, speechless, retorted, You're supposed to be a researcher. If there were inhabitants on Mars, would you still be gazing through telescopes day in and day out? That thing is merely an ordinary rock brought in from some remote desert. What? Bide was genuinely taken aback. He never anticipated such an answer. Are you serious? Bide questioned skeptically. This is utterly absurd. It was clearly said to have originated from Mars. Yet now you claim it was brought in by someone from the outside desert? I initially thought it was nonsense too, Wang admitted. However, after comparing that stone with others from the surrounding desert, the composition was nearly identical. Moreover, and most critically, there was no mention of this stone tablet in the inventory of items said to have come from Mars. Are you serious? Bide was a loss for words. This was not merely an oversight. It was a significant blunder. In ancient times, this would be tantamount to treason, and even in the present day, it raised suspicions of fraudulent funding. Yet, after a brief chuckle, Bide sensed something amiss. If that stone tablet was merely a native terrestrial product, then what about the spider that bit him? Was it also a native species? Had his initial line of inquiry been entirely misguided? But if that spider was indeed indigenous to Earth, how had it found its way into the laboratory? He distinctly remembered it appearing at the moment he picked up that soil sample. Its fangs were remarkably sharp, effortlessly piercing through the thick plastic gloves he wore. Bide furrowed his brow. No matter how he pondered, he could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. To avoid raising suspicion, he refrained from dwelling on the matter. However, even if he wished to delve deeper, it was unlikely he would uncover much. The security department was not composed of researchers, and their knowledge was limited to what they could ascertain. To truly grasp the underlying circumstances, he would be better off consulting Dr. Liao and Lu Lin. Subsequently, Wang Bangliang seemed to have opened a floodgate of conversation, regaling Bide with amusing anecdotes. Bide understood the reasons behind his current predicament. Standing guard at the base day in and day out was rather monotonous, and such moments provided a rare opportunity for relaxation. Naturally, he seized the chance to converse freely. However, the topics he was about to discuss held little substance. The extraordinary events he yearned to uncover remained absent, which brought him a sense of relief. At least for now, his world seemed tranquil, devoid of any perilous repercussions stemming from his presence. That was sufficient. Upon arriving at the base, Bide disembarked from the vehicle. Wang Bangliang intended to take the convoy to report back and unload, while he needed to visit the security department first to report and recalibrate his status. Otherwise, entry would be denied. It must be said that certain aspects of this base were indeed stringent. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of this odd sensation. Nevertheless, since he had not left anything of significance behind, it was of little consequence. Before Bide could settle himself, Lu Lin approached him. No kidding, Lu Lin exclaimed. Do you know that someone at the Research Institute is plotting against you? Bide replied, slightly taken aback. Why would they want to harm me? Moreover, what grounds would they have for such an action? As the conversation progressed, Bide suddenly halted. A realization dawned upon him. Goodness, could it be that someone is blaming me for bringing that rock from the outer desert? His eyes widened in shock. Lu Lin, equally astonished, responded, You figured it out? But I hadn't even mentioned it yet. He could hardly believe that such a dire accusation would befall him. Previously, when he was bitten by a spider after inadvertently shattering a Martian soil sample, rumors circulated within the institute suggesting he had brought the spider from the outside desert, leading to the bite. At that time, no evidence existed to prove the spider was not his doing. Consequently, even Dr. Liao suspected that Bide had carelessly introduced the spider, resulting in the ensuing chaos. However, Dr. Liao believed it to be an innocent mistake and refrained from imposing severe penalties. Yet, Bide never anticipated that these two incidents could be intertwined. Chapter 79. Infiltration Wait. This is a case of using a knife to kill. I am merely the knife, while the true perpetrator is my teacher. Bide swiftly unraveled the logic behind it all. Just as he had surmised earlier, such a colossal blunder, in ancient times, would warrant charges of treason, deserving of annihilation of entire clans. In the present day, it could also imply malicious intent to defraud funds. If proven, dismissal would be the least of his worries. Infamy and a lengthy imprisonment were highly plausible outcomes. Yet, he was merely a humble intern researcher. Why would anyone go to such lengths to target him? Within the base, the individuals closest to him were none other than his teacher, Dr. Liao and Lu Lin. However, Lu Lin belonged to the Soil Research Department, rendering him largely uninvolved in this matter. Thus, the ultimate aim of the adversary pointed squarely at his teacher, Dr. Liao. Dr. Liao's identity is not merely that of the principal leader of this base. As a renowned astronomy professor in the country, he holds a significant position at the Longxia Research Institute and bears various esteemed titles. Consequently, the intentions of the other party become glaringly apparent. They seek to exploit this situation, linking the two events to target Dr. Liao, aiming to undermine his standing. Am I thus entangled in a struggle for power? Bid asked. Lu Lin nodded. Indeed. Bid found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In the past, faced with such circumstances, he could only pray for his mentor's guidance, hoping Dr. Liao might find a way to resolve the issue, as he felt utterly powerless. After all, his voice was insignificant in such matters, aside from cooperating with the investigation. he had little to contribute. Yet now, everything had changed. To prepare wholeheartedly for the potential disasters that might arise, he resolved to resign from his position at the Research Institute. Although this decision might disappoint his mentor and cost him further academic opportunities, in comparison to his own safety and that of his friends, as well as the looming crisis of the multiverse, this sacrifice seemed trivial. Moreover, in the past, he needed knowledge and credentials to validate his existence. But now, possessing the ability to traverse realms, did he still require these accolades for validation? Clearly he did. After all, they represented dreams and pursuits nurtured over many years. Even if not to prove anything, merely for the sake of passion, he wished to continue his studies. However, when weighed against the value of life, academic degrees paled in importance. Furthermore, rather than conducting research on Earth through cumbersome equipment, Bitten yearned to ascend. No, to soar into the cosmos, to study directly on Mars. Was that not a more enchanting prospect? In addition to these reasons, there was another consideration. If there truly existed a curse that brought harm to those near Spider-Man, perhaps distancing himself from them would be a prudent choice. Nevertheless, there is no need for concern. My mentor and I fully support you and Dr. Liao, Lu Lin reassured as he noticed Bid's grave expression. Bid nodded. Do you know where my mentor is now? Lu Lin replied. Work at the Research Institute has ceased. A few days ago, individuals from above came to take Dr. Liao away. He is now under tight surveillance by the security department, and you cannot see him. However, you must firmly deny any connection to that stone. Otherwise, you will not be the only one to suffer the consequences. Lu Lin's demeanor was serious, a stark contrast to his usual playful self. Bid solemnly nodded in agreement. He was no fool. Even though he was prepared to resign, leaving under suspicion was an entirely different matter, especially when it involved his respected mentor. That night, the moon hung bright amid sparse stars, a typical night on a vast desert expanse. Due to the perennial aridity and scarce moisture, clouds were a rare occurrence. Yet, this did not deter Bid. Having undergone the trials of various worlds, he was no longer the same person he had been a month ago when he first acquired his abilities. In the stillness of the night, he stealthily donned his spider suit, adeptly evading the surveillance cameras along his path, and quietly infiltrated the research facility. The lax security measures outside the base facilitated his incursion with remarkable ease. Almost without effort, he located the designated area for the stone tablet within the institute. In truth, there were few places within the Research Institute to store items, limited to a handful of small rooms. The most valuable possessions here were merely photographs and data captured by telescopes and rovers, which, after careful selection, could even be published on astronomical websites for enthusiasts to admire. They hardly qualified as classified. It was only recently, upon acquiring Martian soil, that a special room had been allocated to store these rare materials. Clearly, the stone tablet resided within this designated space. Perhaps due to its status as evidence, remarkably, 2 guards were stationed here, complicating his infiltration. A typical Spider-Man might have been forced to retreat and seek an alternative entry through the ventilation system. However, this was no obstacle for him. Despite the room being constructed of metal, there were still gaps present. Hanging upside down from the ceiling, he assessed the situation and activated his ability, Quantum Blink. His form instantaneously became quantum, with countless particles penetrating the seemingly solid walls, reassembling within the confines of the room. Surveillance cameras remained, several of them, primarily focused on the sole entrance and the items within the room. Thus, he easily found a suitable position to conceal himself. Suddenly, his spider sense tingled. His gaze involuntarily shifted towards a particular direction. There he spotted safe. It was evident that the stone tablet was contained within. Furthermore, he could now ascertain that the tablet was undoubtedly linked to him. Otherwise, his spider sense would not have reacted so intensely. However, while the safe was situated in a corner against the wall, it was under the constant watch of 2 cameras, making it a difficult target. What should he do? Destroy the cameras? No, that would only confirm the wrongdoing. The artificial intelligence, Karen, embedded in Holland's spider suit, could effortlessly disrupt such surveillance networks without a sound. If given the chance, he too desired to acquire one. He felt a pang of envy. Nevertheless, creating an AI assistant was a matter for the future. The immediate priority was to heed the guidance of his spider sense and obtain the stone tablet. He had a premonition that everything he sought to understand might be contained within that very tablet. Ah yes, after much contemplation, a sudden epiphany struck Bid, leading him to ponder the possibility of not just quantum teleporting himself to another location, but also transferring distant objects to his immediate presence. Without further ado, he first projected a small strand of silk onto the ceiling not far away, then endeavored to transport it. It must be noted that this task posed a considerable challenge for Bitten. Thus far, all his quantum manipulations have been limited to his own being or objects in direct contact with him. He could effortlessly bring them into a quantum state only when they were in close proximity. For instance, his nanometal battle suit. However, now he faced the daunting task of quantum teleporting something entirely detached from him, situated several meters away. Although it appeared to be merely a light leap on a macro scale, on a microscopic level, it felt as if a vast galaxy lay between them. No matter how he exerted his internal space-time powers, he could not extend this influence across such a distance to that small strand of silk. Alas, quantum physics is indeed an exceptionally arduous domain. After half an hour of relentless trials and countless hypotheses formulated in his mind, Bitten reluctantly abandoned this notion. This seemingly trivial distance transformed into an insurmountable chasm. If only physics could parallel astronomy, where each galaxy and star, despite their movement, maintains a relative position to one another. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Bitten's mind. In the boundless cosmos, celestial bodies are theoretically unrelated, much like the current disconnect between him and the silk strand. Yet, there exists a phenomenon that allows one celestial body to influence another: light. In astronomy, optics is a profoundly significant discipline. According to Bohr's atomic model, electrons are permitted to orbit protons in quantized, special trajectories. When an electron transitions to a different orbit, it emits wavelengths corresponding to various colors. These quantized orbits and the electron's jumping motion exist within the atoms of every distinct chemical element, akin to human fingerprints. Each unique atom emits different wavelengths. In astronomy, this method is employed to ascertain the primary chemical composition of target celestial bodies. Therefore, why couldn't he construct an atomic model based on this principle? By envisioning himself as the proton, he could harness his powers to establish a quantized orbit around his body, subsequently drawing the silk strand from its outer orbit to the inner orbit, simulating the electron's jumping motion. Resolutely, Bitten closed his eyes, and his body began to gradually quantumize. This time, however, he did not confine his power within himself or project it in a specific direction like a quantum flash. Instead, he released it in a wave-like manner, akin to ripples in water. As the circles manifested, 1, 2, 3, if there existed an instrument capable of observing Bitten and the space surrounding him, one would discern layers upon layers of energy radiating outward from his being, expanding ever more broadly until it reached that cluster of spider silk. He felt it. Bitten abruptly opened his eyes. This method proved to be indeed effective. Moments ago, with but a thought, he could draw that cluster of silk directly into his grasp. However, he refrained from executing this action, for this method necessitated varying degrees of temporal and spatial power contingent upon the energy contained within the target. Such power is precious. Now that the experiment had reached its conclusion, there was no need to expend it further on that cluster of silk. After calming his exhilaration, Bitten closed his eyes once more. The power of time and space radiated outward anew. The alloy vault appeared to vanish from his perception. His gaze pierced through the vault, revealing a stone tablet quietly resting within. This tablet, approximately the size of a human face, bore a near-rectangular shape with sharply defined edges, making it no wonder that those who beheld it at first glance assumed it to be a crafted artifact. Such a regular form, indeed, challenges the notion of natural formation. With a swift thought, the tablet transcended the confines of the vault and materialized in Bitten's hand. As he grasped it, the spider senses surged with fervor. Before him unfolded a vast web. More accurately, it was a universe inhabited by a Spider-Man. Yet at certain points within the web, dark spots abruptly emerged. And as these spots appeared, the web in those regions was swiftly devoured, ultimately vanishing from the grand tapestry. All of this culminated towards a colossal being that resided at the very heart of the web. This being was of considerable size. Its upper half resembled that of a human, bearing an appearance strikingly similar to humanity, albeit with hands bound by two immense chains. The lower half, however, resembled that of a gigantic spider, appearing as though crafted from metal, with 5 golden metallic spider legs extending outward. It perched at the center of the vast web, laboriously toiling upon it, akin to a diligent spider weaving its net. This entity was none other than the guardian of the web of life and fate, the Master Weaver. As Bitten gazed upon it, the Master Weaver's hands suddenly halted. It lifted its gaze upwards, as if peering through countless worlds, and caught sight of Bitten. Subsequently, a vision unfolded in Bitten's mind. Within a lavish palace, several individuals clad in peculiar attire burst forth, appearing before the Master Weaver. A reckless, Burly Man was the first to hurl a massive hammer towards it. Unperturbed, the master weaver effortlessly severed a thread. The hammer, suspended mid-air, instantly dissipated into nothingness. 3 figures, each brandishing weapons, approached with intent. In an effort to thwart the intruders, the master weaver once again severed a thread, causing the very ground of the palace to tremble violently, vanishing without a trace. Yet, this act proved insufficient to halt the relentless advance of the invaders, each of whom possessed at least the strength of a singular universe. Just as defeat loomed, a peculiar spider emerged from an unexpected part of the Master Weaver's body. Its form reminiscent of the vast cosmos, cloaked in darkness with a hint of luminescence. Simultaneously, the Master Weaver's 5 mechanical legs struck the web, unleashing a resounding howl as he deftly grasped a rectangular slab from the void and hurled it at the spider. In an instant, the cosmic spider vanished, along with the stone. Chapter 81. The true power of Bide the Spider and the slab traversed countless realms, aimlessly navigating through the fabric of time and space. Until one fateful day, they unexpectedly breached the dimensional barrier, landing aboard a spacecraft that was rapidly descending from a space station towards a cerulean planet below. "O Exalted One," a voice resonated from that distant realm, reaching Bide's ears. "With this meager thread of connection, I beseech you to shatter the colossal web of time and fate." In the final vision, Bide beheld the Master Weaver's shackled hands straining towards the center, as if striving to obliterate something. At that moment, a radiant fork plunged deeply into his body, eliciting anguished cries from him. Sweat beads formed on Bide's forehead, yet the stone slab in his grasp began to emit a faint glow. The powers of time and fate surged forth from the slab, coursing into Bide's being. However, this infusion was unlike the energies absorbed previously from the particle accelerator. The powers contained within the accelerator's particle flow resembled water, capable of filling a vessel but not expanding it. Conversely, the force now flooding Bide's body was not merely filling him, it was transforming him, enlarging his very essence. Upon absorbing the entirety of this newfound power, Bide felt his capacity expand 5-fold, if not more. Moreover, his physique, speed, and even his spider sense had all seen significant enhancement. His original strength had been comparable to that of a typical Spider-Man, around 20 tons. Yet now, he possessed at least 100 tons of power. What does 100 tons of strength signify? At full capacity, he could easily achieve such might. Of course, this was predicated on the condition that his fists were as large as trucks. This was a modest gift from the Master Weaver, originally intended to be received alongside the Spider Totem. Had Bide acquired the power stored within the slab before traversing into the realm of the little black spider, his performance would have differed dramatically. He realized he still maintained the posture of his back pressed against the ceiling. The slab remained unchanged in his grasp, yet the connection to his spider sense had dissipated entirely. This indicated that the power from the Master Weaver had completely vanished. In that moment, he comprehended the essence of his true power. Time and space serve as the foundation. Destiny is the essence, the force that surged forth from a stone tablet. Enhancing the capacity of the water tank is indeed the power of fate, to alter the predetermined destinies of those Spider-Men ensnared in the vast web. Guiding them towards a brighter or darker future allows one to harness the elusive power of destiny, thereby becoming more formidable. With such power at his disposal, it is destined that he will no longer be confined to a singular world. He shall emerge as the ultimate trickster across parallel universes. Perhaps he ought not to be referred to as the Time-Space Spider-Man, but rather as the Time-Space Trickster Spider-Man. Yet, why does the Weaver refer to me as the one who transcends? What connection does this have with the transcendent? Is it possible that this artifact was initially intended for someone known as the Transcendent, only to inadvertently find its way into my possession? As old questions find resolution, new inquiries arise. However, this query is far more elusive than the origins of the tablet and the spider. Unless one day he defeats the Air family, locates the Weaver, and directly inquires, the answer may remain forever out of reach. Thus, Bit chose to set this thought aside. At least he has now unraveled the origins of the tablet and the spider. The tablet is indeed a product of Earth, albeit not the Earth of this dimension, but rather that of the Weaver's realm. As for why its composition closely resembles that of the Gobi Desert here, it is likely due to the material used in the temple where the Weaver resides. Though the developmental trajectories of each multiverse vary greatly, with some still in prehistoric times, others in the future, and some even devoid of humanity, Earth remains fundamentally the same Earth. The minute quantum fluctuations in an extreme state are naturally beyond the reach of modern technology, leading to its classification as a product of this earth. Perhaps it won't be long before the tablet, imbued with the power left by the Weaver and absorbed by Bitten, ultimately disintegrates due to quantum collapse. Vanishing entirely from this space-time, Bitten quietly departed from the room, sweeping his sleeve, leaving behind nothing but the stone tablet. The gift from the Weaver not only enabled him to manipulate the threads of fate to absorb destiny's power and strengthen himself, but also imparted other profound insights. The vast expanse of countless universes is, in fact, divided into 3 dimensions. Yet, these dimensions are not to be understood in the conventional sense of one-dimensional, two-dimensional, and three-dimensional spaces, nor are they the microcosms, negative spaces, or higher dimensions of Marvel's own existence. Instead, they're defined by different temporal and spatial connections. Intriguingly, Bitten discovered that, according to this classification, the live-action films, animated series, and comic versions are surprisingly categorized into several distinct dimensions. The timeline of the live-action films is largely consistent and aligns closely with the temporal flow of Bitten's world. However, the animated series diverges significantly from his world, featuring a chaotic timeline. Under normal circumstances, Bitten should have commenced his journey through dimensions starting from the realm of live-action films, which closely mirror reality. However, at that moment, he had just awakened his abilities while watching that very film and concurrently sensed the particle flow within the particle collider. Thus, by a twist of fate, he bypassed the cinematic version altogether and entered the realm of animation. As for the manga, it transcends the concept of a timeline. In some worlds, time can even loop infinitely, akin to a singular page of comic that, upon reaching the final panel, returns to the first. Bitten pondered whether the Weaver could perceive these hidden facets of time and space, for from the Weaver's demeanor, it appeared that he navigated the intricacies of numerous parallel universes through the fabric of life and fate. Bitten, relying on his own quantum capabilities, observed the various quantum fluctuations within this vast web. While the source of his power might be the Weaver, its manifestation diverged significantly from the Weaver's own. Perhaps, during his traversal across multiple parallel universes, he had assimilated certain new elements. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from affectionately naming his discoveries: the film dimension, the anime dimension, and the manga dimension. In Chapter 82, titled Spider-Man: No Way Home, Bitten had indeed discovered a method to resolve the issues at hand. By erasing the existence of the stone tablet, everything would naturally fall into place. Initially, Bitten lacked the power to accomplish such a feat. Although he could draw strength from altering fate lines, it did not imply he could manipulate them at will. However, this stone tablet originated from the Weaver, who is, after all, the guardian of fate. Bitten summoned the power of destiny within him to erase the tablet's existence from the annals of this world as history. All events related to the tablet vanished entirely, as it was an extraneous object that had no place in this world's narrative. His actions inadvertently rectified the originally chaotic course of history. Thus, this act of meddling with the fate line had a negligible impact on his internal reservoir of destiny power. Bitten enjoyed a rare, restful slumber. The following day, he penned a resignation letter and submitted it to Dr. Liao. Despite Dr. Liao's desperate attempts to dissuade him, expressing anger and even threatening to sever their mentor-student relationship, Bitten remained resolute in his decision. The inheritor's family was merely a starting point. The multiverse, with its myriad realms and worlds, beckoned. Though Dr. Liao was incensed by Bitten's abrupt departure, he ultimately could not bring himself to end their connection and even provided him with a letter of recommendation to pursue further studies at Longxia University. Renowned for its astronomy program, Longxia University is directly affiliated with the Longxia Academy of Sciences, making it an excellent choice for advancing in the field of astronomy. However, Bitten was uncertain of how many classes he could attend. While he did not need to be a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man like Peter Parker, he would frequently need to traverse other universes as the time-traveling Spider-Man. Regardless of whether it is the former or the latter, it is destined that little energy will be devoted to academic pursuits. Whether it be capability or authority, when one holds something in their hands, there is an inherent desire to take action. Some may exploit it recklessly, while Peter strives to ensure that it is utilized to its fullest potential, at least in ways he deems worthy. Thus, after careful contemplation, Peter graciously declined Dr. Liao's kind offer. At the very least, there is no rent to be paid for the residence here. In a cinematic dimension, we now report on the attack that occurred last week in Langdon. The video features Quentin Beck, moments before the demise of the Mysterio. Voice of AI Edith: do you confirm the execution of the drone strike order? This could result in significant casualties. Voice of Spider-Man: yes. Execute the order immediately. Subsequently, the audio captured the harrowing sounds of machine gun fire and micropulse devices, interspersed with the anguished cries of the populace and the collapse of structures, creating a chilling atmosphere. This shocking footage was earlier published on the controversial news site, The Daily Bugle. Voice of JJJ, owner of The Daily Bugle. Surprising ISNT audience? The evidence is irrefutable. Mysterio, a being from another dimension, sacrificed himself to protect our planet, earning his place among the greatest superheroes in history. Spider-Man will be held accountable for his death. But wait, there's more, everyone. The next revelation is the real bombshell. So sit tight and listen closely. Voice of Mysterio. Spider-Man's true identity is Peter Parker. Soon after, a colossal image of Peter Parker appeared on a screen by the roadside. The young Holland, having never encountered such a scenario, was startled and instinctively covered his head in terror. His true identity was unearthed by JJJ and laid bare before the world. This incident not only brought him immense distress, but also affected his family, Aunt May, his girlfriend MJ, and his close friend Ned, leading to investigations into Stark Industries as well. As the situation escalated and even resulted in the rejection of their admission applications to Boston University for Holland, MJ, and Ned, Holland could no longer remain passive. He sought out Dr. Strange, requesting that he cast a spell to make the world forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Given Spider-Man's valor during the battle against Thanos, Dr. Strange agreed to his request and began to weave the spell of forgetfulness. At that moment, Holland's impulsiveness resurfaced. He attempted to match his self-taught verbal magic against the prowess of Dr. Strange, the former Sorcerer Supreme. Remarkably, he succeeded. Dr. Strange's spell was indeed interrupted. It turns out that Spider-Man may very well be the character with the highest level of magical prowess in the world. Laughs ahem. Returning to the main topic. As Dr. Strange unleashed the spell of forgetfulness, Holland Spider-Man suddenly realized he could not allow his friends and family to forget that he was Spider-Man. Consequently, he repeatedly interrupted Dr. Strange, disrupting the incantation. As a result, the spell failed, leading to a catastrophic unraveling of dimensions. The magic recoiled, and instead of erasing the knowledge of Peter Parker's identity from this world, it inadvertently brought forth individuals from other realms who were aware of this truth. At this moment, Holland's Spider-Man remained blissfully unaware of the consequences. After besting Dr. Strange with his verbal prowess, he was met with a furious tirade from the exasperated sorcerer who expelled him. However, amidst his anger, Dr. Strange inadvertently provided a clue. Perhaps he need not seek assistance from him to resolve the situation. He could simply approach the admissions officer at MIT directly. After all, his primary objective was to ensure that MJ and Ned could attend school in Boston without losing opportunities due to his interference. Naturally, it would be splendid if he could accompany them as well. Thus, Holland's Spider-Man exited the Sanctum Sanctorum, swinging through the city with webs to transport himself to school, while simultaneously sharing the information that Flash was a close friend of Spider-Man. All for the price of learning that the MIT admissions officer was en route to the airport. Hastening through the traffic, he finally spotted the admissions officer on an overpass. "Hello, I am Peter Parker," Holland's Spider-Man introduced himself. The officer, a woman, regarded him with a dispassionate expression and inquired, "Do you realize you are in the middle of the road?" Holland's anxiety was palpable as he stammered, "I know. I'm very sorry. But I truly need to speak with you." The officer nodded slightly, her tone indifferent. Holland continued, "I understand you are heading to the airport. MJ Watson and Ned Leeds are the two most brilliant individuals I have ever encountered, and I'm just a fool for relying on them. If I hadn't sought their help, countless lives would be at stake, so please do not let MIT become as foolish as I am." The officer's unyielding demeanor only heightened Holland's anxiety, rendering him somewhat incoherent. At that moment, his intellect seemed to dissipate, leaving him as a mere youth deeply concerned about his friend's futures. The officer retorted with a disapproving glare, "Is MIT foolish?" Holland's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly clarified, No, that is not what I meant. MIT is certainly not foolish." He raised his gaze, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Yet, the more anxious he became, the more his mind went blank. Why on earth was this more challenging than battling Mysterio's drone army? "What I meant was that I'm the fool for not letting them help." Holland's Spider-Man managed a sheepish smile, aware that his words were a disarray. The lady in charge observed the embarrassed Dutch spider with a hint of amusement and remarked, "Peter, it seems your explanation was not rehearsed in advance. Was it?" The Dutch spider bowed his head, yet he did not concede defeat. He intended to make one last effort. "In any case, what I wish to convey is, just then, the spider sensed movement. He was startled, and the awkwardness on his face vanished in an instant. transforming from a bashful boy into a seasoned warrior in the blink of an eye. The Dutch spider gracefully leaped onto the roof of the car, quickly perceiving the commotion ahead. Men were shouting, women were screaming, and children were crying. Panic swiftly spread across the elevated bridge. Having endured multiple battles, participated in civil wars, engaged in interstellar conflicts against Thanos, and independently triumphed over Vulture and Mysterio, the Dutch spider was no longer the naive child he once was. He immediately recognized that danger was imminent. The iron spider suit enveloped him in an instant. The Dutch spider bent down and tapped on the car's roof. "My goodness, ma'am, you should exit the vehicle at once." He then stood up and shouted, "Everyone, evacuate the bridge immediately." The lady in charge also snapped to attention, frantically banging on the car door. "The door is locked. Open the door." No sooner had she spoken than the driver of the car opened the door and fled without a second thought. Truly a model of professionalism. Boom! A long mechanical tentacle shattered through the concrete wall of the bridge, flinging a taxi away before anchoring itself to the ground. Soon, amidst the billowing smoke, several more mechanical tentacles emerged. A figure clad in a black jacket appeared on the elevated bridge. He gazed at the Dutch spider standing atop the car and greeted him. "Hello, Peter." The Dutch spider, perplexed, waved back, "Hello. Do we know each other?" Dr. Octopus glared at the Dutch spider, demanding, "What have you done to my machine?" "Machine? What machine?" The Dutch spider grew increasingly bewildered, replying, "I have no idea what you're talking about." "What machine?" "The solar energy I controlled. It has vanished." With a fierce grip, two mechanical tentacles seized the nearest cars, hurling them off the bridge. The Dutch spider panicked. One of those cars contained people. He could hear their screams. He immediately dashed forward. Then thud. Due to a miscalculation, the Dutch spider crashed heavily onto the roof of that car. What has happened? The Dutch spider found himself suspended in midair. A voice echoed from behind. He swiftly turned to locate the source of the sound and saw another Spider-Man, clad in a similar metallic suit, albeit with a different color scheme, standing not far on the bridge. Each of his hands shot out webs, effectively securing the two cars that had been flung away. "Who are you?" The Dutch spider's eyes widened in disbelief. "Oh, okay. While your words may be rather brusque." He sensed an underlying kindness in the exchange. He obediently leaped down from the roof of the car, skillfully halting it just as it was about to touch the ground, gently placing it in a nearby vacant space. Inside, a family of three remained shaken. The Dutch Spider-Man waved at them, urging, "Come out, leave this place." "Thank you. Thank you," the father exclaimed, embracing his daughter and expressing gratitude before hastily escaping. Only then did the Dutch Spider-Man turn his gaze elsewhere. The newly emerged Spider-Man had also tossed another empty vehicle aside and was approaching. Chapter 84. Caution required when crossing paths with spiders. Bite approached the Dutch Spider-Man, extending his hand for a friendly high five. "Pleased to meet you, Peter." "Oh, so the whole world knows who I am now." The Dutch Spider-Man shrugged helplessly. "But who are you? Another Spider-Man? A wild version? What do you mean by wild? Are you not polite?" Bide rolled his eyes. "I'm a genuine, cultivated hero from my homeland." Dr. Octopus observed Bide, allowing him to come within 3 or 4 meters without launching an attack. "You truly do not recognize me?" Bide inquired, puzzled. Dr. Octopus removed his sunglasses, frowning as he scrutinized Bide. "From your appearance, I feel like I should know you." "Of course, Otto Octavius," Bide replied, "in another world. You were actually my employee." Dr. Octopus. What nonsense is this person spouting? Yet he does know my name, but his voice does not sound like Peter Parker's. Dutch Spider-Man. This is careless. A Spider-Man allied with this villain cannot be a good Spider-Man. After the Mysterio incident, the Dutch Spider-Man held a slight wariness toward strangers. However, it was minimal, merely a flicker of caution. Otherwise, he would not have shown kindness in the original storyline by bringing several villains to his safe house, resulting in the indirect demise of Aunt May. Thus, the Dutch Spider-Man interjected, "Wait, you two. Could you please introduce yourselves? I am quite bewildered at the moment." After confirming once more, Bide shrugged. "Now this is intriguing. Yet, the threads of fate cannot be fabricated. So, has a parallel universe emerged that has not undergone historical alteration due to my changes in the main timeline?" Bide was uncertain whether the strength of the universe where the Dutch Spider-Man resided had forcibly drawn out a parallel world or if it had always existed. Even though he possessed some mastery over the threads of fate, he was neither a weaver of destinies nor a deity of creation like eternity or infinity. Currently, his understanding of the power of fate remained rather rudimentary. He was essentially a passive participant. The Dutch Spider-Man hurriedly lunged toward this direction. Although he suspected that this newly appeared Spider-Man was allied with a mechanical tentacled villain, the fact that this Spider-Man had just saved lives compelled him to intervene. Yet, he was swift, though Bide was swifter. The The mechanical tentacle halted midway, unable to advance. Bide reached out, grasping the mechanical appendage in his hand, and with a forceful tug, he pulled. Dr. Octopus utilized 2 mechanical tentacles to anchor himself to the ground, each possessing a formidable strength of approximately 8 tons. Yet, when confronted by Peter, he offered no resistance whatsoever, being effortlessly yanked toward him, tentacles and all. With a resounding thud, the ordeal concluded, followed by the swift application of several strands of webbing. Standing aside was Holland, poised to charge forward, only to find the battle had already reached its conclusion. In that moment, he stood in stunned disbelief. Was it truly over? Despite his incredulity, Holland could hardly accept this abrupt resolution. His past encounters invariably entailed prolonged skirmishes, meticulously searching for weaknesses or employing verbal jabs to disorient his opponents before claiming victory. Such decisive efficiency was unprecedented for him. Peter shrugged, remarking that if one could act, there was no need for unnecessary banter. Why throw a second punch when one could secure victory with a single blow? Holland needed contemplative. But this raised a question. Were they truly not aligned? Peter clarified, asserting that Spider-Man could never ally with villains, at least the majority of them wouldn't. He recalled some narratives he had encountered recently, where certain Spider-Men were indeed antagonists, even more villainous than the traditional foes. For instance, the Spider-Man from Earth 11638, before becoming the monstrous Carnage. Additionally, in a parallel universe of a comic dimension, there was a boy named Bitten Purnell who was a twisted individual, conducting cruel experiments on small animals and engaging in voyeurism, often spying on his neighbor Mary Jane as she changed. His guardian, Uncle Ben, abhorred him, often resorting to punishment. During a visit to Alchemex, he was bitten by a spider, gaining the superhuman abilities typical of Spider-Man, including enhanced strength, wall crawling, and web slinging. However, perhaps due to his traumatic upbringing and perverse psyche, he did not emerge as a noble hero, but rather as a horrific spider monster. Initially, he consumed live mice, then proceeded to devour Mary Jane's cat, and ultimately, even Uncle Ben. He terrorized his tormentor, Flash, and lured Mary Jane to his home, attempting to coerce her into bearing his offspring. In his case, the adage with great power comes great responsibility morphed into the greater the power, the greater the appetite. Such was the nature of a terrifying world. Truthfully, upon encountering these aberrant Spider-Men, Peter felt a sense of relief that the Spider-Man he first met during his initial traversal was devoid of such malevolence. Otherwise, his initial fondness for the Spider-Man persona could have easily led him astray. Caution was paramount when dealing with spiders, for they often harbor dark secrets. Chapter 85. Dr. Strange now. Hurry and rescue the lady trapped in that car over there. The door is locked, and she cannot escape. Peter gestured toward a nearby vehicle. Holland suddenly realized the urgency, as this situation directly impacted MJ and Ned's admission to MIT. He rushed over and swiftly pried open the car door. Madam, you are safe for the moment. Please, leave this place quickly. You should still be able to catch your flight. Inside the vehicle, gazing at the suddenly illuminated world outside, the responsible lady exhaled a sigh of relief. She stared blankly at Spider-Man, saying, Peter, you are a hero. However, the young Spider-Man remained somewhat perplexed by her words, concerned that she might entirely reject him after witnessing the recent events. Beside him, Bite approached, his battle suit disassembled, and placed a reassuring arm around Peter's shoulder. As you can see, madam, Peter is indeed a hero. Although he is quite young, he has risked his life in space and battled extraterrestrial foes. The survival of this planet and its inhabitants owes much to his bravery. Is it fair for such a hero to be treated in this manner? Peter felt a sense of embarrassment from Bite's words and lowered his gaze. The responsible lady beamed with a radiant smile, glancing at Bide before turning her attention to Peter. You are right. Heroes should not be treated this way. I will do everything in my power to assist you and your friends. Really? Peter lifted his head, astonished. Me? And my friends? Of course. Don't you wish to attend MIT? The lady teased. Absolutely. Of course I do. Peter exclaimed, flustered with excitement. Bide patted his shoulder, saying, Now is the time to express your gratitude, not to rap. Their conversation was lighthearted. With Peter's inherent heroism and Bide's support, the responsible lady assured Peter of his admission. She hurriedly departed due to a pressing flight schedule. Buzz. Shortly after her departure, Peter's spider sense tingled again. Ding, ding, ding. Not far away, a spherical object descended from the sky, bouncing a few times upon hitting the ground before exploding with a deafening boom. Haha, Green Goblin, Bide chuckled softly. Having read the original story, he anticipated the Green Goblin's arrival, which is why he did not meander about, but rather followed the spider sense directly to Peter. Do you know him? Peter inquired. Of course, I've faced two different Green Goblins, one being an alternate version of himself, and the other his son. It's possible that the one arriving here is someone I recognize as well. Bide shrugged. The randomness of the multiverse exceeded his expectations. Perhaps there were more individuals from the original narrative who had come to this world. Just like Venom in the end credits. Your words carry quite a bit of information, Peter remarked, slightly bewildered. He was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute. Which is why Iron Man treated him like a son, even going so far as to sacrifice a substitute in his place. Just a joke. Previously, he had heard that during the Infinity War, due to the destruction of the Infinity Stones in this world, the remaining Avengers borrowed stones from other timelines. At that moment, he pondered whether other timelines implied other worlds. Subsequently, when he encountered the mysterious figure claiming to be from another world, backed by Nick Fury, he was easily swayed by the stranger's deceit and fell into his trap. After confirming that the Mysterio was a fraud, he had already begun to harbor some doubts about the notion of parallel universes. However, now, the words of Peter had rekindled those thoughts. Let us set that aside for now. Are you certain you won't try to intervene? Peter gestured towards the sky, through the thick smoke. A figure gliding on a wing was rapidly approaching their direction. All right, let me take a deep breath and prepare myself, he declared, eager to learn Peter's method of striking decisively. At that moment, Peter suddenly found himself within a vast container, surrounded on all sides by a peculiar magical substance that rendered escape impossible, yet allowed him to see and hear the happenings outside. He was somewhat bemused. What does Dr. Strange want with me? Nonetheless, he did not rush to exit, but instead placed a hand against one side of the container. His curiosity piqued. He pondered the magic wielded by the Ancient One and Dr. Strange, typically regarded as dimensional power, yet its true composition remained a mystery. He was particularly intrigued by whether this so-called dimensional power was akin to his own quantum state. With practiced ease, Peter partially quantumized one of his hands and pressed it against the magical barrier. Meanwhile, the other, inexplicably transported to a dark space, triggered Peter's PTSD. Not long ago, during his battle with Mysterio, he had been ensnared multiple times by the latter's enigmatic virtual reality technology. Ultimately, it was Peter's quick thinking that turned defeat into victory. He began to suspect that he had once again fallen into a similar predicament. This suspicion persisted until Dr. Stephen Strange approached him, elucidating the situation. The forgotten spell, which had faltered due to Peter's banter, had inadvertently summoned numerous beings from parallel universes into this realm. Stunned by the significant consequences of his words as revealed by Dr. Strange, Peter slowly surveyed the surroundings of the prison cells. There was a grotesque lizard creature and another Spider-Man sitting on the ground. Dr. Strange shook his head. I believe it is best for us to limit our interactions with them, as, to be frank, the multiverse is a concept we know very little about. Indeed, while the concept of the multiverse might seem vague to them, it was already a familiar domain for Peter. His voice resonated beside them. Dr. Strange turned, eyes widening in disbelief. How did you escape? Wow, buddy, you also unraveled Mr. Strange magic. Peter's focus was rather peculiar. Is it something to be proud of? He mused. Well, it does seem commendable to have outsmarted the Sorcerer Supreme in magic. Chapter 86. The Guiding Hand of Fate. Dr. Strange cast a quizzical glance at Peter. Immediately, Peter raised his hands in surrender. I apologize, Mr. Strange. That was not my intention. I merely thought it was incredibly cool to have a Spider-Man who can perform magic. Dr. Strange turned to Peter. Are you a Spider-Man from another world? Peter nodded. Of course, isn't that evident? As a former Supreme Sorcerer, are you truly incapable of sensing my arrival? Dr. Strange furrowed his brow, hesitatingly stating, I did indeed sense a disparity between you and this world before, but now it seems to have dissipated. What manner of being are you? This situation was utterly unprecedented. He even began to suspect that his perception was faulty. However, it was not his perception that was amiss, but rather the individual before him who posed a conundrum. Dr. Strange fixed his gaze intently upon Peter, his hands already poised to conjure magic. Peter took a step back. Suddenly, his form transformed into a flowing stream, surging into the magical prison. With another flash, he reappeared before them once more. As you can see, I am a legitimate time traveler, guided here by fate. Peter, the Riddler, feigned an air of profound mystery. Yet, this display indeed added an enigmatic layer to his persona, significantly enhancing the credibility of his words. A legitimate time traveler? Dr. Strange scrutinized Peter, seemingly attempting to discern any signs of panic etched upon his face. Yet, his efforts were in vain. Peter's countenance radiated confidence. He nodded affirmatively, reiterating, My codename is Spider-Man of the Multiverse, and I serve destiny. Whenever different timelines encounter peril, or when Spider-Man himself faces a crisis, I shall heed the call of fate and present myself before them. The power of destiny resides within me. So serving myself and following my own guidance should pose no issue, correct? Peter's thoughts flowed freely, bolstered by his conviction. Thus he remained unfazed under Doctor Strange's scrutiny, even as the sorcerer discreetly probed him with magic. What kind of crisis might I encounter? Young Holland Spider inquired with curiosity. Unlike Doctor Strange, who remained skeptical, the youthful hero quickly embraced Peter's premise and began to ponder the implications of his claims. Initially, he had contemplated asking why Peter had not appeared during his previous crises. But then he reconsidered. Although those earlier instances could be described as crises, they had been resolved without peril, perhaps not significant enough to warrant a time traveler-esque intervention. Could it be that this impending crisis is unprecedentedly colossal? Holland Spider's imagination ran wild, and a look of terror crossed his face. You have disrupted Stephen's magic, resulting in rifts between dimensions. Peter elaborated, feeling the probing magic from Doctor Strange fade away. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. He understood that he had effectively passed this test. Peter continued, these rifts have opened pathways from various parallel universes into ours, bringing forth numerous supervillains. To my knowledge, there are 6. What? 6? Holland Spider's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, one of them, resembling a miniature Godzilla, is known as the Lizard, whose real name is Kurt Connors. Of course, you may also refer to him as Dr. Lizard, for he is indeed a PhD in cross-species genetic biology. It was his own concoction that transformed him into this monstrous form. Peter indicated towards the first magical prison containing Dr. Lizard. The young Dutch spider marveled. Fortunately, the spider that bit me did not transform me into a monstrous arachnid. In numerous universes, there are indeed instances of Spider-Man becoming a creature of horror, he remarked casually. WTF? Are you serious? Came the incredulous response. Of course, the Dutch spider replied, anxiously fidgeting with himself. Doctor Strange cast a probing glance in his direction. Dr. Octopus remained silent, tacitly agreeing. The fourth individual was known as Electro, whose true name was Max Dillon. He had originally been an electrical engineer and an employee of Oscorp, possessing the ability to control electricity. Roar! Dr. Lizard bellowed, startling Electro. The Dutch spider's voice trailed off as he quickly turned to apologize. I'm sorry, I was merely condemning Oscorp. The fifth individual was Sandman, whose real name was William Baker. True to his alias, he could manipulate sand and even absorb nearby sand to heal his injuries. However, his weaknesses were quite apparent. As Peter continued to elaborate, I know, exclaimed the Dutch spider. The primary component of sand is silicon dioxide, which can melt at high temperatures and even transform into glass. Bingo. Peter responded with a thumbs up, so if we find a way to heat him up, we could defeat him. You mean eliminate him? Kill him? The Dutch spider replied, astonished. Unless you intend to cure him? Peter questioned, puzzled. That would be a bit excessive, wouldn't you think? Just killing someone seems too much. The Dutch spider expressed his inner turmoil. All right, I was just joking, Peter chuckled. He did not insist on altering the Dutch spider's mindset as he had with Andrew. Andrew was too pliable. Having gained his powers for a short time and lacking guidance, he only realized the gravity of his situation after losing so much. In contrast, the Dutch spider had undergone considerable trials and, from an observational standpoint, had experiences that surpassed Peter's. Moreover, he had Iron Man, a paternal figure, as his mentor. Despite Iron Man's seemingly indifferent demeanor, he genuinely cared for him. Thus, the Dutch spider was arguably the most enlightened and experienced among the 3 generations of Spider-Man. Nonetheless, Peter, having witnessed the unfolding narrative, possessed a clearer understanding of future developments, allowing him to offer advice from an outsider's perspective. What the Dutch spider required was merely this small piece of guidance. Chapter 87. Venom 6 in total, but what about the last one? Doctor Strange interjected. He refrained from commenting on Peter's seemingly inciting words regarding the Dutch spider. His primary concern was merely to maintain the stability of the timeline. The final one is an extraterrestrial visitor from a parallel universe, known as Venom. He hails from the symbiote race, a rather perilous entity, Peter explained. Perilous? Just how perilous? The Dutch spider inquired with curiosity. The fact that even Peter deemed him dangerous indicated formidable strength. The symbiotes originated from the living abyss of the Lord of the Abyss. Null, capable of bonding with any organism and possessing a hive mind akin to that of insectoids, Peter elaborated. Although he had never encountered Venom, he took the initiative to understand this entity due to its connection with Spider-Man. Therefore, he possessed some fundamental knowledge. The insect race? Are you referring to those akin to the Zerg from StarCraft? Holland asked. Peter nodded. Indeed, the Queen of the Abyss is their sovereign. and each symbiote is a creature of the swarm. They have obliterated countless planets until they attempted to invade Earth, only to be thwarted by Thor, who severed the link between the swarm and its queen. Subsequently, the symbiote race took control of Null, achieving their liberation, and began to drift aimlessly through the cosmos. They actively seek living organisms as hosts and, upon merging with them, inscribe the host genes and hereditary material into their own genetic code, thereby continuously enhancing their strength. Venom is one such symbiote that fell to Earth from a parallel universe. Is there no way to prevent their parasitism? Holland shuddered at the thought of a worm-like creature burrowing into his body, controlling him, and even recording his DNA. Parasitism is challenging to avert, as it can often occur silently. Unless one detects it in time and extricates it before it leaves its mark on your spine, it will take root within you. Moreover, some individuals actively seek out symbiotes, Peter explained. Holland exclaimed, "They seek them out? Why? Do they not find it peculiar to have something residing within them? Surely, that is not a pleasant experience, because the symbiotes, upon merging with their hosts, bestow upon them incredible powers, strength in every conceivable aspect, sufficient to transform an ordinary person into a superhero." "You understand the nature of power," Peter replied. Doctor Strange interjected, his expression grave. "If that is the case, then the threat they pose must be immense. Indeed, if left unchecked, we will soon face a new villain, one that is utterly unrestrained," Peter affirmed, corroborating Doctor Strange's hypothesis. "Regrettably, the feasibility of countering this threat is quite low." Peter bluntly shattered his illusions. "Why is that?" "Because symbiotes are fundamentally amorphous four-dimensional beings. Time and space hold little significance for them. This is why they typically seek hosts for survival. They require hosts to anchor themselves within the fabric of time and space." Peter elucidated. "So, they can disregard the rules governing different parallel universes?" Doctor Strange queried, astonished. "Yes, this is a grave predicament," Doctor Strange murmured. He then swiftly approached the table in the room, speaking rapidly. "So, Peter, and you, will you go by?" It suddenly dawned on him that he was yet unaware of Peter's name. "My name is Peter, but you may call me Mr. Parker," Peter replied. "Of course." Peter agreed with enthusiasm. In this world, there exists an abundance of alluring treasures that pique his interest. Henceforth, he will undoubtedly frequent this realm, forging a rapport with Doctor Strange to circumvent numerous complications. Moreover, should their relationship flourish, he might even enlist the good doctor's assistance when confronting the Air family. Although many deride Doctor Strange's abilities, deeming him unworthy of the title of the Supreme Sorcerer alongside the Ancient One, one must consider the possibility that he simply refrains from overextending his powers. When he truly unleashes his fury, he could be formidable indeed. In times of adversity, he would undoubtedly serve as a potent ally. "Mr. Stephen, are you prepared to set forth and capture that venom?" asked Bitten. "Indeed, its peril surpasses that of the other 5 combined. It must be apprehended," Doctor Strange affirmed resolutely. At the moment he spoke, Bitten could even sense a tremendous surge of magical energy. Clearly, he was serious. The Lord of the Abyss, Gnarl, employed extreme temperatures and sound to forge the primordial symbiote. The Black Death Sword. This inflicted upon the symbiote a lingering fear of sound and heat, an advantage you could exploit to capture it, Bitten quickly advised. Doctor Strange expressed his gratitude. "This is immensely helpful. Thank you for your guidance." As he spoke, he tossed over a bracelet, a rudimentary magical device capable of casting a teleportation spell, capable of transporting a target to this magical prison regardless of their location. Regrettably, given the urgency of the situation, I could only craft one. Bitten accepted the magical device, which was essentially a wristband inscribed with temporary magical runes. After a brief examination, he passed it to Holland's spider, saying, "You take this. I shall lead the assault while you provide support and seize the opportunity to capture them." "Understood." Holland's spider replied, eagerly donning the magical wristband, his youthful spirit ignited by the allure of magic. After hastily outlining the plan, Doctor Strange drew a circle before him and teleported away. With his departure, Bitten let out a sigh of relief. Although Venom merely appeared as an Easter egg in the original narrative, he had experienced several worlds, each undergoing changes for various reasons, leaving him uncertain about the nature of this world. The symbiote posed a significant threat, and he certainly did not wish to encounter it unprepared. Book, in Shushan, Rebellion against the Qing. Restoration of the Ming synopsis. This is a tale of rebellion in the Shushan world, aspiring to become an emperor. Book, President, please exercise restraint synopsis. Reborn in Tokyo. The freshly minted corporate slave, Shinji, faces a formidable challenge. His internship results hinge upon the satisfaction of a contract with a female president. Thus begins Shinji's first job, rooted in a romantic contract. Morishima Mio, what is your life's purpose? Shinji, to nurture my stomach. Morishima Mio, is your stomach not well? Shinji, it's quite poor. Morishima Mio, no worries, my cooking is soft enough. Book, heavens, starting with the reversal of 9 in synopsis. Commencing with the roasting of Ouyang foam. Reward, the ultimate skill. Reversal of 9 in. Each day, 3 simple daily tasks propel Lin toward becoming the unrivaled champion of the world. I am invincible. Is it unreasonable to aspire for something greater? Book, this deity lacks authority synopsis. How infuriating. Despite having transformed into a deity, the humans of this world exhibit no reverence whatsoever towards divine beings. Book, Hong Kong series, starting from caring for a colleague's widow synopsis. Gao Hui awakens abruptly, hastily departing from another's abode. Just as he faces impending danger, a colleague comes to his aid. Brother, are you facing demise tonight? Rest assured, I shall look after your family. Awakening a caregiving system, he resolves to be a good person. Assisting others is his duty. Book, 2,000 Years of Longevity on Earth. Book, Ming Dynasty, confronting Zhu Yuanzhang from the start. Chapter 88. Assembling the team very well. What shall we do next? Holland Spider inquired earnestly, acknowledging Peter's forthcoming leadership, having gained the endorsement of Dr. Strange. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Peter seemed far more dependable than he. This realization revealed that Holland Spider remained, in many ways, a child at heart, still reliant on others and lacking independence. Let's gather our team, Peter suggested. Our team? Holland Skinnider echoed, perplexed. Peter nodded affirmatively. First and foremost, it is your logistical support and your intellect. Are you referring to Ned and MJ? Holland Skinnider seidern comprehended. Indeed, Ned had previously aided Holland Spider in Homecoming using mere school computers to successfully execute a reconnaissance mission. Though not flawless, his abilities were commendable. Furthermore, MJ's intelligence and bravery aligned perfectly with Peter's initial impression of her, providing Holland Spider with a unique advantage. However, Peter's notion of a team extended beyond just the two of them. It included 2 other Spider-Men from alternate universes. He had originally watched the movie to see the 3 generations of Spider-Man converse, and now that a chance for a real-life meeting presented itself, it was an opportunity not to be missed. As for the origins of these 2 young spiders, he no longer held hope. Given that 2 previous antagonists hailed from alternate realities, it was improbable that these 2 would be from the universes he had previously visited. Yet, regardless of their backgrounds, the identity of Spider-Man was undeniable. Thus, it was entirely feasible to summon them ahead of time. Finding the 2, however, posed a challenge and would require logistical support. Reflecting on this, Peter felt a pang of regret. In his eagerness to discuss the villains, he had neglected this matter. Dr. Strange, being impatient, had set off immediately upon hearing of Venom, and had he known better, he would have asked him to open a portal first to bring the 2 young spiders along. Alas, hindsight is invaluable. Peter could only face the consequences and instruct Holland Spider to summon Ned and MJ, utilizing Ned's technical prowess to locate the others. Holland Spider trusted him implicitly. Peter was able to summon his friends for assistance, which served as a testament to his recognition of them. After bidding farewell, he departed from the Sanctum Sanctorum. With Dr. Strange and Spider-Man retreating in succession, the basement fell into a profound silence. No, I merely recalled some joyful thoughts. Peter chuckled, shifting the conversation. However, I am somewhat curious. Dr. Otto, do you remember what transpired before your arrival here? Anyone who discovers they were meant to be deceased would likely wear a similar expression, wouldn't they? With this thought, he instinctively raised his gaze, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. It seemed he was seeking affirmation from Peter, the time-traveling Spider-Man capable of traversing parallel universes, while simultaneously wishing it was merely a figment of his imagination. Otherwise, what was he? A specter? Regrettably, Peter nodded without hesitation. You are not mistaken. In your world, you indeed perished. During your second experiment, the miniature sun went haywire once more, threatening to unleash catastrophe. At that moment, you chose to embrace death alongside it in the depths of the ocean. A specter? No. Peter shook his head vigorously. While this world may harbor malevolent spirits and demons, it does not possess ghosts. For reasons unknown, at the very moment of your demise, you departed that world and arrived here. Thus, in a certain sense, the 2 individuals who just left, the ones responsible for all this, have saved your life. Dr. Octopus nodded, becoming lost in contemplation. Hey, little bug. At that moment, Dr. Connors, the lizard, growled, drawing the attention of both men. You know me, so you must have visited a world where I exist? Peter turned to face Dr. Connors, Indeed, but has no one taught you the virtue of manners, Dr. Connors? Manners. What is that? The lizard chuckled softly, his voice grating like two stones grinding against one another. Did I succeed in that world? Did I establish a grand lizard kingdom? A lizard kingdom? Peter scoffed. In the next instant, he vanished, traversing over 10 meters in the blink of an eye, even crossing the magical barrier to appear within the confines of the lizard's cell. The lizard lunged forward suddenly, growling fiercely. Peter made no excessive movements, simply clenched his fist and raised it. Bang! A resounding crash echoed throughout the basement, as if the very structure quaked. Peter placed one foot upon the lizard's head, sneering, "The lizard from that world is dead in my hands. If you desire death, I can easily send you along with him." Applying pressure, Peter's foot caused the lizard's skull to crack ominously. Clearly, the intense force was causing his cranial bones to fracture, yet Peter was deliberate in his restraint. He had no intention of killing the lizard. Although sustaining a cranial injury, the lizard's remarkable regenerative abilities would allow for a swift recovery. Chapter 89. I watched myself on YouTube. He simply detested the lizard's attitude. Dr. Octopus was fixated on creating an artificial sun, envisioning that such an endeavor would propel technological advancement, granting humanity access to limitless energy. In his own words, he believed that the heavens had bestowed upon him wisdom, a gift rather than a privilege. With this precious endowment, he felt compelled to serve others and contribute to the betterment of humanity, rather than to elevate himself above his peers. Even when influenced by the chip within mechanical tendrils that rendered him extreme in his beliefs, he clung to this notion. It was merely due to the flaws in the artificial sun he created that he became a supervillain. In truth, becoming a villain was never his original intention. In contrast, Dr. Lizard had different motives. Initially, his research into cross-gene serum was driven solely by one objective: profit. Having collaborated with Richard Parker, he was aware that Parker fled upon discovering that Oscorp's research aimed to create monstrous soldiers for warfare against other nations. Could Dr. Lizard have been unaware? Clearly not. Yet, he chose to remain, continuing his experiments with the serum. Eventually, he even attempted to impose this serum upon others, transforming millions in New York into lizards. Thus, Peter felt no affection for him whatsoever. However, he had no intentions of killing him. After landing a punch and delivering a kick, he managed to escape from the magical prison once more. Dr. Lizard lay on the ground for a while, but soon his body healed completely. Yet, this time he dared not reveal himself. Rising cautiously, he retreated to a corner, curling up in a manner that conveyed a pitiful, helpless demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Peter decided to ignore him, as provoking Dr. Strange would be counterproductive. He had briefly worried that Peter might recklessly eliminate Dr. Lizard. Though the creature appeared grotesque and hardly resembled a doctor, they were both confined in this basement, sharing a sense of mutual plight. The death of Dr. Lizard would have stirred concerns regarding his own predicament. Fortunately, he felt relatively secure for the time being. Seizing the opportunity, Peter began to survey the basement. He had anticipated that, being part of the Sanctum Sanctorum, it would harbor some magical artifacts. However, after a thorough inspection, he was disheartened to discover that it was merely a storage room filled with items that seemed to have lain untouched for years. Boredom soon set in. Estimating that Dutch Spider would require around half an hour to retrieve his friend, Peter found a stool to sit on, pulled out his phone, and adeptly accessed the internet. Venturing onto YouTube, it was said that Dutch Spider had amassed a considerable number of videos on the platform, many of which were quite popular. Such a unique experience of witnessing Spider-Man in the real world was rare. Thanks to the recent exposure of Dutch Spider's true identity, he had been enjoying a meteoric rise in fame, captivating audiences globally. Before long, Peter stumbled upon several intriguing videos. One featured an interview with Peter Parker and his classmates. After browsing through a few more clips, he discovered a video that piqued his interest, titled, "Shocking. Two Spider-Men spotted on the overpass near New Haven Harbor, battling the octopus monster." The scene is somewhat distant, and the clarity is far from satisfactory, shaking incessantly. It is evident that a refugee, having fled to a remote location, paused to capture this moment on video. Peter finds himself at a loss for words. These individuals exhibit a remarkable disregard for danger, fleeing yet still taking the time to film and share on social media. However, the comments below are rather amusing. Some are speculating about the identity of the newly emerged Spider-Man, while others believe that Spider-Man could be mass-produced, envisioning a Spider-Man alliance akin to the Avengers, eager to enlist. In short, opinions abound, including some harsh criticisms. Peter remains unfazed, merely observing with amusement. The peculiar sensation of being discussed in a quasi-news medium is rather strange. What are you watching that has you so entertained? The male figure is a pudgy Asian lad, standing at a robust height of 6 feet, with a round visage perpetually sporting a slight pout that adds to his comedic charm. He is none other than Peter's close friend Ned Leeds. The female figure, of course, is Michelle Jones Watson, affectionately known as MJ, the girlfriend of the Spider-Man from Holland. Despite her vibrant appearance, she possesses a razor-sharp tongue that could cut to the quick. Wow, are you the Spider-Man from another universe that Peter mentioned? Ned rolls over next to Peter, eagerly scanning him, seemingly attempting to uncover some differences between this reality and his own. MJ, however, regards Peter with a scrutinizing gaze. Do you truly hail from another world? During her recent travels in Europe, she had discerned Mysterio's deceit, confirming that his claims of parallel universes were mere fabrications. Yet now, another self-proclaimed visitor from a parallel universe has emerged, leaving her skeptical. Dr. Octopus casts a sidelong glance at them, remaining silent. The Spider-Man from Holland senses a peculiar tension in the air and inquires, "What's wrong with them?" Peter shrugs. Perhaps they're simply adjusting to their surroundings. Let us focus on the task at hand instead. Ned, you are a computer whiz. Utilize your expertise to search for any pertinent information online. Pay particular attention to suburban areas with substantial electrical systems, as Electro is quite fond of such locales. Chapter 90. Discovering Electro understood, sir, Ned replies, retrieving a laptop from his bag and settling at a nearby table to commence his task. His computer appears to have undergone some modifications, operating at an impressive speed. MJ furrows her brow, feeling a twinge of discontent towards Peter's assertive command. She worries that her boyfriend might be misled once more. However, throughout their journey, the Spider-Man from Holland has shared numerous details about Peter, clarifying his identity. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she suppresses her doubts, resolving to remain vigilant during their forthcoming interactions. Subsequently, the four begin their respective endeavors. The first is the electrical field, where Electro is highly likely to make an appearance. If the narrative proceeds without deviation, Sandman may also show up, achieving two objectives with one effort. The second locale comprises the Empire State Building and the Chrysler Building, favored haunts of the other two Spider-Men during their aimless wanderings. The Dutch Spider and his companions were perplexed by his choice of locations. However, considering his identity as a time traveler, they opted to place their trust in him, at least for the time being. "Hey, everyone, I think I found something," Ned suddenly exclaimed as commotion erupted at the Military Research Center on the outskirts of the city. Eyewitnesses reported seeing a monster ascend into the sky. "That green goblin we spotted on the bridge, right?" The Dutch Spider turned to Peter for confirmation. Peter glanced at the grainy footage and nodded. "Indeed, but unfortunately, this image is of little use. It's been too long, and he has vanished without a trace." Dr. Octopus's voice suddenly resonated. "The more I ponder, the more it strikes me as unfathomable." The group turned their gaze toward him. Yet, Dr. Octopus only focused on Peter, according to your account. "I was pulled into this world by that sorcerer's magic just before my demise. But in my world, Norman Osborn is undeniably dead. His son witnessed his corpse in their home, and I even attended his funeral. Has he returned from the dead? Or does he originate from a time when he has yet to perish?" Dr. Lizard cautiously interjected, "In my world, Norman Osborn succumbed to familial genetic disorders, specifically retroviral cell hyperplasia, and did not transform into the green goblin you described. However, I have heard rumors that his son later morphed into some strange entity. Hence, he does not hail from my world either." Peter smiled slightly. "I admire your spirit of inquiry and am pleased that you're joining us in this discussion. Might it be conceivable that he comes from a parallel universe strikingly similar to the one inhabited by Dr. Otto?" Peter continued, "In fact, I have visited your world, and in that realm, your ultimate fate is not death." What he initially assumed to be mere small talk now appeared to bear weight. The Dutch Spider and his companions immediately became intrigued. Ned gazed at Peter with admiration, yearning for such extraordinary adventures. Just moments ago, he conceived another idea, to whisk him away to Toby Spider's world. As for treating them in accordance with the original narrative, treatment was indeed necessary. The remaining few would have to fend for themselves. Those who repent and can be of use to him would be salvaged, incorporated into this interdimensional tech company. As for the potential impacts on the timeline, based on previous experiences with time travel, such concerns were not an issue for a legitimate traveler like him. After confirmation from Dr. Strange, this notion was indeed validated. "Wait, I have made a discovery," MJ suddenly exclaimed. She placed her phone on the table, and the four gathered around to get a closer look. The footage appeared to be recorded on a highway, with some power lines seemingly emitting smoke. This is a distribution station in the southern suburbs, supplying electricity to a significant portion of Brooklyn. Look at these images of the smoking wires. Don't they resemble signs of electrical overload? MJ articulated her observations. The Dutch spider nodded. It's quite plausible. Absorbing electrical energy is certainly the forte of Electro. As he spoke, he turned to Peter, seeking his counsel. Peter pressed his chest, having already donned the nanometal suit of armor. There was no doubt. It was indeed him, and it was highly probable that the Sandman was lurking nearby. Peter, let us set forth. All right. The Dutch spider, witnessing this, hastily equipped his iron spider suit. Since the battle on the bridge had been resolved by Peter, his iron spider suit remained intact, unlike in the original narrative. To establish communication, Peter approached the Dutch spider and revealed the communicator on the web shooter. This device, crafted by the late Spider-Man from the Ultimate Universe, possessed advanced technology that allowed direct access to the local city's shortwave communications, intercepting police broadcasts to facilitate swift arrival at crime scenes. The Dutch spider's iron spider suit was also equipped with a communication system. After establishing an encrypted channel, they included MJ and Ned, enabling wireless radio communication within a certain range. Once prepared, they exited the Supreme Club and, following the route planned by Ned, headed towards the large power distribution station in the southern suburbs of the city. As they swung through the city using their webbing, the Dutch spider, unable to contain his curiosity, began to inquire, "By the way, you still haven't mentioned why you needed to confirm my aunt's workplace. Is there something amiss there?" Peter replied. "The Green Goblin we encountered on the bridge may potentially seek her out." "What?" The Dutch spider abruptly halted against the wall of a building. Incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at Peter. "Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" Peter, with a hint of exasperation, explained, "First, this is merely a possibility. Secondly, if the Green Goblin is indeed seeking your aunt's assistance, it indicates he has calmed down and is temporarily not in his goblin persona." "What do you mean?" The Dutch spider asked, puzzled. Peter continued, "The Green Goblin was once a successful entrepreneur, the founder of Oscorp, as mentioned earlier. However, after injecting himself with a serum akin to the super soldier serum, he transformed into a super soldier, concurrently developing a pathological and destructive alter ego." "Wow, isn't that similar to the Hulk?" Ned interjected suddenly. Their conversation was audible to both Ned and MJ. Peter refuted, "Not quite. The Hulk, upon his emergence, exhibited childlike temperaments. But as he merged with Dr. Banner, he matured and became controllable, evolving into a true superhero." The Dutch spider nodded in agreement. Although he had not fought alongside the Hulk extensively, he had long admired this superhero. Moreover, his adoptive father, Iron Man, held the Hulk in high regard, even developing anti-Hulk armor specifically for him. However, the Green Goblin is different. He is a born criminal, with an insatiable desire for destruction ingrained in his psyche. "You cannot reason with him," Peter asserted. He was not exaggerating. In the original narrative, when confronted with the kindness extended by the young spider, the Green Goblin was the first to betray that trust. Moreover, he had tempted the easily swayed Electro with his words, leading to the resurgence of chaos among the villains. Moreover, Peter has long harbored a particular thought. He perceives the emergence of the Green Goblin and the second Green Goblin as more than merely the manifestation of a second personality. It resembles a form of mental illness inherent to the Osborn lineage, which, when fused with certain components of the Goblin Serum, exacerbates this character flaw, transforming it into sheer madness. Thus, rather than asserting that Norman Osborn is the true self, it is more accurate to consider him as a secondary persona. The Green Goblin, in fact, had firmly seized that body the moment Norman Osborn ingested the serum, thereby becoming the dominant identity. Such an existence transcends mere influence. A mental illness, particularly of the antisocial variety, is beyond remedy. Consequently, while Peter has contemplated rehabilitating other villains, including Dr. Connors, he has resolutely excluded the Green Goblin. This individual is akin to a ticking time bomb, far too perilous. The optimal course of action would be to eliminate him outright, preventing any potential harm to others. Are you suggesting that the Green Goblin might temporarily regain his sanity and seek out my aunt? Spider-Man inquirit visibly relieft. Peter nodded in affirmation. Indeed, should he actively seek help, it would signify a return to normalcy, ensuring that your aunt remains unharmed. Conversely, if he does not regain his sanity, he would naturally refrain from approaching her, thereby keeping her safe. Upon hearing this, Spider-Man completely relaxed. That's a relief, indeed. The two resumed their journey. As they conversed, Ned successfully hacked into the surveillance cameras situated near the two buildings, swiftly scanning the footage. Unfortunately, the camera coverage was sparse, yielding little information, but it was better than nothing. Peter chuckled. That's a popular destination for the Spider-Men from other worlds. What? How is that possible? My goodness. There are two more Spider-Men? Spider-Man, MJ, and Ned exclaimed in unison. Spider-Man asserted, "Then why don't we locate them first and team up to apprehend the villains?" Peter sighed, "I would prefer a more leisurely approach, but alas, Doctor Strange departed too hastily and neglected to bring them over first." Resigned, Spider-Man acknowledged the situation, and the two continued on their way. Nevertheless, the knowledge of two additional Spider-Men invigorated Ned and MJ's enthusiasm, particularly for Ned, who had numerous questions swirling his mind but felt too busy to voice them. He intended to wait until all four Spider-Men were gathered to inquire at once. The outskirts were not far, and Peter and Spider-Man traversed the skies in a straight line, avoiding traffic and maintaining a swift pace. However, along their route, they began to discern certain clues. For instance, the closer they approached this area, the more frequent the power outages became. This further corroborated the location of Electro, as it aligned perfectly with the scene of him absorbing electrical energy. Before long, they exited the urban sprawl, leaving the towering buildings behind. In the wilderness, numerous power towers appeared before them. As Peter gazed upon this familiar sight, a smile crept across his lips. This is the place. He leapt onto the crown of a tree, gazing into the distance. Soon, amidst a multitude of power towers, he discerned a striking azure figure, suspended between two towers. It unleashed arcs of lightning, connecting to the structures on either side, clearly siphoning energy from them. "Look there!" Peter pointed at the figure of Electro. "Oh my goodness!" exclaimed Holland's Spider, captivated by the silhouette hovering between the power towers. "Is this Electro?" Ned and MJ also paused their search for other Spider-Men, focusing intently on the scene, mainly through a phone strapped to Holland's Spider's chest, which added a humorous touch. Indeed, this creature's vulnerabilities lay in water and its need for recharging. Peter steeled himself for combat, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He hadn't consumed any rubber fruit, nor did he possess armed hockey. To confront such an incorporeal opponent, he needed to devise a plan exploiting its weaknesses. Water? Holland Spider grimaced, scanning the surroundings. All he found was forest and dry earth. Where would water come from? If worst comes to worst, we could sever the power lines. Cutting off the electricity is the most straightforward approach, Peter suggested. Holland Spider nodded. Although disconnecting the power lines would cause widespread outages, neutralizing this monster was the priority. All right, you draw its fire while I search for other vulnerabilities. Let's go. Chapter 92. I Need You, Friend. The two swiftly separated, encircling Electro from opposite sides. Wow, this guy looks incredibly formidable. Holland Spider raised the magical bracelet bestowed upon him by Doctor Strange, launching an attack toward Electro. He harbored a glimmer of hope that this magical device could transport the seemingly troublesome Electro directly to the mystical prison in Sanctum Sanctorum, an instant resolution. Alas, Electro was currently in a completely ionized state, lacking any physical form. The transmission spell soared through his being, tracing an arc in the air before striking a nearby large tree. Crash! The unfortunate tree, innocently growing in its place, suffered the consequences of Holland Spider's miscalculation, finding itself deposited into the mystical prison beneath Sanctum Sanctorum. Dr. Octopus pondered aloud, is this a tree creature? From which universe does it hail? Dr. Lizard grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs. This transformation method is quite novel, a stroke of genius. No, this is merely a tree, MJ interjected, feeling a touch of embarrassment over her boyfriend's blunder. Dr. Lizard's expression faltered, as he had assumed there was a kindred spirit among them. Dr. Octopus chuckled awkwardly. After Holland Spider's tentative attack yielded no results, it roused Electro, who suddenly brightened with awareness, instantly locating Holland Spider and unleashing a surge of high-voltage electricity. Holland Spider barely managed to evade it. The electric current crashed down like thunder, striking the ground beneath Holland Spider's feet and creating a massive crater. As the initial strike missed its mark, the Electric Man slightly raised his hand and unleashed another surge of high-voltage electricity towards Spider-Man. The latter, unwilling to halt his retreat, swiftly maneuvered to the side. Boom, boom, boom. Each bolt of high voltage struck the earth and the surrounding trees, either creating deep craters or igniting the foliage, vividly illustrating the Electric Man's destructive prowess. Meanwhile, Peter had stealthily approached the Electric Man's side. His eyes transformed into a starry expanse, entering a state of quantum observation. Quantum insight. Originally, this technique required direct contact to observe the quantum fluctuations within a target's body. However, after receiving a gift from the Master Weaver, Peter's powers were comprehensively enhanced, granting him the ability to observe targets from a distance using quantum insight. Now, he was employing this ability to scrutinize the energy flow between the power tower and the Electric Man. If he could identify the point where the electricity was channeled into the Electric Man's body, victory would be within his grasp. On the other side, Spider-Man found himself relentlessly pursued by arcs of high voltage, turning the nearby forest and ground into a chaotic scene. He wondered why Peter had yet to intervene, but dared not urge him. He understood that Peter must have his own strategy. If all else failed, they could still rely on their prearranged plan to sever the power lines. Suddenly, the Electric Man seemed to have gained insight. He abruptly raised his hand, directing the next surge of electricity towards Spider-Man's path. Although Peter had provided sufficient feedback, Spider-Man had just leapt to evade the previous attack and was unable to adjust his trajectory in time. In a moment of desperation, he shot a web to the side, barely managing to alter his position. Then boom, the high-voltage current struck Spider-Man, the violent electricity rapidly coursing across his body. A muffled groan escaped Spider-Man's lips as he was hurled away, landing motionless upon the ground. Far below, in the Sanctum Sanctorum's basement, MJ and Ned were in a state of panic. Ned couldn't contain himself and called out to Peter. "Hey, Mr. Parker, it seems Peter is injured. Where are you?" Peter was too engrossed to respond, intently observing the flow of energy within the Electric Man's body, and he was already seeing results. Just as the Electric Man raised his hands, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Spider-Man, Peter sprang into action. He had found the flaw in Peter's quantum insight vision. The Electric Man was surrounded by countless energy pathways, among which a few were particularly robust. For instance, one extending from each hand towards his heart. This likely explained why the Electric Man frequently used his hands to absorb and release electricity. Quantum scalpel. Quantum shift. Peter's hands suddenly entered a quantum state in the air. In the next moment, he materialized behind the Electric Man whoosh. His quantumized hands, sharp as surgical blades, plunged directly into the Electric Man's shoulders on either side. The most robust energy veins within the Electric Man's body were directly obliterated. The Electric Man, previously impervious to physical harm, suddenly let out a chilling scream. Even more astonishingly, from the wounds on his shoulders, bursts of electric sparks erupted, akin to blood spurting forth from a human's injury. "Who are you? What is this?" The Electric Man struggled to turn his head, yet dared not make a hasty movement. He was engulfed by an overwhelming fear. Since he had become the embodiment of electricity due to an accident, he had not felt pain in a long time. For a moment, he even forgot to transform into a current to escape, allowing Bide's hands to remain firmly on his shoulders. "Max Dillon, I do not particularly loathe you. I understand that malice is not your true nature. You merely seek to draw others' attention, correct?" Bide remarked. "Yes, that's right. You understand me. Who are you?" The Electric Man felt both fear and a strange sense of being touched. It was the first time he encountered someone who comprehended him. Had it not been for the current predicament, he would have joyously embraced the other and invited him for a drink. "I am a Spider-Man of time and space, here to alter the tragic fates of those ensnared in different timelines," Bide proclaimed. The notion of transcending time and space to alter tragic destinies rendered the Electric Man momentarily speechless. At that moment, he seemed to forget his pain, his need to absorb energy, and even his physical transformation. His entire being was captivated by Bide's words. Meanwhile, the Electric Man's form began to dim as Bide forcibly severed the main energy conduits within him. "Would you consider joining me, Max?" Bide continued. "I need you. Many people need you." "You need me? Many people need me?" The Electric Man murmured, scarcely aware that Bide had already released his grip. Chapter 93. Max Bide held the Electric Man by the neck and lowered him to the ground. At this moment, the Electric Man had reverted to his human form, though remnants of the absorbed electricity still flickered within him. After placing the Electric Man on the ground, Bide released a sigh of relief. His brief levitation had not been due to any newfound ability to fly. It was merely the result of his quantum state. In this condition, as long as he refrained from activating his temporal powers, he would not traverse through time and space. However, maintaining complete quantum state required a significant expenditure of energy. Thus, despite the conversation with the Electric Man lasting less than a minute, the energy consumed was sufficient to sustain him in combat against several supervillains for dozens of minutes. Moreover, this brief yet immense expenditure of energy was even more exhausting. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. Judging by the Electric Man's current state, the likelihood of winning him over appeared quite high. In truth, the Electric Man was a pitiable figure. Unlike his comic book counterpart, who was characterized by selfishness and a desire for destruction, this film version was merely a small cog within Oscorp. He was unremarkable in appearance, even somewhat unattractive. Although he had designed a remarkably beautiful electrodiagram, it was stolen by his superior, and due to his status, he was left with no choice but to swallow his anger. This is the lament of a lowly employee in the workplace. Being a mere shadow, he had no friends, and his name was even forgotten by most, which fueled his deep yearning for recognition from others. Harry Osborn was adept at manipulating him into becoming his pawn, taking advantage of this vulnerability in the Electric Man-esque character. At this moment, Peter was also exploiting this very trait. However, unlike Harry Osborn, who sought to use the Electric Man solely for his own gain, Peter genuinely sympathized with him and believed that the Electric Man could indeed assist him. He provided the Electric Man with what he needed, and in return, the Electric Man offered him what he sought. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, marking the inception of their friendship. Perhaps the motivation was not entirely pure, yet in this world, truly selfless friendships devoid of ulterior motives are exceedingly rare, perhaps only visible in the innocence of childhood. "What is wrong with him?" asked Spider-Man, who had approached Peter quietly, his curiosity piqued. Peter shrugged and replied, "I'm not quite sure. Let him be for a moment. By the way, I just encountered someone over there. He seems to be from another world. Perhaps the Sandman you mentioned?" Spider-Man pointed to another area. Peter raised an eyebrow, initially puzzled as to why the Sandman had not made an appearance. He had been concerned that their swift resolution of the conflict might have deprived the Sandman of his chance to intervene. To his surprise, the Sandman had indeed shown up. "Where is he? Why isn't he coming over?" Peter pondered aloud. Spider-Man shrugged again, saying, "I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps the sight of you suddenly appearing behind the Electric Man and plunging your hands into his body frightened him away." Reflecting on it, Peter realized that his abrupt actions, emerging behind the Electric Man, thrusting his hands into his form, and subsequently bringing him down to the ground, could indeed resemble a scene where the Electric Man was subdued by him. It was no wonder the Sandman might be intimidated. Yet this created an awkward situation. Initially, Peter had regarded the Sandman, Flint Marko, as one of the few rational villains, someone with whom communication would be feasible. Those familiar with the films know that the Sandman resorted to crime solely to fund medical treatment for his daughter. Even Uncle Ben, who met his demise at the hands of Spider-Man, had acted out of sheer panic. Even Spider-Man had forgiven him for his transgressions. Thus, Peter felt he had no reason to pursue the matter further. Moreover, the Sandman's abilities were impressive and made him a prime candidate for recruitment. Therefore, Peter had not paid him much heed at first, believing that with kind words and by mentioning his willingness to help with his daughter's medical expenses, the Sandman would easily be swayed to his side. Little did he expect that, through a twist of fate, his decisive actions would frighten the Sandman away. This left Peter somewhat speechless. The Sandman was not easy to locate. In the city, one could simply look for any sand swirling in the air. New York is naturally surrounded by water on three sides, boasting an extensive coastline and an abundance of beaches. Additionally, there are numerous woodland areas designated for specific purposes, providing ample hiding places for the Sandman. Unless he chooses to reveal himself, locating him would prove quite challenging. However, given the circumstances, silence offers little recourse. Fortunately, there is still the Electric Man to rely upon. At this moment, the Electric Man has regained his composure after having previously been in a dazed state. His earlier disorientation stemmed not only from being moved by Bite's words, but primarily due to Bite abruptly severing the energy pathways within him, resulting in a disruption of his electrical flow and causing his mind to short-circuit. Upon hearing Bite's footsteps, the Electric Man lifted his gaze to meet Bite's. Bite removed his nanometallic armor, revealing his youthful visage, adorned with a sunlit smile as he extended his hand towards the Electric Man. "I am Bite. Mux, are you feeling better? Can you stand?" The lights from the power tower illuminated their surroundings. From the Electric Man's perspective, it was as though he beheld a messenger from the divine. A sense of sanctity and warmth illuminated his heart, which had long been shrouded in darkness. His friend Max murmured the unfamiliar word, then broke into a broad smile. "Indeed, we are friends. Thank you, Bite, my friend. You are quite bare at the moment. There are some clothes over there. Perhaps you could make do for now," Bite suggested, gesturing toward the box beneath the power tower. Inside the box lay several outfits intended for electricians, likely used by the local power workers during circuit maintenance. Having resolved such a significant issue for them, surely borrowing a garment would not be unreasonable. As he spoke, he utilized his webbing to retrieve a piece and handed it to Max. Max accepted the electrician's uniform and quickly donned it. Once dressed, he approached Bide to showcase his new look. "What do you think, my friend?" "Not bad. It fits quite well," replied Bide, as a hint of pink appeared on Max's dark face, scratching his head sheepishly. Chapter 94. Venom the Dutch Spider observed the scene with amusement. Although he was puzzled by why the Electric Man, who had been at odds with them just moments before, now seemed so familiar with Bide, he welcomed the transformation of enemy into ally. If all visitors from other realms were so agreeable, it would be a splendid situation. Yet, he understood that such occurrences should be taken with a grain of salt. Remembering the Green Goblin, who had attacked him with grenades and assaulted a military base, he realized that not all were so easily swayed. Being able to resolve a formidable foe so amicably was already a significant achievement. All right, the Dutch spider inquired. What shall we do about the Sandman? Max regarded the Dutch spider, who had assaulted him, with a somewhat frosty demeanor. However, seeing his rapport with Bide soften his attitude just a touch, he nodded confidently, stating, "Of course, my energy exceeds your imagination." "Goodness, how much advertising revenue have you accrued?" Bide quipped. "Let us depart, Peter," Max declared, as Bide donned his battle suit once more, hastening towards the city. The Dutch spider followed closely behind. Max's method of flight was rather unique. He transformed into a humanoid flash of lightning, still encased in his electrician's garb, soaring beside Bide. This specially designed attire for electrical work was indeed quite suitable for Max, crafted from insulating materials capable of withstanding immense voltage without succumbing to damage. Had he been clad in ordinary clothing, it would have been reduced to ashes the moment he entered a state of electrical flow, much like the garments he initially wore. Gliding leisurely next to Bide, Max inquired, "Where are we headed now? This place feels peculiar and unfamiliar. I believe we ought to exercise caution." Bide chuckled. "Indeed, it is different, for we are now in another realm, a parallel universe." Parallel univers. Max was taken aback. No wonder this electricity feels distinct. The voltage is higher and more potent. "That is because you have yet to encounter superior technology," Bide replied. "Superior?" Max's eyes brightened. "What do you mean?" Bide explained. "In another world, I have a friend who is developing a miniature nuclear fusion reactor. Once the research is successful, I shall equip you with one, and you will no longer need to rely on external electricity to sustain your activities." "A miniature nuclear fusion reactor? Is its energy substantial?" Max queried, bewildered. The Dutch spider interjected, "Indeed, immensely so. A single fusion reactor could supply the electrical needs of an entire city." Max rejoiced. "That is splendid. With this, I will be able to assist you even better." "Ha ha, I shall eagerly await that day," Bide responded with a grin. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in a quaint tavern in the Kingdom of Thailand, a bearded man sat at the bar, surrounded by empty glasses and several sheets of paper filled with notes. "All right, I believe I comprehend. You're saying that the entire world is filled with individuals possessing superhuman abilities?" The bearded man set down his pen, still incredulous at the information he had just received. He had been speaking for several hours. A voice echoed in his mind. "Could you repeat that?" "I apologize, for I am rather dim-witted," he said earnestly to the bartender. "There's a billionaire clad in armored alloy, soaring through the skies, correct?" The bartender nodded in resignation. This man had been incessantly posing the same questions since his arrival a few hours prior. Couldn't he simply check online? Where did this country bumpkin come from? Did he truly have the means to settle the bill? Unperturbed, the bearded man continued. "And what about a rather irritable green fellow?" "Hulk," the bartender replied. "Hulk, the colossal, cumbersome creature? Huh, who would name someone that?" The bearded man laughed. "You still find the Guardian to be a dreadful name?" The voice in his head chimed in again. "There are even worse names out there, and not only are they used, but they are also widely advertised." "You fool." He then turned to the bartender and inquired, "Could you repeat that about the purple alien who has a fondness for stones?" "As far as I know, aliens do not have an affinity for rocks." "Eddie." A coarse voice in his mind grew increasingly agitated. No, don't be absurd. Behave," muttered Eddie to himself. "No one understands aliens better than I do. Their favorite delicacy is undoubtedly brains." The bartender regarded him with an expression reminiscent of observing a fool. "They're all like this, you see." Eddie slapped the table. "Not all," a voice retorted. Suddenly, a golden circle materialized in the center of the bar, and a man clad in a red cloak emerged from it. "At last, I have found you, Venom." The newcomer was none other than Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange. Having obtained information from Peter, he had swiftly employed magic to scour every conceivable corner of the world, ultimately locating Venom in this very place. What a remarkable entrance. "What are you?" Eddie turned to Dr. Strange, bewildered. The Venom symbiote roared in his mind. "You fool. How could he possibly be just anything? You should be silent. I have the final say." The Venom symbiote retorted defiantly. Thus, the two began to bicker back and forth in front of Dr. Strange. Of course, due to the symbiote's voice resonating solely within Eddie's mind, from the perspectives of Dr. Strange and the bartender, Eddie appeared to be a simpleton engaged in a one-sided conversation, cursing himself. The bartender glanced at Dr. Strange, hoping that this enigmatic wizard would take the simpleton away and cease his mental disturbance. Chapter 95. The Third Parallel Universe. It seemed as though Doctor Strange could hear the bartender's thoughts. With a wave of his hand, two portals materialized. However, at that moment, the Venom symbiote sensed danger. It let out a furious roar, forcibly seizing control of Eddie's body. The two merged, transforming into the true Venom, who crashed through the bar's wall and fled outside. Doctor Strange immediately pursued him. "Wait, you haven't paid yet." The bartender's furious shout echoed through the bar. A black line formed on Doctor Strange's forehead. He had anticipated a sudden expression of gratitude from the man, only to discover he was being blamed for the escape tab. "Oh no!" Venom abruptly veered, zipping past the side of the portal, bewildered. "What in the world is this? Magic?" "Indeed, it is magic." Doctor Strange flicked his right hand, unleashing a glowing whip aimed to ensnare Venom. A peculiar ability. How could magic exist in this world? This world is truly extraordinary. Venom grinned widely. He had no intention of lingering, focusing solely on his escape. For the moment, Doctor Strange found himself unable to catch Venom. Despite his imposing size, Venom was surprisingly agile. Furthermore, Doctor Strange had just attempted to extract his soul, only to encounter failure. It appeared that this creature lacked a soul. How could that be possible? At this moment, Doctor Strange genuinely grasped the meaning of the troublesome situation Peter had described. Nevertheless, he was not without the means to subdue Venom. Doctor Strange extended his hands, each tracing a magical circle. In his right hand, a fiery whip danced, while in his left hand, a radiant halo shimmered. With a swift flick of the whip, a circle was traced, encircling the area entirely. Subsequently, the fiery whip transformed into a towering wall of flames, ablaze with intensity. A horrified shriek erupted from Venom, for fire was his nemesis. At this crucial moment, Eddie regained control of his body. He attempted to break through the wall of flames in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, upon realizing the unbearable heat, he shifted his gaze skyward. Estimating the distance to be around 10 meters, he assessed his own state and leaped with all his might. However, at that instant, the halo from Doctor Strange's left hand soared into the air, directly obstructing Venom's escape. The halo instantaneously divided into dozens of fragments, spinning rapidly. They rubbed against one another, producing an excruciating cacophony. Witnessing this scene, Doctor Strange exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Peter had forewarned him of Venom's vulnerability, and coupled with Venom's overconfidence, the situation was manageable. Doctor Strange executed a transference spell, teleporting Venom to the basement of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Stepping through the portal, Doctor Strange nodded wearily. Peter inquired curiously, "Did you find Venom?" Doctor Strange gestured toward a magical prison cell in the far corner. Indeed, it was rather easy to locate him. Knowing his weakness expedited the battle significantly, though the search itself drained much of my energy. Opening so many portals in such a short span nearly traversed the entire world. Examining every individual named Eddie Brock was no small feat now. I yearned for a moment of respite. Nevertheless, he mustered his strength and asked, "What of your situation?" Peter pointed to Max behind him. "We initially found two, but unfortunately lost one. The good news is that Max will join us in the search henceforth." Doctor Strange glanced at Max, nodded silently, likely placing his trust in Peter's abilities. Peter approached the dimly lit corner of the basement, scrutinizing the man sprawled on the ground. This was Venom? Regrettably, his face remained obscured, leaving Peter unable to discern whether this Venom belonged to Tobey Maguire's universe or the one he had glimpsed in Venom. Let there be carnage. The distinction between the two was significant, each symbolizing entirely different narratives. The former represented a quintessential villain, fueled by Eddie Brock's animosity towards Spider-Man, firmly positioned against him. The latter, however, could be deemed an anti-hero. Anti-heroes possess protagonist traits while also embodying the flaws of a villain. Unlike traditional heroes, who bask in glory and adoration, anti-heroes adhere to their own moral compass. At times, they act heroically, while at others, they evoke disdain and may even devolve into villainy. Among the most representative figures are Deadpool, certain incarnations of Venom, Catwoman, Rorschach from DC, and the Joker, among others. In contrast to traditional heroes, they resonate more profoundly with humanity and the intricacies of the human psyche. However, if we consider the latter, it reveals a grave issue. For the lethal protector, Venom, hails from an entirely separate universe. This implies that beyond the original universes of Tobey's Spider-Man and Andrew's Spider-Man, a third parallel universe has been affected by this event. Might there be a fourth, a fifth, or even more? "Hey, are you Eddie Brock? What is your girlfriend's name? Gwen or Anne?" Bide squatted before the magical prison barrier, tapping it lightly. "Damn, which wretched fool, one, T shut up." I'll tear his mouth apart. Eddie Brock cursed as he rose from the ground. Casting a glance at Bide, he surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Where am I?" Bide kindly explained, "You are in a magical dungeon of the greatest sorcerer in this world." "Quite an honor. I assent it." Eddie rolled his eyes. "The greatest sorcerer? You really think highly of me. Should I express my gratitude?" "No need for thanks." "He is not here at the moment," Bide replied, glancing around, realizing Dr. Strange had likely gone to rest. Eddie circled the magical prison barrier, seemingly searching for an escape route. He looked at Bide with curiosity. "Why are you so concerned about my girlfriend? Do you have a peculiar interest in other people's girlfriends?" "To disappoint you, I have no girlfriend." "No girlfriend?" Bide selectively ignored Eddie's accusation. "At your age, not having a girlfriend is rather uncharacteristic in this country. What about your ex?" Bang! Eddie Brock suddenly lunged toward Bide, striking the magical barrier with a fist. "What the hell are you playing at? First, you're thinking about my girlfriend, now my ex, right? I'll make you pick up your teeth today." Bide felt several strange gazes upon him. Turning around, he discovered Holland's Spider-Man had slightly concealed MJ behind him. "You gotta be kidding me." A line of annoyance appeared on Bide's forehead. "I merely wish to ascertain whether you are from the world I know." "Fine, my mistake. Let me rephrase. Do you know the Lethal Protector?" "How do you see? I told you someone liked that name." A dark figure emerged from Eddie Brock's neck, interrupting him directly. "The Venom symbiote." Bide's expression hardened. However, upon seeing the appearance of this symbiote and hearing its previous statement, Bide finally confirmed its origin. Indeed, this was the protagonist from Venom, Lethal Protector, a true anti-hero. Yet, this directly indicated a crucial point. The connection to this universe extends beyond just those two worlds. Perhaps at this very moment, numerous visitors from parallel universes are wandering throughout this world. "Young one, I find you quite admirable. Would you care to join me in some amusement?" The Venom symbiote extricated a tendril from Eddie Brock, pressing its entire face against the magical barrier to gaze at Peter. With a mouth full of fangs and a long, crimson tongue, it possessed an oddly charming yet grotesque appearance. Peter shook his head. "Regrettably, I am not interested in you, nor do I desire to share my body with another consciousness. Such a pity you do not wish to attain formidable power. I could render you extraordinarily powerful." The Venom symbiote was reluctant to concede. It sensed an immense aura emanating from Peter. Although it cohabitated harmoniously with Eddie, the symbiote's instinct drove it to pursue potent genes, for only through this could they continuously enhance their existence. Eddie exclaimed, "What? You intend to follow him? It turns out you're not after a girlfriend. You're after him. Hey. Don't frame it as though we're in a love triangle. I've already stated I have no interest in him," Peter interjected, noticing the building's precarious tilt and swiftly attempting to intervene. Otherwise, his illustrious reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. "What is he? Why does he appear so peculiar?" Ned and the others had also arrived, with Ned posing the question. "The Venom symbiote," Peter replied. "It is exceedingly dangerous. Do not engage with it, or you may end up having your brain devoured." "What?" Ned recoiled in fright. "How terrifying." Chapter 96. Team Confrontation Game. The Venom symbiote cast a glance at Ned. "You, little chubby one, your corpulence is unappetizing. However, your brain seems to possess an enticing aroma." Ned, utterly terrified, fled, stammering, "I think I'll continue searching for clues." "You seem quite remarkable. Do you crave power? Would you consider merging with me?" The Venom symbiote, having frightened Ned away, turned its gaze toward Spider-Man. Among those present, aside from Peter, he was undoubtedly the strongest, and thus, the symbiote was intrigued. "Hey, must you flirt with them in my presence?" Eddie Brock shouted. "No, I'm not interested." Spider-Man vehemently shook his head, recalling Peter's earlier warning that the symbiote would implant into the marrow, read and record DNA, and devour his brain. "No way would I want to merge with this creature." He distanced himself. MJ, however, was quite intrigued by the symbiote and inquired, "What sort of relationship do you two share? Are you lovers, partners, or merely companions?" The Venom symbiote bellowed, "Fool. Of course it is symbiosis. Bah, it merely resides within me. I, being as merciful as I am." Eddie Brock retorted. Thus, the two began to bicker once again, causing a ruckus throughout the basement. Peter and the others could only shake their heads in exasperation. They realized these two were simply a pair of lively characters, incessantly chatting, exchanging barbs, and embodying a peculiar dynamic of love and conflict. "This level of chatter surpasses our own," Peter remarked, draping an arm around Spider-Man's shoulder. Spider-Man queried in confusion, "We? Do I talk excessively?" "Indeed." MJ and Ned exclaimed in unison, "Oh no." The young man from Holland clutched his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "I can't believe you all see me as a chatterbox." "Ha ha." Peter, noticing Max standing quietly to the side, approached him and inquired, "Max, what are you thinking?" Max smiled and replied, "Nothing much. I simply relish this feeling, my friend." "Haha, then you should join us." And so, Max became part of the group. The five of them coordinated their efforts to track down the remaining Green Goblin, Sandman, and the two Spider-Men, as well as any potential visitors from other parallel universes. The atmosphere was quite jovial, although Eddie and the symbiote were exceedingly loud, prompting Dr. Lizard to roar a few times for them to quiet down. However, the Lizard's interjections only led Eddie and the symbiote to mockingly question, "Where did this big lizard come from? Is he a dinosaur?" This did little to silence them. Ned, puzzled, asked, "Doesn't he only have 6 arms?" MJ explained, "But he has 2 legs as well, doesn't he?" "Oh," Ned gasped, suddenly enlightened. Bang! Dr. Octopus slammed against the magical barrier again, glaring furiously at the 2 instigators. Dr. Octopus, somewhat exasperated by this childish behavior, chose to ignore them. He turned to Peter and asked, "How long are you planning to keep us locked up?" Peter shrugged. "Mind your wording, Doctor. It's not me who's imprisoning you. It's that strange fellow who believes you might disrupt this world, hence your temporary confinement. Don't worry, he won't keep you here for long." "Oh my goodness, I certainly don't want to die," Dr. Lizard chimed in, recalling Peter had previously mentioned that in another world, he had been killed by Peter. Although they were not in the same world, since he had never encountered Peter, the likelihood of dying at Spider-Man's hands felt all too real. Nobody wished for death. Even Max, standing nearby, began to feel uncertain. Upon reflection, he realized he had also appeared here while contending with Spider-Man. He recalled that just before arriving in this parallel universe, he had been on the brink of defeat at Spider-Man's hands. Did this mean he, too, would meet his end at their hands? Peter patted Max on the shoulder, assuring him, "Don't worry, I can handle this." Peter shook his head, setting aside whether Strange will allow you to remain in this world. "There are certain entities you cannot currently interact with that would prevent you from staying here." "What are these inaccessible entities?" Not to be spoken of. Peter transformed once more into a riddle maker. However, his warnings were not entirely unfounded. Indeed, there exists an organization known as the Time Variance Authority, TVA, within the cosmos, operating within a dimension called the Zero Zone that remains unaffected by time. This vast bureaucratic entity is dedicated to overseeing, adjusting, and balancing the myriad timelines within the infinite variables of the multiverse. The grassroots staff members, referred to as time monitors, exist as faceless entities, primarily stationed at their respective posts to scrutinize their assigned timelines for any anomalies. Upon detecting an irregularity, a time monitor promptly notifies their superior administrator, who subsequently dispatches clone agents, known as Minutemen, to address those who transgress the laws of time and space. At the pinnacle of this hierarchy are 3 Time Guardians, or perhaps certain entities concealed even deeper within the organization. Theoretically, the Time Variance Authority, TVA, possesses the authority to access every existing timeline and wields the power to revoke all, erase entire timelines, or even obliterate an individual's existence from history altogether. The Infinity Stones, revered as artifacts, are regarded by the TVA as mere commonplace stones. Upon learning of this institution's framework, Peter felt a twinge of astonishment, even a hint of trepidation, for he himself was a fugitive. He had traversed numerous worlds and altered many aspects, yet had never encountered the TVA to trouble him. Thus, there were 2 possibilities. Either this entity was merely a figment of imagination conjured by Earthlings like Oe, or there was a malfunction within the TVA that rendered them incapable of addressing his case. Alternatively, it could be that he was indeed a legitimate temporal traveler, as he had concocted, which would explain the TVA's indifference to his alterations of the temporal course. Regardless of the scenario, it was something he could temporarily set aside for the time being. Peter raised his hand, proposing, "Join my temporal team and become a legitimate time traveler like me." He clarified, "I did not say subordinate, but partner." Max, taken aback, extended his hand and firmly shook Peter's with a grin. "Partner." Dr. Octopus remained silent, not swayed as Max was, lacking any psychological vulnerabilities. Peter was unfazed. One more or one less made little difference to him. As for the other 2, Dr. Lizard did not impress him much. Lacking strength, his research capabilities were mediocre, and his potential for growth seemed limited. Venom, on the other hand, posed too great a danger. Suddenly, a series of urgent rings pierced the air. It was Holland's phone ringing. "Hello, Aunt May," Holland answered, glancing at the caller ID before picking up. However, his voice was soon interrupted. A sharp, cackling laughter echoed from the phone. "Little Spider." Holland's expression shifted, and he sprang to his feet. "Who are you? Where's Aunt May?" "This universe's young Spider-Man." I've heard you have Spider-Man from other universes. How about we engage in a team rivalry? Another voice chimed in, deep and gravelly, contrasting sharply with the previous sinister tone. Who are you? If you wish to confront me, then come at me directly. Let Aunt May go. Holland shouted, his face flushed with anger. Rest assured, we are currently not interested in her. That voice echoed once more, of course, if you do not comply, the situation may change. Peter placed his hand gently on the shoulder of the Dutch spider, urging him to calm down. He took the phone and said, now, enlighten me about this so-called team confrontation game of yours. Who are you? Ah, I see. You are that little spider from another universe, correct? Hif. Since you proclaim to be the embodiment of justice, we shall assume the role of the nefarious villains. Let us engage in a grand game of justice versus evil. The voice erupted into raucous laughter. Chapter 97. The Sinister Six. Peter swiftly dodged and shook his head slightly. However, the Dutch spider, concerned for Aunt May's safety, insisted on intervening. Peter had no choice but to cast a knowing glance at MJ. Understanding his cue, MJ quickly embraced the Dutch spider, saying, Peter, we must first ascertain the true intentions of our adversary before devising a plan to rescue Aunt May. Her reminder allowed the Dutch spider to regain a semblance of composure. He ceased his struggles and gazed at Peter, his eyes filled with worry and pleading. Peter nodded slightly, signaling him to remain calm, and continued to probe for information. Very well, you may dictate the terms, but surely you must elucidate the location and rules of this game. No? The Sinister Six. Peter was momentarily taken aback. The Sinister Six are indeed among Spider-Man's most iconic foes, yet there exist numerous iterations of this group. Hence, he contacted various supervillains who had clashed with Spider-Man, 5 of whom answered his call to form the original Sinister Six. Subsequently, the Hunter Craven committed suicide, and another supervillain known as the Goblin joined their ranks. Thus, the Hunter Craven and Sandman were ousted, replaced by the Goblin and an extraterrestrial creature raised by Craven during his lifetime. This formed the second generation of the Sinister Six. However, all of this, to Peter's knowledge, transpired within the comic book realm, that is, the comic dimension. Between the cinematic dimension and the comic dimension lies the anime dimension. It is crucial to note that entering the anime dimension would require a substantial expenditure of temporal energy, approximately 4 to 5 times greater than traversing the various parallel universes within the cinematic dimension. In earlier times, a single journey would deplete over half of his temporal energy reserves. Even now, it would consume around 1/10 to 1/5 of his power. This implies that if he were to traverse the anime dimension 5 or 6 times consecutively, he might temporarily lose his abilities, such as the thickness of the barrier between the cinematic and anime dimensions, not to mention the even greater divide to the comic dimension beyond. To illustrate simply, if we consider Peter's current reality as Earth, then the cinematic dimension would be akin to the Moon, the anime dimension to Mars, and the comic dimension to Jupiter. Traveling from Earth to the Moon is a straightforward endeavor, achievable with present technology. However, journeying from Earth to Mars, or from the Moon to Mars, is already a formidable challenge with current capabilities, and manned missions are a distant dream. As for reaching the far-off Jupiter, the technological hurdles are exponentially more daunting. Navigating through these various dimensions adheres to a similar principle. The level of difficulty undoubtedly escalates exponentially. If such entities exist, then what purpose would there be in forming a so-called Evil Six? Therefore, Peter can almost ascertain that these individuals hail from the parallel universes depicted in films. However, identifying who they actually are proves to be quite the challenge. Firstly, it is certain that they are not the original ensemble. Among the villains associated with Spider-Man that have appeared in these live-action films are Dr. Kurt Connors, the Lizard from Andrew S. series, Rhino, Green Goblin, Electro, and Venom. The individual conversing with imprisoned Harry Osborn at the end of the second film is indeed Venom, as well as Vulture from Holland S. series, alongside Scorpion, Shocker 1 and Shocker 2, the henchman wielding gauntlets, and the Tinkerer, the overweight henchman who incessantly inquires about using high-altitude toilets, not to mention Mysterio. Naturally, if we include those he encountered in the Avengers saga, we must also add Thanos and his minions. The lethal Guardian Venom from Eddie Brock and Toby's version of Venom are not the same entity, so they remain in the count. Thus, the adversaries that materialize are likely to be 6 out of the remaining 13. What do you think? I presume the self-proclaimed champions of justice among you are bold enough to accept our challenge? That voice interrupted Peter's contemplation once more. Despicable, unconscionable, base. The first 2 exclamations of disdain came from MJ and Ned, while the last, well, emanated from Venom. Everyone cast a bewildered glance in his direction. Eddie Brock shrugged. What? Am I not allowed to insult him? Peter rolled his eyes, deciding to disregard Eddie, and addressed his phone. "You haven't mentioned the location of the final battle yet." "The location is this city." The opponent chuckled coldly before abruptly hanging up. As the screen darkened, Peter set the phone aside. He turned to Ned and said, "Ned, pull up the city map." Although Ned was baffled, he complied swiftly. Peter narrowed his eyes slightly. After a brief search on the map, he quickly pinpointed a location. "They are here." Peter circled a spot with his finger. "The Chrysler Building." MJ inquired. "How do you know they are right there?" She wanted to ask how he tracked them, as she had not witnessed him using any additional devices, merely holding his phone throughout. However, Peter preferred not to elaborate. In truth, he could fully quantize himself and transmit as a wave through the phone signal. Yet, doing so would require him to simulate electromagnetic signals, which would differ slightly from his original quantum state, necessitating considerable physical exertion. Moreover, the identity of the adversary remained unclear. Recklessly charging it alone could lead to dire consequences, especially since Mysterio, a master of illusions, might be present. Despite his lackluster combat prowess, the ability to affect the mind and senses makes him a formidable foe against a warrior like Spider-Man. How troublesome. Thus, should Mysterio indeed be among the opposition, Peter was resolute in his intention to eliminate him without hesitation. "What shall we do now?" The young Spider-Man, seemingly anxious, inquired about Aunt May's predicament, feeling an acute urgency as she remained in the clutches of the villains. "Do you happen to know where Dr. Strange is currently resting?" Peter asked. "It would be prudent to find him first." The young Spider-Man shook his head, uncertain. "Why should we seek him?" "Oh, right, it's to enlist his assistance against them, isn't it?" Peter nodded, then shook his head. "He may not be inclined to help us. Our primary objective in locating him is to expedite the search for the other two Spider-Men." "Understood. I shall seek him out," the young Spider-Man exclaimed, recognizing the logic in gathering the collective strength of 4 Spider-Men to confront their foes and rescue Aunt May. With that, he dashed out of the basement, racing towards the sanctum sanctorum above. "Hey, how about we make a deal?" Eddie Brock called out loudly. Peter turned to await further elaboration. Eddie continued, "You release us and allow us some time to roam this world in exchange for our assistance against one of them. What do you say?" "Not a chance." Peter decisively rejected the proposition. Compared to those villains, Venom posed a far greater threat. The crux of the matter was that Venom was inherently unpredictable. No one could foresee the havoc he might wreak upon his release. Just as in the original storyline, he had left behind a suspected spawn or a split form before being sent away from this realm. Would he truly risk such folly by unleashing him? Eddie Brock instantly transformed into Venom, baring his fangs. "You are truly dull," he sneered. "Thank you for the compliment. Now kindly be silent," Peter retorted. He then turned his attention back, stating, "For now, we shall abandon the pursuit of Green Goblin and Sandman. They have likely allied themselves with this so-called Sinister Six. Simultaneously, we must intensify our efforts to locate the other two Spider-Men. If Dr. Strange refuses to aid us, we shall have to rely on our own resources." "Understood." Ned and MJ were acutely aware of Aunt May's significance to the young Spider-Man. She was not only his aunt, but also his guardian and foster mother. They could not bear the thought of him losing a loved one. Peter then turned to Max. "Max, I hope you can assist us in the forthcoming battle." Max solemnly nodded. "Of course, it is my duty to help a friend." Before long, a portal emerged in the basement, through which the young Spider-Man and Dr. Strange appeared in succession. "Mr. Strange, we implore you to help us find the other two Spider-Men," the young Spider-Man pleaded as he walked. It seemed he had yet to inform him about the Sinister Six. Thus, Peter stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Strange, focus. A significant event is unfolding across the multiverse." Peter recounted the details of the recent communication. Dr. Strange paused, his demeanor shifting to a grave seriousness. "So, you mean to say that at least 6 supervillains from parallel universes have united with the intent of unleashing chaos throughout the city?" "Indeed. Hence our need for your assistance in locating the other two Spider-Men," Peter reiterated. "No, that won't do." The young hero from Holland swiftly interjected, expressing concern that their actions might jeopardize the life of Aunt May before they departed. Dr. Strange furrowed his brow, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Failing to act could unleash consequences that would reverberate throughout the entire city and significantly disrupt the multiverse. Even the young hero fell silent, torn between his beloved kin and the fate of the city. At that moment, Peter chuckled lightly, dismissing the notions of city and multiverse as trivial. He questioned the very purpose of their powers if they could not save their own loved ones. Furthermore, he argued that it was the supervillains who wrought destruction upon the city, not them. Their focus, he insisted, should be on vanquishing these foes before they could inflict further harm. Doctor Strange narrowed his eyes, asserting that his choice represented the optimal solution, while the path chosen by the others would throw the entire multiverse into disarray. Peter retorted, "So what? Why should we bear the burden for the actions of villains?" He raised his hands in confusion, rejecting the notion of moral coercion. Doctor Strange regarded him with a discerning gaze, remarking that such an attitude was unbecoming of a superhero. If being a superhero meant succumbing to moral obligation and sacrificing the lives of loved ones for the greater good, then perhaps it was better to forego that title altogether. Peter's stance was resolute. "Very well," Doctor Strange replied, scrutinizing Peter. In the next instant, a smirk appeared on his lips as he vanished from sight, only to re-emerge on the opposite side of the basement, where a peculiar, ornate box lay upon a pedestal. Although he had claimed half an hour, it was evident that only a few minutes had elapsed. Unfortunately, Peter had anticipated this moment, having previously set his sights on the box after learning its purpose from the storyline. When he inadvertently spotted it, he promptly secured it for himself. Now it proved invaluable. "Hand it over," Doctor Strange commanded sharply. However, Peter disregarded him completely, tossing the box to the young hero from Holland and making his escape. With a huff, Doctor Strange coldly scoffed before hastily pursuing them. Yet, Peter and Max positioned themselves on either side, blocking his path. "Doctor Strange, this route is impassable. Did you seek my permission to bully my friend?" Doctor Strange remained silent. In a flash, he appeared on the other side, circumventing the two. Yet, Peter activated his quantum dash, swiftly appearing at his side. Max, embodying lightning, followed closely behind, arriving just a moment later. Once more, Doctor Strange found his path obstructed. "This is not your universe. If you continue to act recklessly, I will apprehend you." Fury etched across his face. "Perfect. I too wish to experience your prowess," Peter declared, launching a web towards Doctor Strange. His intent was genuine. He truly desired to engage in a duel with him. Doctor Strange snapped his fingers, replying, "Regrettably, I have no time to dally with you." In the next moment, the sound of shattering mirrors echoed through the space, as Biden felt the surrounding space suddenly shatter. His body grew weightless, and he began to plummet downward. Before long, he discovered himself in a most extraordinary realm. The surroundings resembled a kaleidoscope, reminiscent of the scenes he had glimpsed while traversing worlds during his quantum journeys through the time-space tunnel. Yet, rather than being filled with quantum energy, this space was adorned with an array of architectural marvels. If they were not suspended in midair, they bore a striking resemblance to the reality he knew. "Wow, is this your mirror dimension?" Biden mused, surveying his surroundings with curiosity, unperturbed by the situation. The longer he delayed, the further the Dutch Spider-Man fled. Thus, it was merely a matter of pure sparring in Biden's eyes, though this might have been a unilateral perception. Doctor Strange, however, was indeed growing somewhat irked. While he had no intention of harming Biden, he resolved to impart a lesson, making it clear who truly governed this world. With a swift motion, a ring of light burst forth from Doctor Strange's hand, transforming midair into countless luminous rings. Utilizing his spider sense, Biden deftly navigated through the gaps between these rings and swiftly emerged. He flicked his wrist, sending a strand of webbing toward Doctor Strange, which exploded in midair, morphing into a net aimed at him. However, with a mere wave of his hand, Doctor Strange conjured a portal before the web, and a second portal appeared behind Biden. The web, originally intended to ensnare Doctor Strange, inexplicably turned against Biden in a backstab. "Interesting, I see portals can be utilized in this manner," Biden thought. His eyes lighting up, he stood his ground, his mind focused, and a wave of quantum energy radiated outward. In the next instant, the web that had reached behind him was teleported directly in front of Doctor Strange. "What?" Doctor Strange exclaimed in mild surprise, promptly activating a teleportation spell to distance himself. The web fell harmlessly to the ground below. The enigma of this self-proclaimed time-space Spider-Man deepened for Doctor Strange. Despite lacking any magical aura, he was capable of unleashing abilities strikingly similar to magic. "Magic?" Perhaps, Biden chuckled. "Quantum magic is still magic, is it not?" "Fascinating," Doctor Strange replied with a light laugh. "Unfortunately, I have no time to engage with you further." With that, he extended his hands, drawing them together. In an instant, the heavens seemed to collapse. The entire mirror dimension transformed into a folded scroll, its sides lifting to press down upon the central area where Biden stood. Rocks and boulders rained from the sky as if heralding the apocalypse. "Whoa!" Biden kicked away a massive boulder that could be embraced by 5 people, simultaneously shooting a strand of webbing to hurl another large rock towards Doctor Strange. "A fair exchange. Don't just stand there." Yet Doctor Strange merely shook his head slightly. "Before this concludes, you might as well remain here." Once I capture Peter, I shall bring him in to keep you company." As he spoke, an exit appeared behind him, ready for his departure. "Mr. Stephen, is it truly wise to leave your guest alone in such isolation?" A voice suddenly resonated beside him, startling Dr. Strange considerably. He abruptly turned around, only to see an arm suddenly reaching out, seizing his clothing and forcefully tossing him aside. "What on earth?" Dr. Strange exclaimed, his figure sent flying hundreds of meters away in an instant, vanishing from sight. Yet in the next moment, a portal opened at the same spot, and Dr. Strange emerged once more. "I almost forgot you possess similar abilities." He brushed the dust from his attire. "Very well, what do you truly desire?" It seemed he intended to temporarily reconcile with Bid. Bid, recognizing the futility of further conflict, decided to cease hostilities. Although their earlier encounter had involved only a few exchanges and Dr. Strange had refrained from employing particularly outrageous magic, Bid had already grasped the formidable nature of the sorcerer. To put it simply, a mage was exceedingly difficult to contend with, unless he exposed a flaw or fell victim to something even more magical, as in the original narrative, or was caught off guard by Bid's sudden close-range assault. It would be a daunting task to defeat him, let alone even approach him, unless absolutely necessary. Bid resolved to avoid engaging with such spellcasters in the future. It was simply too absurd. "Mr. Strange, your concerns are rather unfounded," Bid stated. "Oh," Strange replied. "Regarding the matter of parallel universes, I believe I can offer some rudimentary insights." "Proceed," Strange beckoned, as he snapped his fingers, causing the mirror dimension to cease its rotation and distortion, swiftly returning to normal. Bid soon found himself and Dr. Strange atop a mountain peak. They each chose a stone to sit upon. Bid continued, "I once encountered 6 Spider-Men from different parallel universes, including myself, in a certain world, where there was an individual named Gold Goblin." Subsequently, Bid recounted his experiences in the realm of the Black Spider. "I understand your point, but the circumstances back then differ from those here. The Spider-Men who appeared in that world were all well-behaved characters. They wouldn't wreak havoc like the villains present in this world." Dr. Strange listened in silence before responding. Bid shook his head slightly, refraining from immediately countering Strange's words. Instead, revisiting his encounter in the Andrew Spider universe with a green goblin seemingly affected by the particle collider's disappearance in the Black Spider world. "What are you trying to convey?" Dr. Strange queried, puzzled. He believed he grasped Bid's meaning, yet it seemed elusive. Bid smiled faintly and replied, "If we consider each parallel universe as an independent entity, then your perspective holds merit. Some things that ought not to exist here have suddenly manifested, inevitably causing disruptions and unnecessary fluctuations." Dr. Strange nodded slightly, as this had always been his understanding. Yet, therein lay the narrowness of his viewpoint. Bid continued, however, "Perhaps you should consider an alternative perspective." "An alternative perspective?" Strange asked, perplexed. Bid stated, "What if we were to consider every parallel universe collectively, viewing the multiverse as a singular entity?" The Sorcerer Supreme was taken aback. This was a path he had never contemplated. Thus, from the very beginning, your concerns were unfounded. Bid fixed his gaze on the Sorcerer Supreme, asserting with conviction. Chapter 99. The Wounded Andrew Spider. A look of astonishment gradually spread across the Sorcerer Supreme's face. Prior to this, while he was aware of the existence of dimensions and possessed knowledge regarding certain aspects of parallel worlds within the multiverse, he had never approached these matters from the vantage point of the entire multiverse. As Bid articulated, he perceived each parallel universe as an independent entity. The villains from these diverse realms had merely stumbled upon this world inadvertently. He was merely maintaining the independent operational laws of each parallel universe. But what if we were to entertain Bid's theory? The multiverse as a unified whole. Their presence here was no mere coincidence. Even if they did not manifest in this world today for that reason, they would certainly do so tomorrow for another. To put it in more esoteric terms, they are driven by a mission. They have come to this world bearing some form of obligation. Regardless, Bid's novel perspective indeed persuaded the Sorcerer Supreme. After a prolonged contemplation, he sighed and said, "Very well, share your plan." A smile broke across Bid's face. To avoid conflict with the Sorcerer Supreme was undoubtedly splendid. Furthermore, securing the assistance of the Sorcerer Supreme against the Illusion Master, Mysterio, whom he greatly feared, would be a game-changer. Before the magical trickery of the Sorcerer Supreme, Mysterio would be rendered insignificant. Once he was dealt with, the rest would likely follow suit. Of course, it would be even easier without Mysterio. We could simply bypass him. Bid continued, "Since the opposing party desires war, we shall engage them. However, we cannot allow them to wreak havoc in the city." The Sorcerer Supreme nodded in agreement. He shared this sentiment, although Bid's guidance had led him to largely accept the theory of the multiverse as a cohesive whole. This did not imply he was willing to witness the chaos that these guests from parallel universes could unleash upon his world. Ultimately, this incident stemmed from his hasty spell casting and its subsequent failure. Should the urban area suffer destruction or worse, casualties, he would bear half the responsibility, the other half, naturally, resting with the Dutch spider. He recalled a recent news report about the Green Goblin attacking an outlying military base, which was likely an operation to procure equipment. Therefore, we shall draw them into this mirrored space. This is your domain, as well as ours. In doing so, we can minimize their impact on this world and prevent certain individuals from using innocent civilians as hostages. However, since they have chosen the entire city as their stage, it is certain that they will not all gather in one place. Therefore, we must disperse and search for them as best as we can, and then signal for you to arrive promptly to cast them into the mirror dimension. Dr. Strange solemnly nodded in agreement. Leave this matter to me. Although maintaining the mirror dimension while continuously opening portals would be quite taxing in a short span of time, it was indeed his responsibility, and he could only acquiesce. Before the moment of great consequence, Dr. Strange remained remarkably reliable. With that settled, let us depart from here and explain the plan to Peter and the others. Agreed. Dr. Strange opened the exit to the mirror dimension, and the two left the premises. As soon as they emerged, a bolt of lightning surged towards Dr. Strange. Peter quickly raised his hand to shield him. With a swift motion, Dr. Strange drew a circle, redirecting the lightning to another side. Boom! The basement reverberated with a tremendous sound, as a large hole was blasted into the adjacent wall. MJ and Ned both gasped in astonishment. Dr. Strange glanced at the sight, shrugged, and addressed the assailant. Max, you'll have to pay for that. Max ignored him entirely and rushed to Peter's side, anxiously asking, Are you all right? I thought. Thank you, Max, Peter replied, genuinely moved. Initially, he had viewed Max with pity, exploiting his vulnerability, but now, it was clear that Max was truly concerned for his safety. With such a friend, what more could one desire? Max scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. All right, Dr. Strange agreed, eager to resolve the incident swiftly. He then drew another circle in place, knowing he could only search for Spider-Man by the name Peter Parker, as he was unaware of the appearance of Spider-Man from another dimension. The other end of the first circle seemed to materialize atop a high-rise building. The time had just passed 6 in the evening, and the sky was only just beginning to darken. Faintly, a figure could be seen seated on the rooftop. It seemed to sense the commotion behind, standing and slowly approaching. However, out of caution, the individual maintained a posture that suggested readiness for combat at any moment. When the figure reached the light circle and was illuminated by the lights from the basement, everyone realized he was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Well, sir, has your magic failed? He seems like just an average bystander. Ned chuckled. Dr. Strange furrowed his brow, but refrained from jumping to conclusions. He could sense the otherworldly aura surrounding the newcomer. Yet the man's appearance was exceedingly mundane. Peter, however, smiled faintly. This man was none other than Toby Spider. More accurately, he was a Toby Spider who was about 20 years older than the one Peter knew. Hey, Peter. Peter stepped forward first, extending his hand to the middle-aged Toby Spider. The latter observed Peter's gesture and the smile on his face, grasping his hand before crossing through the light circle with Peter's assistance, fully arriving in this dimension. The middle-aged Toby Spider released his grip, bewildered. You're not the Spider-Man of this world, yet you seem to recognize me? How could you possibly know who I am? Peter chuckled softly, because I have seen you in your youth, well, during your college days. Is that so? But I don't believe we have met. The middle-aged Toby Spider responded with confusion. Perhaps it's due to the parallel universes, Peter replied nonchalantly. Peter? A voice called out from the other side. He, like you, has arrived in this world. However, he poses a bit of a danger, so we had to confine him for now, Peter explained. The middle-aged Toby Spider nodded, his gaze drifting over Eddie Brock, Dr. Connors, and the tree. Are they all from different universes? Feel free to look around here while we summon a little companion, Peter said to the middle-aged Toby Spider. Peter, you've aged. Ignoring the nostalgic chatter between the two, Dr. Strange reopened a portal at Peter's request. This time, it was to locate Andrew Spider. The portal opened into a dimly lit room. However, the scene within was rather peculiar, even shocking. A rope extended from either side of one wall, binding a severely beaten individual at the center. What was truly staggering was that this bound figure was adorned in a spider suit. Indeed, although it was tattered from battle, riddled with traces of explosive residue, gaping wounds from sharp objects, and dried blood, one could still discern that it was unmistakably a spider suit. The group was momentarily stunned, but Peter quickly regained his composure. He stepped through the portal into the room. Lifting the individual's drooping head, he realized it was Andrew Spider. However, compared to the Andrew he had known, this one appeared slightly more mature, perhaps around 24 or 25 years of age, Let us refer to him as Adult Andrew Spider. Yet he was now unconscious. A glint of cold fury flashed in Peter's eyes. Whoever had inflicted such harm upon Spider-Man would surely pay a price. He swiftly darted to the corners of the room, severing the ropes binding him. The captors of Adult Andrew Spider seemed quite at ease with his current state, having used only ordinary hemp ropes. While such ropes would be difficult for an average person to escape, they posed no challenge for the strength of Spider-Man. As Peter cradled Adult Andrew Spider's body, he discovered that nearly all of his bones were shattered, and he was on the brink of death, his condition far worse than that of Gwen at the time. In Tokyo, the newly minted corporate worker Shinji faced a significant dilemma. The outcome of his internship was determined solely by the satisfaction rating of the female president's contract. Thus, Shinji's first job commenced under the guise of a romantic partnership. "What's the purpose of your life?" asked Mio Morishima. "To nurture my stomach," replied Shinji. "Is your stomach not well?" she inquired. "It's quite poor," he responded. Mio Morishima. "It's all right. The meal I prepared is sufficiently tender." Chapter 100. The Death of the Green Goblin. A low hum resonated as the spider's instincts kicked in. Simultaneously, faint voices could be discerned from a distance. The fact that the adversaries could incapacitate an Adult Andrew Spider suggested that they possessed the prowess to defeat, or even slay, Spider-Man. Peter suppressed the fury bubbling within him, gently cradling the Adult Andrew Spider, and then leaped through the portal. Dr. Strange hastily closed the portal behind them. Max, who had intended to assist, halted upon catching sight of the Adult Andrew Spider's face. After all, they had previously been fierce rivals, locked in a battle to the death. MJ swept everything off the table, exclaiming, "Let us place him here." Thus, the three of them carefully laid the middle-aged Andrew Spider upon the table. What transpired? What has happened to him? The middle-aged Toby Spider approached, having noticed the commotion. Peter, with a hint of anger, replied, "It's likely he was ambushed by those fiends while outside. They defeated him and left him in this state." The middle-aged Andrew Spider was grotesquely injured, his bones resembling shattered fragments, rendering his body as limp as a noodle. Such grievous injuries, even with Spider-Man's remarkable regenerative capabilities, might prove insurmountable. "Damn it!" exclaimed the Holland Spider, slamming his palm against the adjacent table. "Step aside," Dr. Strange commanded, pushing Peter and Holland Spider aside as he approached the table to administer urgent care. Before becoming a sorcerer, he had been an accomplished neurosurgeon. Although the Adult Andrew Spider's condition was outside his specialty, as the sole physician present, his expertise surpassed that of the others. "Stop dawdling. In his condition, a hospital is the optimal choice," Dr. Strange stated succinctly after performing a preliminary assessment. "Wait, perhaps I know of a better alternative," the Holland Spider interjected. He then retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Happy, I require your assistance." Happy Hogan, Iron Man's bodyguard and assistant, also served as the head of security and asset management for Stark Industries. Due to Iron Man's prior designation of him as the Holland Spider's liaison, he shared a close bond with the Holland Spider. Upon hearing the circumstances, Happy immediately agreed to help and arrange for an intensive care unit at a private hospital affiliated with Stark Industries. Unfortunately, due to investigations related to the Holland Spider, Stark Industries was temporarily scrutinized, resulting in the freezing of their assets. Otherwise, he would have dispatched a plane for transport. Happy Hogan was truly commendable. Naturally, sending someone over did not require such elaborate arrangements. After providing the address, Dr. Strange promptly opened a portal, transporting them there. Outside the operating room, everyone anxiously awaited the outcome. On one hand, they were concerned for the Adult Andrew Spider's safety, while on the other, they fretted over the impending confrontation that lay just hours ahead. Their preparation time was already limited, and now such an incident had occurred. Shortly after, Happy Hogan hurriedly arrived. The Dutch Spider mentioned that the injured individual's name was Peter, and he initially assumed it was the Dutch Spider who was hurt, fearing the worst. Upon arrival, he discovered that it was another Peter. "So, in the operating room, there lies a Peter you are also called Peter, and he too bears the name Peter?" "Oh, dear Lord." After a brief introduction from the Dutch Spider, Happy Hogan found himself somewhat bewildered. Bide raised his hand to clarify. "Actually, I am called Bide. Well, you may address me as Mr. Bide." "Very well, Mr. Bide. Greetings to you." Happy extended his hand for a brief handshake with Bide, followed by a handshake with the middle-aged Toby Spider, saying, "Hello, Mr. Parker." Happy successfully distinguished between the several Peters. He insisted that what transpired here must remain confidential, as he feared that those individuals might come here if they were to learn of it, Bide stated. Happy nodded. "Rest assured, this is a private hospital belonging to Stark Industries, with a very high level of confidentiality." "That is reassuring. Is there anything else you require assistance with?" "Perhaps I may be of service," Happy continued, having just learned from the Dutch spider about May Parker being kidnapped by the nefarious Sinister Six. Although May claimed that their relationship was merely a fleeting romance, Happy took it seriously and was genuinely concerned for her safety. Indeed, we do require assistance, Bide nodded, accepting Happy's goodwill. With Happy's assurance, the group temporarily set aside their concerns for the adult Andrew Spider and focused on preparing for battle. Firstly, Bide requested several high-spec computers from Happy. These are intended for Ned and MJ. They may not be combatants, but they can provide remote assistance through the computers, such as locating enemies, tracking positions, and identifying traps. Next, they discussed the arc reactor. This was a masterpiece left behind by Iron Man, evolving from its initial flawed versions to the perfected model now. The energy contained within is immense, capable of outputting up to 8 gigajoules per second. Given that 1 kilowatt-hour equals 36 megajoules, 1 million kilowatt-hours amounts to 3.6 million megajoules, which is 450 times more powerful than the arc reactor's energy intensity. It possesses vast potential. Of course, comparing outputs purely based on power is somewhat inappropriate. Iron Man had also designed larger arc reactors, capable of powering Stark Tower independently from the city's power grid. The standard-sized arc reactor was merely sufficient for sustaining the needs of his armor, and there was indeed no necessity for it to be excessively large. Moreover, this was a mass-produced model, as seen in Return of the Heroes, where Vulture stole a plane equipped with rows of arc reactors. By absorbing some knowledge on how to contain radiative energy from the arc reactor and making fine adjustments to the artificial sun, success may be within reach. Most arc reactors have been temporarily frozen due to the investigation into Stark Industries. However, as the asset manager, Happy had his own channels. Upon hearing Bide's request, he promptly procured an arc reactor. Bide gazed intently at the palm-sized arc reactor, once again marveling at Iron Man's remarkable technology. However, he did not linger for long before handing the arc reactor to Max. Max, it is now yours. Max's eyes sparkled with excitement. I can feel the immense power contained within it. So vast. Haha, then do not let it go to waste. Bide chuckled. Indeed. Max pressed the arc reactor against his chest, and the tremendous electricity coursed through his body, causing a faint golden electric glow to emanate from him. Oh, Bide, I feel invigorated, filled with strength. It is truly astonishing. Max observed his own body in awe, eagerly updating Bide on his condition. Take some time to familiarize yourself with your newfound power. We have a significant task ahead of us tonight, Bide said with a smile. All right. Max transformed into a streak of lightning and dashed outside. Consequently, lightning began to frequently manifest in the vicinity. Shortly thereafter, Bide, Holland Spider, and Toby Spider approached a 3D printer. This high-tech 3D printer bore a striking resemblance to the sewing machine of a late Spider-Man that Bide had encountered in the realm of Little Black Spider. Yet, this one appeared even more advanced, perhaps due to its creation by Iron Man, typically utilized for crafting components for Iron Man himself. Holland Spider operated the sophisticated 3D printer, initially designing a suit for Toby Spider. The design still echoed the battle attire worn by middle-aged Toby Spider, but the materials were composed of nanometal particles, significantly enhancing portability, defense, and functionality. Aside from its appearance, it was fundamentally akin to the Iron Spider suit that Iron Man had crafted for Holland Spider. Bide's nanometal suit also underwent optimization and enhancement. For instance, the glasses were equipped with a navigation system and auxiliary targeting systems for distance and positioning, greatly elevating combat proficiency and strike accuracy. The suit also featured a drying system, temperature regulation, and an air circulation system, facilitating operations in unique environments such as the sky, ocean, or even outer space. This was primarily in consideration of potential encounters with foes like Mysterio, who excelled in illusionary tactics. Interestingly, once Bide mentioned this, Holland Spider found it quite reasonable, as it reminded him of the fear he had experienced when ensnared by Mysterio's virtual reality technology. Had his suit possessed similar capabilities back then, he would not have fallen prey to such deceptions. Thus, after Bide's suit was upgraded, Holland Spider proceeded to enhance his own as well. Meanwhile, while Bide and the others busied themselves with preparations for battle, on the other side, the door of an abandoned warehouse creaked open. A cloaked figure slowly stepped inside, dragging the foot of another person behind him. The individual being dragged wore tattered metallic armor, his head lolling to one side, seemingly lifeless. Blood smeared his face, clinging to a shattered mask. He was the Green Goblin. The footsteps of the cloaked figure suddenly halted. Raising his head, he revealed a mask almost identical to that of the Green Goblin. A pair of crimson eyes gazed through the mask's holes, fixated on the wall. Momentarily stunned, the wall, once adorned with the carcass of an adult Andrew Spider, now stood utterly barren. Who has taken my toy? The cloaked figure roared, exerting force in his hand, casting aside the lifeless body of the Green Goblin. Thud! The Green Goblin crashed heavily into the spot where the adult Andrew Spider had once hung, instantly splattering blood that mingled with the remnants of the spider's previous bloodstains, creating a grotesque tableau, a visage resembling a ghastly face. Coughing violently from the impact, the Green Goblin leaned weakly against the corner formed by the wall and floor, his head askew, spewing forth a mixture of blood and shattered viscera. Ha ha ha! The Green Goblin laughed at the cloaked figure. I know who you are now. You should thank me. It is I who has shaped you into who you are today. Ha ha ha! Rustling sounds accompanied the cloaked figure as he stepped forward, gradually approaching the Green Goblin. He gazed down at the frenzied goblin, suddenly letting out a cold chuckle. In a hoarse, low voice, he remarked, "You are indeed correct. Perhaps I should express my gratitude to you, dear Uncle Norman Osborn." With that, he lifted his foot and forcefully stomped down on the Green Goblin's foot. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The Green Goblin let out a muffled grunt, but did not scream in pain or beg for mercy. Rather, he burst into laughter once more. The cloaked figure clenched his fist and struck the Green Goblin squarely in the face. Boom! The goblin's pristine white teeth were sent flying. Yet, he persisted in his laughter, spitting out his teeth and continuing his raucous merriment. The cloaked figure remained silent, listening to the goblin's laughter while mercilessly dismantling his hands, feet, and body, piece by piece. Do you have any final words? The cloaked figure inquired as the Green Goblin lay battered and bruised. At this point, the Green Goblin's face bore no semblance of wholeness. He spat out his last tooth, suppressing his laughter, and gazed at the cloaked figure, mumbling, "Poor Peter, without parents, uncles or aunts, or even a girlfriend, huh?" Before the Green Goblin could finish his sentence, the cloaked figure grasped his throat with an iron grip. His crimson eyes pierced through the mask, fixated on the goblin. After a prolonged moment, as the goblin neared suffocation, the cloaked figure removed his metallic mask, revealing a face marred by scars. He looked at the Green Goblin, a faint smile creeping across his lips. "Uncle Osborn, do you know? When I killed Harry, he did not display the same fortitude as you." The Green Goblin's eyes widened in shock. However, before he could utter a word, the cloaked figure delivered a devastating punch, obliterating his head entirely. The cloaked figure casually discarded the Green Goblin's lifeless body onto the ground, allowing blood to flow freely beneath his feet. For the other versions of myself in different realms, the real spectacle has only just begun. Chapter 101. Complete upgrade of the battle suits. By the time all three individuals had upgraded their battle suits, over an hour had elapsed. Middle-aged Toby Spider had never encountered such advanced technological suits, which is why his suit was the first to be completed. Naturally, it also possessed fewer supplementary features. However, Toby was indifferent to this fact. In his words, the suit had always been merely an auxiliary tool. It was the Spider-Man who existed before the spider suit, not the other way around. His statement left both Peter and the Holland Spider in profound awe. Stepping into middle age, Toby had undoubtedly weathered many storms, embodying the essence of a sage. Yet, upon acquiring the new suit, he was as exuberant as a child, eagerly testing his attire. How delightful! Next came Peter's suit, which took approximately 20 minutes to upgrade. His suit, too, was crafted from nanometallic particles, albeit different from those used by the Holland Spider. Initially, Peter felt a twinge of confusion. Consequently, the Holland Spider took the time to elucidate. The term nanometallic particles merely denotes a specific particle size. In essence, nanometals remain metals, comprising a variety of metallic materials, primarily reflected in the composition formulas of the nanomolecules. The nanometals frequently utilized by Iron Man are titanium gold alloys, composed of 99 gold and 1 titanium, known for their remarkably high melting point and exceptional hardness, making them a staple in aerospace applications. Additionally, the Holland Spider informed him that the material used in his suit was not solely titanium gold alloy, as the alloy's extreme hardness could compromise Peter's agility, a fact rooted in comic lore. Hence most Spider-Men refrained from donning entirely metallic suits. The suit he typically wore was fashioned from a specially designed nano-composite material, titanium gold alloy composite, crafted specifically for him by Iron Man, with only the 4 spider legs at the back constructed entirely from the titanium gold alloy. While this configuration rendered the suit's protective capabilities slightly inferior to that of a fully titanium gold alloy suit, it was sufficiently lightweight and breathable, making it more suitable for his needs. After listening to the Holland Spider's lengthy exposition, Peter felt a pang of envy. It seemed that the Holland Spider was not merely explaining the differences in their suit materials, but rather flaunting the fact that he had such a benefactor. Just listen to what he said about the specially designed composite material. Not only had it considered his abilities, but it had also taken his safety into account, truly the treatment of a favored child. What does it mean to be extravagantly wealthy? This is it. It was infuriating. The web fluid he had painstakingly acquired through training with Andrew Spider, after combating several villains and rescuing Gwen, allowed him to develop his own web fluid formula. Was this the advantage of having a benefactor? How enviable. Peter decided to take decisive action against his affluent counterpart, since it was merely a matter of reprocessing, and given the impressive speed of the high-tech 3D printer after inputting the suit designs. Peter swiftly obtained his brand new suit. The suit design is currently in progress and will be uploaded soon. The new suit consists of 2 layers, primarily divided into 3 colors. The base color is a striking red gold, primarily utilizing the nanocomposite materials provided by Holland Spider. Sensory-wise, it resembles Iron Man's armor. He has also added a hood to the helmet, reminiscent of Spider-Gwen's. This design is not intended to evoke any perceived coupling. Firstly, it offers protection against potential head injuries. With the assistance of the suit's artificial intelligence, a mask can extend from the hood, providing dual-layered defense. However, deploying the mask significantly diminishes the spider sense. Thus, it is reserved for critical moments. Inspired by Peter, Holland Spider integrated this device into his suit, resulting in a slight bulge on either side of his head, resembling a whimsical character. Naturally, such a comparison should remain unspoken. Peter, donning his new suit, felt immense satisfaction, having stepped into the realm of high-tech spiders. If Aunt May could not be located swiftly, combat would be inevitable. For immediate threats, he could utilize the teleportation gauntlet to send individuals to the magical prison. If that proved unfeasible, he would alert Doctor Strange, who would open a portal to transport the adversary to the mirror dimension for confrontation. With that, all preparations were essentially complete. At that moment, Ned relayed new information. Not long ago, the New York police received a tip-off about a headless corpse discovered in an abandoned warehouse within the city. This body bore a striking resemblance to the Green Goblin, who had recently attacked a military base on the outskirts, clad in similar armor. The evidence suggested that the goblin had been brutally shattered before a tremendous force obliterated his head. Upon hearing this news, Peter and his companions fell into silence, quickly connecting the incident to the gravely injured Andrew Spider. The injuries on Andrew Spider mirrored those on the goblin's corpse with alarming consistency. Who could have committed such an act? Was it a member of the Sinister Six, or perhaps someone opposed to them? Peter found himself perplexed. The Green Goblin in question was likely the Toby Maguire version, whose only true nemesis in any universe was Spider-Man himself. Regardless of the identity of the perpetrator, with their preparations complete, it was time to take action. Holland Spider clenched his fists, having suppressed his worry for Aunt May for hours. Now, his heart brimmed with fury, compelling him to resolve the conflict swiftly and rescue her. "All right, let us move out," Peter declared, scanning the faces of his companions and nodding in affirmation. They proceeded to split up according to their established plan. Peter and Max formed one team. The middle-aged Toby Spider teamed with Holland Spider, while Doctor Strange ventured alone. The 3 groups parted ways at the entrance of the Sanctum Sanctorum, heading toward 3 different directions in the city. "How do we find them?" Max inquired, his entire body enveloped in an ionized state, hovering steadily beside Peter. With the acquisition of the arc reactor, Max's endurance had significantly increased. Due to the output power of the arc reactor, he now wielded an even greater electrical might, which had taken on a golden hue. Peter furrowed his brow, continuously emanating his quantum waves. With the assistance of these quantum waves, his spider sense could actively amplify, expanding from its original range of 100 meters to over 1,000. Yet, even with this enhancement, it seemed trivial compared to the vast urban expanse, rendering the search progress exceedingly sluggish. Peter inquired about the status of Holland S. Spider and middle-aged Toby Spider, only to find their circumstances mirrored his own. There were hardly any villains to speak of, let alone the sight of petty thieves. This was quite uncharacteristic of Eagle Country. After all, this was not a tournament advocating chivalry. The factions of good and evil had long been delineated, and those who claimed to be malevolent had made no preparations whatsoever. Was this even plausible? "Hey, Spider-Man, you're looking for us, aren't you?" As Peter swung past a tall building, a voice suddenly called out from within. He immediately halted, pressing himself against the adjacent wall to discern the source of the sound. A seemingly ordinary office worker, clad in a suit, stood at the window, waving at him. Oddly enough, was this an enthusiastic fan of Spider-Man? After rapidly comparing this individual to the myriad of supervillains in his mind, Peter felt a slight relief upon finding no resemblance. It appeared that Spider-Man's popularity was indeed remarkable. Max, who had paused a short distance away, spoke enviously. I wish I could experience that too. Maybe one day. They'll even create a figurine of you. Peter chuckled. Perhaps you will. But that Spider-Man they refer to is likely little Peter, not me. Since Holland Spider was the youngest, being at least 7 or 8 years junior to the other members of their makeshift team, everyone affectionately called him Little Peter. Max's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he responded. Then let us go deal with the villains. I can't wait to see that moment. All right, let us move, Peter said, waving at the Spider-Man enthusiast, ready to continue their mission. However, at that moment, Buzz, his spider sense tingled. Peter leaped aside, just as a bullet struck the very spot where he had been moments before. Damn it, Max shouted furiously, unleashing a surge of high-voltage electricity in retaliation. Peter frowned slightly. Max, wait. Something feels off here. Boom. Thanks to Peter's timely warning, the office worker was spared from harm. What's going on? That guy actually dared to shoot at you. Max exclaimed indignantly. Peter replied, I sense something is amiss, though I can't quite pinpoint it. What is amiss? He attacked us. He is definitely our enemy. Max retorted. Peter nodded slightly, but added, I agree. But I leaned towards making contact first to ascertain his true nature. Before he could finish, a tremendous explosion reverberated from afar. Boom! Flames erupted into the sky. The force was even greater than the pumpkin bombs he had witnessed from the Green Goblin. And the source of that explosion was none other than the very individual they had just encountered. However, Max's recent attack failed to strike him. Self-detonation? A death warrior? No, it was someone under mental manipulation. A moment of clarity flashed through Bite's mind. Among the multitude of villains, the one most adept at mental control is none other than the Mysterio. The mysterious figure that Holland's Spider-Man had encountered in the past was skilled in virtual reality technology, possessing combat abilities that were virtually non-existent. Yet, in reality, Mysterio excelled in mental manipulation, capable of hypnotizing targets through verbal suggestion, thereby influencing their psyche. Even the superpowered Skrulls and the superhuman Spider-Man could fall under his spell, let alone these ordinary individuals. Bite felt somewhat exasperated, as he had unexpectedly encountered the very person he most wished to avoid. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted again, all directed at Bite and Max's vicinity. Max, these individuals are being controlled. The true culprit lies elsewhere. We must vacate this place, Bite exclaimed, although reluctant. Max followed Bite as they ascended to a higher floor. The effective range of their pistol attacks was limited, and once they reached a certain distance, the hypnotized individuals ceased their assault. What do we do? It's going to be difficult to locate the hypnotist like this, Max expressed his frustration. Bite's brow furrowed. He detested those who avoided direct confrontation, hiding behind innocent bystanders as shields, setting aside the moral implications of targeting these innocents. Even if they were eliminated, the mastermind would remain elusive. That was the most troubling aspect. Max, can you regulate the voltage to merely incapacitate individuals temporarily? Bite pondered before asking. Max lowered his head in thought, admitting, I hadn't considered that. Let me give it a try. Previously, he had focused solely on amplifying the current to enhance his output, without attempting to diminish it. You can release the current in an instant rather than a continuous flow, Bite advised. The safe voltage for the human body is below 36 V. So to ensure we merely incapacitate without causing fatality, we must manage the current's magnitude. High voltage with low amperage should suffice. Okay, I'll give it a shot, Max said as he extended his palm toward the ground nearby. With a crackle, a surge of electricity shot forth. However, the current dissipated less than a meter in front of him. After several attempts, Max remained unsuccessful. Feeling disheartened, he said, This isn't working if the current is too weak. It vanishes quickly upon leaving the body. Conversely, if it's too strong, it exceeds safe limits. Never mind, if all else fails, we'll engage in close combat and incapacitate them directly. Bite nodded in agreement. That seems manageable. I can't control the voltage output to reach 1,000,000 volts instantaneously. But the amperage would only be a few milliamps, which would likely incapacitate someone for just 2 or 3 seconds. All right, then let us take the initiative and incapacitate all those under mental control. Bite declared. Agreed. Max transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly vanishing from sight. Bade made a daring leap from the towering building, once again descending into the throng of those ensnared by mental manipulation. Without uttering a single word, he swiftly incapacitated each individual with a precise strike, expertly calibrated to induce unconsciousness. Drawing upon his ample combat experience, executing such feats was a mere trifle. However, the sheer number of those under mental control was staggering. Men and women, young and old, seemingly. A significant portion of the inhabitants from the nearby buildings and streets had succumbed to this influence. It was hard to fathom how the unseen puppeteer had orchestrated such a widespread control. Yet, Bade appeared tireless, methodically repeating his actions with relentless determination. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had rendered hundreds unconscious, sprawled upon the ground, leaving onlookers perplexed by his seemingly futile endeavors. Meanwhile, in an office of a nearby skyscraper, a figure clad in a green uniform and draped in a cloak observed this spectacle through the building's surveillance cameras. He erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "This fellow seems quite agitated, resorting to such meaningless acts instead of confronting me directly. I had thought the foul spider from another world possessed some prowess, but it appears otherwise." Beside him stood a burly middle-aged man in a black leather jacket, leisurely sipping from a goblet filled with crimson wine. "Allow me to toy with him." The man in green chuckled, activating a device beside him that projected his image onto the large screen of the nearby building. On the street below, Bade felled another victim of mental control with a swift strike, only to notice the sudden change on the nearby screen. There, a figure adorned with an inverted fishbowl atop his head, clad in a green uniform with a flowing red cape, appeared. The bowl exuded bubbling green gas, creating a rather bizarre sight. Bade instantly recognized the identity of this individual, the mysterious guest. As expected, the figure on the screen was also observing Bade, suddenly adopting an expression of sheer terror. "Oh, who is this? Is this not our city's hero, Spider-Man? Why do you harm these innocent civilians? Is it because they revere me and not you? Have they spoken harshly against you?" The mysterious guest's tone was urgent yet imbued with a beguiling cadence. Simultaneously, several lights illuminated the direction where Bade stood. Bang! The colossal screen on another building flickered to life, spotlighting none other than Bade himself. In an instant, the scene transformed into a theatrical stage, with him as the focal point beneath the glaring lights. On the street, a few unmanipulated individuals quickly recognized the unfolding drama. "Oh my, it truly is Spider-Man. I knew he was a supervillain all along. Spider-Man, get out of our city. Is that the mysterious guest? P.S. alive? Our hero has not perished." Under the dual onslaught of the undeniable visual evidence and the mysterious guest's psychological insinuations, public sentiment quickly turned overwhelmingly against Bade, who suddenly found himself the target of widespread scorn. Max descended from the sky, landing beside Peter. "What should we do? Move?" Peter nodded and replied, "Let us go." After saying this, he gave a thumbs up to a nearby camera and then slowly leaned back. On the spider screen, the Mysterio was about to say something when, in an instant, the entire building flickered. The lights dimmed momentarily before illuminating brightly once again. However, when the audience turned their gaze back to the stage, Spider-Man and the strange man had vanished completely. So, where were Peter and Max at that moment? Inside the building, Mysterio stared blankly at the figure on the screen, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. "W, what are you?" Peter mimicked Sadako-esque movements, slowly emerging from the screen to stand before Mysterio, his tone eerie. "Quentin Beck. I am Spider-Man from hell. What the F?" The man in the jacket, sipping wine, was so startled that his glass shattered on the floor. He stared blankly at Peter, then mechanically turned to Mysterio and asked, "What did you just do?" Mysterio took a step back. "I don't know what I did. I was just messing with our opponent, Spider-Man." "Oh," Peter elongated the sound, turning his head to the man in the jacket. "It seems we have Adrian Toombs here. You go by Vulture, right?" "Aye, aye." Vulture was visibly shaken by the ominous atmosphere. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted outside the window on the other side of the room, followed by a golden figure crashing through the glass. Max grinned widely. "I had to take a detour, huh? Electro, I've heard him mention you. You're also an enemy of Spider-Man, right? Why are you helping him?" The moment Mysterio saw Max, he perked up, ready to unleash his hypnotic powers. However, Peter was well prepared. He knew that Max had some mental shortcomings that he couldn't overcome in a short time. Thus, while upgrading their suits, he had also equipped Max with a small device that could stimulate his own electrical currents, allowing him to remain alert and immune to mental manipulation. "Spider-Man might be my enemy, but Peter is my friend," Max shouted, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards Mysterio. Chapter 103. Who is the villain? The boss? Peter had already advised him to fight these villains with all his might, especially someone like Mysterio. Therefore, Max held nothing back, transforming into Pikachu and unleashing 1,000,000 volts. Mysterio, being an ordinary human, stood no chance against the electrical assault. In a moment of peril, a figure darted by. It was Vulture. He had donned his battle suit, resembling wings. Remarkably, his suit was not the cumbersome design Peter had seen in the film Hero Returns. Instead, it utilized nanotechnology, and beneath the chest of the suit, a glowing arc reactor pulsed with energy. Could it be that this individual hails from a world where the hero, Holland as Spider-Man, failed to thwart his theft of Stark Industries assets? The subsequent words of Vulture confirmed Peter's suspicions. With one hand gripping the Mysterio, he carelessly demolished the furniture in the room, stopping on the other side with a triumphant grin, proclaiming, "Iron Man's gadgets are indeed remarkable, but alas, they now belong to me." "You've pilfered from Iron Man, and he hasn't come to confront you?" A voice echoed in his ear. It was Peter, who had utilized his quantum leap to appear beside Vulture. Startled, Vulture ceased his bravado and hastily turned to crash through the wall in an attempt to escape. However, Peter was not one to allow them to flee. He simultaneously shot strands of web from both hands, ensnaring Vulture's wings. A tremendous force erupted instantaneously. Each wingtip of Vulture was equipped with a miniature jet thruster. Harnessing the immense propulsion from these devices, Vulture gained the upper hand once more. Despite Peter's strength being in the hundreds of tons, his own weight remained a mere fraction. The pivotal factor lay not in his strength, but in the friction beneath his feet. Even with his soles embedded in the floor, he could not counteract the combined force of the propulsion system, being dragged forward instead. At that critical moment, Max arrived. One hand transformed into a lightning spear, aimed directly at Vulture. Realizing he was cornered by Spider-Man and Electro, Vulture had no time to consider Mysterio's fate. He decisively abandoned Mysterio, manipulating his wings to sway side to side while amplifying the thruster's output. Moreover, his wings revealed several small apertures from which multiple miniature missiles were launched. Great! More of Iron Man's technology. Peter mused, perplexed. Was Vulture truly from a world after Iron Man's demise? How did he possess such advanced technology without facing Iron Man's wrath? Nonetheless, he had no intention of enduring the missile's onslaught and swiftly evaded to the side. Boom! 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 The miniature missiles struck the ceilings and floors, obliterating a portion of the building, debris cascading downward. Although Max was caught directly in the blast, his ability to shift into an ionized form, coupled with the specially designed casing of his arc reactor, rendered him impervious to such minor damage. Among the four present, only Mysterio was left vulnerable. His mental manipulation skills faltered amidst the chaos of intense combat, the din drowning out any attempt at persuasion. Tragically, Vulture's missiles claimed his life, reducing Mysterio to mere fragments. Villain 1, Mr. Steven. As the situation escalated and Vulture appeared poised to hasten his escape, Peter resolutely called for reinforcements. As Bite's words faded, a portal materialized before him, and Doctor Strange emerged from its depths. With a single punch from afar, the Vulture vanished into thin air. "What is the situation over there?" Bite inquired, using spider silk to propel himself against a nearby wall. Doctor Strange shook his head slightly. "I have only encountered a bear-like creature clad in rhinoceros armor. It has been stripped of its armor and cast into the dungeon." He raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the extent of the chaos on Bite's side. A towering structure, several stories high, had been reduced to rubble, yet the load-bearing columns remained intact, narrowly averting disaster. Surrounding them, over 100 individuals lay unconscious, strewn about in various locations. Bite felt somewhat at a loss. The Vulture and Mysterio were far more formidable than he had anticipated. It appeared that Vulture had pilfered a considerable amount of Iron Man's technology from his realm. During their brief skirmish, Bite had identified no less than 5 Iron Man-related devices integrated into Vulture's metallic wings. The primary material of the steel wings was the same nanotechnology alloy utilized in Iron Man's armor. Each steel feather was equipped with a miniature jet propulsion system. Additionally, 3 arc reactors, serving as energy sources, were embedded in his chest and each wing. When Bite had momentarily appeared beside Vulture, he had sensed a faint repulsive force, likely a micro-force field akin to that found in Iron Man's suit, designed to shield against residual attacks, such as shrapnel, albeit not particularly strong, merely a minor auxiliary device. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he discovered that Vulture's metal wings were seamlessly integrated with his arms, suggesting that he had employed nanotechnology to connect his wings with the neurons in his arms and back, making them appear as if they were an intrinsic part of his being. This bore a resemblance to cybernetic enhancements. Bide mused about the cyberpunk aesthetic of this formidable foe. It was likely that there were additional auxiliary devices that Bide could not discern, as he had never truly engaged with Iron Man, and his understanding of the technology stemmed primarily from his recent upgrades facilitated by the young Spider-Man. As for Mysterio, he had not resorted to virtual reality technology, yet his ability to manipulate the crowd was quite troublesome. Had Bide not feigned ignorance, portraying himself as a weary superhero desperate to protect innocent bystanders, thereby drawing Mysterio's ridicule, he would not have been able to exploit his quantum powers to dispatch him. Had a middle-aged Toby Spider-Man or the young Holland Spider-Man faced Mysterio, they would have likely succumbed to his torment, unable to strike back or locate him. Fortunately, Mysterio had met his demise. Biden relayed his discoveries to Doctor Strange, simultaneously communicating the information to the two others engaged in action through his earpiece. At last, he cautioned them. Due to the slight variations in the developmental processes of each parallel universe, the abilities wielded by these formidable villains may differ from common perceptions. Therefore, one must not rely on past experiences to confront them. Vigilance is paramount. Middle-aged Toby Spider and Holland Spider both assured him they would remain alert. I shall first venture into the mirror dimension to see if I can eliminate that individual. Once Peter concluded, Doctor Strange greeted him and delved into the mirror dimension. Peter silently mourned for Vulture for a few seconds. Though he had pilfered tech from a formidable source, he was not that source. The mirror dimension lacked substantial logistical support. He hoped that Doctor Strange's steel wings would not be stripped bare. Max, are you all right? Peter then turned to Max. Max shook his head. What about the aftermath here? Perhaps it is best left to the professionals, Peter replied as he descended along the wall. After a brief search among the ruins, he felt reassured only after confirming that the Mysterio was no more. Let us proceed. Max, all right. The two resumed their journey. Meanwhile, on another front, Peter, a building on North 2nd Street, is ablaze. There may be enemies present. MJ communicated through the earpiece to Holland Spider. Without hesitation, Holland Spider soared toward the scene. Mr. Parker, a shop on your left has been robbed, Ned reported to middle-aged Toby Spider. Mr. B, Mr. Max, these incidents are merely ordinary crimes, and we have yet to uncover any traces of the remaining three, he continued. Soon, a piece of good news arrived from Doctor Strange. After a fierce battle, he had dismantled Vulture's armor, which was now confined in a magical prison in the basement. Additionally, he had interrogated Vulture with magic and learned the identities of the remaining three villains. One was Kraven the Hunter, another was Sandman, with whom Holland Spider had a brief acquaintance, and the last was codenamed Boss. Peter was aware of both Kraven and Sandman and had prepared for their involvement in the Sinister Six. However, who could this boss be? Could it be Kingpin? Indeed, Kingpin is the kingpin of the underworld and had made an appearance at the end of Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, seemingly assisting the captured Harry Osborn in contacting other villains to confront Spider-Man. Yet, Kingpin's presence in the film was minimal, leaving Peter with scant information about him. Moreover, Peter had a feeling that this boss was someone else entirely. But who could possess such formidable charisma and influence to unite these unrestrained supervillains? Crash! Holland Spider shattered the charred glass, leaping from the burning building with a young girl in his arms. Amidst the firefighters' commendations and the gratefulness of the girl's family, Holland Spider prepared to depart. However, at that moment, his spider sense suddenly tingled. He suddenly exerted himself and leaped high into the air. Boom! An alloy spear descended from the heavens, striking fiercely where the young Spider-Man had just stood. Before he could even express gratitude for his narrow escape, another figure seized him midair and hurled him into the burning building behind him. Chapter 104. Peter from Hellbang. Bang! Bang! Having endured numerous battles, even if he had primarily served as a mere accessory to Iron Man, the young Spider-Man had nonetheless garnered considerable combat experience. Instantly, four metallic spider legs sprang from his back, lunging toward the individual before him. However, to his astonishment, several slender metallic tendrils emerged from that person's body, engaging in a frenzied clash with the spider legs. What on earth? The young Spider-Man found it hard to believe. The iron tendrils extending from his opponent seemed to employ a scale-like mechanism, alternating between soft elongation and rigid contraction, proving to be more agile and possessing a broader attack range than his spider legs. The two adversaries battled fiercely amidst the roaring flames, with the surrounding area succumbing to their devastation in an instant. Soon, the already precarious structure, ablaze and on the verge of collapse, was reduced to ruins. Who are you? The young Spider-Man's neck was gripped by the assailant, yet he struggled valiantly, shouting in defiance. Me? I am an Avenger. The individual delivered a punch to the young Spider-Man's face, the force so great that even through the steel armor, it caused him pain. An Avenger? The young Spider-Man hesitated, images of Captain America, the Hulk, and Thor flashing through his mind. Impossible. You are none of them. Them? The assailant was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was no longer in his own world, but rather one that once boasted a team called the Avengers. Iskov, you mean those self-proclaimed Avengers? I never claimed to be one of them. Boom! He struck down with tremendous force. At that moment, the young Spider-Man seized the opportunity to gather his strength while conversing, desperately struggling against his captor. Simultaneously, he commanded the spider drone from his armor's chest to detach and stealthily maneuver behind the assailant, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The individual deftly evaded, Taking advantage of the moment, the young Spider-Man distanced himself. Huh. The assailant suddenly chuckled darkly, his voice dropping to a grave tone. A spark of realization ignited in the young Spider-Man's mind. It's you. You're the one who kidnapped Aunt May. Who are you? And where have you hidden her? He roared, teeth clenched in fury. This individual was the architect of the chaos enveloping the city, and because of him, Aunt May's fate remained uncertain. The young Spider-Man yearned to clench his fist and strike him down. Ha 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 ha! At that moment, the figure across from him burst into laughter, a sound filled with desolation and madness. I told you, I am an Avenger from hell. As for the name, I crawl from the depths of hell with. It was clear why he could recognize the wicked so swiftly. The man exhibited a fleeting moment of astonishment. He had intended to tease the youthful spider before him. Yet he was taken aback as his true identity was laid bare. The sensation of having his pretentious facade shattered was anything but pleasant. How do you know? The malevolent spirit queried, utterly perplexed. To his knowledge, he was meant to be singular. Whether it was the two Green Goblins, Norman Osborn and Harry Osborn, whom he had slain from disparate realms, or the vulture that had traversed from a world strikingly akin to this one. They had all asserted that no being like him existed in their domains. He himself was acutely aware that his very existence was a fortuitous anomaly. For his former name was Peter Parker. In his world, he had witnessed the tragic demise of Gwen Stacy before his very eyes. In a fit of rage, Peter had brutally murdered the Green Goblin, Harry Osborn. Upon awakening amidst the remnants of the dismembered goblin, he was apprehended by the authorities and journalists who had come to document the calamity. Consequently, headlines proclaimed that Spider-Man was a murderer and that his true identity was Peter Parker, rapidly engulfing the entirety of New York City and even the world. Aunt May could scarcely fathom that her nephew had devolved into such a being, desperate to explain the truth to others. Yet, no one was willing to lend credence to the words of a murderer's aunt. Until one fateful day, Aunt May met her demise. A self-proclaimed arbiter of justice hurled incendiary devices into her residence. By the time he arrived at Aunt May's home, all that remained was the charred ruin of the house and the ashen remains of her lifeless body. From that moment forth, the world lost a Spider-Man and gained an unbridled Avenger. He adhered to Uncle Ben's legacy by confronting villains while simultaneously succumbing to his inner hatred, ruthlessly extinguishing lives even for the slightest transgressions, until one day he was utterly lost. The persona known as Peter Parker perished that day, giving birth to a new identity, the malevolent spirit. This entity cast aside Peter Parker's web and suit, discarding all remnants of humanity. He initially seized control of a high-ranking position within Oscorp during the vacancy left by the deaths of its two presidents, eliminating all rivals and successfully commandeering the corporation. Subsequently, he discovered the Green Goblin's clandestine laboratory within Oscorp Tower, leveraging the corporation's formidable military capabilities to develop and enhance goblin technology. He even synthesized a new lower-tier serum, utilizing the spider genes within himself and the lizard gene serum of Dr. Connors, establishing a vast infernal legion within his world. Each demon in this legion possessed physical attributes exponentially exceeding those of ordinary humans. At this juncture, he had essentially ascended to the status of an underground sovereign in his realm, until he arrived in this new world, one replete with advanced technologies. As the derivative persona of Spider-Man, the malevolent spirit, in his delirium, also possessed wisdom that far surpassed that of the average individual. He swiftly conceived a new ambition. Not only would he claim dominion over his own world, but he would also strive to become the ruler of many worlds, the sovereign of the multiverse. He sought to unleash his infernal legion across every parallel universe. As a native Spider-Man of this universe, Holland Spider found himself targeted. The predicament of Holland Spider now bore a striking resemblance to his own past. Both had their identities exposed and bore the weight of lives lost. Even though he could easily discern that this youthful Peter, in his current state, did not seem capable of delivering lethal blows to villains, what did it matter? The masses would not heed any explanations. The malevolent one instantly became enamored with Holland Spider, empathizing with his plight, believing wholeheartedly that Holland Spider possessed the potential to become a second him. Kingsley, release Aunt May. Holland Spider bellowed, charging forward once more. Who was Kingsley? The malevolent one effortlessly intercepted Holland Spider's assault, perplexed. Yet, Holland Spider had no desire for idle chatter. He unleashed his full arsenal to engage in battle with the malevolent one. His fury even caused him to forget to summon Peter, Doctor Strange, or their allies for assistance. All he could think of was defeating the malevolent one and rescuing Aunt May. However, as the underground monarch of a world, the malevolent one was steeped in practical combat experience. Even the equipment he wielded was derived from the advanced weaponry developed by Oscorp in that world, rivaling Holland Spider's own ironclad suit. In mere minutes, Holland Spider found himself once again vanquished upon the ground. The Malevolent One's strikes were merciless. Having personally designed a new serum, he possessed a keen understanding of Spider-Man's regenerative abilities, precisely incapacitating Holland Spider without delivering a fatal blow. After all, this was someone he had set his sights on. He could not afford to kill him. Nevertheless, Holland Spider's iron suit had sustained numerous damages, and although the nanotechnology had memory capabilities, it would require considerable time to repair. Submit to me, and I shall crown you the ruler of this world. The Malevolent One crouched, gripping Holland Spider's chin. His eyes glowed crimson and sharp, as if they could pierce through the mask of the armored suit. Huh! Holland Spider scoffed coldly. Even though his body was unresponsive, he would never bow to a villain. Release that boy. A fierce gust of wind howled. The Malevolent One rolled aside, narrowly evading the strike. It was none other than the middle-aged Toby Spider. He had just dealt with a robbery at a nearby store when he noticed the commotion surrounding Holland Spider and rushed to provide aid. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. The middle-aged Toby Spider's attack missed, and instead of pursuing, he landed beside Holland Spider and crouched down. "Little Peter, how are you?" Holland Spider offered a wry smile. "My limbs are incapacitated. I cannot fight for the time being." "I'm sorry." The middle-aged Toby Spider did not chastise him for disregarding tactical arrangements to showcase his prowess. Instead, he urgently called for Peter, Dr. Strange, and Max. "There's a new enemy here, exceedingly powerful. Little Peter is injured and temporarily unable to fight. I require assistance." As the middle-aged Toby Spider sought help, the Malevolent One merely crossed his arms, appearing to watch the unfolding drama with amusement, not uttering a word to intervene. He seemed to have ulterior motives, deliberately luring others to this very spot. On the other side, upon hearing the call for help, Bitten immediately beckoned to Max and hurried towards the middle-aged Toby Spider. A flicker of excitement coursed through him. To inflict injury upon the Dutch Spider in such a short span of time and elicit a distress signal from the middle-aged Toby Spider could only signify the presence of that formidable boss. What a remarkable catch! Gao Hui awoke from his slumber and hastily departed from another's abode. Just as he was about to face a beating, he encountered a colleague who came to his aid. "Brother, are you destined to perish tonight? Fear not, for I shall take care of your family." With the awakening of his caregiving system, he resolved to embody the virtues of kindness, believing that assisting others is a noble duty.